Chapter 401 is the strongest on Earth? 75 Chapter 401 The strongest on Earth. Mu Feng's many ideas did not come from self-righteousness. Once Tencent acted as a bow company, and developed a real-style horizontal version of the fighting game Dungeon & Warriors developed by the company. 1.1.0 text version first released. Dungeon & Warriors inherited the characteristics of many home consoles and arcade fighting games, focusing on the growth of the task-guided character. Combined with the dungeon, the gang players are supplemented by the players and the gang players' Kai environment, and other online games have the same equipment and level changes, and have a variety of equipment and props. Each character has 8 props and equipment positions. In the game, up to 4 players can be allowed to team up to challenge levels, and a 4-to-4 ratio can also be carried out. This is the Dungeon & Warrior feature of once. And this unique game mode, the refreshing fighting, set the record of the highest number of online users, surpassing 20,000 people. After the complete acquisition, Lin Feng thought of Dungeon & Warrior, which is a very special scroll-style horizontal version of the online fighting game. Compared with Dungeon & Warrior, it is now the first. The second world has more advantages. Dungeon & Warriors has 7 major characteristics: break technical barriers. The action game is a masterpiece. Fighting scenes and skill moves that can only appear in a single player are perfectly reproduced in online games. Now tame. The leading technology in the arcade market is even better than that of the Korean company. 2 skill combinations, unlimited combos. Through exquisite operation, sensitive response and understanding of skill combinations, you can play gorgeous continuous skills and finally defeat your opponents. Lost, the king of fighters. The series is the originator of even moves, and the movement is smooth. Tame is the second, no one dares to say the first. For the second world, this is even more a win. 3. Diversified occupations. The characters have distinct personalities. There are 5 distinctive professions to choose from. This is even more a joke. Dungeon & Warriors has only 5 occupations, which is a pitiful 5 occupations. However, this concave scroll horizontal version of the online fighting game that Lin Feng is going to develop will include many of the original all the characters of the popular fighting games. The King of Fighters series, Samurai Soul series, and Moonlight Swordsman, 3 masterpieces of more than famous characters. Kizashigyo, Orion, Shiran Yui Mei, Bawang Mayu, and Nkliulu are all characters that make players crazy, and each character has its own moves and combat methods. It can be said that this is developed by Lin Feng out-scrolling horizontal version fighting through online games. The player is in the game, will have more characters and career choices. The game method will also be more ever-changing. 4. Freely create infinite artifacts. Players can freely choose their favorite dresses in the game, and can also synthesize dresses to improve dressing attributes. There is also a weapon and armor enhancement system in the game. You can enhance and upgrade any weapon or armor you like. It is different from other games. There is no cap to strengthen. As long as you have confidence and courage, plus a little luck, you can create an incomparable artifact. In this regard, Lin Feng can imitate Zen 2. And will not be inferior to Dungeon & Warrior. 5. Leading technology. Reappearing refreshing fighting. The game can realize the unique elements of action games such as hard and straight. Floating screen jitter. This is even more characteristic of. Nothing in the industry can do better than. Do it better. 6. The balance system is just and changeable. In the game arena, a special balance system will be turned on. In the arena, it is not the level of the 2 parties that determines the outcome, but the technology. At this point Lin Feng is not prepared to be absolutely fair, especially once the infinite artifact system is launched. If it is still absolutely fair, it will be unfair to the RMB fighters who have invested a lot of money and lose the meaning of the infinite artifact system. Of course, the existence of RMB players will always destroy the balance of the game. The emergence of artifacts that are too defying will make the game meaningless. Therefore, Lin Feng is ready to be in the arena. That is, among the players' league. Limit the attack power and agility of the artifact, and retain the upper limit of defense and the upper limit of the artifact. Although this will still cause a certain game imbalance, for a real master, as long as the opponent does not spike, the ability, relying on absolute technical superiority, will be able to despise all opponents. When an ordinary level, ordinary equipment technical flow, players, with perfect technology scorching to have super artifacts. After the renminbi fighters, the sense of accomplishment and pride is unparalleled. The Robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added 84 less, updated the decision, and more. What if your level is higher than me? What if you have a sky-defying artifact? With technology, I will still kill you. As long as the attack power of the artifact is limited, there is no spike. This will be the monologue of all technical flow players. 7. The picture is retro with a strong animation style. At this point, the fighting games under the banner of training have achieved almost the ultimate, let alone worry about it. Fully surpassing the 7 characteristics of Dungeon & Warriors, Lin Feng believes that he will be able to make our greater brilliance than Canon and Warriors by launching double training and letting the real horizontal version of the fighting to pass the online game. Everyone sighed after watching, especially Nishiyama Takashi, who is an expert in fighting games. After reading this project, I was even more surprised. This game idea is undoubtedly ahead of everyone for at least 5 years, and it has given full play to all the resources of Tame, making perfect use of all kinds of fighting game elements under Tame. Once it is successfully developed, Nishiyama Takashi can imagine how crazy this real-style horizontal version of the fighting and clearing online game will set off in Asia. In particular, Second World also has cloud computing, a tool that can easily interconnect online game players from all countries. South Korea and Japan have always been the largest markets. If this game is launched, it will have the same Asian interconnection technology as anti-terrorism, allowing players in China, Japan, South Korea, and even all of Asia to play games through the internet. Takashi Nishiyama could not estimate how much profit this game will bring to the Second World. $1 billion acquisition. It's really worth it. By the way, boss, what is the name of this game? Takashi Nishiyama asked curiously. You turn to the last page, Lin Feng said with a smile. Everyone quickly turned to the last page and took a closer look. The 4 masters, the most on earth, exclaim. But think about it carefully, isn't it? The strongest player in this game is not the strongest on the ground. Xishan, I want you and all the development teams under it to join the fighting league after the development efforts to develop the strongest on earth, and strive to launch a public beta within 1 year. By the way, Kui Mings, at that time, you will send someone to assist Xishan. You are more experienced in upgrading and equipment, Lin Feng said. Takashi Nishiyama nodded. There is no problem with time, and with the help of Kui Mings, who developed Legend and Journey, it will be faster. Boss, do I need to advertise the production first? Wu Zhaopu asked. No. It's not necessary for the time being. At the moment, all players are keen on the fighting league. Don't use this to distract the players' attention for the time being, and wait for the fighting league. The promotion will begin after the 2nd season. Lin Feng thought for a while and said. Wu Zhaopu nodded. By the way, boss, there are 3 game theme parks under its banner. Although they were auctioned after bankruptcy, we are building the Legend Movie City and will expand it into a Legend game theme park. Maybe Xishan can give us some experience and help. Wu Zhaopu looked at Takashi Nishiyama and said. Takashi Nishiyama shook his head helplessly. That was the responsibility of the previous Ministry of Construction. Since, after bankruptcy, he left the company. The 3 people I accompanied were all technical personnel and didn't know how to construct. But I can try to contact them, hoping that they have not found a job, said Takashi Nishiyama. Lin Feng nodded. Mr. Wu, it seems that we have a new construction department. By the way, you will talk to Tom Wright later and see if you can hire him into our company as the chief engineer of the construction department. Lin Feng said with a smile. Every time I think of digging people, I always have an inexplicable pleasure. Wu Zhaopu smiled. By the way, Lin Dong, that the esports department. So, are you going to prepare for the establishment of esports leagues and cups? Wu Zhaopu asked. Since the establishment of the esports department, in addition to hosting the Second World Players Annual Meeting. Besides, he has been doing nothing. But this is the department that Lin Feng is in charge of. He is too hard to ask, so he keeps letting these people wander around the company every day, which is really a bit annoying to watch. Lin Feng frowned and thought for a while. Temporarily let them go to other departments to help. Now the company's energy is limited, and it is temporarily not preparing for the establishment of esports leagues and cups. I will talk about Lin Feng after this period of work is over. Wu Zhaopu nodded. This is the best choice. Now that the company has too many projects, it is better not to do so many. Well, everyone, by the way, there is another good news announcement, Lin Feng said with a clap of hands. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, wondering if there was any good news. I invested 100 million yuan to shoot Prison Break in the United States, so I plan to release Prison Break. Authorized to the campaign is tomato.com. Broadcast. The broadcast copyright of each episode is old $10,000. Mr. Wu, you are responsible for contacting the manufacturer to see who is willing to play in it. Lin Feng said. Prison Break. Wu Zhaopu and others are still relatively unfamiliar, but Gates and Min Wooly and others are not. This is the most popular series in the United States today. It has set a terrifying record of the audience rating of 10,000 people. It's natural that TomatoNet can broadcast it. Fortunately, this is Lin Feng's investment. Otherwise, it would cost $10,000 and don't want to take the copyright. After a simple verbal agreement, the Prison Break frenzy became popular in China. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Alice Hip Goddess Jangxin Hotting Word Pants Video Exposure! Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Episode 402 Prison Break? Question mark. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 chapter 402 Prison Break Interlude. Brother Lin. Reading alt text novels can be found at Schiller Literature Net. Have you eaten? Lisa brought the food to the table. Called Lin Feng. Who is Zhigang Yuyi? Lin Feng answered and sat down on the dining table. It was dull. Since Chu City came back, the atmosphere at home has been a bit weird. It used to be laughter, and several girls quarreled with each other, but now they ate their food in silence and left after eating. As a result, Liu Yifei and Lin Yikan didn't know what happened. The youngest of them, they joined the big family in the end, and they didn't dare to speak much. Lin Ziyui glanced at Lin Feng from time to time, and seemed to be very dissatisfied with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also at a loss. He wanted to ask, but he was too embarrassed to ask. He couldn't ask her whether he had given her to her and raped her by mistake. Lin Feng was so thick-skinned that he couldn't ask. I can only guess secretly in my heart. Huang Meixi looked silent, more silent than before. Not knowing what she was thinking, Algra treated Lin Feng completely. This is also due to Lin Feng's sentence. I will give you an explanation. At first, Algra didn't hold any expectations, just as if nothing had happened. Anyway, virgin women are far less serious to Westerners than Chinese people think. But Lin Feng had to give him an explanation, and Algra had an idea. Originally, Algra belonged to the heir of Versace, in charge of the entire Versace. Lin Feng is also the youngest super rich, and the two are a very good match, and their respective careers can also complement each other, which can be regarded as a perfect match. Algra really had a dream about Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, after coming back, Lin Feng told her that I just like you and don't love you. I was wrong about Chu City, but I don't want to be sorry for Lizu. Hearing these words, Algra felt so upset in her heart, which made her feel as if she was humiliated by Lin Feng. How she would give Lin Feng a good face. Besides, she is not Huang Meixi, Lin Ziyui, etc. but belongs to the spokesperson and contract artist of Lin Feng Company. She is equal to Lin Feng, and is not afraid that Lin Feng will oppress her as the boss. Lin Feng sighed in such a situation. He could only wait for time to resolve the misunderstanding between each other. Time passed in a hurry. Under the all-round publicity of the Second World, Prison Break has attracted the curiosity of all domestic netizens. American hit dramas, setting a national ratings record with the words billion-dollar investment and the special editing. The scenes of Tomato.com are heart-pounding, especially this time on Tomato. It is the first domestic serial live broadcast to adopt the practice of broadcasting one episode every week in synchronization with the United States. It is only on Tomato that every Friday it will be broadcast live at 7 p.m. and will be broadcast again on Saturday and Sunday. For the sake of income this time, Lin Feng did not plan to immediately launch free online video on demand. After the first season of Prison Break is finished, all the episodes will be put on Tomato. Many domestic companies are well aware of the terrifying ratings of Prison Break in the United States, and they have long expected that this Prison Break invested by Lin Feng could be broadcast in China. However, the content of Prison Break must not pass the inspection by the National Bureau of Culture and other departments. After all, a TV series reflecting the theme of prison escape cannot be broadcast in China, even if the protagonist is for justice. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng broadcasted it on the internet, which undoubtedly caught a loophole in the Cultural Affairs Bureau. As a result, many internet companies are crazy. Under the auction held by Wuzaopu, the network broadcast time period of Prison Break was finally sold at a price of 10 million RMB. Although the price is far incomparable with the price of $400,000 per second from Lin Feng's anti-concave TV station in the United States, after all, this is China, and it is broadcast through the internet. The price of 10,000 yuan is beyond imagination. Of course, Lin Feng earned more than this. Lin Feng knew better than anyone about the influence of Prison Break in China, so this time Prison Break was broadcast on Tomato.com. Lin Feng still only allowed the Second World Club senior-only members can watch for free, and others have no right to watch. This has caused many ordinary members to curse, but for the senior members of the Second World Club with more than 10,000 credits, it is a very pleasant thing, and it once again gives them a sense of pride and a deeper feeling. I feel that the annual premium membership fee of yuan is very worthwhile. There are magazines, various activities, and you can enjoy popular dramas for free. Life is wonderful. Amid the pride of senior members and the curses of ordinary members, Prison Break was launched, 4 of them, on March, under the expectation, at 7 p.m. The first episode of the first season of Prison Break will be broadcast on time. The online viewership rate is tens of thousands. Almost all Second World Club senior members are standing in front of the computer, waiting to be played. At the same time, in order to play Prison Break, Tomato, the technical team has also developed Format. A streaming media format is a video format developed with the introduction of Kang. The files formed by it are extremely small and load fast, making it possible to watch video files smoothly on the network. After just a few hours, the entire network was amazed. After a few minutes, Baidu Tiber, the group was madly discussing the first episode of Prison Break played by Ki Wang. People who watched it were very addicted. It looked good, and they watched it. The best watched American TV show I have ever watched, and it also appeals to those who haven't watched it to register as a senior member of the Second World Club to watch it, and even threaten to live 100 years without watching Prison Break. In vain. Many ordinary Second World members who originally thought that Prison Break was just boasting too much, under the temptation of senior members, began to move around, watching the clip videos of the promotion, listening to the triumphant laughter of senior members around them, especially everywhere. When discussing the plot of Prison Break, this made many ordinary members feel unbearable. In particular, many beauties, whether on the internet or in reality, see the robe she wore, just delete the recess and add 8 or 4 young men, Xiexinju, and Xia Duobu fight discussing Prison Break and discussing Michael Scofield. This will let everyone know, the wolf friends who were talking, how uneasy. Lin Feng released the exquisite stills of Prison Break on the official website in a timely manner, which became the last straw that overwhelmed the entanglement of ordinary members. In just 1 week, the number of senior members of the Second World Club doubled to a staggering over 40 million before the second episode of Prison Break was broadcast. This allowed many online game companies, especially the online game clubs, to also open up games. The company was dumbfounded, and even more jealous. The only joy is in the Second World. The more senior members of the Second World Club that the official magazine hits, the better their effect. Of course, the price will rise. This will be another fortune. The source of income for the Philippines. With the airing of the second episode of the first season of Prison Break, the Prison Break craze has completely formed in China. Prison Break actor Michael Scofield has become the most popular name among netizens, and of course, there is also the heroine Sarah Jessica Alba. Also made the majority of Chinese male netizens recognize this sexy blonde beauty. Lin Feng also watched the first episode of Prison Break in the company again with many netizens, and had to sigh that the first season of Prison Break was indeed a classic, although it was still so fascinating to watch it after watching it several times. But right now, Spielberg has already filmed the first episode. The first season is about to end, and he is looking for Lin Feng for the second season of the script. After all, it is such a hot series. If you don't shoot the sequel, it will not only cause resentment, it will also harm the money. Make life difficult for the crews of major TV stations in the United States will shoot their sequels as soon as they become popular. Even if the script is bad, it will continue to shoot as long as there is a profit, until the income is lower than the cost. But for Lin Feng, if he keeps shooting like this, he will undoubtedly suffer after shooting the 4 seasons. After all, the second season of Prison Break is the beginning of its decline. According to the conscience, the plot of the second season is really not very good, and Lin Feng himself feels that there is no omission. According to the script written in his memory, Lin Feng himself felt awkward, and the filming of such a script would undoubtedly disappoint the audience who had great expectations for the second season of Prison Break. Although relying on the reputation of Spielberg, Jessica and others, they will still get good ratings and profits. But this is not what Lin Feng wants. Lin Feng doesn't lack such a bit of ambiguous money. But Lin Feng asked himself, unable to innovate, this thing is really not what I am good at. The robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added 8 or 4 Xiix in block. Xia Duo, it is not good. The eunuch is ready. Only the first season, not the second season. Think about the War of Beacon. The eunuch's flow to the limit still created a network legend. Perhaps he can also become a eunuch legend in the screenplay world, and there will always be only the hottest first season and no second season. Big deal. Wait until Prison Break is finished. Let's shoot 5 and Hero. Anyway, I have enough excellent TV series in my mind, so I am not afraid to finish filming in a short time. Lin Feng returned to the villa with a smirk. Back at the villa, Lin Feng unexpectedly found that several girls were waiting for him in the villa, but the atmosphere was extremely weird, extremely silent and extremely depressing, making Lin Feng feel uncomfortable. Could it be that a few girls really quarreled because of themselves? Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat. If it was true, of course he would favor Lizu, but in his heart, he would inevitably be a little worried about his unique male complex. Lin Feng changed his slippers, looked at a few girls carefully, and asked, "Beauties, what's the matter? Are you waiting for me to come back?" When the 7 girls saw Lin Feng coming back, their eyes lit up. After the 7 girls glanced at each other, Lizu asked, "Brother Lin, Prison Break was your investment in filming, right?" Lin Feng was a little touchy, but I don't know why Lizu suddenly asked this topic and nodded instinctively. "Have you seen it?" Algra spoke to Lin Feng for the first time in a week. Lin Feng was startled, secretly happy, although Algra was a bit dissatisfied with seeing that he was the first to break the Cold War. but still stared at Lin Feng closely. Lin Feng smiled at Algra and nodded. Brother Lin, then tell us the story behind Prison Break. Prison Break is so good, we really want to know the story behind. Waiting for you here for a night. Several girls swooped over and surrounded. There was a scream beside Lin Feng. Oh, the different body sense of every girl around me, feeling the breast peak buttocks waves that the body touches from time to time. The stimulating Lin Feng's mouth is dry, the blood veins are open, and it feels really good. Okay, can I wait until I sit down first? Lin Feng struggled to break free from the beauty of the roofing hip wave, sat down to take a breath, and let the blood calm down. Otherwise I am afraid that I will be in front of many girls now. He dragged Lizu upstairs. Brother Lin, drink tea. Lizu immediately obediently held a cup of tea. Guanyin. The slight drink did not wait for Lin Feng to let go, and Lizu immediately took it. Big Brother Lin. Just after Lin Feng took a sip of tea, Huang Meixi had already waited aside and handed Lin Feng a towel that was not dry or wet and was suitable for wiping his face. Just after Lin Feng took it and wiped it off, Huang Meixi took the towel and took it away. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, and he was so enthusiastic to serve today, almost like a maid. The charm of this prison break is indeed great. It makes the 7 girls so worried, in order to learn the plot, so serve themselves. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's bad mind suddenly came. Oh, after a day of work, my back pain, especially this leg, is almost falling apart. Lin Feng leaned on the sofa, his expression sad. When the girls saw it, they knew what Lin Feng was thinking, but they had to follow Lin Feng for the sake of the plot. Yang Xin-yun and Lin Ziyue put Lin Feng's legs on their thighs and started rubbing them up. Both of them are of the meat bomb type, with rounded thighs and extremely elastic. Lin Feng's legs are very comfortable to put on, especially the chest of Lin Ziyue's Asian weapon, and Yuan Xianglai is only by Lin. Wisdom is a small cup, and under the hard massage of the two, they touched Lin Feng's thighs from time to time, and the stimulating Lin Feng was dark and refreshing. Big Brother Lin, what's the story going on? Did Michael escape with his brother? 7 girls, seeing Lin Feng, actually closed their eyes and enjoying themselves, pouted. They wanted to know the story behind, so they had to let Lisa come. Ask. Oh, my shoulders are still a bit sore. Lin Feng twisted his neck and said, friends, don't blame me for not giving you face. But this kind of master time is too rare, let me enjoy it more. Brother Lin, I'll press it for you. Liu Yifei and Lin Yikan immediately ran behind Lin Feng and lightly hammered them. Cool, so cool. This is better than sitting on the emperor. There was beauty in Lin Feng's heart, but looking at the eyes of all the women who were about to kill, Lin Feng knew that he could no longer amuse everyone. Ahem, this plot is really exciting, Michael Schofield. Tut, tut. Tut, really smart. Lin Feng sighed. The 7 girls immediately sat around Lin Feng, with a pair of beautiful eyes, staring at Lin Feng closely, waiting for Lin Feng to follow. By the way, Michael Schofield went to jail, and after seeing his brother Lincoln, he took off his clothes, revealing his tattoo engraved all over the prison map. Lin Feng said in a long voice. What happened? The 7 girls asked nervously. Later, I escaped from prison and the brothers are free. Lin Feng said briefly and wanted to drive away. A joke, they just watched the first episode and want to know the plot behind Prison Break. Although they remember it clearly, but when it comes to talking about when they can finish it, I'm afraid it will not last for a few hours. When we finish talking, it will dawn. But Lin Feng wanted to bugger, but didn't run away. Originally, Lin Feng was sitting in the middle, surrounded by the women. After Lin Feng said simply escape from prison, I am free, the few girls knew that Lin Feng had been tricked by Lin Feng. How to let Lin Feng escape and pull on the spot. Staying with Lin Feng, he pressed Lin Feng under his body and gave him a violent beating. Although this violent beating was extremely fragrant for Lin Feng and wished to continue, it is not a good thing to always be riding on him. Moreover, Lin Feng also realized that this prison break seemed to make a few girls reconcile as before. This is an unexpected surprise. Okay, I have the rest of Prison Break here. 4 discs. Lin Feng screamed. When the girls heard this, Li Xuan got up and pulled Lin Feng up. Once he was pleased. He brought tea to the water and massaged the back of the hammer, as if a maid was waiting for the master. Lin Feng had to sigh. This woman turned her face faster than she turned a book. But this feels really good. Hey, there are a lot of TV series in my mind, and it seems that there will be a lot of master time in the future. The robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added the 85th master, Xiax in block, Xia Duo Big Brother Lin. Where is the disc? The girls broke the charming and ambiguous picture in Lin Feng's mind and asked in unison. Lin Feng looked at the delicate face in the backpack in my room, and returned subconsciously. Boom, boom, boom. With a sound of footsteps, all the girls ran upstairs, only Huang Meixi sitting on the sofa. Meixi, don't you like to watch it? Lin Feng asked. I like it, but I'm not feeling well, so when they get it, I'll go see it again. Huang Meixi looked at Lin Feng with a hint of shyness on her unexpected face. Not long after, Lin Ziyui shouted upstairs. Apparently he got the gravure of the first season of Prison Break for Huang Meixi to watch it. Brother Lin, I'm leaving. Huang Meixi went up slowly. Seeing the girls disappear in the eyes, the familiar Prison Break music came from the entertainment room. Lin Feng sighed. At night, when Lin Feng was about to go to bed, Lisa walked in with a blushing face. Yui, what's the matter? Lin Feng was surprised. Wasn't he watching Prison Break? Why did he come in? People know about Brother Lin and want to do that. So, come here. Lisa touched the bed, took off his clothes, and wriggled on Lin Feng with a shy face. Lin Feng was dark and refreshing. Lisa used to be extremely shy, but he has never been so proactive. Today is really strange, but women, if they are more slutty in bed, men will undoubtedly like them more. Feeling the rise of Xiao Lin Feng under a pair of jade men, Lin Feng asked the most stupid question this year. You, friends, don't you watch Prison Break? So a good TV series? Lin Feng asked intermittently. But Brother Lin wants it every day. People are afraid that Brother Lin won't be able to sleep at night. Lisa blushed and said shyly. Lin Feng was moved by it. Yui, I don't necessarily need it every day. Why bother to accommodate me like this? Lin Feng touched Lisa's head lovingly and exclaimed. Really? Then Brother Lin doesn't want that today? Lisa was pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng nodded. Brother Lin, people like you the most. After Lisa kissed Lin Feng, he turned into a fragrant breeze and left. Yes, Lin Feng looked at the doorway where Lisa disappeared, and then looked at Lin Feng who was holding high under his hip, weeping. Yui, you can't get me up or down now. You want me to sleep at night. Depressed, Lin Feng suffered from insomnia for the first time. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Cup actress Idol's First Avenue wins the championship. Watch online. Please follow the WeChat public account. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy. The 403rd chapter IT if anyone will be invited. 75 chapter 403, invitation to IT meeting. On the first day, when Lin Feng got up with a pair of panda eyes open, the 7 girls also looked forward to panda eyes, but they were very energetic. Except for Lisa making breakfast in the kitchen, the other 6 girls were discussing Prison Break at the table. The plot is full of joy to talk about. The 1.1.0 text version was released. Apparently, several girls watched Prison Break overnight yesterday. Not long after, Li Biu brought breakfast to the table, and he was slightly taken aback when he saw Lin Feng's eyes with dark circles under his eyes. Lin Feng glared at Li Zu. After thinking for a while, Li Biu suddenly understood, with a smirk on his face. Lin Feng was speechless. You little girl, still smiling, but it hurts me. Li Zu stuck out his tongue cutely and looked apologetic. Well, Brother Lin, I will go to accompany you tonight. Don't be angry. Lisa leaned into Lin Feng's ear and said coquettishly. At the same time, his left hand did not forget to slip in Lin Feng's position. Lin Feng was holding the cup of soy milk in his hand, shaking for a while, and almost didn't spill it out. The other girls looked over in surprise. It was strange. For a while, Lin Feng secretly glared at the shy Li Zu, secretly saying that this girl had learned badly. But it was even more exciting. Simple and innocent eyes, delicate and cute face. With her sexy body, coupled with the now a bit bad action, but she always blushed and shy, Lin Feng wanted to go crazy. God treats me so generously. Brother Lin, but we have a request. Can we ask for a day off as a group today? Lisa said instead. Lin Feng was taken aback. Brother Lin, you see that we all have a black eye garden and can't start work at all. Can we be allowed to take a leave of absence? Liu Yifei and the others also stared at Lin Feng with dark circles of expectation. Also, Maxi is not in good health. Would you please let us rest? Lin Ziyue took Huang Maxi and said. Glancing around the crowd, Lin Feng nodded helplessly. Although I know that all the girls must ask for leave to watch Prison Break. But forget it, anyway. They are all artists of their own company, and the leave is unclear, so I have the final say. Besides, really let a few girls go. I was tired and felt distressed when I watched it. Ratio, you can continue to watch Prison Break. Lin Ziyue jumped up and cheered. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. By the way, Maxi, what's the matter with you? Do you want to go to the hospital? Lin Feng asked, concerned when he thought of it. Huang Maxi shook his head, saying that he only needs to rest for a few more days. Okay, you remember, take a break early after reading. Don't be tired. Lin Feng went to the company early after eating, reminding him before leaving. Although the girls nodded, they knew that they didn't listen to the posture, but Lin Feng brought back Prison Break. 4 discs. Only the previous episode. I watched it one night last night. I watched at least the 8 and mouth episodes. There are not many episodes. I don't worry about how many girls look bad. After arriving at the company, everyone looked at Lin Feng with surprise and asked what was going on with the dark circles on Lin Feng's face. But how does Lin Feng explain this matter? That's not laughed to death by everyone. Can only casually prevaricate an excuse to deal with the past. Donglin, this is an invitation letter from the 4 top 10 and 4 influential figures in China. I hope you can attend this awards ceremony on March 8th. When he arrived at the office, Wu Zhaopu handed Lin Feng an invitation letter. Lin Feng opened it and saw that it was originally an application by the China Youth Daily. The Cheng'an Notary Office of the People's Republic of China appointed the notary and notary Gouping to sponsor the China Youth Daily and co-sponsored by Beijing Sina Internet Information Service Co. Limited. The award ceremony of 4 Chinese 4 and 10 most influential figures undertaken by Beijing Weizi Saiwai Chengsheng Information Consulting Co. Limited. Damn, the words are so long. But this is the content of the invitation letter. Lin Feng watched for a while. After reading it, Lin Feng was slightly happy. I only watched the awards on TV before, but this time I accepted the awards as the winners. It is indeed a little exciting. This can be regarded as the Oscar Award of the 4 inland areas. By the way, who else is here? Lin Feng asked curiously. Lenovo, So, and Bidus Robin Lee and others. I don't know much about the others. Wu Zhaopu has not participated in such a grand event either. Just got a few places based on his intelligence network. Lin Feng smiled. And just go, let's get to know it. By the way, Lin Dong, the original Tamed. The Ministry of Construction is responsible for supervising the construction of TAM. The main persons in charge of the game theme park have been found. When I arrived at the company last night, would you like to see them? Wu Zhaopu asked. Forget it, you can just see it. This is within your scope of authority, and you have been in charge. Don't think about being lazy, just push it to me. Lin Feng said with a smile. After all, I am the chairman of the board, and I can't meet everyone in person. This is too much of my worth. As the vice president of the company, Wu Zhaopu has given them a lot of face when he meets them. Wu Zhaopu nodded. By the way, who is responsible for the contractor? Lin Feng asked. It's still Chung Kong. Chung Kong is also determined to develop in the mainland. They are very interested in the construction of the Legend Movie City this time, and the price is extremely favorable. so I will contract to them," Wu Xiaopu explained. Lin Feng nodded. Behind Chung Kong is Li Kashing, the richest man in China, so it's better to have a better relationship. However, Lin Feng is worried about whether Chung Kong Industrial understands online games. The person in charge is Li Kashing's eldest son Li Zheju, not his second son Li Zikai. Don't make a four-dimensional image for yourself at that time. Although the head of the game theme park from the former joined in, Lin Feng was still worried. Have they played Legend? Mo Feng was very puzzled. Wu Xiaopu shook his head. He also had a great headache with this problem, and he didn't know what to do. I wanted to transfer the technical staff of the first game development department who was responsible for the development of Legend in the past, but the first game development department was developing a new expansion pack for Audition, so I couldn't be too busy. This adjustment was wasted in vain and was too wasteful of talents. The Robook Concave just deleted the concave and added 84 letters. The staff is new, the staff is more in this way. You announced on the official website that you will hire Legend players to participate in this Legend Movie City construction project. They will special supervising the construction of Legend as a consultant. Cinema City has certain right to make suggestions, Lin Feng said with a flash of inspiration in his mind. Wu Xiaopu was taken aback. Although this idea is good, is it really good for players to participate in the construction of the Legend Movie City? Players don't understand construction. And I definitely hope to completely restore Legend scene. But this in itself is impossible. Beach City, League Heavy City and other castle constructions. Wu Xiaopu is not worried, but think about the Wuma Temple, Zuma Temple and the Pig Hole Centipede Hole where players most frequently go to leveling. Wu Xiaopu feels dizzy. How can I fix this? They are all buildings with several floors underground. If they need to be repaired, the investment will be lost. At that time, the two sides must have a dispute. I am afraid that instead of the expected effect, it will cause the progress of the Legend Movie City to be seriously lagging behind. What should I do if this happens? Wu Xiaopu firmly opposes this. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Tongyan Giant Ruins sense sweat dripping Bigfoot degrees double the ball is almost overflowing out of the Bigts video online to watch. Please follow the WeChat public account. Mainvmy 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 404, A Woman's View. Players participating in the construction of the Legend Movie City is certainly a good thing. It can not only increase the popularity of the players to the Legend Movie City, but also reflect the Second World strategy of close to the people. There are a lot of benefits, but the disadvantages do exist. Players are pursuing a 100% true restoration of the game scene, and companies and builders have to consider the construction cost, which itself is a contradiction. If one does not handle well, good things may turn into bad things. In particular, most of the players are more passionate and impulsive, and then freely expressing dissatisfaction on the internet without considering the consequences will be a fatal blow to the Second World. Although there are many disadvantages, Lin Feng is still planning to hire a player as a special consultant for the Legend Movie City. Lam Feng's goal is to build it into a movie city and become a filming base for future game adaptation movies. At the same time, he also hopes to build it into a game theme park. If the scene is paradoxical, I am afraid that the final thing will definitely not please anyone. The large sums of money invested can only become a ridiculous stain. What's more, the participation of players will mobilize the attention of all Legend players to the Legend Movie City, enhance players' identification with the company, and cultivate player loyalty, which is extremely necessary. Boss, this is really wrong. No company will give players the right to suggest. Wu Xiaopu strongly opposed. Generally speaking, game companies will invite players to browse the company headquarters and other related activities to enhance the company's image in the players' minds. But it is unprecedented for players to directly participate in the actual operation of the company. In particular, they also give players the right to suggest, although only the right to suggest. But it can also cause terrible consequences. Lin Feng frowned slightly. If it had been before, he would definitely make a decision by force, but now, Lin Feng understands that blindly being strong is not a good thing. This will give people a feeling of arbitrariness, and it will easily lead to the habit of not listening to others. Tang Taizong needed a Wei Zheng to come to the three provinces to enlighten the body, and he needed to accept advice and listen to words. Mr. Wu, as I said, it only gives players certain suggestions. Of course, there is a direct conflict between players and contractors, which will affect the progress of the project and even have a bad impact on the company. I think it is better to limit the 10 players hired. You can only report the situation to the company in a written report, put forward your own opinions on the problems in the construction process, and have no right to directly put forward opinions to the contractor, Lin Feng said after a moment of pondering. After listening to Wu Xiaopu, he thought about it carefully and nodded. This method is indeed feasible. It can not only increase the player's attention to the Legend Movie City, at the same time it can supervise the construction of the Legend Movie City, and it can also avoid terrible consequences. It is indeed feasible. Although there may still be some unexpected troubles, the advantages generally outweigh the disadvantages. The last two discussed carefully, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, they officially released the news of hiring players with high salaries to participate in the construction of the Legend Movie City. The announcement of this news, like a depth bomb, once again attracted the eager attention of all media, game companies, and players at home and abroad. After all, this is the first time a game company has invited players to participate in the company's construction, and it is a very expensive project, which is really amazing. Major domestic newspapers agree with this, and believe that the Second World has created a precedent by inviting players to join the company's operations and giving players certain suggestions. This will undoubtedly attract more popularity and increase players' awareness of the game company. Loyalty. This is also a trick in the increasingly fierce online game enclosure movement in China. Although the Second World is already the leader of domestic online games, when faced with a large number of chasers behind him, this move is undoubtedly a big punch, once again ensuring the dominance of the Second World in the domestic online game industry, and at the same time, improved status in the hearts of players. Many media even call on other domestic online game companies to imitate the Second World, so as not to be pushed further and further away by the Second World and finally form a Second World monopoly. Compared with the unanimous praise of the domestic media, the major domestic online game companies are extremely upset, thinking that the Second World is again creating gimmicks and fooling players. 9% just hired the female president Chen Xiaoai, threatening to hire players to participate in the company's construction. This is absolutely nonsense. Although the players have a deep understanding of the game, can they be better than the production staff who design the game? And do players understand construction and cost operations? The so-called skill has specialization. Lin Feng is simply to attract players' gimmicks. I am afraid that the so-called player's suggestion right is just a matter of fact. 9% Chen Xiao's declaration caused huge controversy on the internet, with both agreeing and opposing. Netizens said Yi Xian the beauty president is right. If the Second World is just a gimmick to attract popularity, it would be shameful. I have to say that after 90% hired this beautiful president, Chen Xiaoai, his popularity has improved a lot, and often Chen Xiao's comments are indeed very attractive to players. No, if this criticism of the Second World is replaced by 90% Chairman Zhu Jun, I am afraid that netizens would have long been criticized as a pig. Of course, beautiful presidents are likable, but not all of them. More netizens are still dissatisfied with their remarks, refuting Chen Xiao's Second World flickering theory. Hozad strongly attacked Second World has never deceived the players, and the promises made have been fulfilled. You just can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. A woman's opinion. The sentence Hozad from netizens' woman's opinion was widely circulated for a while, especially many reporters went to 90% to interview Chen Xiaoai, and asked her to talk about the sentence Hozad women opinions. Chen Xiao's face has changed. and if it weren't for the campaign's image, I'm afraid she would have been swearing. However, in an interview, Chen Xiaoai, the beauty president, refuted the woman's opinion statement sharply and insinuated that it was the gunman hired by Lin Feng who was insulting her and was jealous of her. For this, Lin Feng is really helpless. I can only sigh. It's really a woman's opinion. At the time of the dispute between the two factions on the internet, more Second World players are concerned about the situation in which 10 special advisors will be selected from tens of millions of players. In addition, the Second World will open how much salary. After all, if you can play games to work and earn a lot of money, this will undoubtedly make all players more motivated. Even if there is no election, there are excuses to refute parents and the pressure of game scourge theory from all aspects of society. Playing games is not useless. I'm afraid this is the voice of all game lovers. Lin Feng immediately announced the selection requirements and treatment of the 10-player special advisors. This time the Legend Movie City Special Consultant screening qualifications will face all Legend players who have registered and have a certain amount of consumption. They will take a uniform time to answer the questions online, a total of 100 questions, and all the correct answers will get the second round eligibility for the exam. The 10 qualified players will be invited to the Second World headquarters in Shanghai and become Second World employees. The salary is equivalent to the Second World first-level technician monthly salary is about 5,000. If they are in the Legend movie after the completion of the construction of the city, the performance is qualified and will be able to become a full-time employee of the Second World. As for the content of the exam, these 100 questions are all related to Legend and are all content in the Legend game. This announcement made all players crazy. Second World employee salary is the best among the national game companies, and there are opportunities to become full-time employees, which undoubtedly excites all players, especially for the Second World Network Unified Examination Model. Interesting. Although the exams cause headaches for most players, they are school exams. Anyone will have a headache for the kind of rote-taking exams. But in this Second World exam, all the questions are from the Legend they usually play, which is undoubtedly very attractive and extremely interesting for players. In just 3 days, the number of applicants exceeded 5 million. Before the official start of the exam on Tuesday night, March 5th, the total number of applicants exceeded 7 million, almost no less than the Unified National College Entrance Examination. However, the college entrance examination is disgusting, and the Legend Screening Qualification Examination of the Second World is exciting. However, when Legend players across the country are actively preparing for the Legend screening test, there are also disharmonious voices in the society. Many school teachers and students' homes reported that all students have been reading magazines such as Legendary Treasure all day long. Not only did they not concentrate on listening to lectures in class, but did not even do homework. They just immersed themselves in studying Legendary Treasure and studied. Legend screens the questions that may appear in the qualification exam. There are many so-called Legend exam guides on the market, such as copybook review materials such as 1000 questions of Legend exam questions, and once they were released, they were extremely popular, which made Lin Feng a little bit dumbfounded. However, facing the responsibilities of parents and school teachers from all walks of life, especially the notice from the Ministry of Culture, urging Lin Feng to end this absurd Legend exam as soon as possible, Lin Feng had to hold an online exam in advance, and issued a notice calling for all Legend players should not affect their studies because of this Legend exam. Of course, in the end, Lin Feng never forgets to complain for himself. The game is not a scourge, and the Legend exam is not a scourge. Second World games can not only bring all players to come, but also make them progress. For the declaration of Second World, all parents and experts violently criticized it. They all denounced that this was justified by the Second World, and it was a kind of bewilderment. Regarding this, Lin Feng sneered, "Let's wait and see." On March 5, 2002, at 7:30 p.m., The Legend exam that affected tens of millions of people officially began. At the same time, more than 5.5 million players took the exam online. All internet cafes across the country are blank, waiting the exam begins. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 405 Legend 100 Questions. Question mark 75 Chapter 405 Legend 100 Questions. The Ugly Four. On the bow day of March, the test for the Night Without Falling officially began. Read all the texts at Shilu Literature.net. Question 1. How many system cities are there in Legend? And how many cities can be ruled by players? Many netizens filled in the answer without hesitation. It's simple. Question 2. How many floors are there in the Wuma Temple's Yuma Temple pig hole? Many netizens wrote down accurate answers after some thoughts. Question 3. How many seconds does it take to walk from Beach City to Menghong City on foot? The error is within a few seconds. Many netizens sweat profusely. This used to be a run. Who remembers? But someone wrote it down accurately. Answer. The number of people has started to diverge. Fourth question. Suppose people are in the Menghong City. How many ways do you want to get to the pig cave? How to go? Can the red name kill too many players safely reach the pig hole from Beach City? The number is divided again. Many netizens have felt that the questions are getting more and more difficult, but they also feel more interested. These questions are indeed in Legend, and as long as it is a pound, most experienced players can answer them. Question 5. It is better to use Moon in the Well than usual, or use Purgatory, better. Many netizens immediately began to struggle their brains. Blade thought about the scene of buy in the game. Question 6. Does the cursed weapon have a greater rate of violence when it is compared? After an hour and a half, a total of 4 questions took all players through a tense and exciting minute. I am afraid that for most players, even the college entrance examination has not been so concentrated. However, this gave all players who took the exam a hearty feeling. This question allowed all players to experience the fun of Legend again, and also made many players review the Legend belt for more than a year. The joy of coming. After this exam, the Legend craze unexpectedly came again, which was an unexpected surprise. And in the next few days, when the second world scored the exam questions, all Legend players were still talking about this exam. After all, the fierce questions are beyond everyone's imagination, and they are extremely interesting. I have discovered the fun of the game that many players have experienced but have not carefully studied. After this test, everyone has a deeper understanding of Legend. In the game it is also more effective to level up and fight monsters. However, the 100 questions of Legend have also aroused the interest of all players. For players who are particularly unwilling to take the exam of Legend, how can the 4 questions be fun? In the Fanatical Legend, under the crazy release of the players, various Legend exam questions have been released, such as the Legend Veteran Player Witch questions, and the Legend Knife Test. The questions are so strange that it is jaw-dropping, especially in one of the questions Legend. If a fighter uses the Savage Collision skill, how many times does it take to go from Beach City to League City, and how much magic potion to drink? When this question came out, all Legend players stunned. The answer is that there are different opinions. Even Kui Ming, who was responsible for the development of Legend, could not answer. Finally, under the experiment of a crazier player, with the answer 7 Nasi, I need to drink a big bottle of Magic Medicine Alliance bottle. The players in the whole server were in a coma, and sighed that they were not the craziest, but crazier. The madness of the Legend exam left other online game companies preparing to read the jokes dumbfounded. They never thought that a seemingly joke-like game test would actually attract players so much, and even spread to become a fashion. Many netizens go online every day. After meeting each other, the first word of greeting is that you answered the question today? How many points? Witnessing this boom, many online game companies have not become the first to eat crabs. But they will not be content with others and have launched corresponding game exams. Suddenly, the internet is full of game answering style. Elf Miracle Farm. Various game test questions are dazzling and dizzying. However, both the number of players' participation and the enthusiasm for their investment are far from comparable to the Legend exam. After all, whether it is the number of players in Legend, it is the 10 special consultant qualifications that contributed to the national examination, none of which can be provided by other companies, and the impact can be imagined. But all the Legend players are hot. It also made many students' homes and school teachers grasp the handle and even more violently criticized the Legend exam of Second World, believing that it misled the country and the people, harming the next generation of the motherland, so that these students do not want to go to school all day long, just want to Legend. In particular, a certain Tao surnamed Beast publicly declared that online games are just like drug addiction, and have addiction. Especially the bloody violence in online games will teach all minors to be bad, and called on relevant departments to embellish online games. At the same time, he declared that he would create a concentration camp for quit internet addiction, provide help to all students who are suffering from internet addiction. Of course, as for the cost, every person who suffers from internet addiction, parents of primary school students need to pay yuan. In this regard, many netizens attacked. The Robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added the 8 for masters, and the staff is a new piece. And there are many netizens who chenching Clinton, roaring, shouting to help people quit internet addiction. In fact, in order to enrich their own pockets, if you are really exposed to internet addiction for students, you shouldn't charge it so expensive. Damn, professor, I think it's a beast. Net concubine then just slightly the fire mouth is full of anger and goes to you called a beast. Said online games are drug users. Shu is a little bitch who wants to make money but wants to get rid of internet addiction. Many netizens lashed out with all kinds of fierce remarks, but Tao called a beast calmly. Instead, he took this as an example to point out the evils of online games to parents from all walks of life who are worried about their children playing games. The pure heart of the child makes it a social rubbish full of foul language, and at the same time he does not forget to continue to promote his own internet addiction cessation camp. Boss, do we want to make a statement? In response to Professor Tao, Wu Zhaopu frowned when he looked at the headline on Tao's calling a beast in the newspaper. Wu Zhaopu really could not think of a Chinese American, a well-known sociologist, an educator, and an active advocate of quality education. The specially appointed professor of Central China Normal University would be so ignorant that he threatened to take out online games, and in order to make money, so slander online games. The magic of money is huge. It's enough to make everyone crazy. We don't have to pay attention to him like this kind of clown. The more you pay attention to him, the more proud he will be, just like the sun. Similarly, he wished that someone would quarrel with him, so that he could be more famous, Lin Feng said with disdain. But now the society is very disgusted with online games. Especially parents of students and the school have a lot of complaints. I am afraid of the restrictions on the family policy that will be introduced, Wu Zhaopu said with concern. Lin Feng thought for a while, this is indeed a hidden danger. However, Lin Feng believes that the country will not lose sight of the profits brought by online games. The so-called restrictions are also limited. After all, this is an open society. In the age of the century, this kind of thing cannot be forbidden. Is it possible that the country has once again closed down the Qing dynasty? Isn't that a joke? However, it is best for the country to have an excuse to calm the anger from the community. Otherwise the online game market will still be affected to some extent. By the way, maybe that kind of thing is okay. And this time I can okay. Don't worry about this. I will find a way to give the country an excuse to block the leisurely people. Lin Feng smiled confidently, and then asked, the Legend has the examination questions been screened out? Wu Zhaopu nodded. The Robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added 8 or less, updated times, and more after computer screening. Only more than 2,000 players answered all the 4 questions in the Legend exam. Although the elimination rate is already very terrible, it is correct. Second world is still too much. Boss, what is the second round of exams? Wu Zezhu asked. Continue to test Legend. The relevant content is no longer in line with the current situation. All kinds of examination questions circulating on the internet have been flooded, and relying on it is purely redundant. Haha, in the second round, we will test the player's written expression ability and logical thinking ability. We take the composition test like the college entrance examination. Lin Feng hammered the table and said. Wu Zhaopu was taken aback. Hey! Don't these cold beasts teachers say that online games are a scourge? I want them to see what positive effects online games can bring to players. We say that our game players are all rascals, and we know that children will learn if it's bad. I will let them see what kind of good articles the players of Legend can write. This is also my best response to their attack. Lin Fengsenren said. Wu Zhaopu nodded. This is best. It is undoubtedly the best choice to respond to the doubts of the outside world through the player's personal perception in the game. It is far more clever than the official response of the second world, and it is even more speechless. Subsequently, Wu Zhaopu announced the content of the second round of examinations. Legend wrote an essay above the word Legend based on his own insights about Legend over the past year. The subject matter is not limited. Delivery in 3 days. The content of the second round of examinations came out, and everyone was shocked. A discerning person knows that this is the second world. For this period of time, every catty is called a beast. The Brick family's response is that everyone did not expect that the second world would respond in this way, but it is obviously very interesting. The industry's eyes are on the more than 0 players to see what they can write. The article comes. Is it as those bricks call beasts describe? Playing with things and losing one's ambitions will only bring various negative effects to people, but not positive effects. After 3 days, more than 4 articles were uploaded to the official website of Second World. Lin Feng invited the professors of the Department of Chinese Language and Literature of Fudan University in Shanghai to rate his comments. After screening, the 4 most outstanding articles were finally selected. At the same time, Lin Feng ordered the people to publish these 4 articles on the official website, and the players voted to select the best articles with 2 anchors for a week. Then the final selected knife players will be interviewed by the Second World on an official online video. Select the final Ming players to become the Second World. Special advisor specially invited to participate in the construction of the Legend Movie City. As soon as the 4 articles were published, they attracted extensive discussions from all walks of life, especially among them. Many of them are extremely classic sharp chapters, which are amazing. Among the many hot reviews of online games, Lin Feng went to Beijing to participate in the 4-year China's Top 10 Influential Figures Awards show. Looking at the guests at the scene, Lin Fengel was delighted. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. The mixed-race female anchor forgot to turn off the camera after the live broadcast. The video of her life was exposed. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 406, Top 10 IT Figures. Question mark reads. 75 Chapter 406 4 Suns. Gongai Uday at 7 o'clock on the bright side of the lamp wall in the Chengfu Palace Hotel in Beijing. The 4 giants toasted to each other in groups and talked about the changes in China's marking industry in the past year. The pattern of the 4 industries in the world also has the direction of the strong bait. However, the most talked about name among everyone was Lin Feng. This is the youngest richest man in the country who has caused numerous sensations in the past year. Legend reached the highest number of online users in the first year of Kongjin, which accounted for over 10,000, and the acquisition touched mid-year. The company launched the anti-terrorism Jingyazu Internet and then crashed and destroyed free female breeds in Q20, leading to the accidental collapse of the White House. New Wolf Network launched Audition's all-star lineup to create the myth of night earning. At the end of the year, he broke his wrist with Apple jobs. Not long ago, the 100 Questions of Legend came out, and the people who have created so many amazing achievements are actually only 2 years old this year. This is simply a legend. When Lin Feng arrived at the Beijing Chengfu Palace Hotel, the moment the door was pushed in, the eyes of the entire hall looked at Lin Feng, the man who created the legend. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, but this kind of attention-grabbing gaze had long been accustomed to it and didn't care. With a slight smile, I glanced around and saw a few acquaintances walking straight past. "Hi, Mr. Li, you are here too." Lin Feng walked over and took a picture of Baidu President Robin Li. The Robeshua just deleted the concave and added 8 young officials and new ones. "Lin Dong, I thought it was Wu Xiaopu and Wu always came. I didn't expect you to come in person," Li Yanhong said in surprise. Lin Feng was taken aback. "Haha, Lin Dong, except for the company boss in Beijing, most of the bosses from other places will not come in person and will only send a representative. After all, this so-called awards show is just a boring party. I am in Beijing and it is not good to come. And Baidu is now Zan needs to have a good relationship with the bosses, right to be a friendship." Li Yanhong shrugged indifferently. Lin Feng was depressed for a while. "It seems that I have been too excited for this 40 man of the 40 for a long time, and it seems that I am too excited. After all, this is the first time I have won this kind of award." Hee. "Lin Dong, don't be depressed. It's not bad to come today, but you are a big winner tonight. If you don't come, you can miss this good show." Seeing Lin Feng's depressed face, Li Yanhong enlightened with a smile. "The big winner?" Lin Feng didn't believe that he would get one of the top 10 winners at most. Later, Lin Feng also saw his own Linshai Technology Co., Limited. Wang Juntao, the operating officer of the danzidingdong.com seat, and others are also there. "Wang, Vice President, why are you here and don't tell me that we will come together?" Lin Feng pretended to be annoyed. Hee, my boss, I was able to negotiate a contract in Beijing, so I stopped by. Wang Juntao shrugged helplessly. After a few people exchanged greetings, the awards of the 40th Man of the Year awards officially began. "Guests and friends, good evening. Thank you very much for coming to our venue. We all sit together and cheer for the achievements of my country's 4 industries. Congratulations to the best. Thank you for your attention to China's 4 industries. Thank you for your 40 people in China, participation and support of the annual selection." Mr. Chen Xiao, Deputy Editor-in-Chief of China Youth Daily, took the lead in giving a speech under the introduction of the host. Lin Feng hadn't paid enough attention to the words, so he fainted. "Everyone is 4 people. Why are you so hard to be a mailer? 4 influential figures awarding. Why did you pull out the Chinese to return this program? Aren't you tired of that program?" Lin Feng was crying without tears. Subsequently, Mr. Wang Junxiu, Senior Strategic Consultant of the Internet Lab, specially invited Mr. Niguangnan, a member of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference and an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. The economist Mr. Lu Benfu, chairman of Yakai Internet Capital, Mr. Wang Zhu, and the candidate Lianbang Software president, Mr. Li Rucheng, gave long speeches that Lin Feng wanted to commit suicide. "Isn't this the 4th award party? When did it become the entertainment star award party? And in China, you have to make a long story? Don't you know that time is money for all man-marking?" In Lin Feng's full complaints, the lengthy speech finally ended. If it weren't for Lin Feng's self-cultivation now, I'm afraid Lin Feng would leave when these so-called experts and committee members were speaking. If Lin Feng really walked away in front of everyone, it would look extremely happy and amazing. But the trouble is certainly not small. After all, these experts are still making this speech, so you can directly ask them what they think. But fortunately, Lin Feng has learned to keep a low profile. Otherwise, Although these troubles will not find Lin Feng right away, they will be like ants gnawing on the levee. Sooner or later, Lin Feng, this not too strong levee, will collapse in the ant's nest. Now we enter the theme of this awards ceremony. I have asked Mr. Deng Xiaogao, the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of People's Daily, to announce the first prize-winning grass. The host's words pulled Lin Feng back from his drowsiness. The seal is very strict. The first one is Mr. Jiang Keoyang, Chairman of Sohus Board of Directors and official. Na Xiaogo squeezed the old magazine and wanted to make a joke, adjust the dull atmosphere of the scene. I don't know why this is the Entertainment Star Awards party. Besides, you are not funny. It's like an old eggplant with a broken face. No matter how funny a joke comes out of your mouth, it's not funny. Dear friends from the media, leaders, I am honored to have joined so many films with all the old generations under the light of Jiang Keoyang. Jiang Keoyang attaches great importance to this award. Thank you China Youth Daily, and thank you friends from the media. Unexpectedly, Deng Xiaogo sold an old face again, but Li Shanyu, the vice president of So, made that Xiaogao really a little bit old-faced to hang on. Lin Feng saw it but it was funny. Well, Jiang Keoyang, a So company in Haidian district, Bizuo, did not show up in person, but he really took it seriously. Afterwards, like X years of staring at the influential figures. The winners are NetEase Ding, Lenovo Group Chairman Liu Quanzai, and Hong Kong Sunshine Culture Group Chairman Yang Lan, but they all attended the event and sent representatives. Of course, the CEO of the company was repeatedly stated in the acceptance speech. Really attaches great importance to this catty. The jackpot is just that no one came. Lin Feng shook his head. If the netizens are sure it's another shit, damn, I won't be coming next year. Lin Feng whispered secretly. The fifth winner is Mr. Robin Lee, the executive officer of Baidu Company. Deng Xiaogo finally saw a ray of sunshine on his hazy face because he finally saw that the first winner appeared on the scene. Thanks to all friends in the media for voting for me to get me this award. In addition to thanking all the netizens for their support to Baidu, I also thank all Baidu employees for their dedication. At the same time, I would like to officially thank Lin Fenglin and Dong for his trust in me. Li Yanhong applauded. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment and didn't expect that Robin Lee would mention himself in his speech. However, there was a round of applause at the scene. Lin Feng instantly became the focus of the venue. Many people even screamed Lin Feng is here. It made Lin Feng look like a star, and Lin Feng shook his head very helplessly. I just want to keep a low profile. Don't do this. A sigh of wind secretly sighed. The sixth winner is Mr. Wang Juntao, Dingdong Network Seat Operations Officer, who has created a new era of e-commerce so that e-commerce can truly be realized in China. Deng Xiaogo said, I would like to express my gratitude to the 4 persons of the year for the year 10, but the person I want to thank the most is Lin Fenglin, the chairman of our company. Without his trust, I am still an e-commerce loser. Lin Dong. Thank you for giving me a chance to prove myself again. On the stage, Wang Juntao bowed to Lin Feng to thank Lin Feng very formally. Lin Feng inhaled this Wang Juntao. Why is it so formal? It's hard to keep a low profile. But there was an uproar at the scene. No one thought that the person who would like to thank the winner of 2 catties in a row was Lin Feng. The eyes of everyone looking at Lin Feng were wrong, full of jealousy and envy. The 7th winner is Tencent Group Ma Huan. Tencent Holdings successfully listed in Hong Kong and created a record in the instant messaging market. Deng Xiaogo introduced. However, it was a vice president of Tencent who took the stage to prove once again how little this so-called 40 people in China in the year of Jinx is taken seriously. The vice president of Tencent looked at Lin Feng after the eloquent declaration of the prize. Dong Lin, our chairman, Ma Dong Market, told me that Tencent can have today's agreement that Dong Lin had made in the past. Use farm and other suggestions in exchange for Tencent million shares. Without your guidance and the capital injection of 40,000 yuan, Tencent might have long ago bankrupt. Dong Ma asked me to express my gratitude to Dong Lin very formally. The vice president of Tencent also unexpectedly bowed deeply on the stage and caused an uproar at the scene. This is so, too, so, and so is the third. And this is Tencent's Deputy General Representative, Tencent Chairman Ma Huat, expressing his gratitude to Lin Feng, which is too exciting. It's hard for everyone else in the room to win this award. But Lin Feng how? 3 consecutive winners have expressed their gratitude to Lin Feng, which is too jealous. But if you think about it carefully, isn't it? Baidu Lin Feng owns Wu shares, and it can be said that Baidu is almost Lin Feng's. Dingdong.com. It goes without saying that Lin Feng's ownership of Tanlo's shares also belongs to Lin Feng. As for Tencent, everyone thinks carefully that Lin Feng owns shares of XO Tencent and is the third largest shareholder of Tencent. In this way, everyone is deeply aware of what makes people more popular than others. The 8th winner is the Phantom led by Lin's Technology Co. Limited. Vice President Tan Zi successfully opened the Asian and European markets, and the North American market has become the most fashionable technology product in the past X years. Deng Xiaogao reluctantly announced. Everybody knows that this company is from Lin Feng. It made the party tonight seem like Lin Feng's commendation meeting. How helpless. Tan Zi smiled and walked onto the stage. Everyone in the audience was speechless. So tonight is the Lin Feng Personal Award Thank You Party. Korean female anchor's private secret video was exposed. Cute and full! Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 407 Character Beauty President. Seeing Tanz on the stage, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, especially with the jealous eyes around. Lin Feng sighed. In fact, I really want to keep a low profile now. In fact, in addition to the joint efforts of all the employees of the company for the brilliance created by Lin Shai Technology Co. Limited in the past year, the person most thankful is the company's chairman Lin Fenglin. Although the Phantom has set a year-on-day record of more than 16 million units, but at first I encountered the embarrassment of zero sales in the United States. Thanks to Lin Dong's wise choice, the Phantom has become a fashion symbol in the IT industry in the past year. Here I represent all employees of the company. Lin Dong expressed his gratitude. After Tan Zi finished speaking, he bowed deeply, making the scene dumb and making Lin Feng sigh slightly. Why is this again? Without your help, I am nothing. After all, I am only proposing ideas, but you are the real planners. Lin Feng does not know why a few people are like this today, but it undoubtedly makes Lin Feng feel a kind of pressure, the pressure of being trusted. Trust is a good thing, but sometimes it is also a bad thing. When everyone encounters a problem that can't be solved, they will think of you. If you can't solve it, that is the beginning of the crash. Obviously, at the moment he is praised by everyone as a hero, but once the hero fails once, the consequences will be overwhelming. The 9th winner is Mr. Zijun, chairman of the 9th City Computer Technology Consulting Co., Limited, who created the first virtual community in China and also created a record of 300,000 online users of the Miracle Online game. Deng Xiaogao breathed a sigh of relief. At last, it was not Lin Feng's company this time, but when it comes to 300,000 online records of Miracle, the tone is inevitably weak. After all, the real giant crocodile Lin Feng in domestic online games is sitting below 300,000 online, which is too ridiculous. The shocking record of 5.01 million was created by Lin Feng's Second World. Under the gaze of everyone, a tall beauty got up, looked around, smiled slightly, and walked onto the stage. The eyes of everyone in the audience lit up. After all, among a large group of men, the appearance of such a fashionable and sexy beauty is indeed like a flower in a bush, attracting attention. What's more, Chen Xiaoai is indeed beautiful and has outstanding temperament. The arrogance of despising sentient beings between her brows makes these IT giants who are usually male chauvinists obsessed. Dear friends from the media, all the winners of the top 10 IT figures in 2001, I'm really sorry, because Mr. Zejun is currently in a meeting in a field and cannot come to receive the award, so I am entrusted to receive this award. Thank you for your comments on the ninth city's support. The great love to Mr. Zejun," the beauty said generously while standing on the stage. Looking at the beauties talking on the stage, Lin Feng felt that the gaze she occasionally looked at herself was always full of hostility. "President Li, who is this beauty?" Lin Feng asked in a whisper. He, Lin Dong, she is Chen Xiaoai, the beauty president just hired by the ninth city, and the woman who was scolded by your legend players as a woman's opinion," Li Yanhong said with a smile. Lin Feng suddenly realized after hearing this, but with a frown, "It is a netizen who is scolding you, not me. Why do you put the account on me?" Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. A woman who really cares about everything, she really deserves to be scolded by a woman. "Donglin, this Chen Xiaoai is not small," Li Yanhong said. Chen Xiaoai graduated from the junior class of the University of Science and Technology of China, studied in the United States at the age of 19, majoring in molecular biology, received a PhD in molecular genetics and biochemistry from the University of Pittsburgh at the age of 26, and did a 2.5-year postdoctoral work at the University of California, San Francisco, returned to China in 1996. In 1997, she started as a casual reporter who was initially unable to appear on the scene, and quickly became a well-known international station host. She interviewed U.S. President Bill Clinton, former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, and CNN founder Ted Turner, and one of the founders of Yahoo, Yang Zhuan. Jerry Yang also served as a consultant for the media and pharmaceutical industry at McKinsey's New York headquarters, and served as the general manager and president of China.com. Donglin, this woman is not easy. This time, Zejun used a lot of money to dig it up to fight against Second World. Don't look at her beautiful and weak appearance, but she is a strong woman, and her words are often sharp. It makes people unable to parry, and never gives people room, which makes people very embarrassed. Li Yanhong reminded. Lin Feng narrowed his mouth slightly after hearing this. Such a woman is indeed terrible, and a man's nightmare. I don't know who wants to marry her. The momentum is compelling, the words are sharp, and he still looks down on men. Whoever marries back, it is really not a tracheitis but also a tracheitis. Women are for love, so be cute. It is a pity that such a woman can hardly be related to cuteness. Lin Feng Chong Li Yanhong sighed slightly, listening to Li Yanhong's joy. Chen Xiaoai, who was giving a speech on the stage, heard Li Yanhong's laugh. Her eyes swept, and she saw Lin Feng and Li Yanhong cross heads to each other, and her eyes seemed to point to her, especially Li Yanhong's unscrupulous laughter, even more so. Come piercing. Okay, don't laugh, everyone has been seen, be careful that she retaliates against you. Lin Feng immediately reminded him when he saw that Chen Xiao's eyes were not right. Li Yanhong took a look and quickly held his face, but thinking of Lin Feng's theory of women want cute, and then looking at the serious face Chen Xiaoai, he couldn't control it immediately, and he burst into laughter. Although it is not good to know, but it is too late. Hearing the laughter, everyone frowned and swept over, looking at Li Yanhong and Lin Feng, not knowing what they were doing. Seeing everyone's eyes, Lin Feng was calling for injustice. It was all Li Yanhong who was smiling, and it had nothing to do with him. But obviously, Lin Feng's innocent expression was a naked concealment in the eyes of everyone, and it was a concealment with no technical content. Finally, Robin Lee held back his smile and pointed at Chen Xiaoai, who was interrupted by her own laughter on the stage, and everyone looked back. Looking at Robin Lee, who was holding his smile on the stage, Chen Xiaoai was extremely dissatisfied. Her speech was interrupted by Robin Lee several times, and finally even laughed out loud, too disrespectful to herself. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaoai glanced at Lin Feng next to Li Yanhong, her brows even more disdainful. In the past few days, netizens scolded her as a woman's opinion, which made her extremely annoyed. In the face of thousands of netizens, she couldn't return her mouth, and she was so angry. Today I am speaking on behalf of Zijun, and these two shameless stinky men are still making trouble, which is really hateful. Thinking of this, Shen Xiao's anger rose in her heart. Everyone, I think most of the people here are peers, and some are even in direct competition. The Ninth City is a company that operates online games. Although the domestic online game market is fiercely competitive today, I hope that all online game companies can compete with each other. It is a healthy competition to promote the game industry in our country, so that the industry can compete in an orderly manner. It is a benign competition that will ultimately promote the development of China's game industry and become a game country and a game power. Don't engage in vicious competition and kill chickens for temporary benefits. In the long run, this is an act of exhaustion and fishing, which is devastating to the entire industry chain. Shen Xiao said. Lin Feng's brow jumped when he heard it, and it felt weird how to hear this. It seemed that there was a bit of subtext in it. Donglin, it seems that this unlovable woman is about to take offense. Your second world is the strongest in the entire domestic online game market, and you must have fired at you. Li Yanhong pondered slightly and pushed Lin Feng with his elbow. Say. Lin Feng was speechless, but forget it. Who made his company become popular now? Therefore, here I hope that some companies will not mislead consumers for the sake of immediate benefits. I also hope that some individuals will not pamper themselves and disrespect others because of temporary victory or defeat. Especially in my speech. At that time, it happened to whisper, tell jokes, and even laugh out loud below. Are you not adults or elementary school students? You have no self-control. You do not respect me. And you do not respect yourself, and disrespect all IT bosses present. Shen Xiao said with blushing cheeks. Lin Feng looked depressed when he heard this. Please, eldest sister, I admit that I just whispered is wrong, but you are just accepting the award on behalf of you. You don't need to give a speech for 10 minutes and you haven't finished speaking. Besides, it is not me who speaks. Why are you aiming at me? And you don't have to bring out all the IT bosses to suppress others, let alone Robin Lee who laughed out loud. Complaints have their heads, debts have their heads, you don't have to count it all on me. Lin Feng was depressed, but Li Yanhong was so cool. Unexpectedly, Shen Xiao would point all the fingers at Lin Feng. One is a strong woman from the host, who speaks sharply, is unreasonable and unforgiving. The other is the youngest man in the past 2 years, the youngest richest man in the country. The two must fight together, it must be interesting. Li Yanhong completely ignored himself irresponsibly, watching the show with his arms folded. Also, I hope that some people will not manipulate the media or even manipulate netizens to personally attack her people just because they own so many internet companies. I may be one of the few who are neither a shareholder nor a big one. Boss, I'm just a professional manager, and I understand that I'm a part-time worker. But I hope that I, a wage earner, can also be respected. There are also some people who denounce me as a woman. I'd like to ask this, people. What is a woman's opinion? I wonder if this boss has the courage to stand up and refute my words. Thank you everyone. After Chen Xiao finished speaking, she bowed slightly and applauded from the audience. During this period of time, Chen Xiao was scolded by netizens for their views on women. Everyone knows it. All the giants in the IT industry here are naturally aware of this matter. And as to who the boss Chen Xiao said was, it was Lin Feng. Everyone applauded, cheering for Chen Xiao. At the award ceremony just now, 4 consecutive winners expressed their gratitude to Lin Feng, which made everyone jealous of Lin Feng. At this time, naturally standing on the side of the beautiful president who dared to shoot at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was speechless, really speechless. It is even more sinful to be accused of manipulating the media. The 10th winner is Lin Feng, chairman of the second world. Deng Xiaogo announced in a deep voice. After Chen Xiao's speech just now, Deng Xiaogo knew that today's awards party might be lively. Everyone in the audience suddenly applauded. Of course, most of the audience was watching the show. Let's see how Lin Feng responded to Chen Xiao's accusation. Lin Dong, come on, If you don't want to fight, you are not a man. Li Yanhong applauded warmly. Damn, I'm not afraid of being elevated while watching a theater. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 408 Weeping in Anger? Reeks. 75 Chapter 408 Park Fengxin walked to the stage to look at the enthusiastic people down the stage and sighed slightly. Second, from the faces of the people under the stage, you can see how boring this so-called top 10 influential figure of music awards are. After all, it is for everyone in the four circles. For giants, it doesn't matter whether there is this award or not. Only the company can make money if it goes public. The bosses here are not celebrities who need a certain prize to increase fame and value. So it's no wonder that these four giants are so interested in Chen Xiao's accidental fire. It is undoubtedly a very pleasant thing to watch Chen Xiao and Lin Feng pinching at such a small and boring awards party. Lin Feng just remembered who this Chen Xiao was. Back then NetEase and Ninetowns fought for the World of Warcraft agency dispute between the two companies. NetEase won. Later, when the seventh session was called the Peak, Ding, the president and chairman of NetEase, and Chen Xiaoi, the president of Ninetowns, fought a war of words at the peak. This Chen Xiaoi was even more sprayed by Ding and went away on the spot. The sharp words of his speech are tricky. But why do you have trouble with me? Aren't you looking for so much? After a touch of wind brewed some emotions, he spoke slowly. First of all, I will be awarded as one of the top 10 4 influential figures in China in the year of making X. I am very happy with the award. Lin Feng is holding this catty villain. The trophy of China's 40 Winds and Clouds Awards looked at it and said slightly. Everyone didn't care about Lin Feng's acceptance speech. What they looked forward to was how Lin Feng would respond to the accusation of the internet talent Chen Xiaoi. For example, Chen Xiaoi reprimanded Lin Feng for disrespecting her, alluding to the vicious competition of killing chickens and eggs in the second world, and even alluding to Lin Feng's manipulation of the media to mislead netizens. These three big hats are not light. The Roboqua just deleted the recess and added 8 4 less update blocks. More importantly, we should know that today's 40 most influential figures in China awards were broadcast live on the court and several major portals were broadcast online. It is conservatively estimated that the number of viewers has been viewed. If Lin Feng was choked up here, the charge of vicious competition manipulating the media would be fulfilled. This also has a certain impact on the second world popular and prolific. Looking at everyone in the audience, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Secondly, I would like to make a sincere apology for Miss Chen Xiaoi, a netizen who accused someone of disrespect for her laughter during her speech. I am here to express my deep apology to Miss Chen Xiaoi on behalf of the laughter of the netizen. Lin Feng Chong Chen Xiaoi bowed deeply while not forgetting to squeeze his eyes at Li Yanhong to the comrades. It costs a fare. There was a shock at the scene. No one thought that such a strong figure like Lin Feng would really apologize to Chen Xiaoi. After all, the internet talent Chen Xiaoi was so eloquent for more than 20 minutes. There were many bosses who were there to talk. Although Chen Xiaoi was hard against Lin Feng, she felt dull on her face. There are many people. However, Lin Feng's attitude and posture of apologizing are extremely sincere, but this tone always makes people feel awkward. Chen Xiaoi frowned. Although she was dissatisfied with Lin Feng's attitude, Lin Feng publicly apologized. What else could she say? Li Yanhong shook his head helplessly for a while. Although Lin Feng has rectified it, but I look forward to waiting for Lin Feng's counterattack. He didn't believe that Lin Feng would just bow his head and be so unreasonable. Just now Miss Chen Xiaoi said that the online game market is a catty. In the emerging industry, all of our online game companies should operate with the heart of driving the national game industry exhibition. The company should eliminate vicious competition in the industry. He did stupid things that ruined the entire game industry with temporary benefits. Lin Feng looked at the crowd and said loudly. Everyone was stunned that this was the words of the netizen Chen Xiaoi. Ex-netizen Chen Xiaoi was accusing the second world of vicious competition. Does Lin Feng want to pretend not to know? This is too bad. Chen Xiaoi secretly spit in disdain. But you. Lin Feng looked at Chen Xiaoi's disdainful face and smiled. Therefore, I strongly protested the emergence of countless game companies imitating the Plants vs. Zombies type launched by our company some time ago. How such vulgar and bad imitation can promote the national game industry exhibition, especially in some cities. The change of online games to quasi-single-player operation is not deceiving consumers. This short-sighted behavior for immediate benefit is absolutely shameful and simply hateful. Lin Feng shouted impassionately. Everyone listened to Moran for a while. Who else could this certain city be besides 90%? Lin Dong, I protest your malicious slander on our company. Chen Xiaoi stood up and shouted. Slander? Miss Chen Xiaoi, when did I slander your company? Oh, are you talking about certain cities? I think you might have heard it wrong. I didn't say 90% but about online games in certain cities. Company? Lin Feng said with a sly smile. You Chen Xiaoi and Liu eyebrows are erected. Although people with a discerning eye know that they mean 90%. But it is true that Lin Feng didn't say that it was the 9th city and sat down indignantly. Li Yanhong clapped his applause, which caused Chen Xiaoi's indignation. However, Robin Li is not afraid of a worker who is so arrogant here. Although he is so barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes, don't think that you can talk nonsense by virtue of being a woman. You should know that there are many thorns on the ground. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Chen Xiaoi. The show is still to come. Blame my company and I will let you insult yourself. There is also what Miss Chen Xiaoi said, that manipulating the media to mislead netizens is a very despicable method. All four people present here are all successful people with good looks, and most of them are the company's bosses who have the right to live and kill the company. Every word and deed determines the company, the future of all employees. Therefore, we cannot learn from irresponsible words such as irresponsible reporters and TV hosts. Lin Feng said with a smile. There was an uproar in the audience. This was even more obvious against Chen Xiaoi. Everyone knew that Chen Xiaoi was born as a reporter and became a TV host. Mr. Lin Feng, are you taunting me for manipulating the media? Chen Xiaoi was furious with a pair of phoenix-eyed rounds. She had never been so ridiculed and ridiculed, and her whole body shivered. Sorry, I just said that those journalists and media who can betray their conscience for money and irresponsible conscience. I almost forgot that Ms. Chen Xiaoi was also a reporter and TV host. Lin Feng patted his forehead and apologized with chagrin. MissChenMuoang.com. Only when I am offended, I hope to forgive and hope for forgiveness. Everyone at the scene almost couldn't help but laugh. Lin Feng's expression did not have the slightest regret. It is said that the words are improper and the wording is wrong, but the tone shows that the ate-me is deliberate. Chen Xiao's angry face was green, but Lin Feng's words made her helplessly look around and could only hold back the evil anger in her chest and sit down angrily. However, Chen Xiaoi sat down and said, Lin Feng again. So I strongly appeal to all the CEOs of the four companies to create an orderly and competitive domestic environment for my tomorrow so that the four industries are no longer called the bubble industry. Don't have a feminine opinion. Lin Feng appealed. After the voice network, Chen Xiaoi stood up again with a tang. Her eyes were full of anger and looked at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, I want you to apologize to me for the net talent. Chen Xiaoi, with a pretty decent face, almost savagely. The internet is full of words from netizens scolding her for women's views, and now Lin Feng is still here, especially in front of her. All the four bosses said in front of her that this was not pure heart to humiliate her. If she could bear this, she wouldn't be called Chen Xiaoi. Apologize. Why should I apologize? Lin Feng said playfully. Because Chen Xiaoi has already listed a set of excuses. She was born as a reporter and has been a show host for many years. On language organization ability, she asked herself, better than all the men present. Miss Chen, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you, but how could Lin Feng give Chen Xiaoai a chance to directly interrupt? Speaking of apology, maybe you should apologize to me. I apologize to you for what? Chen Xiaoai sneered several times and looked like you were an idiot. Miss Chen asked him to apologize when someone laughed twice during your speech. I also apologize cautiously to you on behalf of my family. But when I was speaking, you interrupted me again and again. Shouldn't you apologize to me? Lin Fengson said. Everyone was in an uproar. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng apologized at the beginning for the purpose of setting up a game that would get Chen Xiaoai in. Chen Xiaoai didn't expect Lin Feng to calculate from the beginning. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. But she was speechless. The Robook concave just deleted the concave and date for less updated times. What I do? I heard that Miss Chen is a genius student in the junior class of the University of Science and Technology of China, and got a PhD degree in molecular genetics and biochemistry from the University of Pittsburgh, and I am just a small high school. You are a highly talented student with a degree of education. As a high school student, I know how to apologize for doing something wrong. You should know better than me. Lin Feng chased after him. Don't deceive people too much. Chen Xiaoai screamed under Li's words. Too much deception? I'm just asking for a reasonable apology. And you? The internet only accuses the domestic online game industry of unfair competition, and the campaign is manipulation of the media to mislead netizens. Does it represent your personal opinion or 90%? Lin Feng chased after him. Although Chen Xiaoai was very angry, she also knew that Wang Kai's own declaration was a bit too intense, so she would not admit that it represented 90%. It's just that my personal remarks do not mean 90%, Chen Xiaoai said coldly. Lin Feng smiled. To ask you to admit that you represent an individual and not the company. Miss Chen, I have to remind you tonight that this is the top 10 people in China in the year of Ginks. At the awards party, you can come to represent your President Zhu. In other words, your words represent President Zhu. But you are here but delay the schedule of all the 4 presidents. Personal opinion. Words. Lin Feng sneered. What qualifications do you have as a part-timer to stand on this stage and express your personal opinion? There was a loud bang and the entire scene was completely stunned. No one expected Lin Feng's counterattack to be so violent and so thunderous. And wave after wave it was impossible to breathe and showed no mercy. Everyone secretly rumors that the people who offended Lin Feng didn't end well at first sight today. Everyone had a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't the only ones who deliberately provoked, or they would have fallen by the wayside. Everyone looked at Chen Xiaoai again, and no one thought that this strong woman who had always been sharp and unreasonable and often embarrassing would actually cry. This female president who was stern and resolute in the 4 worlds actually cried in front of everyone. There was a buzz in the audience. Chen Xiaoai doesn't want to cry. She has a strong personality since she was a child and never admits defeat. At the time, for her mother, she said in front of people that her grades were not as good as others. She just went to school every day and became the first person in the community to be admitted to the junior class of the University of Science and Technology of China. Today, when Lin Feng was so attacked, her whole body trembled and wanted to fight back but didn't know how to fight back. Especially Lin Feng's phrase, "What qualifications do you have to stand on this personal opinion?" finally broke Chen Xiaoai's last line of defense and made her tears stay. Chen Xiaoai covered her face and walked away from the scene. There was a slight buzzing sound at the scene. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. And he didn't expect this woman with such a strong personality would actually cry in front of the public. Li Yanhong gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Today, this is indeed relieved. At least let this woman know that you, a part-time worker in the 4 realms, shouldn't be too arrogant to choke other company presidents directly. Afterwards, Naxiao reluctantly ended the award ceremony of the 40 most influential people in China in the year Tenjin. He did not expect that this awards party would end in a fuss. Moreover, Such a strong woman as Chen Xiaoi was so angry that she cried. This is really incredible. The look at Lin Feng was full of fear and horror. Because this awards party was broadcast live and major portal sites broadcast online videos on the internet, the news that the beautiful president was cried by Lin Fengkai suddenly became popular across the internet. In particular, the video format of Chen Xiaoi crying, covering her face and running away, was intercepted by netizens and played back continuously. Excessive discussion about Lin Feng has become a hot spot in the entire network. Most female netizens are standing on Chen Xiaoi's side. For example, the netizen Yu Yuran said that although Miss Chen Xiaoi was the first to insinuate Lin Feng in the second world, as a rich man in the country, Lin Feng should not be so aggressive towards a working president. Is to cry a woman angry. However, the vast majority of male netizens think that what Lin Feng did to the netizen almighty citizen should be like this. A woman who is so arrogant or a wage earner who replaces the boss should keep her duty, but she provokes everywhere. Lin Feng is one of the top 10 influential figures in the country. She was so provoked and cried by Lin Fengkai. It deserved. On the internet, male netizens and female netizens hyped up a debate between men and women. The selection of the 4 legend essays in this network of Gunsmoke has officially ended. The clothes of the most female anchor in Thailand are almost out of pocket. Watch the video online. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. My 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. The 409th chapter is not a game, but loneliness. Question mark. In the case of Chen Xiaoi being disturbed by a debate between men and women caused by the anger and crying incident, the final results of 100 legend sentimental essays were also voted by netizens. The top 20 have been selected, but as to who is the first place in this legend sentimental essay, it is difficult for all the literary experts hired by Lin Feng to choose, especially the results of the 2 online netizens voting, which is also a miracle. It was exactly the same. Both received 2.122258 votes. One article was written by a netizen named I Love Red Brother is not playing games, but loneliness. I am a generation who grew up playing games. Over the years, people have changed and games have changed, but our love for games has not changed, nor has the disadvantaged position of our player groups in this society changed. In this metropolis, our ordinary working people without an official father or a rich mother, our lives are full of tragedies. When we were tired for a day and opened the door of the 2,000 yuan monthly rent, but faced a small, cold room, we only had helplessness and deep loneliness in our hearts. The only thing that accompanies us is the game, and only this hot blood legend. Someone clamored for legend every day to make us addicted. Yes, we are addicted. But what we are obsessed with is not the game, but the sense of belonging that the game gives us. What we are obsessed with is the friends and feelings we have gained in the game over the past year, and the attachment and sustenance over the past year. We don't want to play games. What can we do without playing games? A bar is 1,000 yuan a night, and a love relationship is hundreds of yuan a night. After coming down several times, he becomes a moonlight clan. Besides cheap games, what else can we do? Brother, I am not playing games, but loneliness. The eloquence of more than 4,000 words has exhausted the hardships and helplessness of an ordinary office worker's life, and the sustenance of the game, as well as the emptiness of the soul. This article is embarrassing and sad to read. This is the truest portrayal of office workers in modern cities. The other one was written by a netizen named who is still in school. Why are life's coffee tables full of cups? When I was born, the first word I learned was mother, but the first word I understood was grow up. To test 100 points. From the time I was still ignorant, my mother began to teach me addition and subtraction. When I was in elementary school, I not only had to do my inexhaustible homework every day, but also various interest classes. But I really knew everything about it. Not interested. When I arrived in junior high school, my parents repeatedly told me to study hard and take a good high school entrance exam in the future. After I waited for high school, I told me to keep working hard and get into a good university in the future. Faced with the endless homework and test papers, watching the 100 points on the score, my parents were happy. But was my birth just for the damn score? Is this my childhood memory? Finally one day, I came into contact with the game and came into contact with the legend, which brought me a brilliance that has never been in my life, and made me understand that life can be so happy, and happiness is so simple. But some people say that students can't play games and have to read books. Is it true that for students, in addition to reading, can't you have a little leisure life? Why is the coffee table of my life full of cups? After reading these 2 articles, all those who had come from school days were silent. The article complained about the shortcomings of exam-oriented education, and made the simplest and most direct description of the happiness brought by legend. Although the language is straightforward, it is straightforward. 2 articles, one described the happiness of legend as an ordinary office worker in the city, and the other described the happiness of legend as a student, each with a swing, both of which are embarrassing. In particular, the titles of the 2 articles are both embarrassing and sentimental. Brother is not playing games, but loneliness. Why are life's coffee tables full of cups? Suddenly it became the most popular vocabulary on the internet. Many netizens ridiculed each other. Brother eats not noodles but loneliness, and so on. While reflecting the internet culture, it once again deeply exposes the cups of today's Chinese. Experts are difficult to choose, and netizens voted equally. Finally, Lin Feng decided to announce that the authors of the 2 articles were tied for the first place in the Legend Grand Prix, and became the first to be admitted without the need for online video. Special consultant of the Legend Film City Construction Department of the Second World. At the same time, these 2 articles were serialized by major domestic newspapers and magazines. I Love Red and became internet celebrities for a while, and were interviewed by many reporters. Please Go and Speak even began to discuss the sorrow of office workers in the city, and the topic of whether exam-oriented education is appropriate. The so-called Brick House and Cold Beast once again stand on the opposite side of netizens, refuting the views of netizens that urban office workers are slaves and exam-oriented education is murdering the imagination of students. The 2 sides fought once again. I have to say that Lin Feng's 10-player special advisors incident this time has become a social phenomenon. However, after witnessing these 2 articles, the school and Tao, who had been clamoring for Call the Beast, have temporarily lost their voices. After all, these 2 articles directly pointed to the weakness of today's domestic society, and made Tao, who has always been sensationalized, called a beast, speechless. Subsequently, after the 3rd round of online video interviews, Second World finally admitted 10 lucky players to become special consultants of the Second World Ministry of Construction, responsible for the supervision of the construction of the Legend Movie City, and had certain suggestions. Right. The 10 lucky players are, I Love Red, Longevity Chapang, Stupid Bird Flying First, Wild Ultraman, Melancholy Heart, Evil Heart, Name Does Not Exist, Bishanwai, Feng Qiang Dance. Of course, because he's still a student, in order not to affect his studies, Lin Feng decided to give him a privilege. Every year, he only needs to go to Chu City during summer and winter vacations to inspect the progress of the construction of the Legend Movie City. The admission of 10 people has become the focus of the envy of tens of millions of Legend players. After all, breaking out from millions of players is really enviable. It is important to know that the most difficult civil service examination is only 1 in 10,000. But only 10 out of a million. Inadvertently, the Second World broke a record for the ratio of recruits to applicants. At the same time, in order to show that the company attaches great importance to 10 people, instead of as many outside comments have said, the Second World is to fool players, deceive players, and create this job fair purely to attract eyeballs. Lin Feng personally does this job fair. Everyone issued air tickets and invited them to the Second World headquarters. After signing the contract, they personally sent them to Chu City and arranged a place for them in Chu City. At the same time, The rights and obligations of 10 people were announced. The right of the 10 people is to put forward their own rationalization suggestions to the Ministry of Construction of the Second World in accordance with the progress of the construction of the Legend Movie City, and the obligation is to use their own writing to upload the construction projects they see every day on the internet. It was published, and the pictures during the construction of the Legend Movie City were filmed through the camera that Lin Feng sent to everyone, and posted on the internet for all netizens who are enthusiastic about the Legend Movie City to understand the progress. Regarding Lin Feng's practice of publishing the progress of the Legend Movie City every day, all online game company bosses disdain, thinking that Lin Feng is another hype. However, what makes people jealous is that this technique has been extremely popular among netizens. They log onto the website every day and watch the Legend Movie City change its appearance day by day. Familiar scenes slowly emerge in the real world, letting all Legend players do it. Excited and worried about it. And the popularity has been improved unconsciously. When all Legend players paid close attention to the construction of Legend Movie City, Takashi Nishiyama took the original SNK game development team and finally adapted the King of Fighters into an online fighting game, and aimed at Lin Feng's Fighting League after system optimization and Kihen's help. The King of Fighters Online was officially launched after the implantation of cloud computing, and it will be able to carry more than tens of millions of players to play online at the same time. The King of Fighters Online is adapted from the King of Fighters series. The worst generation of the King of Fighters series is undoubtedly the King of Fighters 2001 inches released hastily last year, and the most acclaimed is the King of Fighters 98 inches, known as the War of Dreams, and is also the masterpiece of the original SNK company. It is a pursuit. The fantasy generation of extreme combat pleasure, no plot, just a game to fight for battle. Through investigation, most players mainly like the King of Fighters 97 inches, the King of Fighters 98 inches, and the King of Fighters 2000 inches. Among them, the King of Fighters 97 inches moves quickly, the blood bar is fast, and the moves are more gorgeous, and it is enjoyable to fight. But the disadvantage is that there are many bugs such as infinite connection, fixed body, etc., and players are easy to use these bugs. Win and destroy the balance of the game. The King of Fighters 98 inches was rated as a near-perfect generation, with the most balanced character design, high operational requirements, and the most test of the player's level. The disadvantage is that it is too perfect and non-masters cannot enjoy its pleasure. The King of Fighters 2000 inches is the most beautiful generation of pictures, surpassing the predecessors. The disadvantage is that it is difficult to adapt to the improved support model. Finally, Takashi Nishiyama needed 3 of the most popular KOF masterpieces, absorbing the refreshing fighting feeling of KOF 97 inches, the fighting balance system of KOF 98 inches, and the gorgeous pictures of KOF 2000 inches, forming the current King of Fighters Online. At the same time, on the basis of the original Loser Pays system, Lam Feng also launched the Loser Challenge, where the loser can spend double points 0.2 yuan to challenge opponents and fight for revenge. However, the result of the game is not recorded in the official league game record. It is purely to provide a chance of revenge for the failed players, and increase the personal losing streak record and winning streak record, and increase the fastest KO list, the most consecutive moves list and other major lists, and the top 10 of each list can get the second world every month, an official reward of 100 yuan game currency. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 410 The King of Fighters Online. The introduction of a rewarding measure will undoubtedly stimulate the heart of the strong of all fighting game players. Before the server opened, it was already gearing up. During this period of time, the already silent arcade halls became popular again. The King of Fighters game console was filled with players, and the game coins were thrown into the King of Fighters game consoles as if thrown into the ocean. Many of the owners of the arcade halls laughed, But when the King of Fighters Online is released, I'm afraid these arcade owners will never be happy anymore. In 2002, at 12 noon on Saturday, March 16, the King of Fighters Online was launched on time. Players who had been waiting for a long time, when they saw the server login button light up, clicked in frantically. Just 3 minutes later, the King of Fighters Online set a record for the number of online people, second only to Audition's all-star lineup. 2.3 million national fighting game players squeezed into the server to start the qualification challenge. On the first day, the number of online users reached a peak at 8 p.m., with the highest online number exceeding 4.2 million, almost including all fighting game players in China. By 12 noon the next day, 24 hours on the first day, the King of Fighters Online created the amazing record of more than 30 million RMB, shocked the entire industry. No one can imagine that a fighting game will create a record of more than 36 million overnight, and the fighting league has not yet been served. Only the first day of the qualification matches and ordinary challenges between players can bring such an amazing record. After analysis by major media, there is no water in this data. The King of Fighters Online round can be as short as 1 minute, as long as 3 or 4 minutes, and at least 15 rounds can be played in 1 hour. There are 360 games in 24 hours. An average of 1.6 million people are online, and at least 300 million rounds are played a day. Although each round is only 0.1 yuan, the profit can be imagined in the face of this huge amount of data. In particular, Lin Feng's unique loser pays system makes all fighting players want to stop. No one is willing to fail, and no one hopes to be a frequent visitor on the longest losing streak list. That is undoubtedly a shame. How did it fail? Continue to challenge. Not as skilled as humans. Continue to hone the technology. Whether you continue to challenge or hone your skills alone, you need to spend 0.1 yuan. And it is this inconspicuous 0.1 yuan that gathers sand into a tower and accommodates hundreds of rivers in the sea, achieving the glory of the King of Fighters Online. All experts in the industry exclaimed Second World once again dug a gold mine. However, while the Second World is digging into the gold mine, I am afraid that the national arcade bosses will gnash their teeth and curse Lin Feng. Without the support of the King of Fighters series, the arcade market is obviously more sluggish. For all King of Fighters Online players, each game loses only 0.1 yuan, and it does not cost a penny to win. This is for most shy players. As long as their skills are good, they only need to pay for the internet, can enjoy the thrill of the game. Although major domestic internet cafes charge a bit more for computers that provide handles to access the internet, for many players, this is already lower than the cost of other online games. Many online game companies are naturally jealous, but they are helpless and desperate. Entertainment online games. Second World swept the entertainment and leisure online games with Audition's all-star lineup. Under the charm of celebrities, almost all female players were absorbed. Now it has launched a King of Fighters Online, and also adopts this hateful loser pays system. Almost robbed all players who love fighting games. These online game companies can only grab resources from the remaining male players who do not love fighting games, and they have to compete for resources with the powerful legend of the Second World and Counter-Strike Online. Life is hard. All online game companies lamented. Fortunately, the fighting game adopts the loser pays system, which allows players to play at any time, and only stipulates that players only need to guarantee 200 games of League Parallel each month. It also allows many King of Fighters Online players to have the possibility of simultaneously playing several online games. Otherwise, I am afraid that many online game companies really want to jump into the sea. Boss Scour Linux sold the management rights of Magic Baby to 90%. Wu Zhaopu handed Lin Feng a fax. This is a message that Erika Kazama has just faxed. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The original Magic Baby operation rights were robbed by all companies extremely fiercely. Unexpectedly, it was eventually won by 90% from behind. But looking at the quotation, Lin Feng was surprised. Although this price is a bit high, It is not the highest in today's Magic Baby snatching battle. I don't understand why Scour Linux is waiting for the price. The operating rights of Magic Baby will be sold to 90%. Donglin, I'm afraid there is something mysterious in this. Wu Zhaopu frowned and said, I heard that Chen Xiaoi was going to negotiate this time. I don't know what method she used, and she persuaded Weiqi Hushan for a long time to get the right to operate Magic Baby. Wu Zhaopu said worriedly. In fact, there is still a word in my mind. This time 90% has so much fanfare and grabbed the operation rights of Magic Baby. I am afraid it is also because Chen Xiaoi was taken by Lin Feng at the 2001 China Top 10 IT Leaders Awards ceremony last week. Because of humiliation, 90% is just revenge. By the way, the boss, now 90% will have two games, Miracle and Magic Baby. One is a 3D role-playing and the other is a 2D turn-based game, both of which are our campaign's shortcomings. In the future, I am afraid will have an impact on our status. We need to prepare early. Wu Zhaopu frowned. Lin Feng nodded. Don't worry, in 3 months, our carefully crafted Swordsman Love Online will come out. As for the 2D turn-based online game, we don't have the energy right now, so let it go temporarily. Lin Feng said helplessly. Wu Zhaopu also knows that this is only the case now. I don't know what happened to the fantasy westward journey developed by NetEase. If NetEase had not been controlled by Dingla alone and had an absolute controlling stake, Lin Feng would really want to buy NetEase. There may be opportunities for cooperation. Lin Feng thought secretly. At night, when Lin Feng was sleeping, a phone call came. Master, I have found out why Chen Xiaoi can reach an agreement with Weiqi Wada to obtain the right to operate Magic Baby. Kazama Rise's voice came. What's the reason? Lin Feng asked quickly. According to the informant's overhearing, it seems that Chen Xiaoi and Wada Weiqi have reached an alliance against you, the master. Both sides must work hard to deal with you. As for the more detailed information, I don't know yet. There is no more information. Kazama Erisa worried. Say. When Lin Feng heard this, he was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this Chen Xiaoi would actually seek cooperation with Hushan Yani after she was so angry to deal with herself. However, can you deal with me only by you? Well, thank you. By the way, if Japan is in trouble, remember to tell me if you have any problems. Also, remember to bring a few more bodyguards with you. Japan has a triad society. You have so many evidences, so be careful. Lin Feng reminded. Thank you for your concern, I know. Erisa Kazama nodded gratefully, and then hung up the phone. Just hung up the phone, Lin Feng felt that the tender meat around his waist was grabbed by a jade hand. Yu, what's the matter? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Brother Lin, I seemed to hear the woman on the phone calling your master just now. Lisa pouted and looked at Lin Feng, looking jealous. Lin Feng was sweating profusely, and the night was too quiet, but he did not expect to be heard by Lisa. Yu, you got it wrong. She called me the director, not the master. Lin Feng's brain was shaking. Really? Lisa looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. It's settled. Yes. Lin Feng saw that Lisa still wanted to ask, and quickly touched Lisa's pajamas with a pair of magic claws to shift his attention. After a short while, Lisa's attention was completely shifted. In Lisa's breathless voice, Lin Feng was about to put his gun on the horse, but unexpectedly, another phone call came. Big brother, the call is coming. Lisa winked like silk and exhaled like Lan Zhao. Don't care about it. Lin Feng ignored and wanted to continue, but the damn phone kept ringing. Who? There is no good reason to wake me up in the middle of the night. Be careful, I am anxious with you. Lin Feng said anxiously. Sorry, Mr. Lin, I forgot that it is night in China. Lin Feng was taken aback by a string of American English. Who are you? Lin Feng thought for a while, always feeling that this voice was very familiar, and asked quickly. Sorry, Mr. Lin, do you remember me? I am Alexander, the owner of the Houston Rockets. I agree to your previous offer, Alexander said with a helpless voice on the phone. Houston Rockets? Alexander, listening to the news in the microphone, Lin Feng was stunned. And after another thought, a joy that filled his entire heart surged. "Mr. Alexander, are you saying that you are willing to sell me the Houston Rockets?" Lin Feng tried to control Peng Pei in his heart. "Yes, Mr. Lin, I agree to your offer," Alexander said surely. Alexander was also extremely helpless. He was quite satisfied with the offer, but the reason why he did not agree to it for a long time was because he wanted to wait and see if he could sell it at a better price. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng didn't call him at all. Now that Houston did not enter the playoffs again this year, and ticket sales were becoming scarce, Alexander stopped hesitating and called Lin Feng to sell his own Houston Rockets. "Okay, Mr. Alexander, I will go to the United States to sign a contract with you soon." Lin Feng hung up the phone with a look of excitement, and gave Lizu a few kisses. "Grandma's finally bought the Houston Rockets. Yao Ming, you have to belong to me. I want to form a super luxurious lineup of Yao Ming, James and Wade." Lin Feng screamed wildly. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 411, Heaven and Earth Ranking List? The next day, March 18th, Monday, when Lin Feng came to the company full of energy, everyone was taken aback. I don't know why Lin Feng was so excited, but think about the grand occasion of the King of Fighters online qualifiers on the 2 days of the weekend. Everyone felt a sense of pride rising in everyone's chest. Over the 2 days of the weekend, it created a gross profit of more than 61 million yuan, which is really surprising. But think about it, the nationwide arcade market business has been robbed by the Second World, and it is only strange that the profits are not so high. Boss, after 2 days of qualifying matches over the weekend, the number of leagues at all levels has been scheduled. 1,000 Super League players, 5,000 players in the first division, 10,000 players in the second league, 20,000 players in the C League, and D League. There are more than 4 million players. Wu Zhaopu handed Lin Feng the statistics of the technicians early this morning. Lin Feng took a closer look at the data, and almost all of the 1,000 players who could enter the Super League cleared all 3 rounds, defeating the final boss, and the top 100 only used one game character to kill all NPCs. Domestic players. The King of Fighters is indeed good. Of course, the biggest charm of the King of Fighters series is the battle. For players like the Super League, defeating the computer does not have much sense of honor. The 5,000 players who can enter the first division are about 3 rounds, and at least 1 round can see the final boss and defeat him. As for the 10,000 players in the second division, they were barely able to see the final boss in 1 round, or they were without seeing them at all. As for the 20,000 players in the league, their level is about the same as Lin Feng, and they can probably beat a few rounds of NPC teams, but it takes some luck to see the boss. In the end, the real army, with more than 4 million players in the Level League, has uneven levels, and no one knows how many rounds can be won if they can win. Boss, there are a large number of domestic players, and there are too many differences in their level. Among the more than 4 million league players, most of them are hopeless to advance. For a long time, they will always be mixed in the lower leagues, which may affect their enthusiasm for the game. This led to the loss of these players in the end. But they are our main source of income, Wu Zhaopu said meditatively. Lin Feng thought for a while. This is indeed a problem. Although the company is developing the strongest on Earth, a 2D scrolling horizontal version of the fighting game online game that combines all the fighting game characters of the original SNK. It is an upgraded online game after all. There will still be fighting elements in it, but it cannot be replaced. The status of the King of Fighters Online, after all, is a pure fighting. All players are absolutely fair, and only each other's skills are tested. There are still elements such as upgrades and equipment in the strongest on Earth, which will more or less always disrupt the balance. Although it also brings another kind of game fun, it undoubtedly makes some technical masters slightly dissatisfied. The double swords of the King of Fighters Online and the strongest on Earth are Lam Feng's ultimate killer for dominating the fighting game market. Mr. Wu, After the first season, we will increase the size of the league to ease the negative emotions of many low-level players because they always fail. Lin Feng said after a moment of indulgence. Increase the size of the league. That would make high-level players dissatisfied. And if there are too many leagues, it will lose the excitement and intensity of the league. Wu Xiaopu frowned and said that he did not agree with the idea of increasing the size of the league. Ha ha, Mr. Wu, you got me wrong. I am not increasing the number of players in each league, but increasing the number of league levels. Lin Feng explained with a smile. Increase the number of league levels? Wu Xiaopu was slightly taken aback. Yes, I decided to cancel the names of the Super League, the First Division, etc., and use English letters instead of the league names. The highest level is A level, then the next level is B level, and so on. Knowing that each level has a maximum of 10,000 players. Lin Feng showed expectant gaze. After listening to Wu Xiaopu, he carefully pondered and patted his thigh. This method is feasible. The more league levels there are, the greater the motivation for players to continuously improve. This is like leveling in an online game. Assuming that level 30 requires the same experience as level 100, the use of level 100 will undoubtedly make players more engaged, and there will be fewer complaints in the boring upgrade. After all, every level, the sense of accomplishment after the first level and the refreshing feeling of the new level will always make people feel refreshed, and offset the depression of the previous upgrade. The brand new level league proposed by Lin Feng is the same. Adopting a stricter level system will greatly enhance the enthusiasm of players in the game. With the refinement of levels, the level of players of the same level will be closer and more likely. It helps the players to improve, and can also improve the fierce confrontation of the game. Boss, if that's the case, it's better to push it right away. Let's have another qualifying match and redivide the levels, Wu Xiaopu said with bright eyes. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, wondering if this was appropriate. After all, the qualifying round had just been held, and if the qualifying round was held again, it would cause players to complain. Boss, the qualifiers just finished. Although the players of the Super League, the First Division, the Second League, and the C League are relatively satisfied, the more than 4 million players in the D League have a lot of complaints. After all, each league has a lot of complaints. The qualifications for promotion are limited. They want to upgrade too hard and the competition is too fierce, and our profit mainly comes from these 4 million players. It is undoubtedly the best time to launch a new level system. For those masters, no matter what the level system is, it's all the same, Wu Xiaopu explained. Lin Feng nodded. After thinking about it, add one more sentence. At the same time, tell all players that the Sleevil will be launched at the end of the year. As for the relevant information of the Sleevil, it will be kept secret for the time being. Lin Feng smiled strangely. Wu Xiaopu listened and admired secretly. I am afraid this mysterious S-level will affect the hearts of thousands of players. At noon that day, Wu Xiaopu officially released the news of the second round of qualifying. After all players were slightly surprised when they learned this news, they suddenly became enthusiastic. The brand new classification has made all the more than 4 million players in the D-League applaud, and there are no complaints. In particular, there is the mysterious S-level. Although the second world has not explained it for the time being, it is undoubtedly the more mysterious, the more anticipated, and the more exciting. As for those who have become masters in the Super League, the First Division and other 4-tier leagues, although they are slightly dissatisfied with the qualifying round again, they are still willing to agree under the temptation of 26 levels. After all, the more levels they have, the higher the status of their masters, and the stronger the pride of the difference between the levels. What's more, in order to quell the grievances of high-level players, Wu Xiaopu will also issue level medals for all 26 levels of player rankings after the end of the first season, which is even more exciting. Everyone is looking forward to this new method of classifying system. After the final division, taking into account the huge number of more than 4 million players, a total of 3 total levels are set: Sky Rankings, Ground Rankings, and people rankings. Among them, the Sky list is divided into 26 levels. Level A is the highest level temporary, with 100 players and 10 players relegated. Level B is the second level, with 200 players. 10 players are upgraded and 20 players are relegated each season. See level 300 players, 20 upgraded, 50 downgraded. Level 2500, upgraded 240, downgraded 250. Level 2600, upgraded 250, downgraded 260. There are a total of 35,100 players on the top list. Place list, 26 lowercase letters are used. Level A is 2600, level is 260, level B is 3000, level is 260, level is 300, downgraded, in thousands, and so on. Level Z is 28,000, level is 2,700, level is down to 2,800 people. There are a total of 390,100 players in the local rankings. Ranking, using Roman numerals, 30,000 people at level I, 2,800 upgraded, 3,000 downgraded, and so on. 26 level 280,000, 27,000 upgraded, no downgrade. There are a total of 4.03 million people on the list. The redivision of the three lists of heaven, earth, and people just completely encompasses all KOF Online players, and provides a 10% promotion system for each level, which greatly improves the competitiveness and fierceness of each level of the league. At the same time, the original season system was cancelled and changed from the original 4-month-own season to only a month-own season to improve the speed of players' relegation. In response to this, the original game mode was also modified, and the fixed regular game system was modified to a non-discriminatory arbitrary game system. Players of each level will record any battle in the game record. At the same time, it is stipulated that all players must have a minimum of 200 games per month. If they fail to meet the standard, they will be automatically degraded. And if the winning percentage is the same, the player with more games will be ranked higher. At the same time, cancel the normal competition mode, but retain the revenge challenge system. Players can still use double point cards to challenge designated opponents. However, in order to prevent players from deliberately cheating, using the revenge challenge system to challenge opponents with a low winning rate to obtain victory games, the system stipulates that the same opponent cannot challenge more than 10 times in a day. Once the new three lists of heaven, earth, and people were launched, all King of Fighters Online players were full of praise. At least players of any level can go to a higher level to challenge. Moreover, the rapid upgrade and downgrade system of one season per month can ensure that all players can upgrade as much as possible, instead of waiting 4 months to end a season before being promoted to the next level. Although many players have a little complaint about Second World cancelling the matching match, after the corresponding cancellation of the matching match, every match is more intense, and every match is about relegation and relegation. Nothing is sloppy, and there is no longer an indifferent psychology. All King of Fighters Online are gearing up, waiting for the start of the second qualifying round. As for the major domestic media, after carefully reading the brand new grading system of the King of Fighters Online, I have to sigh that this brand new promotion system of top rankings, ground rankings, and people rankings, while giving players honor and a sense of competition, and firmly grasped the hearts of all players. As long as the Second World itself does not make mistakes and does something that seriously harms the interests of the players, these players will become loyal users of the Second World. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 412 Rockets. Incoming? Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 Chapter 412 Rockets. Incoming. Before going abroad, Lin Feng went to the campaigner's studio to visit a few kilograms of a little girl to match the start of the first season of Huang Ding. Several girls were shooting King of Fighters related game characters. This book is reproduced from Shilu Literature.net. Lisa plays the role of Charmy, a Nirvana centered on the throwing technique department, tall figure, charming posture, and the elegance cultivated by Lisa on the show, which is particularly suitable. Lin Ziyui was qualified to play Shiran Yui Mei with his undisputed and proud weapon. He is proficient in Shiran Yui ninjutsu, with a variety of styles and enthusiasm. A favorite of men who like hot girls. Huang Meixi plays Ankia, which is a little cute, sexy, and a little funny and mysterious. It matches Huang Meixi's usual image very well. Liu Yifei plays the role of Asamia Athena, who is proficient in Chinese boxing in superpowers. She is charming and cute, pure and energetic. She looks very suitable for Liu Yifei. Lin Yikan plays the role of Li Xiangfei, proficient in all Chinese boxing techniques, and Lin Yikan's cuteness, like a Chinese doll, is almost seamless. Harasa Ori plays Fujito Kasumi. He is proficient in the ancient martial arts of Tengen, quiet and light with a trace of stubbornness. Algra plays the blonde beauty Mei Aizo. The attack with speed as the main body, matched with Algra's natural nobility and the slightest sense of contempt for all living beings, is extremely miraculous. When Lin Feng walked into the studio, several girls exclaimed when they saw the man coming in. These clothes on them are extremely sexy, especially Lin Ziyui's Shiran Yui Mei style, which is even more tempting. When you take a photo, it's like being born, so you don't have to think about taking photos. But when he walked, he showed his private parts if he didn't pay attention to it. Lin Ziyui, who always dressed in sexy and hot clothes, also felt blushing. After seeing that the incoming person was Lin Feng, the girls were slightly better, but they were still blushing. Lin Ziyui was even more deadly, hiding behind Liu Yifei and Kai Yikan. The clothes of Liu Yifei and Lin Yikan were very conservative, and they were not afraid to leave. Naturally act as a shield and stand in the forefront. Brother Lin, are you going to the United States? Lisa came over, also blushing. Although Shermie's clothes are not exposed like Mei Shiran Yui, but they also do not keep the openings on the chest of the top and the openings on the sides of the miniskirt. Although they are not completely beautiful, they give people a feeling of must be beautiful, especially Lisa after deliberately dyeing red hair. It gave Lin Feng a particularly stunning feeling. Looking at Lisa, who was screaming in front of him, Lin Feng was almost a little unable to hold on to himself. After Lisa reminded him several times, he came back to his senses. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added 84 less, updated the block, and more well, in going to Houston, the acquisition of the Houston rocket. Lin Feng took Lisa's hand, a little reluctant to let go. Covering half of his face, putting on Lisa, who is sexy but not overly exposed, makes Lin Feng always have an impulse. Lin Ziyui, take a picture. At this moment, the female photographer shouted. Because of the sexy clothes in this photo shoot, Lin Feng used all female photographers, and he refused to visit men. He also strictly controlled all negatives to prevent all possible light from showing through. Come here. Lin Ziyui tweaked, and under the photographer's repeated urging, he went over to take pictures with a flushed face. Lin Feng saw that his nosebleeds almost rushed out, which was too irritating. Although Shiran Yui's shape has been deeply imprinted in his mind, there is still an irresistible urge to see a real person than Sandy. Two slender cloth strips passed through Lin's exaggerated chest, and the lower body was almost the same. Thin cloth strips slightly wrapped around the private areas, between walking. If you move a little bit bigger, you can see the spring scenery inside. This is what fighters' clothes are. It's just sex clothes. Shiran Yui Mei's clothes are not lost. It is all men's favorite. Big brother Lin. The girls groaned for a while. Lin Feng turned his head quickly, but his eyes inevitably scanned the past and took a sneak peek. Leave quickly. But right now, obviously because of Lin Feng's existence, Lin Ziyui's movements are always inadequate. After several reprimands, The photographer ran in front of Lin Feng and begged Lin Feng to leave, otherwise he might not be able to take pictures normally. Lin Feng nodded, and after bidding farewell to a few girls, he left. Huang Meixi, what's going on in the past 2 days? You are always absent-minded. Pay attention to your actions. The photographer's roar came from behind him again. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he prohibited men from visiting this place, otherwise it would be terrible. And it's a big loss for yourself. Then, after talking to Wu Xiaopu, Lin Feng embarked on a flight to Houston. At this time, the King of Fighters, the second qualifying round, was staged enthusiastically again and became the most popular topic for all fighting game players. No matter when and where, there is only one discussion in the mouth: how are your results? Which level of the list will you be ranked? However, the popularity of the second fisting qualifying contest made those parents and school teachers jump out again to accuse the fist of teaching bad students, so that students cannot concentrate on learning. Especially Tao call the beast even more snarling. It is said that all generations of students will be corrupted by online games and become degenerate, decadent, and incompetent generations. And they frequently appear in various TV programs to call on the society to restrict online games. It is best to play online games, so as not to end up harming the country and the people. In response to Tao's argument of calling a beast, all online game players were mad. Although Tao was calling a beast on the internet and greeted all of his matrilineal relatives, Tao's argument of calling a beast won. All parents and schools have welcomed all parents and schools, calling on the National Cultural Department and other relevant units to put an end to the increasingly fierce online game frenzy. Many excited parents and school teachers even use online games as enemies that affect the country's future. The Second World has become the target of scrambling attacks. In response to this turmoil, all online game companies across the country have unanimously stepped forward to refute the opinions of parents and schools on the tablet, believing that there is nothing wrong with games, and there is nothing wrong with students playing games. What's wrong is that parents and schools did not supervise properly. Student, known by later generations as the first internet addiction war, it started, and the fuse of the incident was fist. It is just that no one can predict the future direction of this war. Lin Feng was indifferent to the domestic first internet addiction war. History has proved that it is impossible to block online games. This is the historical trend and the general trend. The country will not short-sightedly block online games. After these parents, teachers and beasts have vented, this should naturally be the case. Nothing more. Looking at the clouds outside the window, Lin Feng was full of expectations. On this trip to the United States, he will acquire the Houston Rockets and become the first Chinese boss, which is once again a precedent. And thinking about the superstars like Yao Ming, James, Wade, and Bosch who will play under his own banner, Lin Feng is extremely excited. Of course, it is not easy to recruit so many top masters, but Lin Feng is very sure, who will let himself have the memory of the next few years. Yao Ming of the Year, Prince James, Wade, Bosch, Anthony, geniuses, superstars, I am coming. In his excitement, Lin Feng smiled knowingly when he touched the bracelet on his left wrist. I don't know how Avril has been during this time. And how is the preparation for the second album? On this trip to the United States, Lin Feng did not tell Avril, but wanted to give him a surprise. Although Lin Feng always feels a sense of guilt towards Lizu every time he touches this string of bracelets. But Lin Feng, a fan of Avril, couldn't restrain his feeling for Avril. Especially Avril was not out of reach. Lin Feng sighed slightly. After more than 10 hours of flying, Lin Feng landed at Houston International Airport. Boss, the hotel is ready for you. It was Wang Meng who picked up the plane, and he was planning the world's #1 hacker Kai Kimitnik's plan to escape from the United States. Lin Feng happened to ask Wang Meng how the plan was going. It's been more than a month, and Kevin Mitnick is still in the United States. My company's hacking base has never been implemented. Hua has just deleted the recesses and added 8 to 4 times less updated times. and more. Although the Chinese hacker community's network skills are good, there is a clear gap compared with Kevin Mitnick. Kevin Mitnick is not only proficient in computer technology, but also proficient in various radio technologies, which is something Chinese hackers do not possess. Of course, there is another point that Lin Feng valued. Kevin Mitnick was arrested 3 times by Zhao Si and he has a wealth of experience in avoiding arrest. This is what Lin Feng needs to rely on. When he arrived at the hotel, Lin Feng washed a little, and then asked Wang Meng about Kevin Mitnick. Boss, this matter is a bit troublesome. Yang Si is watching Kevin and Mitnick very closely. No matter where he goes, there will be at least 4 Ming Yang agents under surveillance. We have designed 13 escape plans, but we have taken it away. It's easy for Kevin Mitnick. There is certainty to escape from the United States, but it is difficult to prevent the US government from knowing where he is going. I'm afraid that even if we get Kevin Mitnick to China, the US government will put pressure on our government. We want to hand over someone, Wang Meng said with a hard expression on his face. Lin Feng frowned. If this is the case, your own profit plan cannot be implemented, which will have an absolute impact on your future development. After losing the profit, Lin Feng was ready to rely on the hacking base to kidnap global information for his own benefit. Kevin Mitnick is indispensable. Could it be that there were no tears at all? Lin Feng asked expectantly. There is no way. One is, first get Kevin Mitnick to Africa, where he can stay for a few years, and then quietly get him to China after the US government gives up. But first of all, Kevin Mitnick would not agree to go to Africa. Secondly, the patience of the US government is probably hard to figure out. Wang Meng explained. Which other way? Lin Feng heard Wang Meng's overtones. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. The mixed-race female anchor forgot to turn off the camera after the live broadcast. The video of her life was exposed. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 413 Rockets. Mine. Question mark. There is another way to trouble the boss, but it may be a bit difficult for the boss. Wang Meng hesitated. What way? Lin Feng asked. The boss is the thorn in the eyes of the US government, but the US government has nothing to do with the boss. I think that if the boss can create another storm that is big enough to attract the attention of the FBI and the US government, I can have a way to get Kevin Mitnick quietly took away, so that the FBI couldn't find out where Kevin Mitnick was. Wang Meng shook his head and said, but this might cause a lot of trouble for the boss. Lin Feng was a bit stunned when he heard it. It is not difficult to create a disturbance again. Now I went out to get a gun and fired a shot in the sky. It was a big storm. But the key is that while creating a disturbance, it is the key not to let yourself fall into it. As long as he violates American laws, Lin Feng believes that the US Judicial Department is very willing to send himself to prison. Let me think about this. Lin Feng thought for a while and said. Wang Meng nodded, and it can only do so now. Of course, if there is no one-size-fits-all solution, he will not let Lin Feng take the risk. It is really not worthwhile for a hacker, although he is the world's #1 hacker. After a day's rest, Lin Feng dialed Alexander's phone. After receiving a call from Lin Feng, Alexander flew from New York to Houston overnight to make a final agreement with Lin Feng to transfer the Houston Rockets. 6 hours later, when the sky was white, Alexander rushed to Lin Feng's hotel. Mr. Alexander, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect you to wait so early. Lin Feng greeted Alexander in his pajamas. Looking at the watch, it was just 6:20 in the morning. It's okay, Mr. Lin, I came too early, Alexander said slightly apologetically. After receiving Lin Feng's call, Alexander immediately prepared the relevant transfer agreement and rushed over. In the 01-02 season, the Houston Rockets' performance became worse and worse. Under the leadership of Francis and Mobley's young players, the Rockets created the first season of missed the playoffs since the Big Dream Olajuwon joined the Rockets. It is a terrible record of 28 wins and 54 losses. Although there is a chance to draw the #1 pick, the team's poor attendance has completely discouraged Alexander, an investor. As an investor, He didn't understand what was wrong with selling a larger one, who was old and weak. He paid him a high salary every year. This is the NBA, a business field, not a charity hall, or a nursing home. Investing in the Houston Rockets by yourself is to make money, not to lose money. After Lin Feng hoped to buy the Houston Rockets for $80 million, Alexander moved his heart to sell the Houston Rockets. Although he hesitated for several months and did not wait for a better offer from Lin Feng, but seeing the record and attendance of the Houston Rockets, Alexander no longer hesitated and immediately contacted Lin Feng to make a shot. As for rushing to Houston overnight and staying up all night, Alexander, who is an investor, is not a big deal. He has long been used to it. After washing, Lin Feng came to the living room full of energy. "Mr. Alexander, I think you haven't had breakfast yet. Why don't we have breakfast first, and then sign the contract?" Lin Feng invited. Although Alexander doesn't understand the ball, he is absolutely qualified as an investor, and even excellent. If you have a good relationship with him, he may be able to use it someday in the future. When businessmen reach a certain stage, they rely on the relationship between each other. Sometimes a relationship can bring huge benefits, and the relationship lies in the ordinary combing. This is the principle of making money with harmony. Alexander rubbed his stomach, really hungry. Later, Lin Feng and Alexander had breakfast. I have to say that this breakfast taught Lin Feng a lot of things, such as the relationship between NBA bosses, hobbies, and the values and philosophy of NBA President David Stern. Going up has nothing to do with running a team, but it is actually necessary for an NBA team to successfully operate in the NBA. In these respects, Lin Feng must admit that Alexander's research is very thorough, but unfortunately these things do not bring any help to the Rockets' record. Alexander is not a fan, but an investor, so he made the sale of the team's father move. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng, accompanied by Alexander, visited the Compaq Center, the arena of the Houston Rockets. The current home of the Houston Rockets is outdated. Even the players' names are taped to the cabinets. Almost nothing suitable for NBA game venue conditions. Fortunately, the new arena in Houston is under construction and will be completed in October next year. At that time, the Houston Rockets will move to the new arena, which will later become the Toyota Center. Before stepping into the Compaq Center, Lin Feng was full of excitement, thinking that the Houston Rockets, which will be talked about by hundreds of millions of Chinese fans in the future, will become their own private team. It is natural to be filled with excitement and pride. Because of injuries and coaching issues, Yao Ming has repeatedly failed to break through the first round of the playoffs. He finally made a breakthrough once, but in exchange for Yao Ming's entire season reimbursement for the next season, making hundreds of millions of Chinese fans sad. After he took charge of Houston, Yao Ming must not let Yao Ming repeat the same mistakes, and a brand new Houston must be tailored for Yao Ming. Lin Feng squeezed his fist fiercely. Yao Ming is the pride of China, and he must not be allowed to continue to be ruined by coaches, especially the fan Bailandish. Why? "Mr. Lin, what's the matter?" Alexander was taken aback for a moment, not understanding why Lin Feng suddenly stopped. Lin Feng hurriedly suppressed the excitement in his heart, so as not to show it and be noticed by Alexander. Otherwise, this prudent and savvy investor will surely blackmail himself if he learns of his enthusiasm for Houston. "It's nothing, Mr. Alexander, let's go in." Lin Feng smiled slightly and said casually. Alexander shrugged and walked in with his head up amidst the greetings of the staff. "Hey, buddy, did you see that? That stupid old man came to the team rare today." On the team's training ground, a small black man said to a slightly taller, same dark-skinned player next to him. "Hey, yeah, it's weird. The stingy stupid old man will come to the team today." The taller black man sneered. "Okay, Katino, don't worry about it. If the big dream is not gone, how can we get the chance to get ahead? Not to mention this is the NBA, which is a commercial field," the little black player said helplessly. "Okay, start training." With a soft drink, All the players on the field began to train according to the established training plan. Listening to the sound of basketball coming from the court, Lin Feng glanced in excitement. Boss Steve Francis, Old Cat Katino Mobley, and Lin Feng, one of the coach's most admired Tom Janovich, is also one of Yao Ming's mentors. Without his trust, Yao Ming could not have a foothold in the NBA so early. Lin Feng felt a surprise in his heart. At a glance, he saw two Houston Rockets players who would be liked by hundreds of millions of Chinese fans in the future. These two players were Yao Ming's escorts for the first two NBA rookie seasons, especially Steve Francis, respectfully called the boss. Lin Feng remembered that in Yao Ming's first rookie season, the number 9 pick Stoudemire Suns center Stoudemire at the same age refused to accept Yao Ming as the top pick. He once yelled after dunking on Yao Ming's head in the game, taunting. Yao Ming finally got to elbow of Boss Falkenstein. He smashed Stoudemire so badly for Yao Ming, and made hundreds of millions of Chinese fans like Boss Falkenstein. Mr. Lin, what's the matter? Alexander stopped here, frowning at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a few deep breaths, calmed down the excitement in his heart, and said, I'm sorry, but I was a little excited to see Coach Tom Janovich. At this time, Francis and Mobley are not so famous yet. The two were excited, and Alexander was not surprised. Alexander nodded when he heard it, and then took Lin Feng to an office that he didn't use several times a year. In order to save resources, Alexander gave it to the Houston Rockets to General Manager Dawson as his office. Boss, here you are. This should be Mr. Lin Feng. As the general manager of the team, Dawson naturally knew that Alexander would resell the Houston Rockets to the Chinese Lin Feng. For this transaction, Dawson does not know how to evaluate it, but at least better than it is now. This Alexander didn't understand the ball. He bought the Houston Rockets just to make money. Many favorable transactions for the team were rejected by Alexander, making Dawson look helpless. As for Lin Feng, Dawson didn't know much. Most of them learned from newspapers and magazines. Almost American newspapers and magazines are full of criticisms of Lin Feng's evaluation, but Dawson can see from it that Lin Feng is very passionate. This is both good and bad for a team. But in any case, he is better than Alexander, the stingy and cautious investor around him. Besides, Lin Feng has an advantage that Alexander doesn't have. Lin Feng is rich. On the world rich list, Dawson believes that as long as Lincoln delegates power and does not hesitate to pay a certain luxury tax, the Houston Rockets will take off again. Mr. Dawson, lucky to meet. Lin Feng smiled and shook hands with Dawson. Then came a detailed and cumbersome review of all the terms of the contract and made sure that there were no objections to all the terms. This work is extremely cumbersome. Fortunately, both parties have professional lawyers to handle it for him. Lin Feng still invited a professional financial lawyer from the Ron Senior law firm who helped Lin Feng win the Century lawsuit on 9.11. In the end, the lawyers on both sides had no objections. Lin Feng bought the ownership of the Houston Rockets for $80 million in cash and became the new owner of the Houston Rockets. Mr. Alexander, happy cooperation. I hope there will be another opportunity for cooperation. Lin Feng smiled and stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation, Mr. Lin. I hope the Houston Rockets can achieve greater brilliance under your leadership. Alexander complimented. However, I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart, and finally sold the Houston Rockets without losing $80 million. I just don't know what Alexander will think about when Yao Ming takes over Houston and the value of Houston has doubled by 13 times in the future. Mr. Lin, now let me take you down and get to know the players and coaches, Dawson said. Lin Feng nodded. Finally you can get close to the boss Francis. He is one of the favorites of Chinese fans. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 414 The Funny Francis. Everyone, come here. Dawson clapped his hands and sent all the players, coaches and staff to the middle of the court. Everyone gathered around. not knowing what was going on. In particular, there is a Chinese next to General Manager Dawson. Is it a new temporary player? Many players and coaches speculated. But looking at his size, he is too short and thin. How can he adapt to the NBA? And now the season is about to end. The Rockets have long lost their qualifications for the playoffs, and it is really unnecessary to sign another player. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, Dawson smiled slightly. He knew that everyone had guessed wrong and regarded the current owner of the Houston Rockets as new players. But it's no wonder why his current owner is so young. The youngest owner of the NBA team is none other than him. He is still a Chinese, but David Stern must be very happy. Stern has long wanted to promote the NBA in China, but there is no suitable window. The two Chinese players signed by the NBA, Wang Zizi and Batel, are really not good enough and can't even squeeze in the rotation lineup. How to promote the NBA in China? But now that there is a Chinese owner, Stern is probably the happiest person in the NBA. The fact is indeed as Dawson guessed. After Alexander officially passed to Stern his preparation to sell the Houston Rockets to Lam Fung, Stern immediately responded and approved the transaction. It is not so simple in the past, and the procedures are extremely complicated. Stern must first examine Lin Feng's economic strength and future development plans before approving the transaction. But after learning that the buyer was Lin Feng and the Chinese Lin Feng, Stern did not hesitate at all. He has long wanted to enter the Chinese market. The most populous country in the world has always been the overseas market that Stern values most. Nowadays, there can be a Chinese boss, and he is still the richest man in mainland China, and Lin Feng from the world's 100 riches could not accept it. Dawson, what do you want to say? Who is this player? Point guard or offensive guard? Tom Janovich, as the team's head coach, has certain privileges. Seeing that Dawson was silent, he reminded him. As for the other players and staff, they don't have the guts. In the NBA, players, especially superstar players, have privileges, but most of them only feel that they are facing the coach, and it is absolutely impossible to do with the general manager. Not to mention Francis and others who are still not stars. Dawson patted his forehead, smiled and pushed Lin Feng out. Everyone, from today onwards, this Lin Feng from China is yours. Dawson paused deliberately when he said that. Hi, boy, you are from China. I am very interested in China. Don't worry, I will cover you when I get to the Rockets. Francis walked over and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder enthusiastically. Now this Rockets youth army, Francis is already the boss. As the boss, welcoming players is naturally his job. Lin Feng grinned. He didn't expect that he would be seen as a player by Francis, but Francis' hand is really heavy. Of course, Francis didn't mean it, but NBA players are very strong. In this gesture, it's not ordinary people can do anything casually bearable. But it also proved that his body is really not suitable for becoming an NBA player. Otherwise, Lin Feng really doesn't mind buying the team and playing on the court by himself to realize his dream of an NBA star. It's a pity that I gave up. Just looking at my figure, even Francis' random hand is a bit unbearable. This is going to play. Meet those prehistoric monsters. Come here at will. I am afraid I will fall apart. But the enthusiastic expression of Chong Francis was indeed touching. It seems that Francis does have an inexplicable relationship with China. No wonder Yao Ming was so taken care of when he first came to the Rockets. Seeing Francis move, Dawson made a joke. He is your new team owner, Lin Feng. This is the last sentence of Dawson. The audience was shocked. Whether it was the players, the coaches, or even the staff, they were all stunned after hearing Dawson's last sentence. Boss, is this young Chinese the owner of the team? Everyone pierced their ears in disbelief. It's incredible to say that this thin Chinese is a player, and that he is actually the boss. Boss? Francis had the most exaggerated expression. His eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and he pointed to Lin Feng for a long time and was speechless. Yes, Francis. He will be the boss of the Houston Rockets in the future, and your boss. But you are not covering him, but he covering you?" Dawson teased. Francis was silly on the spot. "Can't recover for a long time." Francis was embarrassed and touched his bald head with those big hands. After a while, he stretched out his big palm. "Old boss. Please take care of me. My name is Steve Francis." Haha, the scene burst into laughter. "Hello everyone, when we meet for the first time, please take care of me. My name is Lin Feng. I am from China. You can call me Lin. From now on I will be your boss." Lin Feng also formally introduced himself. "Hello boss." Everyone greeted in unison. I only have one sentence to say here. Houston has a glorious past. It has been a strong team in the NBA over the past 2 decades and a regular visitor to the playoffs. Although the results this season is not ideal, I believe the future must belong to the Houston Rockets. Lin the Wind encouraged the current sluggish Houston Rockets morale, and after finally brewing some emotions, they shouted, "I have only one goal: all championship. Championship. Under Lin Feng's momentum, everyone yelled. At this time Alexander took the lawyer downstairs, witnessed this scene, and sighed slightly. Champion? It was never what he wanted, but I also hope that the Houston Rockets can win the championship in the future. Looking at the back of Alexander's departure, none of the Rockets players, coaches, and staff went up to say hello. No one likes this stingy, extremely cautious boss. Best to go. Rudy Tom Janovic, come up with me. Boss, please come up too. I think we should have some communication on the Rockets' goals for next season. After everyone's emotions subsided, Dawson began to outline the future for the Houston Rockets next season. And this future requires the joint efforts of boss Lin Feng, head coach Tom Janovic and his general manager. Looking at Lin Feng's back, old Cat Mobley frowned. Steve, what do you think of this Chinese boss? Can you become a champion again with the Rockets? For all NBA players, the championship is the supreme honor, and no NBA player can ignore it. I don't know, but I like him very much. At least he is much better than the lifeless Alexander. Francis thought for a while and said, after many players murmured, normal training began under the leadership of the assistant coach. When they arrived at Dawson's office, the three of them sat down. Boss, there is no hope for the Rockets this season, but we have entered the lottery zone and we are hopeful that we will win the number 1 pick. Although the next rookie does not have many good prospects, if we win the number 1 pick, we should cooperate with Francis, Mobley, etc. People. The Rockets still have a future. I don't know what plans and ideas the boss has for the future of the Rockets. Dawson gave Lin Feng the Rocket information he had prepared. Rudy Tom Janovic remained silent, observing Lin Feng silently. As the head coach, he is used to first observing a player's strengths and personality, and then tailoring training and designing tactics based on each player's strengths and personality. Rudy Tom Janovic was only surprised that the Houston Rockets suddenly changed their boss and was still such a young Chinese. He is the head coach, and the accusation is to lead the team to victory. It doesn't matter who the owner is. However, the owner's personal wishes also determine the future development direction of the team. Rudy Tom Janovic doesn't know who Lin Feng is, he can only observe silently. I hope this Lin Feng will not run the team with the idea of an investor like Alexander. However, from the statement Lin Feng just made on the court, this boss likes NBA and basketball very much, so he should be a good NBA boss. And he is very young, very passionate, and very energetic, which is what NBA teams need. Lin Feng turned over at random and put it aside. For the Rocket, for the future of the Rocket, Lin Feng could not be more familiar with. As far as the general manager is concerned, Dawson is more than defensive but insufficiently pioneering. Lin Feng is about to change a general manager candidate, that is, Morey, who is later called motion by hundreds of millions of Rockets fans. Of course, Lin Feng will not just change his generals in a hurry, otherwise it will inevitably affect the unity and stability of the Rockets. Lin Feng intends to let Morey serve as deputy general manager to assist Dawson. After all, as the general manager, Dawson still has a good way of calming people and dealing with reporters and NBA officials. And this is what Murray, who is good at data, doesn't have. At the same time, Lin Feng can't always stay in Houston and stay in the Rockets. After all, Lin Feng's main business is still a game. The acquisition of the Houston Rockets is more of an adjustment in life besides the realization of Lin Feng's NBA dream. Therefore, Dawson will be more suitable to become the manager of the Houston Rockets and manage the Houston Rockets for Lin Feng. As for the head coach, Lin Feng believes that there is no better coach for Yao Ming than Rudy Tomjanovich. He is definitely one of the best coaches for Yao Ming in the world. Without him, Yao Ming would not be able to grow from 0 points and 2 rebounds in the first game to the Rockets' starting center in the first season, and then to compete for the best rookie. In the end, it was because of the Rockets' record that Yao Ming lost to the Suns. Number 9 rookie Stoudemire. It can be said that as long as Rudy Tomjanovich is not sick, he will always be the head coach of the Houston Rockets. After some brewing, Lin Feng said his plans for the Rockets' future. The Houston Rockets will, under their own leadership, become the dynasty of the future NBA and create a new era. Today, this room is the foundation for the future dynasty of your NBA team. NBA, here I am. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 415, Future Plans. Lin Feng looked at Dawson and Rudy Tomjanovich in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a confident smile, and uttered his future plans. Rudy, in my heart you are one of the best coaches in the NBA. I will always remember the words you said, never underestimate the heart of a champion, don't ever underestimate art of champion. In the future you will still be the head coach of the Houston Rockets. I believe that under your leadership, the Rockets will once again open up a brand new Rockets dynasty. Lin Feng said sincerely. Tomjanovich was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Feng, the new Chinese boss, who was unfamiliar, to trust him so much. Whether it was a polite speech or not, it was at least comfortable to listen to. Boss, I will do my best to lead the Houston Rockets to greater success. Tomjanovich vowed. Lin Feng nodded, but suddenly remembered that Tomjanovich suddenly suffered from bladder cancer after Yao Ming's first season, and had to resign as the head coach of the Rockets, and then Van Gundy took office. Regardless of the pros and cons of the two coaches, Lin Feng prefers Tomjanovich just from the care and training of young players. In Yao Ming's first 7 NBA games, his average scoring average was only 4.3 points, and his average rebounding rate was less than 3. When the media all over the United States questioned it, Tomjanovich stepped forward and faced the media's doubts. Say Yao Ming needs to take his time. There is nothing to worry about. He is like a person trying to catch up with the train that has already started. He will become a good NBA player. And now, Yao Ming, all he needs is time. Facts also proved Tomjanovich's words. In the 8th game, Yao Ming returned Tomjanovich's trust with 19 points. At this point, Yao Ming has embarked on the road of a top-ranking center in the NBA. Such a coach, Lin Feng must not let him be destroyed by injury. Rudy, go for a physical examination tomorrow, Lin Feng suggested, but seeing Tomjanovich look indifferent, Lin Feng added, Carol Dawson, you will also go for a physical examination tomorrow. You are the core of the Rocket. Your body belongs not only to you, but to the entire Rocket. Dawson, in the future, all employees of the Houston Rockets will undergo a full-body physical examination once a year. The cost will be paid by me, privately. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Dawson and Tomjanovich were slightly shocked. Such an owner is really rare in the NBA. It is said that the NBA is a business field and pay attention to interests. A boss like Lin Feng who is sympathetic to his subordinates is really rare. Seeing the touched eyes of the two, Lin Feng knew that his money was worth it, which was just right for his next plan. Carol, I am going to hire another deputy general manager to help you select players. Lin Feng saw that Dawson's expression changed slightly, and quickly explained, you are still the head coach of the Houston Rockets. The person I want to hire is a data analyst. He can analyze a player's future potential through various data in player training and matches, and evaluate whether it is suitable for the team. I hope that he will share the work of selecting players for you, and you fully manage the daily affairs of the Rocket. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Dawson fell into deep thought. He is the general manager of the Rockets. He has played for the Houston Rockets for 22 years. Prior to that, he served as Houston assistant coach for 16 years and general manager for 6 years. But looking back over the past 6 years, whether it was a foreman change of Barkley in 1996, a Pippen change in 1999, or a Rocket veteran Olajuwon sent away in 2001, every one of his trades was criticized and criticized. This also made Dawson a little self-doubt about his position as general manager. Looking at Dawson in deep thought, Lin Feng did not urge him, but slowly drank his latte, waiting for Dawson's decision. Speaking of Dawson, there is a nickname, the luckiest hapless person. In a golf match in 1989, Dawson was struck by lightning. This extremely rare event was encountered by Dawson. It is not unlucky, but Dawson survived, and it can be described as a blessing in misfortune. However, a subsequent inspection revealed that the retina of both eyes was severely damaged in this lightning strike, and the vision of both eyes was severely affected, and they might even be blind. The title The Luckiest Hapless Guy is extremely apparent. Of course, the most admirable thing about Carroll Dawson is his attitude towards the torment of illness. He will always enjoy the fear caused by blindness, and the only thing left to his friends is that happy smile. Tom Janovich talked about Dawson with admiration. After a long time, Dawson sighed softly. "Boss, I see. Who is that person?" Dawson has already communicated. If the opponent really has the magic that Lin Feng said, he is willing to hand over the right to choose players. Of course, one of the factors that allowed Dawson to make such a decision was that Lin Feng was willing to undertake an annual physical examination for all Rocket employees just now. This fee is not a small amount. Of course, for Lin Feng, a wealthy man in the world, it is not a big deal, but it represents Lin Feng's attitude. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If Dawson refuses to delegate power, Lam Feng is really not good at forcibly exercising his boss rights. When he first came to the Rockets, he would expel the veteran who had served for the Rockets for 22 years. I am afraid that the only consequence would be that the Rockets fall apart. Daryl Morey. Lin Feng confidently said that the general manager of the Rockets, who was later revered as Mo Shen by hundreds of millions of Rockets fans, was a person who had never participated in a professional basketball game, but he used the data he developed. The software successfully selected the dust pearl from thousands of players. Daryl Morey, a legendary figure. I studied in the Department of Computer Science at Northwestern University in the United States. And then I studied at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Sloan School of Management. These two colleges are both top universities in the United States. If you can get a degree from these two colleges, Morey's IQ is absolutely extraordinary. And what's even more surprising is that Morey only graduated from Northwestern University for 5 years. In these 5 years, Morey never attended class. Before the exam, Morey would borrow notes from a friend and then recite it all night. Go to the exam tomorrow. Morey is simply a model for Chinese university students. A famous saying from Morey's college days: he hates schools. What they teach has no meaning at all. Morey also proved by himself that knowledge is not only to attend classes on time every day, and to learn the information in the textbook step by step to become talents. Self-study can be as talented as it is, and it is no worse than anyone. In the past 5 years at Northwestern University, Morey has spent all his time working for American legend Bill James. If he hadn't had the entrepreneurial business acumen of Bill Gates, he would have become another Bill Gates legend character. But Morey is still a legend. Before entering the NBA, Morey worked in consulting companies, the Central Intelligence Agency, Wall Street, the National Security Agency and other places. and all work is inseparable from two words data. Maury is a natural data freak. Now, Maury has founded a sports information consulting company in Chicago that specializes in providing operational data analysis for various professional teams. Tomjanovich, Dawson, Maury, the three who played for the Rockets one after another, can be said to be all geniuses and legends. The Rockets, in one respect, are definitely a talented team. Hearing Lin Feng's brief introduction, Dawson frowned slightly. Is such a person who has never had any basketball experience suitable for the Rockets? Does Lin Feng make it so mysterious? However, Dawson, who is good at managing interpersonal relationships, did not object, and nodded heavily. It's a mule and a horse. When the time comes, come out for a walk, and everything will be known. If Maury is so magical as Lin Feng said, he can delegate power. If not, unless he is fired, he will never delegate power. Carol, Rudy, the Rockets' time for this season is over. Our job will be next season and next season, not now, but in the future. Lin Feng slowly said that he was brewing in his heart. Long-term plan. In this summer, I only have two requirements. First, no matter what the cost, I will exchange the veteran Rocket hero Olajuwon in the Raptors. Remember, no matter what the cost. I hope that from now on, my Rocket will be relatively for other NBA teams. There must be a little human touch. I will definitely not let those who have devoted their lives to the Rockets leave the field sadly. Lin Feng said angrily. It is to criticize Alexander's theory of the supremacy of interests, but also to clearly tell Dawson that he is not in order to drive away Maury. After Dawson and Tomjanovich listened, they looked at each other, and their faces became more grateful. Especially Dawson. When he changed Olajuwon, it was because of Alexander's pressure, but he was infamous. Now that Lin Fengnan can switch back to Olajuwon again, he can undoubtedly clear this grievance for him. And Olajuwon's return can also save Houston's current miserable attendance to a certain extent. Second, no matter what, we will get 3 people next year. At this point, Lin Feng's breath became slightly muddy, and then his chest began to become excited. First, no matter what sign we are this year, we must win the Chinese players anyway. Yao Ming. At this point, Lin Feng's voice couldn't help but rose up. Yao Ming, you finally belong to me. Also, Taishan Prince and Carlos Boozer must also win. In Lin Feng's memory, in addition to Yao Ming, the only rookies in the '02 season were the Little Prince Cha of the Detroit Pistons and Prince and Carlos Boozer, who was later resented by hundreds of millions of Chinese fans, are star players, and both of them have very low rankings. There should be no problem with winning. Unexpectedly, when Lin Feng's voice just came, Dawson and Tomjanovich looked at each other, and they laughed at the same time. Seeing that Lin Feng was a little inexplicably smiling by the two, Dawson quickly explained. Boss, Yao Ming has been paying attention for 2 years. This summer is our goal. I just don't know if other teams will interfere with it. With Yao Ming's current strength, he is not the champion but also the second place. I don't know what we will get by then. Sign. Dawson sighed. He has been paying attention to Yao Ming for a long time. Dawson personally trained Olajuwon, who was dreamy footsteps. It can be said that Dawson has his unique vision for the center forward. In today's era when centers are scarce, Yao Ming is the next super center Dawson fancy. By the way, if possible, try your best to exchange for Chauncey Billups of the Timberwolves. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the unfinished trade that had been criticized by all the Rockets fans as a brain dead. The Pistons used Billups' cap. Lin's replaced McGrady, who was already decadent and sinking, but Alexander actually refused. Billups then helped the Nuggets rise up, reach the Western Conference Finals, and play 6 games with the Lakers. Moreover, Chauncey Billups is very simple, not as radiant as other All-Stars, but this is necessary for a mature team, especially for a PG point guard. Dawson and Tomjanovich glanced at each other, slightly surprised. I don't know why Lin Feng valued this Billups so much, but since Lin Feng said, the two would naturally pay attention. Also, the goal of the Rockets next season is to train new players. run the team, do not care about the results. It is best to get the number one pick. Lin Feng said of his ambitions, "It is best to switch to the first few signings in 2003. Dawson frowned. Boss, 2003 is a well-known general election year. LeBron James, who has already made his mark in high school, is likely to enter the NBA directly next year. He is the most popular number one pick. There are already budding Wade, Anthony, who wants to change. I'm afraid it's difficult." Dawson shook his head and said, "Well, do your best, at any cost." Lin Feng also knew that 2003 was an election year, so he could only do his best. Moreover, although Lin Feng hopes to build an all-star lineup, it is only a good wish after all. A mature team, in addition to superstars, those blue collars are even more indispensable. Dawson and Tom Janovich glanced at each other, and both heard the implication from Lin Feng's "at any cost," and they were secretly shocked. Obviously, this new Chinese boss is extremely ambitious and far-sighted. What is fancy is the future, not the present. However, in this case, Dawson and Tom Janovich are even more pleased. At least next year, their pressure will not be so great. They will not be able to chase the results. Maybe they can really fight for the number one pick. Later, after the three continued to discuss the details, near noon, Lin Feng invited Dawson and Tom Janovich to have lunch. "In the future, I will rely on these two to help me take care of my own rockets. Naturally, I have to take good care of them." During lunch, Dawson received a call. "Boss, Stern is calling. I am looking for you." Dawson handed the phone to Lin Feng, slightly surprised. He didn't expect the NBA president to call and congratulate Lin Feng himself. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Stern to call to congratulate himself. "Hello, Mr. Stern." Lin Feng greeted enthusiastically. "Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. I heard that you just acquired the Houston Rockets. Congratulations," Stern said with a hint of joy. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I am on a flight to Houston, and I will be in Houston at about 3 p.m. I hope you will be ready for the press conference. We will attend together to announce that you have successfully acquired the Houston Rockets and become the first Chinese in NBA history." "Boss," Stern said with a little excitement in his heart. Stern has been committed to the globalization of the NBA, and China is the most critical part of this global strategy. If the good news comes today, Lin Feng, the Chinese, has acquired the NBA's Houston Rockets, and Lin Feng himself is a man of action, which will undoubtedly promote the globalization of the NBA even more. Therefore, Stern could not wait to fly to Houston to attend this press conference. After the call, Lin Feng sighed slightly. "It seems that it is hard to keep a low profile this time." To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. 416th Chapter 1 Arrow and 4 Eagles. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75. Shan 4. Reading full text novels, all in point 1. 1. When? Xwinit Bao Moon and Blade Day, afternoon. O'clock. Lin Feng met in Houston to meet President Zhao, David Stern, who came from New York to talk to a raccoon. Lin Feng carefully scrutinized the collection of the lawyer, who was in charge of the president who had been in charge for a long time. Stern wears small eyes, gray hair, and an amiable smile on his face, but he is full of wisdom. "Mr. Stern, it's a great honor for you to visit the Hughes Church in person." Lin Feng enthusiastically went up to say hello. "Mr. Lin, I should be very honored. It is a great honor to have a Chinese owner invest in Zhao and become the owner of the team." Stern flattered. Behind Baihuan and Lin Feng, there is a supermarket of 100 million people in China, which is indeed a blessing for Peng. After the two exchanged greetings, they stepped into the press conference hall that had been prepared. Regarding the temporary press conference held by the Houston Rockets, major multimedia reporters did not come. After all, there are no superstars or shocking events in the Houston Rockets today. The press conference was suddenly held, and many reporters did not buy it. account. Witnessing the few local Houston reporters at the press conference, Stern once again lamented the correctness of the Houston Rockets' change of ownership. Otherwise, it would be bad for the Houston Rockets and Zhao Zhao for a long time. Of course, Lin Feng's own TV station is concave. Naturally, a large number of reporters were sent to the scene and broadcast the news conference live. As the director of Plant Concave Shrimp Plus and also a loyal Houston Rockets fan, Terry is very happy to learn that his boss has acquired the Houston Rockets. He believes that the Houston Rockets will be able to open up again under the leadership of his boss Lin Feng. Dynasty. When Lin Feng and Stern walked into the press conference together, all the reporters present, except reporters from the TV station under Lin Feng, were shocked. Just seeing Stern came here, they knew that the press conference was definitely not easy. And there is a Chinese beside Stern. Sharp-eyed reporters have already recognized this Chinese, who is the man in the United States who has made the country uneasy in the past year. Lin Feng from China. The thoughtful reporter has speculated that it may be that Lin Feng bought the Houston Rockets. Otherwise he would not come here, and Stern would not suddenly rush to Houston. Thinking of this possibility, the hearts of all reporters began to stir. I know in my heart that there will be a violent news from Houston this time. Later, Lin Feng and Stern's speeches also proved all reporters' conjectures again. Lin Feng, the Chinese, bought the Houston Rockets and became the first Chinese boss in Zhao history. Shock. The audience was shocked. Although I had anticipated it in my heart, after confirming the news, all reporters still felt trembling in their hearts, trembling with excitement. For a while, the phone call kept going. Several reporters came back to the headquarters one after another, so that more reporters came to interview the violent news. The news of Lam Feng's acquisition of the Houston Rockets quickly spread through various news channels, and reporters from major media based in Houston rushed to hear the news. The news was too shocking. The previous time in Zhejiang's history, a Chinese boss appeared, and the embarrassing Chinese that most Americans think of, crashed the Statue of Liberty and the Chinese in the White House. This point, I am afraid, will be recorded in the permanent American history books. In the future, as long as the Statue of Liberty and the White House are mentioned, the name of this Chinese will be reminded. In just over 20 minutes, the press conference was crowded with reporters from various newspapers who came to hear the news, all blushing, rushing to ask questions. No wonder these reporters are so anxious, they are so excited. Since Lin Feng left the United States and returned to China, they have been lonely. Although there are many major news in the United States, they are not sensational enough. At least they cannot arouse the desires of all American citizens. Without Lin Feng, the most controversial subject, their newspaper sales have also fallen short. Think about it. At the beginning, Lin Feng's $400,000 bet, and the decisive battle with jobs in Europe, all aroused the interest of all Americans and caused the media to create unprecedented sales. No matter how these media scold Lin Feng, psychologically, they like Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng acquired the Houston Rockets. Based on Lin Feng's past character and combined with various unspoken rules, many reporters can imagine what kind of violent news will be released in the future. Stern sighed deeply. This Lin Feng is not the subject of a loss. I am afraid that changing to someone else's acquisition of the Zhao team will not make the reporter so excited. But this is both a good and a bad thing. Especially Lin Feng also owns a TV station. If Lin Feng attacked the referee and other related matters, thinking about that scene, Stern felt a headache. But in general, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Besides, Feng has his own rules, and if Lin Feng wants to lash out, he will fine him according to the rules. But Stern didn't want to think that Lin Feng would be so stupid and let him be fined. Mr. Lin, what are your plans for this acquisition of the Houston Rockets? The Houston Chronicle is most concerned about the future of the Houston Rockets. Its reporters don't want this once dynasty team to fall again and become the league's fish. People bullied. Oh, it's very simple. My goal is to make the Houston Rockets once again become the league's top team, and once again create a Rockets dynasty," Lin Feng said firmly. Many reporters at the scene took a deep breath. But Lin Feng's tone was so loud, but many reporters were extremely excited. Such a boss with personality is good, otherwise a boss who is too lifeless would be too boring. After all, this is basketball, a men's sport, and it needs to be missed. Of course, in order to give back to all the fans who have always supported the Houston Rockets, I will do everything for Houston in the summer at any cost. The big dream. Olajuwon will return. Olajuwon is a symbol of the Rockets and he can only retire in the Rockets. Lin Feng declared his first goal to all Houston Rockets fans. Nowadays, the dismal home attendance of the Rockets is not only driven by performance, but also by the team's former superstar Olajuwon. Moreover, Lin Feng switched back to Olajuwon for Yao Ming. Lin Feng hopes that Yao Ming will be taught by Olajuwon next season. He hopes that Yao Ming will no longer be a coolie center trained by Van Gundy who can only squeeze inside, become a super center that can be inside and outside, can resist, and can use footsteps to sway opponents. At the same time, Lin Feng returned to Olajuwon to allow all Houston fans to accept himself and accept his new boss, and he is a Chinese boss. Lin Feng said that all the Houston fans who were watching the live broadcast suddenly screamed that Olajuwon returned to the Rockets. This is undoubtedly exciting. Olajuwon, who was preparing for the Raptors' next game, got a call from a reporter who knew him, told him about it, and asked if Olajuwon wanted to return to the Rockets. Olajuwon's heart for a moment of grief. He dedicated his life to the Houston Rockets, but he was driven away when he was old. How well he made him think about it. Now the new Rockets boss is willing to exchange it back at any cost. How he is not moved. He speaks with sorrow. Of course, that was the starting point of my career, and I hope to go back and be the last energy for the Rockets to risk. Houston has also set off a frenzy calling for Olajuwon to return to the Rockets. All Houston Rockets fans are calculating how to return to the Rockets. And Lin Feng, the new owner of the team, also won the approval of all Houston fans through this incident within a day, especially after Houston taught the fans to compare him with the previous owner Alexander. He deeply applauded Lin Feng and praised him as the best boss in the history of the Houston Rockets. As for whether this declaration will cause difficulties in returning to Olajuwon in summer, Lin Feng is not worried. As a result, Olajuwon is now old and weak, and the symbolic meaning is greater than the competitive meaning, and the Raptors will not make things too difficult. What's more, in this matter, I have taken care of myself. If the Raptors make things difficult, not only the fans will oppose it, but even the players will oppose it, and even Stern will oppose it. Zhao has always been criticized as a commercial market and has no human affection. His own humane behavior can cater to Stern's appetite. Lin Feng believes that Stern will give him the green light. And this is also the fourth purpose of Lin Feng's exchange for a larger one, to have a good relationship with Stern. With 4 arrows, Olajuwon is not a big dream, and can contribute huge energy at any time. With the end of the press conference, Lin Feng's acquisition of the Houston Rockets quickly spread across the world. Newspapers such as Fan Times and USA Today lament that Stern's globalization has taken the most important step. The addition of Chinese bosses will enable Peng to fully internationalize and face China, the world's most populous. In the country, there is a Chinese boss. Stern's Zhou internationalization route finally reaped the biggest cake. But for Lin Feng's dynastic manifesto, all major American newspapers were criticized, especially the Los Angeles Times, which strongly criticized Lin Feng's arrogance. The Rocket dynasty has been a matter of the last century. In the world of the Lakers dynasty in Liu fan, if we want a dynasty, wait for the ugly year. Also, do the Chinese know basketball? The 2 Zhao players from China, Wang Zhigo and Batel, have drifted away from the inside for a long time and shot from the outside, and the other can stand on the inside, but the slow turnaround is slower than the 80-year-old woman. Of course, The two vomiters from China have a pound. Features small drinking fountain. Players refer to sitting next to the drinking fountain for a long time and cannot play. Perhaps Lin Feng bought the Houston Rockets to allow his two Chinese compatriots to play. This is indeed a good way to hide the shame of Chinese players. Faced with such arrogant remarks in Luotian fan times, Lin Feng smiled coldly after seeing it. Yes, the Lakers dynasty is indeed the most glorious time. This season will win the third championship, but next year is the Lakers' Yang year. But unfortunately it will be the most miserable year. Then, in the year of the blade, the Lakers dynasty fell apart. Now you ridiculed me and made fun of our players. When Yao Ming comes to Zhao, I will let you know how powerful the Chinese giants are. After Kobe and Anil break out of civil strife, let's see how I demolish your Lakers. Lin Feng crumpled the Luogong fan times into a ball and threw it into the trash can. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Cup actress Idol's First Avenue wins the championship. Watch online. Please follow the WeChat public account. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 417 The Cry of the Fans. 75 Chapter 417 The Cry of the Fans. The news of Hu Feng's acquisition of the Houston Rockets spread back to the country, causing all basketball fans to move. 6th, for Lin Feng, a Chinese became the owner of the Zhao team, and he was cheered. 1.C organized all major media and magazines across the country to report the matter in large chapters, and called on Lin Feng to trade Wang Zhigo and Battel as soon as possible to allow two Chinese players to join the Rockets, so that those who do not know how to use the two Chinese mobile Great Walls look at the coach. The power of China's mobile Great Wall. Even the relevant leaders of the Basketball Association also called on an informal occasion, hoping that Lin Feng would recruit more Chinese players. It is best to have a Chinese player in every position, and do what a Chinese citizen should do to improve the strength of the national team. Responsibilities. For this, Lin Feng was really speechless. China has only one Yao Ming, Wang Zhigo and Battel. It's really tough to use their power. As for other Chinese players, especially the defenders, Lin Feng is really speechless. Why are American players so strong, but Chinese players are so thin? Domestic netizens are also very applauded. Although they also called on Lin Feng to use Chinese players more, most of them were sensible. They pointed out that the gap between their own players and our players, especially the defenders, is too big. I did not hope that Lin Feng would call these domestic players into the Rockets, but helped that Lin Feng would trade some top superstars to the Rockets. This will make them even more refreshed when they watch the game in the future. After all, after Lin Feng acquired the Houston Rockets, he basically became the home team of the national fans. If the team does not have a few superstars, it will naturally be less fun to watch. In time, the names of Kobe, Anil, Duncan and others have been associated with the Houston Rockets. Of course, these can only be a good wish. However, what Lin Feng did not expect was that although the performance of Wang Zhigo, Xiaobata and others disappointed all Chinese fans, Yao Ming, now in the game, led the Shanghai Oriental team to kill the little giants in all directions, but became all Chinese. The hope of the fans. I hope to see China's little giant Yao Ming, who can play on the Zhao Arena, play for the Houston Rockets, and show the strength of Chinese players. There is a voice from fans across the country, hoping that Shanghai Dongfeng can let Yao Ming participate in this year's Zhao draft, and hope that Lin Feng's Houston Rockets can get Yao Ming into account. At this time, the Shanghai Oriental team led by Yao Ming has won the regular season championship, and many Zhao scouts have traveled to Shanghai in batches. Watching Yao Ming's practice and games, some football circles described them as coveting these American scouts, who are talented, have a broad vision, have great potential, have good team spirit, and have a good passing ability. These American scouts' evaluations have made many netizens more enthusiastic. Soaring, even at the Shanghai Oriental home stadium, Many fans' slogans let Yao Ming go to the Rockets while watching the game. For this situation, Lin Feng secretly groaned. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to cross the Chenkang secretly, and secretly introduced Yao Ming to save a lottery. Unexpectedly, under the violent speculation of netizens, it became in vain. Under pressure from all parties, Shanghai Oriental was helpless and announced before the end of the season that Yao Ming would be released to participate in this year's draft pick after the end of the season. The US media predicts that Yao Ming will be ranked among the top 3. Obviously, Lin Feng didn't want to use the future number 1 pick. It was impossible to sign Yao Ming. In desperation, facing the enthusiasm of netizens, Lin Feng could only respond, promising that if the Houston Rockets had a chance, Yao Ming would be taken off, and a brand new Peng team would be built with Yao Ming as the core. Regarding Lin Feng's speech, all domestic netizens were cheering and thunderous, but the major media in the United States dismissed Yao Ming as touting too much. Although he has an extraordinary talent of 2 femtometers, he wants to be the core. But it is a dream. Bear Bradley at best. Zhou is the highest player in active service, but he is called the thin bamboo pole. When he got the news, domestic media and netizens were naturally dissatisfied. They criticized the opinions of major American media and launched a transoceanic public opinion war. Newspapers such as Los Angeles Times and USA Today have even opened up Yao Ming columns, translating Chinese media comments and netizens' comments from across the ocean and publishing them in newspapers, and hiring professional Peng coaches to refute their comments. Domestically, in response to US media reports, magazines such as Sports Weekly also asked experts to branch out on Yao Ming's future in Zhou, refuting irresponsible remarks made by the US media. The battle of public opinion was fought vigorously. It is another war without losers. The newspapers sold by the media made the bosses laugh and wake up in dreams, and the fans also watched them with gusto. As the protagonist of the incident, Yao Ming, who has not yet arrived, became famous. Although this media war has brought Yao Ming a huge reputation, it undoubtedly also brought breathless pressure. If you do not perform well, Yao Ming will be greeted with overwhelming censure and anger, which will destroy the self-confidence of a normal person. Lin Feng sighed secretly. Unexpectedly, his intervention would make things change like this. Fortunately, the Houston Rockets now belong to him, and he can give Yao Ming full trust and let it slowly develop. Training a concave TV station. Boss, do you really want to choose your compatriot Yao Ming? Terry asked, looking at Yao Ming's information. With the results of the Houston Rockets this year, the lottery should be in the top 3, and it is very likely that Yao Ming will be drawn. Lin Feng nodded. Robo Shiwa just deleted the recess and added 8 or more updated times. More haha. Great. Houston hasn't had a decent center for too long. Yao Ming may become a good center, Terry said with delight. But Terry now only uses a good center. Obviously he still has reservations about Yao Ming. Look at it. Many media in the United States will surely be able to become a superstar. Lin Feng tightly holds the next boss. The first season of Prison Break has been broadcast to the old episode, and Mr. Spielberg has already put the last one. The mother film of the episode came over, and let me tell you, is the script for the second season written yet? Terry said suddenly, and at the same time took out a financial statement from the drawer. Boss, all the remaining 6 episodes of the first season have been sold. The first season of Prison Break brought a net profit of more than $1 million. Terry said excitedly. The popularity of Prison Break not only made Lin Feng earn more than $10,000 in donations, but also made O Shrimp Plus a well-known TV station in the United States. Now Terry has gone out to show his identity as a master of the station and his unique face. Therefore, Terry is anxious for Prison Break. Prepare for the second season as soon as possible. Lin Feng frowned. Although he had brought the script for the second season of Prison Break, but he really didn't have the face to see people. It was so different from the first season. But after thinking about it, he can only show it to Spielberg first. After bidding farewell to Terry, Lin Feng went to Hollywood. The crew of Prison Break has ended. A group of actors also went home to rest. But I didn't go out on holiday, because I don't know when the second season will start shooting, and they are all waiting for Spielberg's call. Hey, Lin. I'm just about to call you to ask about the second season script, Spielberg asked after seeing Lin Feng with a simple greeting. Lin Feng frowned helplessly, and took out the script for the second season of Prison Break from his briefcase. Spielberg took it, read it carefully, and shook his head again and again. Lin, although the script for the second season is okay, it's far from the first season. If you barely shoot it, I am afraid that you may not be able to have the first season's ratings. And the second season compared with the first season, there is a very big difference. And there is one thing that makes the audience very disgusting, Spielberg said. Lin Feng was taken aback, and quickly asked why. Lin, the first season of Prison Break can be so popular, apart from the storyline enough to affect people's hearts. The most important thing is that the characters in the play were treated unfairly by justice, which aroused the audience's sympathy for the weak. And in the United States, human rights and freedom is the most important thing for all American citizens. In the first season, we have firmly grasped these 2 points and deeply grasped the hearts of the audience, Spielberg said in an analysis. In this second season, after the characters in the play escaped from prison, they faced the chase of the national police while fighting against ordinary citizens. This undoubtedly disgusted most Americans. In order to survive, the characters in the play had to do harm to the behavior of citizens, which makes the characters in the play the opposite of the audience. It is difficult to get the audience's approval, Spielberg analysis said. Lin Feng suddenly realized that it was so. But in that case, how do you shoot the second season? The script is handed over to me, I already have an idea here. Spielberg pointed to his brain and said. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As a Hollywood Gold director, Spielberg's revised scripts are not too few, and there is no problem with giving it to him. Besides, I don't have any good ideas now. Just here, a doorbell came out. After Spielberg's wife opened the door, Jessica came in. During this period of time, Jessica often came to discuss with Spielberg the plot and related roles of the second season of Prison Break. But I didn't expect to see Lin Feng today. Hi, Lin, you are here. Jessica looked at Lin Feng with surprise and excitedly gave Lin Feng a warm hug. Hi, Jessica, I haven't seen you for many days. You are even more beautiful, Lin Feng said admiringly. Although the tone is a bit flattering, it is true that after the filming of Prison Break, Jessica's scent of stars is more abundant, and her gestures are full of superstar demeanor, and it also makes Jessica, who is already sexy and charming, more attractive to all living beings. By the way, Jessica, Mr. Spielberg, the day after tomorrow will be my team Houston Rockets, the first home game after the acquisition. The opponent is the Los Angeles Lakers. I wonder if the two can appreciate your support? Lin Feng invited say. Hey, Lin, I'm a Lakers fan. Don't you worry about me cheering for the Lakers? Spielberg laughed. After all, Hollywood is next to Los Angeles, and most Hollywood superstars are Los Angeles Lakers fans. As long as the great director Spielberg is here, it will be my honor, Lin Feng said with a smile. Kate Spielberg wife, would you like to go to Houston for a 2-day vacation? Spielberg turned and asked his wife. Steven, Lin's team's first home game, how can we not go? Kate said with a smile. Jessica, how about you? Lin Feng turned to look at Jessica. Of course I am going. I am a Houston Rockets fan from now on. Also, thank you very much, Lin. Jessica looked at Lin Feng and said affectionately. She has grown from a young actor to a big Hollywood star today. Lin Feng has contributed a lot, and she is full of gratitude to Lin Feng in her heart. Kate, go, accompany me out for a walk. Here is for the two young people. Spielberg smiled and took his wife away. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Although he felt a little ambiguous, it was very pleasant to talk to Jessica, who was sexy and charming all afternoon. But at this time, the phone rang suddenly, and Avril called with a blaming tone. Lin, haven't you forgotten our bracelet appointment? In the microphone, Avral's accusing voice came, but it sounded more resentful. The news of Lin Feng's acquisition of the Houston Rockets spread back to the country, causing all basketball fans to be enthusiastic about Lin Feng, a Chinese who became the owner of the Zhao team. Major media and magazines across the country covered the matter in large chapters and called on Lin Feng to trade Wang Zigo and Battel as soon as possible. Let two Chinese players join the Rockets, and let those coaches who don't know how to use the two-mobile Great Wall in China to see the power of China's mobile Great Wall. Even the relevant leaders of the Basketball Association also called on an informal occasion, hoping that Lin Feng would recruit more Chinese players to enter Zhao, and it is best to have a Chinese player in every position. In order to improve the strength of the national team, Chinese citizens' duty due. For this, Lin Feng was really speechless. There is only one Yao Ming in China, Wang Zina and Battel. It is really irritating to use their power. As for other Chinese players, especially defenders, Lin Feng is really speechless. Why American players are so strong, but Chinese players are so thin. Domestic netizens are also very applauded. Although they also called on Lin Feng to use Chinese players more, most of them were sensible. They pointed out that the gap between their own players and Zhao players, especially the defenders, is too big. I did not hope that Lin Feng would call these domestic players into the Rockets, but helped that Lin Feng would trade some top superstars to the Rockets. This will make them even more refreshed when they watch the game in the future. After all, after Lin Feng acquired the Houston Rockets, he basically became the home team of the Chinese fans. If the team does not have a few superstars, it will naturally be less fun to watch. In time, the names of Kobe, Anil, Duncan and others have been associated with the Houston Rockets. Of course, these can only be a good wish. However, what Lin Feng did not expect was that although Wang Zixi, Battel and other Shan's performance disappointed all Chinese fans, Yao Ming, now in the game, led the Shanghai Oriental team to massacre the Little Giant in the quartet, but became all Chinese, the hope of the fans. I hope to see China's Little Giant Yao Ming, who can play on the Zhao Arena, play for the Houston Rockets, and show the strength of Chinese players. Fans from all over the country are crying, hoping that Dagger Haidongfen can let Yao Ming participate in this year's Zhao draft, and hope that Lin Feng's Houston Rockets can put Yao Ming under his account. At this time, the Shanghai Oriental team led by Yao Ming has won the regular season championship. Many Zhao scouts went to Shanghai in batches. Watching Yao Ming's practice and games, some people in the football world described them as being smart, talented, visionary, team-spirited, and passing skills are also quite good. Yao Ming covets the appraisal of these American scouts, which makes many netizens more enthusiastic. Soaring, even at home to Shanghai Dongfeng. Many fans also slogans let Yao Ming go to the Rockets while watching the game. For this situation, Lin Feng secretly groaned. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to cross the Chenkang secretly, and secretly introduced Yao Ming to save a lottery. Unexpectedly, under the violent speculation of netizens, it became in vain. Under pressure from all parties, Shanghai Oriental was helpless. Before the end of the season, it was announced that after the end of the season, Yao Ming will be released to participate in this year's draft. The US media predicts that Yao Ming will be ranked among the top 3. Obviously, Lin Feng didn't want to use the future number 1 pick. It would be impossible to sign Yao Ming. In desperation, facing the enthusiasm of netizens, Lin Feng could only respond, promising that if the Houston Rockets had a chance, Yao Ming would be taken off, and he would build a brand new team with Yao Ming as the core. Regarding Lin Feng's speech, all domestic netizens were cheering and thunderous, but the major media in the United States dismissed it and thought that Yao Ming was touting too high. Although he has an extraordinary talent and a weak height of 2 meters, he wants to be the core, but it is a dream. Be a Bradley at best. Zhao is the highest player in active service. but is known as the thin bamboo pole to get the news. The domestic media and netizens were naturally dissatisfied and criticized the speeches of major US media, and a transoceanic public opinion battle started on both sides. Newspapers such as Liuoshangwan Times and USA Today opened up Yao Ming column one after another. The Chinese media remarks and netizens' comments on the other side of the ocean were turned over and published in the newspaper, and professional coaches were hired to refute his remarks. In China, in response to American media reports, magazines such as Sports Weekly also hired experts to analyze Yao Ming's future and refute the irresponsible remarks of the American media. The Robe Chinois just deleted the concave and added 8 or 4 less, updated the block, and more public opinion battles were fought vigorously. It is another war without losers. The newspapers sold by the media made the bosses laugh and wake up in dreams, and the fans also watched them with gusto. As the protagonist of the incident, Yao Ming, who has not yet arrived, became famous. Although this media war has brought Yao Ming a huge reputation, it undoubtedly also brought breathless pressure. If you do not perform well, Yao Ming will be greeted with overwhelming censure and anger, which will destroy the self-confidence of a normal person. Lin Feng sighed secretly. Unexpectedly, his intervention would make things change like this. Fortunately, the Houston Rockets now belong to him, and he can give Yao Ming full trust and let it slowly develop. In the TV, "Boss, do you really want to choose your compatriot Yao Ming?" Terry asked, looking at Yao Ming's information. With the results of the Houston Rockets this year, the lottery should be in the top 3, and it is very likely that Yao Ming will be drawn. Lin Feng nodded. Ha ha, great. Houston hasn't had a decent center for too long. Yao Ming may become a good center, Terry said with joy. But Terry now only uses a good center. Obviously he still has reservations about Yao Ming. Look, many American media players. Yao Ming will surely become a famous enemy. Lin Feng tightly held the next move. Boss, the first season of Prison Break has been broadcast to the old episode, and Mr. Spielberg has already put the last one. The mother film of the episode came over, and let me tell you, is the script for the second season written? Terry said suddenly, and took out a financial statement from the drawer. Boss, all the remaining 6 episodes of the first season have been sold. The first season of Prison Break brought a total of more than $10,000 in net profit, Terry said excitedly. The popularity of Prison Break has not only made Lin Feng more than $10,000, but also made Ava Gang a well-known TV station in the United States. Now Terry has gone out to show off his identity as the head of the station and his unique face. Therefore, Terry is eager to prepare for the second season of Prison Break as soon as possible. Lin Feng frowned. Although he had brought the script for the second season of Prison Break, he really didn't have the face to see people, and it was far from the first season. But after thinking about it, he can only show it to Spielberg first. After bidding farewell to Terry, Lin Feng went to Hollywood. The crew of Prison Break has ended, and all the actors have gone home to rest. But I didn't go out on holiday, because I don't know when the second season will start shooting, and they are all waiting for Spielberg's call. Hey, Lin, I'm just about to call you. Ask about the second season script. Spielberg asked Lin Feng after a simple greeting. Lin Feng frowned helplessly, and took out the script for the second season of Prison Break from his briefcase. Spielberg took it, read it carefully, and shook his head again and again. Lin, although the script for this second season is okay, it's far from the first season. If you barely shoot it, I'm afraid it may not be able to have the first season's ratings. And the second season compared with the first season, there is a very big difference, and there is one thing that makes the audience very offensive. Spielberg said. Lin Feng was taken aback, and quickly asked why. Lin, the first season of Prison Break can be so popular. In addition to the storyline is enough to affect people's hearts, the most important thing is that the characters in the play were treated unfairly by justice, which aroused the audience's sympathy for the weak. And in the United States, human rights and freedom is the most important thing for all American citizens. In the first season, We have firmly grasped these 2 points and deeply grasped the hearts of the audience," Spielberg said in an analysis. And in this second season, after the characters in the play escaped from prison, they were chased by the national police. They also had to fight against ordinary citizens, which undoubtedly disgusted most Americans. In order to survive, the characters in the play had to do harm to ordinary people, the behavior of citizens, which makes the characters in the play the opposite of the audience. It is difficult to get the audience's approval, Spielberg said in an analysis. Lin Feng suddenly realized that it was so. But in that case, how do you shoot the second season? The script is handed over to me. I already have an idea here. Spielberg pointed to his brain and said. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As a Hollywood Gold director, Spielberg's revised scripts are not too few, and there is no problem with giving it to him. Besides, I don't have any good ideas now. Just here, a doorbell came out. After Spielberg's wife opened the door, Jessica came in. During this time, Jessica often came to discuss with Spielberg about the plot and related roles of the second season of Prison Break. But I didn't expect to see Lin Feng today. Hi, Lin, you are here. Jessica looked at Lin Feng with surprise and excitedly gave Lin Feng a warm hug. Hi, Jessica, I haven't seen you for many days. You are even more beautiful, Lin Feng said admiringly. Although the tone is a bit flattering, it is true that after filming Prison Break, Jessica's body is more starry. Show off the style of a big star in every gesture. It also makes Jessica, who is already sexy and charming, more attractive to all beings. By the way, Jessica, Mr. Spielberg, the day after tomorrow is my team Houston Rockets, the first home game after the acquisition. The opponent is the UOKI Lakers. I wonder if the two of you can show your face and support? Lin Feng invited. Say, hey, Lin, I'm a Lakers fan. Don't you fear me cheering for the Lakers? Spielberg laughed. After all, Hollywood is next to Los Angeles, and most Hollywood superstars are Los Angeles Lakers fans. As long as director Spielberg can come here, it will be my honor, Lin Feng said with a smile. Kate Spielberg wife, would you like to go to Houston for a 2-day vacation? Spielberg turned and asked his wife. Steven, Lin's team's first home game. How can we not go? Kate said with a smile. Jessica, how about you? Lin Feng turned to Jessica. Of course I am going. I am a Houston Rockets fan from now on. And, thank you very much, Lin. Jessica looked at Lin Feng, said affectionately. She has grown from a young actor to a big Hollywood star today. Lin Feng has contributed a lot, and she is full of gratitude to Lin Feng in her heart. Kate, go. Accompany me out and walk around. This is for two young people. Spielberg smiled and took his wife away. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Although he felt a little ambiguous, he faced the sexy and charming Jessica. It is a very pleasant thing to be able to talk to him for an afternoon. But at this time, the phone rang suddenly, and Avril called with a blaming tone. Lin, haven't you forgotten our bracelet appointment? In the microphone, Avril's accusing voice came, but it sounded more resentful. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Thailand's busiest female anchor brand new exciting love video exposure fell to the male lead so hungry thirsty. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 418 Princess Peng is in love? Question mark. Love, sometimes, is a sinking thing, so-called reason and determination, but ridiculous self-comforting words. Hearing Avril's resentful tone, Lin Feng's heart tightened, and suddenly he felt that the bracelet on his left wrist was faintly hot, as if to remind himself of his ruthlessness. But after another thought, a sense of pride came to my heart. The American pop queen, the little Princess Peng, misses herself so much, which in itself is a kind of pride. Avril, how could I forget it? Take it with me every day. As long as I see it, I will think of you. Moreover, I am your loyal fan. I can't sleep if I don't listen to your songs every day. Lin Feng smiled compliment said. There was a snort on the phone, but then there was a burst of crisp laughter. By the way, Avril, The Houston Rockets I just acquired the day after tomorrow will usher in the first home game. I don't know if the American pop queen will come here. Lin Feng invited with a smile. Of course, there is no time, but if someone is willing to pick me up in person, I can squeeze some time. Avril was overjoyed, but then said mischievously. Lin Feng laughed. Of course, the little Princess Peng is willing to come here, so I'm naturally going to greet her. But nowadays, the American pop queen came to my compact center. I wonder if I can sing a song? Lin Feng took the opportunity to say, HMPH. I said that I was not so kind to invite me. It seems that if you didn't want me to sing, you wouldn't invite me. Avril hummed. Lin Feng listened to Zyle, and after some jokes, they agreed that Lin Feng would go to New York tomorrow to personally invite Avril to watch a game at the Compaq Center in Houston. Of course, in return, Avril will have a live song at the Compaq Center. Ask Avril to sing in person, but you can't ask for it if you have money. Avril is not short of money now, and with her character, if you don't like you, it will be useless if you put in more money. It is precisely because of this straightforward, uncompromising, and fearless attitude towards life that has won the love of a large number of American teenagers, replacing Britney Spears, who has been transformed into a sexy girl, and becoming the idol of American young people. When he hung up, Lin Feng smiled. But just now Avril finally said that he would surprise himself. What kind of surprise would it be? Lin Feng is looking forward to this. It was Avril just now. Was Avril's call from the American pop queen? Jessica stared at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded. Jessica's face darkened slightly, and she turned to stare at the bracelet on Lin Feng's left wrist, and asked, "Is this a gift from Avril?" Lin Feng touched the wrist of his left hand, neither gold nor silver, but wearing a bracelet that always had a faint coolness. A sweet smile on his face couldn't help. Jessica looked at the smile on Lin Feng's face. How she didn't know who the owner of the bracelet was. Her face sank slightly, and she felt a little bit of sorrow in her heart. She looked at the man in front of her and sighed secretly. For Lin Feng, she didn't know what feelings it was. On 9.11 on the plane, from the time Jessica borrowed Lin Feng to reject the British Prince William, to when the plane was hijacked and the passengers on the plane were rescued by Lin Feng, Jessica felt gratitude to Lin Feng. Afterwards, Lin Feng fell into the judgment of the century. Faced with the charges of the U.S. Department of Justice, even when he might be sentenced to electrocution at any time, he still looks the same, calm and calm. Lin Feng's composure left a deep impression on Jessica. Is gradually attracted by it. Later, Lin Feng invested in Prison Break. She served as the heroine, and because of Prison Break she became a well-known star in the United States. And in the filming of Prison Break, Jessica learned that the script of Prison Break actually came from Lin Hand of the Wind. Astonished, I don't know what to say. She didn't expect Lin Feng to write such a top-notch script, which made Jessica, who loves acting, feel even better about Lin Feng. After that, Lin Feng supported Avril and declared war jobs, who was full of vigor in front of the media camera. Jessica was deeply fascinated by it. Although he knew that Lin Feng had many confidants around him, and it seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with Avril, the young American pop queen, Jessica was still deeply involved. For women, something that some people argue is more popular, and something that no one disputes, but no one likes it. This mentality of a woman may be the reason why the playboy can always cross the flowers. Should I just fight for myself? Jessica sighed. Lin Feng didn't know that Jessica thought so much in an instant, and she was still guessing what a surprise Avril said to give herself. But after being in a good mood, they talked with Jessica. Jessica loves acting and is very interested in various movies and TV. Although Lin Feng is not an expert in this field, she has watched a lot of movies, and the two of them had a good time chatting. When dinner was approaching, the Spielbergs came back, and they were very happy to see them so enthusiastic. He is extremely optimistic about Jessica, and this Jessica is a relatively simple and innocent girl, without the colorful nightlife of other Hollywood actresses. Such a sexy woman, now so famous, that there is no rumors about it. It can only be said that Jessica cleans herself. If Jessica can be with Lin Feng, it would have responded to an old Chinese saying, Lang is a beautiful woman. Well, two young people, dinner is ready, Spielberg said with a smile. After eating at Spielberg's house, Lin Feng sent Jessica home. Lin, it's getting late. I won't invite you in for coffee. I will be there on time the day after tomorrow. When she arrived at the door, Jessica said slightly apologetically, "It's really inappropriate to let a man into her room at so late." Regarding this, Lin Feng didn't have any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, there was an inexplicable joy in his heart. Wonderful feeling. The relationship between men and women is always so subtle. Jessica, then I will be waiting for you at the Compaq Center in Houston when I arrive. I'll say goodbye first. Good night. Lin Feng and Jessica waved goodbye. Later, Lin Feng made a phone call with other actors from the Prison Break crew. This is the first home court of his team, so naturally it will be more lively. The arrival of the entire crew of Prison Break will undoubtedly bring the atmosphere of the whole scene to its climax. After finalizing everything, Lin Feng directly embarked on the flight to New York. "Hi, Lin, you are here." The next morning, Avril saw Lin Feng appear in front of her. Although she was slightly surprised, her face was filled with joy in an instant, and she reached out and gave Lin Feng a high five to express welcome. "The bracelet is still you can't take it off. This will bring you good luck all the time." Avril took Lin Feng's left wrist and looked at it, nodding in satisfaction. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. "Avril, why do you have dark circles under your eyes and you are still busy with the second album?" Lin Feng then noticed that Avril had dark circles under his eyes, and he felt distressed in his heart. No, the second album has just begun to compose. How can it be so fast?" Avril smiled. "What is that?" Lin Feng was curious. "Secret. You'll know tomorrow." Avril gave a weird smile, then reached out and yawned. "Lin, I'm tired. I'm going to make up for a nap. You feel free to do it yourself," said Avril and walked upstairs. But just turned around and didn't take a few steps. As soon as he weakened, he would fall. Lin Feng was surprised. He quickly stepped forward and hugged him. "Look again, Avril is already asleep." Reluctantly shook his head. Lin Feng hugged him upstairs, gently put him on the bed, and covered him with a quilt. Looking at the sweet-faced Avril who was sleeping, Lin Feng sighed with emotion. Just now, Lin Feng noticed that Avril had a bracelet on her right wrist that was exactly the same as she had given herself. You must know that Avril wore a watch on her right hand, but now she wears a watch with her left hand in her right hand with a bracelet exactly like her. The meaning of this is self-evident. This girl, alas, is it just one's own responsibility? Will this girl who doesn't follow the trend and mavericks accept Lisa's self? In meditation, unconsciously, the day passed. "Hey, Lin, good morning." Avril opened her eyes and saw Lin Feng watching her, with a sweet smile, stretched her waist and sat up. If you change to someone else, you may feel uneasy or shy when you wake up and see yourself being watched. But Avril is not at all uneasy, but feels very safe. For the man in front of him, Avril felt extremely safe. From the beginning of Lin Feng's unconditional sponsorship of her record, and later, when she supported her, he did not hesitate to use $10 million to bet her sales can surpass Britney Spears. Avril fell in love with this same maverick. Often and all the media are facing the fucking Chinese boy. She feels that the two of them are very similar in character. They are not following the trend, and they are not succumbed to the world. Moreover, Lin Feng gave her a very cordial feeling, and it was this cordial feeling that made her suddenly fall asleep in front of Lin Feng unsuspecting in the morning. Otherwise, if it was someone else, Avril would definitely not be like this. "Lin, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" Avril rubbed her stomach. From last night to now, she hasn't eaten for a whole day, and she is already starving. No, I'm going to buy it. Sweet bagels, milk tea, eel-flavored pizza, right. Lin Feng got up and said, thank you." Avril clapped his hands and smiled, but when Lin Feng turned and went downstairs, he suddenly called Lin Feng. "Wait, Lin. You go downstairs and wait for me first, and wait for me to wash together. Go eat." More than 10 minutes later, Avril bounced downstairs and took Lin Feng's hand to the pizzeria he often went to. Although Avril has become a queen now, she has not changed her residence yet. She is used to this place, and she also likes the residents of these surroundings. Especially although she is now a popular queen, everyone's attitude towards her is still the same as before, and there is no change in the slightest. They still greet her and laugh as usual, which makes Avril very satisfied. "Hi, Avril, is it still the same today?" When he arrived at the pizzeria, the owner Rick greeted him loudly. When the other guests saw Avril, they all greeted each other with a familiar expression on their faces. Occasionally, a few strange guests found that the person who came in was actually Avril. They were shocked. They wanted to sign and take photos. However, other guests and the owner in the store stopped them and had to give up, but they took photos with their mobile phones. "I took a picture of Avril." Rick, the same. "By the way, Lin, what do you eat?" Avril raised an eyebrow and said, It's the same as you. I don't know what's delicious here, but I believe you must be good." Lin Feng looked at the menu and said, Young man, good vision. The pizza I ordered by Avril is the signature of my shop." At this time, the owner Rick brought a pizza and 2 cups of milk tea and placed them in front of them. After serving the meal, Rick did not leave. Instead, he looked up and down Lin Feng carefully, then nodded with his arms folded. "Young man, Avril is a nice girl. Don't bully her, otherwise I won't let you go." "Rick," Avril screamed shyly. "Yes, young man, if you dare to bully Avril, people in our entire community will not let you go." Other familiar guests also yelled. Avril screamed, causing everyone to laugh. Although she was teased by everyone, Avril was extremely sweet in her heart. It was just a few strange guests who were shocked. "I didn't expect to find such amazing news when I came to this small restaurant to eat pizza today. The little Princess Peng is in love." The next day, the headlines of the entertainment pages of all the media in the United States were the headlines of the violent news, and the pictures in the newspapers were photos of Lin Feng and Avril eating at a pizzeria. From the photos, the relationship between the two was extremely close. There was an uproar in the entire US media. I didn't expect that Lin Feng, the abominable Chinese, after acquiring the Houston Rockets and winning the pop star. Although from the previous incident of Lin Feng's support for Avril, the relationship between the two must be certain unusual, but after confirming the relationship between the two, it is still unacceptable. In particular, what makes all the American media tasted is why this Chinese is again. Lin Feng didn't care about the media's disdainful tone. He had long been used to the American media's mockery of himself. The United States advocates freedom of speech. These media even mock the President of the United States, let alone themselves. But surprisingly, as a fan of Avril, I learned that Avril had a boyfriend. Although many fans were disappointed in their hearts, they did not take any radical actions. Anyway, from the various reports of Lin Feng in the past, I learned of Lin Feng's various deeds before, and suddenly realized that the two did have a lot in common. The same does not follow the trend, the same maverick, the same dare to do. This also makes Lin Feng unexpectedly get the likes of a large number of Avril fans. Many fans even think that Lin Feng is very suitable for Avril, and so rich. I believe their idol Avril can concentrate more on singing, dedicate more classic songs to them, and sing their aspirations. In this tumult, Lin Feng and Avril arrived in Houston. Today's Houston Rockets home game starts at 8 p.m. and the opponent is the Los Angeles Lakers. For this game, because the strength of the two teams is too large, the National Broadcasting Corporation (NBC) did not broadcast it nationwide. Moreover, Lin Feng's acquisition of the Houston Rockets also happened suddenly, and Stern had no time to arrange a national live broadcast. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 419 The Champion's Heart? 75 Chapter 419 Champion's Heart. Yixing Lin Feng's own company only bought the broadcast rights for this year's holiday, and the game broadcast rights for the banner and Plus training stars. After becoming a national TV station, it can also be broadcast to national TV stations. This also allows Stern breathed a sigh of relief. Easy reading with mobile phone. Arrangement. In fact, Stern is so impatient to agree to the deal between Alexander and Lin Feng this time. There is another most important reason. This year, the last year of the contract with the National Broadcasting Corporation of the United States, the end of the season, the summer will negotiate a new television rights contract. NBC and Zhao signed $4 billion broadcasting contracts in their nephew years, but they lost money every year. I am afraid that they will not purchase Zhao's broadcasting rights again this year. Although there are 3 companies including ABC's Dubai Xiaoyugang Sports Television Network and AOL Time Warner who are preparing to buy the broadcast rights of the 4 souvenirs, in order to sell the broadcast rights a bit higher, Stern tried his best. The appearance of Lin Feng is undoubtedly good news. With the participation of China, the largest undeveloped market, Stern believes that the campaigner's bid will satisfy him and all Zhao bosses. In today's Houston home game against the Los Angeles Lakers, the tickets were sold out before the game. In addition to the charm of the powerful Lakers dynasty, what is more important is Lin Feng, the new Chinese boss. After Lin Feng said that he would return to a larger one and let the hero of the Houston Rockets spend more than a year in his career with the Rockets, he won the love of all Houston Rockets fans. Since then, Lam Feng promised to build the Houston Rockets into the league's top team, create another Rockets dynasty and make all Rockets fans crazy. Therefore, although the Houston Rockets have a dismal record, all Rockets fans have poured into the Kangxiang Center to support the Houston Rockets and Lin Feng, because they saw the hope of the Houston Rockets and a bright tomorrow. After pouring into the stadium, all the audience suddenly realized that sitting on the first row of the stadium was the entire crew of the nation's hottest series Prison Break. The male lead Michael Scofield, the female lead Sarah and the male lead number 2 Lincoln Bruce and director Spielberg. It can be said that the stars are dazzling, and all the stars have Rocky-marked jerseys or caps and scarves. All the audience was slightly confused. Did I arrive at the home court of the Los Angeles Lakers? Can you see so many stars? But then when I saw the Prison Break heroine Sarah actor Jessica sitting with Lin Feng chatting and laughing, all the Houston Rockets fans were surprised. Prison Break was invested by Lin Feng, and it was reasonable for the entire crew to come and join in. But this made all the fans who watched the game a blessing. Many women kept shouting the name of Michael Scofield, the hero of Prison Break. Whenever Michael Scofield turned around and waved, it evoked a scream. All the Rockets fans were relieved that with such a supernatural and wealthy boss, and a boss who also loves the Rockets tomorrow must be very beautiful. All fans firmly believe. The on-site camera and host also appropriately introduced the entire Prison Break crew to all audiences. Every actor got up to welcome the cheers of all fans. After all, while being Rockets fans, many people are also TV fans. The popularity of Prison Break, the degree is not to boast. Finally, when the host introduced Lin Feng, when Lin Feng got up, all Rockets fans stood up and cheered Lin Feng's name. In addition to those superstars and well-known head coaches, Lin Feng was still the boss. First person. The host handed the microphone to Lin Feng in due course. Lin Feng took the microphone and waved to all the fans on the scene. Thank you. Thank you all the Rockets fans for your love for the Rockets. Thank you for being able to watch the game. Support the Houston Rockets. Thank you. I promise. The Houston Rockets will have a better tomorrow, Lin Feng said gratefully. The fans cheered. Today is my first home game after I acquired the Houston Rockets. In order to give back to all the fans who came to support the Rockets, I promise that if the Rockets get fierce points, all fans will get a burger and a glass of beer. Lin Feng fisted. Say. All the fans suddenly burst into shouts like a tsunami. Nothing is more welcome than hamburgers and beer. There are also burgers and beer for watching football, which is not bad. Lin Feng smiled and sat down. Lin You seem to be very popular." Spielberg sighed. He is a loyal Los Angeles Lakers fan. At the Staples Center of the Los Angeles Lakers, although fans are extremely loyal to the Lakers, such cheers are rarely seen except in the playoffs. What's more, the target of the special fans cheered is the special team boss, not those superstars. It should be understood that in the Staples Center, only superstars like Kobe and O'Neal can get such treatment. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added 84%, updated the block, and more. Even the burgers and beer promised by Lakers boss Bus was only exchanged for the applause of the fans on the spot, but they could not be exchanged for the fans' sincere cheers. This shows that these Houston Rockets love Lam Fung in a psychological way. A boss who is more popular with fans than Rockets stars is rare. Spielberg sighed. By the way, Lin, your home court conditions are not good. You duo, it's a change to the Xin field compared to Spielberg. Looking at the simple Xin field, Wang Lin Feng nodded his head. The Houston Rockets will change to a new stadium next year. But I think the new stadium was named by Toyota Motor of Japan. Lam Fung was instinctively unhappy. However, the stadium under construction is invested by the Houston city government. He has no right to speak. But it is time to talk to the Houston city government and see if he can acquire it. This brand new gymnasium is being built. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the game officially started. But to all the fans' surprise, the game was delayed. There is no normal procedure to introduce players from both sides. But when the lights dimmed, a girl stood in the center of the venue. When the big screen showed the girl's face, the scene once again exclaimed Little Avril. After the pop star, the little Princess Avril of Pink, the audience couldn't help applauding and cheering. Avril's song does not distinguish age and national boundaries. Especially for Americans who advocate freedom, Avril's personality and maverick personality that dare to challenge the world is what all Americans like. At least whether you like her singing or not. But Avril's character is extremely popular with Americans. At this time, the lights of the audience dimmed, and the focused light hit Avril. Houston Rockets fans, hello. I am Avril Ramona Levine. I am very happy to be invited by Lin Feng to come to the Kangpai Center in Houston to watch football with everyone. The Houston Rockets have a brilliant future in the past, and the fans here are extremely enthusiastic. I find that I have fallen in love with the Houston Rockets. Avril's voice network fell, and the fans on the scene cheered. The pop queen is a fan of the Houston Rockets. Let all the Rockets, the fans are proud. Although all the newspapers today are preaching about the ambiguous relationship between Avril and Lin Feng, Avril's coming to the Rockets today also proves that the relationship between the two is unusual. Avril's love for the Houston Rockets is not as good as Lin Feng's, but right for the fans, it is no different. Lam Fung is the Houston Rockets. The Houston Rockets are Lam Fung. Here, I want to dedicate a song written by Wowang.com for all Houston Rockets fans, and the song Champion's Heart written for the Houston Rockets. After that, Avril personally played the electric guitar on her body and started sing aloud. The lyrics of this song Champion's Heart start from the origin of the Rockets, through the hardships, and finally create the Rockets dynasty, and then to the sinking of today. Avril expresses it vividly through singing. Hearing the difficulties of the Rockets at the beginning makes all fans feel sad. When I heard the glory of the Rockets dynasty, all fans were excited about it. At the end of the song, Lin Feng's name was stated in the lyrics, and he said that Lin Feng will lead the Houston Rockets to another glory. And the last sentence of the whole song ended with Huey's famous saying that Rockets coach Lewin forced Tom Genevieve to abandon "Never underestimate the heart of a champion." After singing the song, all Houston Rockets fans stood up collectively for the second time to applaud Avril's Champion's Heart, and many emotional fans shed tears of excitement. The heart of a champion. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. Zhao Zhuqiang, you are waiting, our Houston Rockets are back. All Houston Rockets fans shouted in unison. Lin Feng was extremely impressed when he heard it. It turns out that this is the surprise that Avril said. Avril, you are so likable to death. Jessica by the side of Lin Feng was also gasping for a while. I didn't expect that Avril would express her feelings so naked. Although this song praised the Rockets, it actually announced her feelings for Lin Feng to everyone. And this fearlessness, Jessica asked herself if she could not, she was not so fearless. Sigh softly. And then, this song Champion's Heart also became the Houston Rockets team song, and its popular melody and catchy words. In the subsequent sales of singles released by Avril, in one fell swoop, he won the next week's sales champion, and he remained the champion of the sales list for a long time, creating an amazing record of roaring thousands of copies. And Lin Feng's name is also deeply carved in the Houston Rockets along with this song Champion's Heart. The Rockets are Lin Feng, and Lin Feng is the Houston Rockets. No matter how many players and coaches the Houston Rockets changed in the future, everyone mentioned that the Houston Rockets would directly use Lam Feng's team instead. From this moment on, Lin Feng's position in the Houston Rockets is unmatched. After a brief period of excitement, the Houston Rockets Zhaoyuoshan Lakers game officially began. Lin, are you satisfied with this gift? After singing, Avril sat beside Lin Feng triumphantly, and said ostentatiously, "Thank you, Avril." Lin Feng gave him a hug. Unexpectedly, the hug was caught by the TV camera. Through Lin Feng's Fanggang TV station, all American audiences saw that the relationship between the two was extraordinary. Robe Xiaogang, Aojia ate 4 young people, a new piece of staff, a lot of staff. The Rockets fans on the scene made a burst of kind laughter. If you ask who can be worthy of Avril, undoubtedly the owner of your team is the best match. The two commentators on the scene also ridiculed, saying that Lin Feng is not shallow, a little Princess Pink, and a sexy goddess. Hug around, so that all men envy. There was a burst of laughter at the scene. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Korean female anchor's private secret video was exposed. Cute and full! Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Exclamation mark. Chapter 420,421 Different Treatment? Question mark. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75. Chapter 420 Different Treatment. All of them appeared on the stage. Read all the novels in Shilu literature. This is the first time that Lin Feng has watched the ball at such close range. The feeling of watching the ball in the first row is really good. The faces of all the players can be seen clearly, and every movement is vividly visible, and as the players struggle on the court, they feel the heartbeat of the whole person beating with the basketball, and the blood is boiling all over the body. Especially, Kobe's elegant dunk. The people who watched are utterly drunk. Anil's slam dunk from Naha's slam dunk was psychologically shocking. Also, Francis' exaggerated bounce, and the courage to break through the enemy's blockade of the layup. It is even more exciting. Good shot. Lin Feng got up and cheered. The scene was also cheering for Francis Dunk after breaking through Kobe. Avril and Jessica looked at each other and smiled helplessly. They seldom watched football before. It was the first time to watch the game, but Lin Feng was not so excited. But this feeling is really good, cheering for the goal, sighing for the loss, wantonly venting the feelings in the heart. At this time, Kobe was forced to break through Francis with the ball for the newspapers. Francis fouled and prevented Kobe's breakthrough. "Hey, man, remember to give me the ball. Your breakthrough like this has no effect." At this time, Lin Feng noticed that Anil complained to Kobe. Although he didn't growl, his tone was extremely dissatisfied. Although Kobe didn't reply, but from his face it can be seen that he is not angry. His breakthrough was perfect, only because he was fouled by Francis did not score, but he did not expect Anil to be so dissatisfied. But now the Lakers are Anil's world. Although Kobe has scored amazing results averaging 2 million points, clever rebounds and clever assists. But this Anil seemed to be even more dissatisfied with him. Kobe also knows why this is, because his growth has threatened Anil's boss status in the team. But since ancient times, the leader of the special team has been the one who has the ability. Why he has this strength to give up then wonder. Lin Feng, who witnessed all this, smiled slightly. Since you guys are so disagreeable, he'll add to the flames when Kobe walks to the free throw line and prepares for a free throw. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Robe Shiwa just cut the recess and added 84%, updated the decision, and more. Kobe took a few deep breaths, aimed at the basket, and prepared to make the 2 goals steadily. Unexpectedly, at this time, the audience burst into laughter. It turned out that in the stands facing Kobe's penalty kick, a naked man with a pair of sexy briefs, muscles, and a large black hair on his chest suddenly stood up from a chair. Everyone at the scene was stunned, wondering what this man wanted to do. The 2 security guards immediately walked over, fearing that the man would cause trouble, but they were stopped by Lin Feng with his fingers. This was his own secret weapon. In everyone's wonder, the man suddenly screamed hee hee, and at the same time his body began to tremble, and he started a dance that made people laugh. From time to time, he shook his head, turned his head, and showed off the big black hair on his chest. All the audience who watched the scene laughed. The 2 commentators laughed loudly in front of the microphone regardless of the image. Even the players on the court were helpless. Laughed. This buddy is so funny too. Beep. There was a whistle, and the referee blew the whistle. It turned out that Kobe had already passed the free throw time, and this time the free throw was counted as a miss. The almost naked man burst into cheers. At this time, all the Houston Rockets fans just woke up like a dream. It turned out that the net man was interfering with the opponent's free throw. Interfering with the opponent's free throws is more obvious, but it's the first time I've seen such a weird interference method, and it's so interesting, but it's obviously extremely effective. Kobe has a black face. He, Kobe Bryant, a genius basketball player, actually delays the free throw. This reminded him of the little jokes in the Japanese animation Basketball Flyers and Slam Dunk. The red-haired boy Hanado, who always boasted that he was a genius. Is he the kind of boasting idiot? Kobe glanced disdainfully at the cheering naked man. There is another free throw opportunity. You can use this despicable move again. Kobe took the referee's ball, took a few deep breaths, calmed down the emotions in his heart, adjusted his feel, and prepared for the final kick. At this moment, the almost naked man stood up again, and amid the clamor of the audience, he continued to perform his ridiculous dance steps. However, it is clear that Kobe, who has been prepared this time, is not affected anymore. He pats the ball lightly before throwing it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the man suddenly turned around and turned his back to Kobe, his buttocks pouting lao gao, and at the same time he pulled the trousers on both sides with both hands, making a gesture to take off. Kobe's eyes widened, and he felt sick all over his body when he thought of the man taking off his pants, and his hand felt a little bit off. The basketball bounced off the rim and was taken by the Rockets player. The audience cheered again. Ha ha, Lin. Is this your strategy? It's so funny. Avril smiled and pulled Lin Feng's arm tremblingly. For the first time, she realized that basketball games were so interesting. Jessica on the other side also looked and smiled, but for the sake of image. He just covered his mouth tightly with his hands, but the smile between his eyebrows was bare. Lin Feng also burst into laughter. He didn't expect the strategy to be so successful, and he decided in his heart, from now on, this is the signature show of the Houston Rockets. Although slightly vulgar, but as long as he doesn't really take off his pants, Lin Feng believes Stern will not ban it. Zobon is a catty show, a show dedicated to all basketball fans, as long as the fans are happy. What's more, a similar situation has happened in history, but it was a wish for the end of the day. And this was a deliberate arrangement by myself. Later, when Anil took a free throw, Lin Feng hit a finger again. However, this time it was no longer the net player man who got up, but a pound, breasts and fat buttocks. When Anil took a free throw, she immediately took off her coat, revealing a sexy and sultry three-point style. That wave everyone who was watching was dumbfounded, talking dryly and impulsively. Anil had a bad free throw, and under the seduce of this extremely sexy girl, she flirted with beauty, milked, and coquettishly seduced him for 2 consecutive times. The provoked live film cheered her, but Lin Feng couldn't laugh, because the tenderest waist of his body was pinched by 4 fingers, and Avril and Jessica pinched from left to right. Lin, you are disrespectful of women. Avril is a woman of the new era. It is unavoidable to see it. Jessica also nodded again and again. Ha ha, Avril, are you happy that the netizen man performed without a smile? Besides, their performances are voluntary, and I pay for each game and never intimidate them. Besides, it's just a 3-point style. It's just by the beach. Lin Feng explained quickly. When the 2 girls heard it, they frowned and thought about it. It is indeed the case, so no further investigation. It's just that the 2 pieces of tender meat around Lin Feng's waist are suffering. I'm afraid they are all purple. In the subsequent games, the Rockets continued to foul. Tom Janovich is a senior coach. Looking at this situation, the opponent repeatedly failed to make free throws, and when the strength of the 2 sides was very different, they decisively adopted foul tactics. The core of the Lakers' tactics is Anil and Kobe, both of whom have been fouled repeatedly, but the free throw percentage dropped to a terrible old percent under the interference of a man and a woman. The score also quickly narrowed to within single digits from the original score gap. Lakers coach Zen Master Jackson saw this, had to temporarily replace Anil and Kobe, especially Kobe. Now his face is unhappy. Anyone can tell that he is in a bad mood. It's no wonder that every time Anil free throws our beautiful girls appear. But Kobe's free throw is always the disgusting man, which makes Kobe extremely uncomfortable. There is a feeling of being despised. Under the unbalanced mentality, the game is naturally poor. And this kind of mentality of Kobe is what Lin Feng wants. This will be a fuse for Lin Feng to ignite the dispute between Kobe and Anil. However, the partner dispute that originally broke out in the O2 field season has begun to stabilize ahead of schedule under Lin Feng's instigation. But Kobe is Kobe, and the superstar is the superstar. When the score turns into feathers, at 4 o'clock, the game is still insignificant. The Rockets attack with the ball. Kobe suddenly forcefully grabbed the basketball from Francis, directly layup, and set the score at 4-U. The Lakers won. The fans sighed for a while, because the Rockets only scored feather points in this game, not 4 points, so their burgers and beer would be soaked. Feeling the sigh at the scene, Lin Feng smiled and Liu got up, and took the microphone from the host on the sidelines. Everyone, thank you for supporting the Rockets game today. In order to thank you for your effort to cheer for the Rockets during the game, the hamburgers and beer I promised are still valid. After the game, all fans can go to the hamburger shop outside with their tickets for the game. Exchange for a burger and a bottle of beer, Lin Feng shouted. There was a lot of cheers at the scene, and they all applauded Lin Feng's generosity. Gin, burgers and a bottle of beer can be exchanged for the hearts of all the fans. It's worth it. At this time, the players on both sides began to exit. Robe Shiwa just deleted the recess and added 84. Xia Xinsi, Xia Duo Hey, Kobe. Lin Feng stepped forward and shouted Kobe, who was about to leave the field. Hello, Mr. Lin. Kobe was born in a wealthy family and he is very educated, although he is still worried about the contrast between the net-talented girl and the disgusting man. He also knows that this must be the hands of the Rocket boss Lin Feng, but he still stopped and Lin Feng greeted Kobe, your skills are great. I am your loyal fan. I don't know when I can invite you to my team to play, Lin Feng said with a low laugh. When Kobe heard this, he turned his head to look at the court, and then pointed to his jersey. I want a championship and victory. The Rockets can satisfy me. After that, he turned and left. Lin Feng smiled. Kobe, there is no room for 2 tigers. If you want to lead the team to the Zhao Championship, I believe I can build a championship team round you. Here, you are the boss, the real boss." When Kobe heard this, he was stunned, his face thoughtful, and he turned and walked away. Lin Feng smiled and didn't care. Kobe's arrogance is the pride of his absolute self-confidence. It is precisely because of this that he became Kobe. Although he has not promised himself now, his own words have already taken a thorn in his heart. Later, when the dispute between him and Anil about the team boss broke out, he would definitely consider his own words. At this moment, a pair of big hands patted Lin Feng's shoulder. "Hey, that guy is hard to get along with, isn't?" Anel's voice remembered in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng turned his head, only saw a big belly, too high, Anel's height and Lin Feng stationed together. Lin Feng really feels like he is back in kindergarten. "Hey, Lin, your name is Lin, right? Thank you for the net talent, girl. I like it very much. Haha, especially, you make that guy a disgusting man. I like it very much." Anel laughed. "Haha, Anil, I suddenly thought of a cooperative game. I wonder if you would take the time to sit down and talk with me." Lin Feng saw Anil's fat buttocks, and remembered his tyrant step, and the performance on the All-Star Weekend dance steps. Lin Feng had an idea in his mind. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. The clothes of the most female anchor in Thailand are almost out of pocket. Watch the video online. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 422,423 Chapter Shark's Big Butt question mark. After the Houston Rockets and the Los Angeles Lakers game, Lin Feng and Anil went to a nearby nightclub. According to NBA team rules, after the away game, the player must return to the city with the team. But this rule is only for ordinary players, not for superstars. Under Stern's superstar strategy, NBA superstars have privileges that ordinary players can't imagine. This is one of the important reasons why all players dream of becoming superstars. For Lin Feng's invitation, Anil frankly agreed. The most important reason why Anil would agree is that Lin Feng's free throw harassment tactics just now made him very happy. Anil was not really interested in that charming and sexy girl, but because Lin Feng helped him fix Kobe. He faced a sexy three-point girl with free throws, but Kobe faced an ugly, disgusting man. This contrast made him feel very refreshed, and naturally he felt a little more fond of Lin Feng. "Lin, hee, today's trick is very good. Next time you play against us, don't forget it." Haha, Anil exaggeratedly laughed. Lin Feng laughed. He didn't expect Anel's evil taste to be so heavy. "Haha, Shaquille, by the way, are you interested in dancing?" Lin Feng asked after smiling. "Dancing? Hey, buddy, this is my unique skill." Anel has a personality similar to that of children, and he is especially fond of sorrows. After hearing Lin Feng's words, he twisted to the dynamic dance music of the nightclub. Anel stood up with a black body of 2.16 meters. Like the Optimus Prime, and immediately became the focus of the nightclub. With Anil's current reputation in the United States, almost nightclub guests recognized the Los Angeles Lakers head star and the league's chief center at a glance. However, for most people in the United States, they usually don't go crazy chasing stars during entertainment time, but no one came up to sign. Just seeing this big fat guy twisting his ass here, there was a loud noise, and the whistle continued. If you change to someone else, with a height of 2.16 meters and a weight of close to 150 kilograms, no matter how skillful the dance steps, such a heavy body will not look good when jumping. Under the noise of so many people, you will definitely reply with shame to the seat. But Anil is different. On the contrary, he has become more energetic. There are more people onlookers, and the more excited he is. However, Lin Feng must admit that although Anil jumped awkwardly, as if watching a big black bear dancing, his seriousness was admirable, and although his movements looked like a big stupid bear dancing, he had a strong sense of rhythm and was extremely happy. Feeling hilarious. Just one song. The whole house cheered. Anel was also showing off his muscles very sloppily, and even saw a sexy beauty there, and he didn't forget to show off the ridiculous dance steps and twist the exaggerated big ass. An absolute live treasure. Hey, Lin, how about it? How is my dance step? This is my original shark dance. Hey, Enel flaunted. Lin Feng clapped his hands and gave a thumbs up. By the way, Lin, what cooperation did you just say? After taking a sip of beer, Enel asked curiously, remembering what Lin Feng had said before. Shaquille, our company has an online game called Auditions All-Star Lineup. Players log into the game and choose stars to play the game. The type of game is to operate the game characters' stars to dance to the music. Keanu. Vice is now also a contract star of our game company. Lin Feng explained to Anel in detail. Hey, this game is interesting. Will you create a character exactly according to my true proportions and show my shark walk in the game? Anel asked, touching the specially left shark whisker on his chin. Well, that's true, the ratio is completely true. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, this thing is very interesting. Enel thought for a while and nodded. Lin, I will let my agent talk to you tomorrow. Lin Feng frowned. Haha, don't worry, I like this game very much. I will let the agent give you appropriate discounts. My shark step will definitely be popular. Haha. Anel patted Lin Feng's shoulder with a big palm. Laughed. The next day, O'Neill's agent approached Lin Feng. After a discussion at the Lin Feng office at the Compact Center, under O'Neill's previous signal, his agent signed Lin Feng's at the same price as Keanu Reeves. The second world, O'Neill became the 71st superstar in Audition's All-Star lineup. As for signing O'Neill, Lin Feng didn't think much about it. There were 69 superstars from China, Japan, and South Korea, including Keanu Reeves, and 70 superstars, all of whom are more handsome. It's cool, although it's popular with fans, but it's too uniform. And Anel, from his size alone, is full of joy. As soon as the height of 2.16 meters appeared in the game, he was obviously taller than the height of other stars, which made people hilarious. With his unique shark step, it made people laugh even more. And O'Neill's alternative, but also just to make up for its shortcomings. However, after signing with O'Neill, Lin Feng has another goal, one of the important goals of this trip to the United States. Signing the contract. Michael Jackson, the king of pop music. Only with his joining can his game be truly called Audition's All-Star lineup. However, if you want to sign with Michael Jackson, someone must be introduced and rushed to the door. For Michael Jackson, who has been in the American Music Hall of Fame for 3 times, it is too rash. But I wonder if Avril is familiar with Michael Jackson? While thinking about it, Avril suddenly rushed in angrily. After the game ended last night, Spielberg and the Prison Break crew left Houston and returned to their homes, preparing to wait for the second season of Prison Break to start shooting. Avril stayed in Houston. She has been in the United States for a year, but apart from New York and promotional records, she has never been to other cities in the United States. This time, she happened to visit the third largest city in the United States, Space City. What's wrong, Avril? Lin Feng asked curiously as he saw Avril's angry face. Lin, look, these people are too hateful. How can they write silly things like this? Avril took a few newspapers onto Lin Feng's table, and a flutter of snowflakes flew up, and documents fell everywhere in the sky. Lin Feng frowned helplessly. It seemed that there must be some unbearable language in today's newspaper that made Avril so excited. Lin Feng took a look at the newspaper. The newspaper was full of reports on the disgusting men and sexy girls who appeared in the Houston Rockets and the Los Angeles Lakers yesterday. They reprimanded Lin Feng for his despicableness, and used this shameless trick to win the game. Especially the Los Angeles Times, which scolded Lin Feng throughout the article and analyzed Lin Feng's sinister intentions in detail. Obviously, the Los Angeles Times also saw the clues from the different free-throw harassment tactics of Lin Feng against Kobe and O'Neil, and saw Lin Feng's wolf ambition. Now Kobe and O'Neil are known as the OK combination, which is now the Lakers. The cornerstone of the dynasty, Without them, the Lakers dynasty is over. And now, Lin Feng is obviously already thinking about the OK combination, which is something the Los Angeles Times cannot tolerate. The penalty harassment tactics that appeared in the game yesterday is definitely Lin Feng's conspiracy. He was a conspiracy and trick used to dismantle our great Army Lakers dynasty. However, in the end, Kobe once again demonstrated his dominance, determined the victory of the game, and also declared that no matter what conspiracy the Chinese like Lin Feng plays, it is useless under absolute strength. But we must be vigilant. Be wary of the meaning behind this Chinese. The Los Angeles Times also used pictures in a conspicuous position to show the conversation between Lin Feng and Kobe at the end of the game, as well as the photos of Lin Feng and O'Neal at the nightclub. The newspaper even called on Lakers owner Boss to pay attention to Lin Feng. Don't let the great Lakers dynasty fall apart. The report of the Los Angeles Times did arouse the vigilance of Los Angeles Lakers boss Bass, who thought of renewing his contract with the two members of the Tigers. The league's chief center Shaq O'Neal has just signed a contract, so don't worry, but Kobe's contract will expire next year. In order to retain the future first guard in the league, Bass immediately gave Kobe a top-level contract, a 5-year $102 million contract, which is now the largest contract the Lakers can offer. But what made Boss unexpected is that Kobe refused directly without any hesitation. This shocked Boss. He didn't expect Kobe to reject this top-tier contract that all NBA players envy so cleanly. When asking the reasons privately, Kobe only said one thing: he want to be the team leader. This sentence made Boss hesitate and temporarily dispelled the idea of renewing Kobe. All NBA team owners know that the center is the backbone of a team. With O'Neal as an absolute killer, no one will risk offending a super center at its peak and give a 24-year-old. The future first defender is a team leader. The hesitation of Bath will also add countless variables to the trading market next year. Kobe's whereabouts, O'Neal's whereabouts, become the most concerned thing next summer. Of course, the Los Angeles Times report is mainly aimed at Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng is described as a sinister and despicable villain, it is not enough to make Avril so excited. It was a report from the Washington Times that really made Avril irritated and angry, just barely lifting his sleeves and beating someone. Unlike other newspapers' reports on Lin Feng's penalty harassment tactics used in the game, the Washington Times reporter Bill Gates focused his attention on Lin Feng and Avril, as well as Jessica's. The relationship between popular queen versus sexy girl in the article, Washington Times reporter Bill Gates added fuel to describe the love triangle between Lin Feng, Avril, and Jessica, especially with multiple live reporters catch the scared pictures to insult the ambiguous relationship between Lin Feng, the American pop diva, and the sexy girl Jessica, and described the relationship between the three as sordid, ironic and slanderous, and I missed Ivy. And Jessica described them as harlot slut, and Lin Feng as a peerless harlot. Lin Feng was irritated by this report, but this Washington Times has always been sensational. It is very similar to the British Sun in that it relies on various fabricated news to gain attention. As for the lawsuits that may be triggered by so-called random fabrications, such newspapers are not afraid. It does not have a good reputation in the first place. It relies on these contents to attract readers' attention. Finally, the big deal is an apology. Anyway, this apology is just a copy of an apology. Well, Avril, you also believe in such third-rate tabloids. The more angry you are, the more proud they are. Lin Feng put the newspaper aside and flicked Avril's pouting lips. No, they are too messy. I can't stand this tone. HMPH, if you don't teach them, they won't know how good I am, Avril said angrily. Lin Feng frowned and shook his head helplessly. Avril is this character, straightforward, dare to act, really annoys this little punk princess. It's irritating. Back then, Hilary Duff starring in New Growth Troubles accused Avril of being arrogant, saying that Avril did not like fans to dress like her. If Hilary's fans imitated her, she said she would be happy. At that time, this made Avril lose his temper. In a live interview on Boston radio, he openly responded to Hilary's accusation, saying that Hillary is very sweet and has a sweet voice, but her singing is not good. These words undoubtedly made Hillary extremely dissatisfied. Hillary and her friends accused Avril. Avril had always been alone and had no friends. Faced with the accusations of a group of celebrities, he did not flinch and fought back. Lin Feng didn't know what the final outcome of the matter was. However, it also proves that Avril's personality is indeed straightforward and sometimes unstoppable, but it makes people feel like it psychologically. Okay, don't be angry. I'll go to breakfast with me later. I have something to ask you, Lin Feng said with a smile. Oh, what's the matter? Avril was taken aback and asked immediately. I'll talk later. Okay, you go down first. I will deal with this here and then come out. Lin Feng pointed to the mess on his desk. When Avril saw it, it was because he had just rushed in and caused the trouble, sticking out his tongue, and ran downstairs. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. But seeing the Washington Times newspaper, Lin Feng frowned. This time, Bill Gates was indeed a bit too much, and made Avril so angry. But if he tried to teach him himself, things would undoubtedly be a big deal. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of what Wang Meng had said and needed to create a storm before he could have the opportunity to quietly take away Kevin Mitnick, the world's #1 hacker. Perhaps this was an opportunity. It happened to be out of air, by the way, and after being scolded by the Washington Times for so long, it was time for me to withdraw a little interest. But how to do it? Think about it. Lin Feng dialed a phone call. Ron, it's me, Lin Feng. Who told me a way to beat someone without being held accountable by the law? Lin Feng opened the Ron senior law firm that had defended himself in the judgment of the century before. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 424 I am me and never change. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 Chapter 424 I am me and never change. Ron. Reading full text novels, all in point 1. 1. When? Xu Wang. Is there any way to beat people without being able to beat up the heart rhythm? Lin Feng asked. When Ron heard this, he flashed a little thought, flipped a few times on the table, took out the Washington Times newspaper, looked at the report on Lin Feng. Avril and Jessica laughed and said, Lin, isn't that Washington Times reporter Bilger is not pleasing to the eye and thinks of a bad temper? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect his intention to be guessed so quickly, but fortunately, the province explained it himself. Yes, Ron, is there a way? Lin Feng admitted frankly. Ha, Lin. Did you forget the slogan of my Ron senior law firm that is 100% innocent? Ron laughed heartily and confidently. Lin, give me some time to study. Lin Feng nodded, hung up the phone, and began to clean up the papers flying around in the office. At this time, Ron walked out of the office, looked at the elites in the busy green, and slapped his hands. Everyone, put down the case for the time being. Now there is an urgent case. Tom, you go to check all the cases of acquittal for the crime of injury. Kelly, you go to check the case of the lighter punishment for the crime of injury. Jean, you go and check a case where the crime of injury was severely punished by the jury. Ron ordered. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Our old customer wants to punish this reporter, Bill Gates, who likes to make up and get readers' attention with false reports. Hurry up and start acting, Ron urged. Everyone took action immediately. At this time, the Western restaurant near the Houston Rockets home stadium Kangpai Center. Hi, Avril, you do it like this again. Your steak becomes awful. Lin Feng laughed as he used a knife and fork to chop the steak into pieces but didn't eat it, as Avril said as if he was treating an enemy. Ha, damn reporter. I'll let you write silly. I let you write silly. Avril ignored it, as if the steak in front of him was the Washington Times reporter Bill Gates. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. By the way, Avril, do you know Michael Jackson? Lin Feng asked. Avril was taken aback for a moment, stopped the abuse in his hand and looked at Lin Feng. How? No, I went to his house last month as a guest. He is a nice person, no one is as neurotic as the magazine says, and he is very kind. It's just that sometimes I don't care about people. Avril said. Lin Feng heard that since Avril and Jackson knew each other, it couldn't be better. By the way, can you introduce me to Jackson? Lin Feng asked. It's okay, it's very simple. There will be a party at his house in a few days, and I will take you there. Avril continued to abuse her steak, but turned her head up. So what good is it for me? He is a superstar, no one, don't think you are the world's richest person, but you may not be able to see him. Lin Feng was speechless. Let's talk. What do you want? Lin Feng asked weakly. Avril frowned. She was just talking casually, asking what she wanted, but she didn't know what she wanted. Looking carefully at Lin Feng, he suddenly said, I have given you a bracelet, you haven't given me anything yet. This is simple, I will buy a gift for you later. Lin Feng said with a smile. No, I want you to send me right now, and it's yours, and it must be your precious. Avril shook his head and refused. Lin Feng was taken aback, and then he guessed Avril's thoughts. I'm afraid what I want is a token of love. It's okay to send it by yourself, but once it's sent, it will be troublesome to explain it later. Avril, actually after hesitating for a while, Lin Feng was about to tell Avril about Lisa when the phone rang suddenly. Lin. There is a way. But it needs a round. Ron called with a confident laugh. What game? Lin Feng asked with a joy. Ha ha, Lin, all you need is that N. If you cooperate with our actions, you can teach that behavior with integrity. Bill Gotts, you can humiliate him, said Ron. Okay, you will arrange everything, and I will go to Washington now. Lin Feng smiled. Well, but this fee's not cheap, Ron said with a smile. Don't worry, you will send me the bill then, Lin Feng said. 0. Lin Feng hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Are you going to Washington? Avril asked. Well, go to Washington to help you teach that Bill Gates, Lin Feng said with a smile. Want to teach him personally? Go. How not to go? Humphrey. Avril got up immediately, pulled Lin Feng and walked out. Oh, I haven't paid yet. Lin Feng hurriedly dropped a few banknotes and flew directly to Washington with Avril. Washington Times Building. Bill Gates was proud of his face. The internet concocted the report of popular queens as sexy girls, which made him become famous. For the first time, the sales of Washington Times newspapers surpassed Washington Post and the entire newspaper. Both the top and the bottom were praising him fiercely for his ability, which made Burgess very proud. Although most of this report was made up in a random manner, nothing happened, but in the financial era, everything is going to be money-oriented, and it's good to be able to make money. The so-called professional ethics of journalists is just like a promise made by a politician. Their guidelines for reporters are for readers to enjoy. Obviously, all readers like to watch gossip, especially the gossip about the relationship between Avril and Jessica and Lin Feng, a Chinese who made Americans love and hate in the past year, a pop queen who suddenly rose within half a year, and a sexy female star in a TV series that has recently become popular in the United States. The emotional entanglement between the three makes all the hobbies gossip of people are full of interest. Bill Gates is already preparing to write follow-up reports one after another. As long as a picture of three people together, or a picture of any two people together, he can look at the picture and talk and make up news that interest all readers. As for the opposition and insults of Avril fans, as well as the protests of Jessica fans, to Bill Gates, it is shit. Scold him a few more words. He will not lose a piece of meat, as long as he has money to make money. Are you Bill Gates? After going out the door of the Washington Times, Bill Gates was stopped by someone. I am. May I ask you? Bill Gates replied subconsciously, looking up. It was the news protagonists Lin Feng and Avril that he was going to make up. Seeing the two, Burgess looked excited. Immediately go to the portable camera and prepare to take pictures. Mr. Goetz, I think you should apologize to Avril and I for this random piece of news. Lin Feng grabbed Burgess' hand to the camera. You are Yueing. Bill Gates was stunned and blinked twice to confirm that he didn't have any state laughing. Apologize. Why should I apologize? Is it because I wrote about the things that you didn't dare to say? A joke. At the Houston Rockets home stadium, all American citizens saw the three of you. The relationship is unusual. Too much. I am afraid it will be even more unusual at night. Bill Gates sneered. We are definitely not so crisp and dirty as you said. You insulted us. You must apologize. Lin Feng insisted. Joke. Dirty. Who knows if the three of you have sex in bed, or if it's more exciting. At this point, Bill Gates gave a lewd smile. The words of Immortal kept in his mouth. Mr. Gertz, if you don't apologize, you will regret it. Lin Feng sneered. Regret? You guys and dogs, if you have the ability, go and sue me. Sue? Don't you have money? Do you have the wrong law firm? Sue me. I'm so scared. Bill Gates said arrogantly. He is least afraid of suing if he is accused. Naturally there will be newspapers to support him. This kind of lawsuit will not result in 100 years. It will only make the entire Washington Times famous. Hooligans know martial arts, and gods can stop them. Although Bill Gates does not know martial arts. But that's a shame. But it makes all celebrities a headache. Because no matter how the trouble is, the celebrities will always lose face in the end. This is also the trump card for such third-rate newspapers and magazines to make up news without fear. But this kind of rogue method is useless when facing someone who is going to be cruel. When Bill Gates' voice network fell, his left cheek was slapped, and the loud slap was heard half a block away. Do you dare to hit me? Bill Gates covered his face and pointed at Avril. Speechless, he didn't expect that Avril would beat people in the street regardless of his image, and be a reporter. Obviously, he forgot that Avril was a punk princess, who had never followed the mainstream and was rebellious. It can be said that Avril is very angry, and the consequences are serious. Avril did not speak, and slapped on the backhand again, slapped Bill Gates' right cheek hard. Then he pointed to Bill Gates' nose and cursed, "I'm hitting a villain like you. I tell you, I like Lin. So what? But we are not as dirty as you wrote. I like the openness." Lin Feng was taken aback, but he didn't expect Avril to speak out in front of everyone on the street, and this was in front of the Washington Times head office. There were so many reporters that one could imagine, and there was an uproar. There followed the sound of taking pictures. Bill Gates was also knocked out. He was beaten by a petite girl like Avril, and his face was really dull. And he was not a fan of Avril from start to finish. He was a fan of Branny. Val has an instinctive hostility. Right now, listening to a whisper from all around, there was still a snicker, turning into anger from annoyance, and pounced on Avril. Mr. Gertz, it's not an act that a lieutenant should behave. Lin Feng noticed Bill Gates' behavior, and immediately stopped in front of Avril, and kicked Bilge, who came up with a kick. Tease. For today's play, he could ask Liru and others to learn a few tricks. Although he can't deal with masters, he still has no problem dealing with ordinary reporters. With a scream, Bill Gates squatted down, clutching his stomach. Then Lin Feng immediately went up with punches and kicks, but to Lin Feng's surprise, Avril also came up, regardless of his image as an American pop queen, and followed Lin Feng with punches and kicks, beating Bilger. She kept rolling on the ground, wailing. A few minutes later, when Lin Feng and Avril panted slightly, the Washington Times security finally came forward. But at this time, Bill Gates was already beaten up. And a lot of reporters are happy, and this is a headline, an absolute headline. Lin Feng and Avril beat reporters in the street. There is no more violent news. BB, I want to sue you. I want to sue you, men and women. I want to sue you. With the help of security guards, Bill Gates got up and pointed at Lin Feng and Avril, with a swollen image. A crooked mouth yelled. Avril sneered, directly pointed a middle finger to Bill Gates, and the reporters on the scene looked like Moran, who did not expect Avril to have such a personality. However, I was extremely happy in my heart. So they like stars with personality. Have you all photographed it? This is the evidence. I must sue you to death. Bill Gates threw it there and shouted, fighting a lawsuit. Please find our own senior law firm. Absolutely innocent. At this time, the door of an ordinary Toyota sedan on the side of the road opened. Ron and Tom, his best defense lawyer, walked out and walked towards Lin Feng with a smile on their faces. "Mr. Lin, it seems you are in trouble. But as long as we are here, you will have the best judicial system," Ron said with a smile. Many reporters on the scene once again slammed. The name of Ron's senior law firm has gained fame since helping Lin Feng win the Judgment of the Century lawsuit. After that, many celebrities and wealthy individuals have hired Ron Law Firm as their legal counsel, and this is more than half a year. The Ron Law Firm has accepted a total of couple cases, all one without exception. Now that the Ron Law Firm coincidentally appears here, it is obvious that this matter is not simple. "I'm afraid this is just a game set up specifically for playing Bill Gotts." In the report of Burgess, the words are bitter and the sentences are vicious. "It's horrifying, even if they were also journalists. They wanted to beat him when they saw it." Obviously, Lin Feng and Avril were here to beat Burgess today. But looking at the beating up Bill gets, can Ron Law Firm help him win the lawsuit this time? All reporters can't help but guess secretly, but in any case, these news hotspots are small. At this time, 2 policemen had come to look at Bill Gotts. Then Lin Feng and Avril. Immediately he had to take Lin Feng and Avril back to the police station. 2 police officers. "I am my client's lawyer. If I want to go to the police station, I hope my client can go in his own car," Ron said. The 2 policemen were taken aback, but they didn't expect that the lawyers were all on the scene. However, Ron's request did not go beyond the law, and although Lin Feng and the others did not know him, Avril did. Thinking that this matter involved the young American pop star, they knew that things were not simple. Moreover, there was a large crowd here, and they were not afraid of Lin Feng running away, nodded their heads, and let Lin Feng and Avril take their cars to the police station. "Relax, Lin, Avril, everything is okay," Ron said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded, but Avril smiled triumphantly. She was out of anger at the beating of Wang Ki. "Although my hands hurt a bit, my heart felt very happy." And this just. Yang Si, Tu Zhao Shang at the foot of the street, witnessed the incident. Immediately sending to the headquarters was the thorn in Bush's heart. This time when Lin Feng hit someone on the street in full view, he would undoubtedly hit the muzzle automatically. The 2 Yangtze agents believed that the director would be very interested. Especially, the superior of the director, Mr. Bush, will be very happy. The 2 Yangtze members did not know that at such a moment, their person in charge of marking Kevin Mitnick had disappeared, and Kevin Mitnick had an American with a similar body in his temporary home, sleeping in the room. A few minutes later, the Yangtze agents, who had reported everything and received further instructions, discovered that the Kevin Mitnick they were staring at had disappeared, and drove to Kevin Mitnick's home in shock. The heat detector found that Kevin Mitnick was sleeping at home, and he was relieved. If they follow the normal procedures, they should go in to confirm whether it is really Kevin Mitnick inside. But now the 2 are starting to care about Lin Feng's case. This Chinese who made Yang Si in the mouth for more than 10 days to prove his connection with Al-Qaeda, but finally returned without success. Will he escape the punishment of American law this time? Bush was working on documents in the temporary White House office of the Pentagon at this time. Whenever he saw this simple room, he was upset for a while, thinking that he could walk around when he was tired from office work. Nowadays, there is no such a big free place for him to hang out. Damn Chinese. Whenever Bush remembered that this is not the White House, he cursed inwardly. "Mr. President, good news. This is." Director Yang Si came over in person. "What good news? Bin Laden was caught, or Saddam gave in to us, or did Ahmadinejad of Iran decide to abandon nuclear weapons?" Bush frowned. "No, Your Excellency. The internet received the tip." Lin Feng was at the door of the Washington Times and beat the 4th director of the Washington Times reporter Bill Gates in the street excitedly. He can sit in this position, it can be said that it is Bush's hell. Although there is a US Constitution that restricts the behavior of the president and their officials, it is common to occasionally use their power to beat the sideball. Lin Feng, Ming Lin Feng. Bush was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly remembered who Lin Feng was, and gnashing his teeth, he stood up at the table. Damn, I must ask the most beautiful and best prosecutor to sue him. This time, let him go to jail for our country's Statue of Liberty and the White House. Revenge. Your Excellency, this time there is proof of Bill Gates' injury and a large number of witnesses. I believe that no matter how good a lawyer Lin Feng hires this time, he will not be able to escape the sanctions of our country's laws. The fourth director of the National People's Congress said with a smile. Bush was in a great mood, and he poured 2 glasses of wine and handed it to Director Yang Si. Cheers to the Statue of Liberty and the White House. Toast. Cheers. The two laughed cheerfully. At this time, the news of Lin Feng and Avril's beating Bill Gates on the street has spread throughout the United States through media pens. Although it is not the normal publication time, major newspapers have added temporary supplements. And the whole story is about Lin Feng and Avril assaulting Bill Gates in the street. USA Today is titled Shocking and focuses on the incident. Lin Feng, the murderer who crashed the Statue of Liberty and caused the accidental collapse of the White House, is now doing horrific things in the United States. He actually beaten the Washington Times as a barnyard reporter Bill Gates. His methods are cruel, arrogant and outrageous. What is especially heartbreaking is that Avril, a young American pop queen, was also involved. I think all this is that Avril was bewildered by this Chinese. Avril, wake up! Such a man is not worthy of your love. The New York Times reported the incident under the title Who Broke Our Avril, reprimanding Lam Feng throughout the article, accusing him of destroying the pride of New York. The punk princess Avril. Let Avril become a female villain who abuses force, and deeply appealed to Avril. What can I do to save you? The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added the 8/5. Xiexin decided. Xia Duo was naturally the most angry with the Washington Times. His own reporter was beaten at the door of the newspaper. Everyone is similar to Bill Gates' reporters, rely on they made up these fake news to confuse their mouths, and now that Bill Gates was beaten, his lips were dead and his teeth were cold. How are they not surprised? Compared with other newspapers that added 4 pages, they added a lot of old pages. And the front page is AI, a photo of Vail holding up his fingers, accompanied by a photo of Bill Gates being beaten up, and a photo of Lin Feng and Avril during the assault. At the same time, on the page, reporters from the Washington Times informed Lin Feng and Avril of the evil deeds. He also accused that the appearance of the Ron Senior law firm proved that all this was the bureau set up by Lin Feng. Call on the U.S. Department of Justice to severely punish Lam Feng and Avril, and at the same time call on all Avril fans to abandon continuing to support this popular young lady who is openly fighting on the street, and to support Britney Spears instead. All Avril fans were at a loss when faced with this fight incident that suddenly broke out. There are hardcore fans who continue to enthusiastically support Avril, but they are more lingering. Although Avril's unfollowing and unruly, it is deeply liked by everyone. But the act of beating people in the street is too violent and a little unacceptable. Faced with a wave of accusations, Avril did not back down and continued to show off her punk princess momentum. Accepted an exclusive interview with Lin Feng's Bai Gang TV station and broadcasted his own confession statement before the 19th episode of the first season of Prison Break was broadcast. Avril Ramona Levine has absolutely no regrets beating Bill Gates at the head office of the Washington Times, because this damn villain deserves to be beaten. Indeed, I like Lin Feng, and Jessica seems to like it too. Lin Feng, but our relationship is not as dirty as he said. I like to be open and open. Moreover, the 3 of us are innocent. I am still a virgin. Also, that day, Bill not only insulted me, but also insulted Lin. I don't allow others to insult someone I like. If anyone dares to insult me like this, I will beat him. If my fans can't accept me like this, I'm not reluctant. You can support other people because Avril Ramona Levine, will never change for anyone. Avril didn't conceal the slightest amount, didn't have the slightest pretentiousness, and said her heart frankly. This declaration shocked everyone. No star has ever been so calm. Isn't she afraid that her fans will no longer like her? Isn't she afraid that she will never be able to enter the entertainment circle again? But the result was shocking to everyone. Sorry, the chapter name is wrong. Thank you for your support. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Cup actress Idol's First Avenue wins the championship. Watch online. Please follow the WeChat public account. Main my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 425. Avril phenomenon? Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 chapter 425 The Avril phenomenon. Zhang Wei's rich words are like a nuclear explosion in the entire American entertainment 7 music scene. For a long time, there are many bizarre and rebellious stars, such as the problematic character Robert Downey Jr. starring in Iron Man and Bad Boy. Mobile phone reads easily. Finishing up Charlie Sheen's starring in A Hero 2 Catties. Half are all celebrity stars. I don't know how many things I have done, but I face the camera. In the face of thousands of movie fans, they will apologize to the public for their confusion and confess their stupidity. But Avril was different. Faced with more than 40 million American audiences, Prison Break played to the old episode. Entering the most stressful moment, the ratings have also been rising. Instead of admitting to the crime of beating people in the street, he is plausible. If the fans don't like her, they can leave. Such a star with character is for all Americans. It was the first time I saw it. In time, the world is shaking. With the exaggerated fallen superstar as the title, USA Today commented on Avril's declaration in an extremely shocking tone, and sighed the rising one in a sad tone to the limit. The music superstar fell. In the end, he pointed the finger at Lin Feng and accused Lin Feng of deceiving the mouthy-year-old Avril with rhetoric. He also called on the U.S. Department of Justice to severely punish Lin Feng so as not to discredit more young people. The Washington Times even seized Avril's declaration as a handle, condemned Lin Feng, madly criticized Lin Feng's ugly behavior in newspapers and magazines, described Lin Feng as a Satan, and called on the U.S. government to do the best. Expel Lin Feng and discipline Avril so as not to continue to mislead others. Except for Lin Feng's own gang, TV stations continue to broadcast Avril's and related deeds to rehabilitate Avril. The rest of the media are full of curses. His lips are dead and his teeth are cold. Although Burgess is a very inexperienced journalist, it is very disgusting to make up fake news to win the attention of readers. But after all, he is a reporter, and everyone is a colleague. Lin Feng and Avril have beaten Bill Gates, and they are still clamoring openly in front of more than 10,000 Americans on TV. This has made all reporters feel the same hatred of the enemy. Report it. Naturally you will not be polite. But what surprised all the news media was, although Avril blatantly staged such a big show on TV, her fans have not decreased, but increased and become more fanatical. For the accusations of the media, Avril's fans have refuted and denounced the media's accusations. Criticism is nothing but troubles, and the complex intentions vilify Avril. Of course, among them, most of them are young people in the old age. As for parents with children over the age of the United States, they are extremely disgusted with Avril. But this is the United States, not China. Parents cannot interfere with the enthusiasm of their children for Avril, otherwise human rights will be involved. More complex issues involving abuse. But because of the controversy caused by Avril, a heated debate has started in most American families. For Avril, being a parent naturally doesn't like it very much. Even hope that their children will no longer worship Avril, but most young people admire Avril to the extreme, and even start a family debate with their parents on this matter. In particular, the behavior of Avril's throwing the middle finger at Bill Gates has been learned by the majority of young people. Avril's vertical middle finger made a new interpretation of this insulting gesture, which meant 6-1 dagger, and became a declaration of resistance against oppression and authority. This unexpected consequence let all social research experts be astonished. The wave caused by Avril also spread to the world through the internet naturally, and all the major media around the world began to discuss the matter for a while, comment on whether Avril's behavior is right or wrong, and whether her influence has set a bad example for young people. Should there be certain restrictions on public figures like celebrities? The British Sun, as another Lin Hai, was the first to jump out in support of the Washington Times, refuting Lin Feng and Avril's barbaric and rude behavior, believing Avril to teach all young people around the world, let them learn the rude gestures, and called on the global media to block Avril. As for Lin Feng, the Sun has spared no effort to portray black, describing it as the source of the world's evil and calling it a bad example of youth. The Godfather urged the U.S. Department of Justice to severely punish the source of such evil forces. The Times analyzed the matter more cautiously and objectively, believing that although the report of Bill Gotts was biased, Lin Feng and Avril should not be beaten in the street. As the richest man in mainland China and the richest man in the world, Lin Feng acted like a local ruffian. He was really ill-formed and not sensible enough to provoke unnecessary lawsuits for himself. At the same time, she accused Avril of being a global epidemic queen, not only beating people, but also not repenting. The bad influence brought about is unparalleled. It is also recommended that young people should not be too not a star, and affect their outlook on life and values. The Japanese newspaper Asahi Shimbun also reprimanded Lin Feng and Avril for their bad influence throughout the article. It also alluded to the Chinese people's ignorance of etiquette and shame, which not only lost the face of Chinese people, it even loses the face of Asians, and even feels ashamed of them as Japanese. Regarding the Asahi Shimbun report, Lin Feng had only one sentence after "I slaughtered you Tokyo, and then I will tell you what is etiquette and shame." Many domestic media outlets issued a separate manifesto after a period of silence in the face of the star influence storm that swept the world. Frankly, Lin Feng's action this time is indeed a bit out of consideration, immature, and lacks the magnanimity of being the richest man in mainland China, and hopes that the US government will treat this matter fairly and justly, and urged Chinese youth not to idolize celebrities too much so as not to be contaminated with bad habits. The declaration of Xinhua news agency clearly dissatisfied all domestic netizens. All netizens of Bill Gotts' report have been reproduced through bias fans. After reading it, Thunder is furious, thinking that Lin Feng's behavior is very correct and very relieved. Washington Times is not the first day to slander Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng is the richest man in the country, he must have the style of the richest man, but he is always insulted like this, and he is too cowardly if he does not fight back. Faced with this group of reporters who are not afraid of shame, let alone litigation, only use their fists to teach them what it means to respect people. A few words to describe the feelings of netizens this time. The Robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added 84 less, updated the decision, and more to hand. All the netizens worshipped Avril's declaration even more. Netizen Xuan Yuan Xiao threatened that such a star with personality is the star we like, not pretentious, not hypocritical, far more popular than other superficial, behind-the-scenes celebrities. Netizen Tears of No Desire is excited with Avril, "You are my goddess." That's awesome. Not only domestic netizens, but most of the young netizens around the world praise Avril, thinking that she is too individual and straightforward. Although he acts a bit recklessly and does not compromise in the face of fans, he is more popular. Avril's personality is like this, and it is precisely because of her straightforward personality that everyone likes her. Especially after a video of Lin Feng and Avril beating Burgitts was circulated on the internet, it attracted the praise of all netizens, praising Avril as a woman of the new era. The support of netizens has left all the media and the celebrities waiting to see Avril's jokes speechless. I didn't expect that beating people would be so bullish and so popular. In particular, Avril's record sales increased again, and the first album Occupy 0 Inches sold again. The record sales exceeded 10,000. creating a jaw-dropping sales record. Although most of the buyers are young people, there is no doubt that Avril's influence among young people is increasing, and the name of pop divas is getting stronger. This is something that everyone, including various music critics and other record artists, did not expect. After all, there have always been scandals, and the star's worth will plummet, but this time it is just the opposite. Because of this, a new term, a vigil phenomenon, has been added to the Oxford Dictionary of the United Kingdom. It refers to various scandals or scandals of various celebrities or celebrities, not only did not have the expected bad effects, but also showed unexpected positive trends. It is called the Avril phenomenon, but this incident is the only thing that is worried and sad. It was Lisa. She also read Avril's declaration, and the straightforward confession made Lisa anxious. Naturally, she didn't want anyone to snatch her from her brother Lynn. She hoped that her brother Lynn belonged to her. Solving the last incident in Chew City, Algra gradually forgot about it, but now there is another Avril, and it is a popular queen. This makes Lisa a little embarrassed. And with Avril's straightforward personality, she would never give up as easily as Algra. If Avril competes with her, Lisa is not sure. Lin Feng's feelings for Avril. She also faintly felt that, especially Avril also had a bracelet similar to Lin Feng's left hand on her right hand, which made Lisa worry even more. She didn't know what to do. Perplexed, confused, nervous, and intricate mood makes Lisa not know what to do, but now he is more worried. Lin Feng is currently being held at the Washington Police Department in the United States, facing charges of malicious assault. He can be sentenced to a maximum of 7 years in prison. Once sentenced, he will be sent to a felon prison for dangerous prisoners. Wherever Lin Feng suffered, Lisa felt distressed just thinking about it. Helpless, Lisa can only pray to God, hoping that God can stand by Lin Feng again this time. As for the relationship between Lin Feng and Avril, she no longer thinks about it anymore, waiting for Lin Feng to return safely. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Tongyan giant ruins sense sweat dripping Bigfoot degrees double the ball is almost overflowing out of the Bigts video online to watch. Please follow the WeChat public account. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Chapter 426. The President also says rely on Washington Police Department. Lin Feng was extremely comfortable lying in his temporary single-person detention cell. The police station here in the United States has a good environment. If it is not for restrictions on freedom, it is much better than the snail house of domestic urban ant people. It is spacious, bright, and has a bathroom, and there is no rent or 3 meals a day. In the past 2 days, Lin Feng has received news from Wang Meng that Kevin Mitnick has been secretly sent out of the United States by Wang Meng and is on his way to Shanghai. Although the FBI has discovered the disappearance of Kevin Mitnick, after a full 12 hours delay, the FBI, which has lost all clues, has not been able to track any trace of Kevin Mitnick, or even know Kevin Mitnick. It is all at a loss as to which continent Mitnick is in the United States and whether he is going abroad. For this news, FBI Director Ding was furious, but the key right now is to cooperate with the Ministry of Justice in collecting all the evidence of Lin Feng's malicious assault. Even the slightest evidence will not be let go. This time, Lin Feng must be put in jail. Because of this, his boss Mr. Bush will be happy and satisfied, and his future will be brighter. Lin, I'm sorry, I seem to have caused you trouble this time. In the visiting room, Avril looked at Lin Feng with regret. This time her reckless declaration made people over 40 years old in the United States hate, and counted all sins on Lin Feng, and this might be detrimental to Lin Feng's future court trial. Lin Feng gently patted Avril's hand to let him not worry. In this malicious wounding incident, the Ministry of Justice received the above news. This time the main target was Lin Feng, not Avril. After negotiated, Avril was released on bail, but was not allowed Lam Feng released on bail. This case of malicious assault was taken over by Hunter, the best prosecutor of the U.S. Department of Justice. After studying the case in detail, Hunter decided to release Avril according to the above instructions. He only prosecuted Avril for negligence and injury and Lin Feng for malicious harm to others and instigation of juvenile crime charge. After all, Avril's popularity is something Hunter must consider, especially Avril's delicate appearance, petite and exquisite, and no one can relate her to the 1.78-meter Bill Gates' face injury. Although according to the video, Avril seems to be more proactive and joyed a little bit, Hunter does not hope that Ron will eventually drag Avril to win the sympathy of the jury. After all, Avril was only 17 years old and still a child. Of course, Hunter himself prefers Avril's brother, and he does not want Avril, the American pop queen, to die. As for this crime of negligence and wounding, if Avril had a sincere attitude, he would only need weekly psychological counseling and some community work at most, without going to jail at all. What's more, leaving Avril and Lin Feng aside is also conducive to the accusation against Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng, if the two crimes are both punished, according to American law, Lin Feng can be sentenced to a maximum of 15 years in prison. In response, the U.S. Department of Justice is gearing up to avenge the Statue of Liberty and the White House in the United States. Seeing Avril, who was plausible on TV with a proud face, but now squeezed in front of him, Lin Feng was amused. But there is also a feeling of happiness that fills my heart, and Avril also helped me a lot in that speech on TV. At least now in the United States, it is no longer a rebuke to themselves. On the contrary, most of the young people are in solidarity with themselves. As for Avril's confession, Lin Feng could no longer avoid the feelings between the two. I must tell Avril about her relationship with Lizu. But with Avril's outspoken character, Lin Feng didn't know how she would react after telling her. Of course, this is not the time to talk about this, Lin. This time Avril's declaration was beyond our expectations, and it has both advantages and disadvantages. Ron said helplessly with a shrug. Avril's declaration won you a lot of support, but it also disgusted most Americans over the age of 40. They worry that their children will learn badly and become such savages. Most of the jury is 40. People over the age of, I am afraid they will not have a good impression of you, Ron explained. Then what to do? Avril said worriedly. Although Lin Feng was slightly surprised, he was not in a hurry. Seeing Ron's so calm appearance, Lin Feng knew that Ron had a countermeasure. What's more, it was Ron's layout this time to let the best lawyer team in the United States deploy. Lin Feng believed that he would not be affected by this accident of Avril. I'm sorry. Avril didn't know it, but apologized to Lin Feng with an apologetic face. Avril, don't worry, Ron must have a way, right? Lin Feng patted Avril's hand lightly and said, Lin, you are too calm. But as you guessed, this incident will not affect us. Ron smiled confidently, then pointed to the American flag flying outside the window and said, because this is the United States, here is the world. The best judicial system. Under global attention, Lin Feng's allegations of maliciously harming others and inciting minors to commit crimes were officially opened. The defendant's lawyer, does the defendant plead guilty? The judge asked. Your Excellency, I deny all charges on behalf of my client, and my client is absolutely innocent. After Ron finished speaking, there was a slight uproar at the scene. Many people thought that Lin Feng would plead guilty, and Ron then pleaded with the judge with insulting language, and exchanged high fines and certain community labor in exchange for a lighter punishment from the judge. But he did not expect Ron to deny it directly. Allegations. Prosecutor Hunter was overjoyed. If Lin Feng pleaded guilty, I am afraid that this time it would be a probation at most. After all, Bill Gates' insulting language is first, and it was a vigil who did it first, and Lin Feng did it later. This order is determined. The judge is sentencing. But then Ron's words made everyone speechless in astonishment. On the contrary, I would like to sue Mr. Bill Gates for malicious insults and slander against my two parties, Mr. Lin Feng and Miss Avril. I strongly demand that Bill Gates personally tell my clients Mr. Lin Feng and Ivy. Mr. apologizes, Ron said with a smile. The audience was in an uproar, especially the prosecutor. Hunter was even more speechless in consternation. I have seen shameless, but I have never seen such shameless. Beating people into pigs, and even accusing them of defamation and asking them to apologize in person, is simply deceiving. Quiet. Quiet. The judge had to knock the gavel a few times to silence the scene. In view of the new changes in this case, the court is temporarily adjourned, and the trial will be held 3 days later. The judge announced the adjournment. Wait, your judge. Ron called the judge. Defense lawyer, what else is there? The judge is also an ordinary person. Although he wants to remain neutral, Ron's hand is too excessive. He also feels a bit deceitful and too emotional in his tone. Your Excellency, please pay attention to your tone. I hope that your personal emotions will not affect the interests of my client. Ron reminded the judge. I'm sorry, may I ask the defense lawyer, what else do you have? The judge was taken aback for a moment, and then took a few deep breaths, calmly said, Your Excellency, in view of the new changes in this case, I hope to bail my client. Ron said, No, your judge, Lin Feng is suspected of maliciously hurting others and instigating minors to commit crimes and cannot be released on bail. Prosecutor Hunter immediately objected, Your Excellency, but if all this is caused by Mr. Bill Gates, why can't my client be released on bail? Ron asked. The judge frowned and considered for a moment, and agreed that Lin Feng would be released on bail of $1 million. But he should not leave Washington until the case is finished. Prosecutor Hunt's face sank. He lost the first round. No, he has lost 2 games. He did not expect that Ron would in turn sue Bill Gates for defamation, and then use this to request Lin Feng's bail, which was his ill-conceived. Damn Ron. Prosecutor Hunter gave Ron a fierce look. They were already old opponents, but he never won. Never. There was a chaotic sound of crackling and President Bush roared. He did not expect Lin Feng to be released on bail. He watched Lin Feng triumphantly walk out of the courtroom and praised the American judicial system. He felt uncomfortable in his heart. I felt suffocated, especially when Avral's breast swallowed through Lin Feng into Lin Feng's arms. The triumphant and sweet expressions of the two made Bush almost vomiting blood in anger. When did the American law become so degenerate that it made a hitter so arrogant, and the last beauty he hugged returned? This is ridiculous. President Bush's thunder was furious, making the FBI director next to him shiver. The just loss of Kevin Mitnick has made Bush furious. Kevin Mitnick has always been a target the US government wants to hire. Unfortunately, Kevin Mitnick seems to like to oppose the government by nature, preferring to go to jail instead of working for the government, which makes the US government very helpless. But the future belongs to the internet age, and talents like Kevin Mitnick are needed. Although the US government vigorously supports many talents, geniuses are in the minority. It is no exaggeration to say that Kevin Mitnick is the Bill Gates of the cyber world, enough to create a cyber empire. As a result, not long after he became FBI director, he lost Kevin Mitnick, which left him at a loss as to how to confess to Bush. Fortunately, President Bush is now focusing on the Lin Feng case, and he has not pursued this matter for the time being, but it hasn't been held accountable for the time being. It's not that if Lin Feng is to deal with this matter again, I am afraid that it will be settled by the time of autumn. By the way, can that Hunter work? I looked through the records, and he seemed to have lost several times by the Ron Cena law firm. Bush is the president of the United States after all, and soon calmed down his anger. The FBI director was taken aback, not knowing how to answer. No, just change something more powerful. President Bush frowned. Your Excellency, Hunter is already the best prosecutor in our Ministry of Justice. FBI director said helplessly. What? President Bush was taken aback, and then he froze for a long time before uttering a word. Bye. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 427 Don't Insult Women. 75 Chapter 427 Don't Insult Women. Head of the Ministry of Justice. This book is reproduced on OneLiteratureNet. 6. Group of lawyers are in urgent consultations within the Judicial Department, looking through Lin Feng's cases of malignly harming others and instigating juvenile crimes. Group of lawyers discuss the case in the U.S. Judicial Department. That's right, it's a group of lawyers, and the most famous lawyers in the United States gathered in the U.S. Judicial Department to discuss the circumstances of the Lin Feng wounding case. Hunter's face was sullen. He never thought that the Ministry of Justice would be so degraded to hire a lawyer to help out, and it was still secretly sent by helicopter. This is really ridiculous. Could it be that in order to deal with the Chinese Lin Feng, the Judicial Department was so degraded and so unscrupulous? Although he has lost one after another against Tron Senior Law Firm, he is far from inviting lawyers to deal with lawyers. This is shameless. But Hunter did not have the right to refute. This time he personally ordered the order and admitted that if Hunter could not accept it, he could transfer it to others to be responsible for the prosecution of the Lin Feng wounding case. In desperation, Hunter could only compromise. At least, he also hopes to win Ron once, even if the wine is not so fair. After a long time, this secretly invited team of lawyers from the mouth came to a conclusion. Prosecutor Hunter, based on the evidence currently available, we can fully prove that this matter should have been set up by the Ron Senior Law Firm in order to let Lin Fengnin humiliate the Bill Gates bus office openly, said a lawyer. Hunter's eyes lit up. However, Prosecutor Hunter, according to the U.S. judicial process, even if we can prove this, it does not mean that we can sue Lin Feng for maliciously harming others and abetting minors to commit crimes. Ron's game has counted everything to death, and we will lose the case in the end. The lawyer continued, and even if we can convince the jury that this is Lin Feng and Ron's bureau, we cannot change the jury's attitude. Because the United States is a democratic and legal society, the jury will not destroy the American judicial system because of a single person or a case. I would rather spare 1,000, but kill one person by mistake. This is our country's judicial philosophy. Hunter sighed. It is true, which is why the American legal profession is so popular. So, if you want to deal with Ron and Lin Feng, you must do the opposite, said the lawyer. Hunter was taken aback. What do you mean? The lawyer whispered for a while. But after listening, Hunter was full of indignation, clenched his fists, and kept waving. No, this is too despicable. How can you lawyers be so despicable? Spoken lawyers laughed contemptuously. Winners and losers. This is why lawyers always beat prosecutors. Because the prosecutor is not mean enough, not treacherous enough. Prosecutor Hunter, I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want to win? The lawyer quietly looked at Hunter and said. Hunter hesitated. 3 years later, Lin Feng comfortably appeared with Avril in the courtroom. In the past 3 days, although Lin Feng could not leave Washington, he still entrusted Houston Rockets general manager Dawson to contact the Houston Municipal Abandonment by phone and proposed to purchase a brand new multifunctional stadium under construction. For Lam Feng's willingness to purchase the stadium under construction, the Houston city government has no reason to disapproval. This shows that Lam Feng is willing to hold the Houston Rockets for a long time. This is good news for Houston. In the United States, if a city does not have an excellent sports team, it is undoubtedly a failure. You and me. The Houston city government agreed that Lin Feng would acquire the ownership of the newly built gymnasium Medicine at a price of $100 million. As for the allegations against Lin Feng, in the eyes of the Houston city government, this is nothing. Who told that Bill Gates to insult others at will and be beaten deserved? Of course. The Houston city government is so open-minded because Lin Feng now owns the Houston Rockets and is interested in developing the Houston Rockets. So he is half a Houstonian, especially after Lin Feng acquired the Houston Rockets. He announced that he would switch back to a larger one, making the entire Houstonians immediately like Lin Feng. This is also the reason why the Houston media did not criticize Lin Feng when the national media unanimously criticized Lin Feng and Avril. Later, Dawson also contacted Darrell and Morey, who was running a sports information consulting company in Chicago. Morey was very interested in Dawson's invitation to become the deputy general manager of the Houston Rockets and have the right to make decisions about player selection. After discussing with Dawson in detail, I learned that he was strongly recommended by Houston Rockets owner Lin Feng. Although I don't understand how Lin Feng trusted him so much, he was extremely grateful. He immediately signed a contract with Dawson and became the Houston Rockets owner, deputy general manager. Lin Feng was extremely happy to win the new stadium and more one after another. As for today's trial, Lin Feng doesn't have to worry, because he wants to slander the American judicial system. Your Excellency, I want to revoke Mr. Lin Feng's charges of maliciously hurting others and abetting a minor to commit a crime. Hunt's voice fell to the ground, and there was a buzzing sound. Quiet, quiet. The judge had to hammer the gavel twice, and he couldn't figure out what Hunter was doing. Ron was also taken aback. Although the charges against Lin Feng were dropped, the charges that Lin Feng might be charged with were very minor, and the highest sentence was no more than a little community labor. But Ron instinctively felt that something was not right. I want to sue Mr. Lin Feng for negligence and wounding, Hunter said. There was a buzz in the audience, and I couldn't believe my ears. 3 days ago, it seemed like an enemy of life and death, but 3 days later, it was such an understatement. This is incredible. At the same time, I am preparing to accuse Miss Avile of intentional wounding. Hunter's voice fell to the ground, and there was another uproar at the scene. Unexpectedly, Hunter would suddenly point the finger at Avril. The prosecutor Hunter sighed in his heart. In order to win Ron, he had to use the despicable tricks used by lawyers. The accusation of Avril deliberately injuring others, based on current evidence, at most one sentence of negligent wounding. But the secretly hired team of lawyers is betting on the close relationship between Lin Feng and Avril. Not betting on Lin Feng's intimacy will make Avril suffer. After all, Avril is a star, and if he is convicted, it will definitely affect his popularity. As long as Lin Feng committed the crime and took everything on himself, they could take advantage of the victory and pursue it. When Ron heard this, his brows twitched, and he immediately understood Hunter's intentions. But all of this was within Ron's calculations, including the allegations against Avril, all within the calculations of Ron's legal team. And Hunter missed a point. Avril's personality is by no means as fearful as other stars, and the evidence from Ron's lawyers team is not just superficial evidence. Hunter, you have fallen. What is the difference between you and us now? Ron said tauntingly. The Robeshiwa just deleted the concave and added 84 less. It was updated again, and he felt the look in Ron's eyes more, and Hunter felt guilty for a while. Fairness, integrity, and integrity have always been advocated by Hunter. He did not expect that one day he would abandon these principles for the vanity of victory. Unfortunately, if you give up, will you win? Afterwards, the two sides began to quarrel about whether Avril intentionally wounded people. Miss Avril, may I ask you why you slapped Bill Goetz at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the 4 bad days of March? Ron Sr. Tom, the best defense attorney in the law firm, asked Avril in the dock with a smile. Because he used insulting language in the newspaper to insult Lin Feng and me, as well as Jessica. So I went to his theory. But he not only refused to apologize, but also insulted me. He greeted me and my family with words with, Avril said indignantly. The Robeshiwa just deleted the concave and added 84 less, updated the block. More, are you going to slap him because of this? Tom continued to ask. Is this not enough? If someone scolded your mother and father in person, would you smile and say thank you to him? Avril looked angry. There was a slight sound at the scene. Your Excellency, this is the videotape at that time, which was taken by a passerby. Tom took out a CD at the same time. Through the playback, the screen at that time was clearly played on the screen, which surprised everyone, because it doesn't look like a walking person happened to shoot. but it looks like a carefully prepared one. But this is not important. What is important is that the content of the videotape proves what Avril said. Miss Avril, but this is not enough for your attack on Mr. Bill Gates. You can use legal weapons to protect your reputation and your family's reputation. When Lin Feng did not come forward to fight all the charges for Avril, Hunter had a premonition that he had lost. The group of lawyers underestimated Ron, and underestimated the young man in front of him. Avril is now. But Hunter had to continue at this moment, even for the sake of dignity. But I feel that he insults women, and his disrespect for women makes me angry. I teach him on behalf of women across the United States, Avril said with disdain. Hunter's face sank. He didn't expect Avril to raise it to the point of insulting women. Obviously this was the damn Ron taught again. Damn it, do you have to win every time? Hunter glared bitterly at Ron with a smile on his face in the distance. Your Excellency, even if Bill Gates insulted Miss Avril's father, mother, or insulted women, Miss Avril still shouldn't be rough. But please take a look at this video survey. We specially invited one people went to do what Mr. Bill Gates did at the time, and his consequences, as he said. Tom took out a CD again. Through the display screen, everyone in the court could see when a man was pointing at a pound. When women use leading words to insult each other, all women try their best to attack with weapons that they can handle. And I tested the old one altogether, again and again. The judge sighed after reading it. These women are too crazy. Some of them are eating a whole bowl of hot soup and poured over it. Too cruel. Excuse me, can I see how this man is now? The judge asked. Tom smiled slightly and was lifted up. The two men carried a stretcher to the courtroom. On the stretcher was a man who was wrapped up like a mummy. The judge only glanced at it and let him go down. At this point, Hunter knew he was going to lose. At this time, the pig lawyers who were watching the trial through live TV also looked grey. They did not expect Ron to use this method to influence the judge's decision, and this trial will become a precedent. And such cases in the future, I am afraid, refer to today's trial to pronounce the verdict. Sure enough, in the end, as lawyer Ming suspected, Avril was not guilty of deliberately wounding. But in view of the seriousness of Bill Gates' injury, the judge hoped Avril would pay for his medical expenses to offset the knife hours of community service. For this, Avril readily agreed. Beat him and compensate for medical expenses. As early as Avril had expected. It is undoubtedly very cost-effective that all guilt can be avoided by only paying for medical expenses. As for the accusation against Lin Feng used the sentence, "I am worried that Miss Avril was injured by Bill Gates, so I came forward." It directly offsets all the guilt. But this is because Hunter withdrew the against Lin Feng in advance. The direct consequence of the accusations of maliciously wounding others and instigating minors to commit crimes. Finally, the judge acquitted the two in court. The next is the most hilarious picture. The judge also ruled that Burgess insulted another person's name, and asked him to apologize in court. With his head wrapped like a zongtsai, Bill Gates couldn't imagine that things would end up like this. He was beaten like a pig, and he was even apologizing like the murderer who beat him. This is ridiculous. But under the threat of a judge who would sentence him to 3 months in prison without an apology, Bill Gates reluctantly apologized in front of everyone in the court like Avril. "Sorry, Miss Avril." Bill Gates apologized indignantly. "What? I didn't hear clearly." Avril sneered. "I'm sorry, Miss Avril." Bill Gates' face flushed, suffocating his breath, and yelled, "Ha, Lin, let's go." Avril took Lin Feng and left with disdain. Bill Gates looked angry, but now he couldn't do anything or dared to do it. After today's sentencing, Lin Feng and Avril's precedent for beating Bill Gates but not guilty and acquitted was a reminder to all American journalists who deliberately fabricated fake news. If they fabricated fake news in the future, the other party would be very happy. May imitate Lin Feng and Avril's actions, and beat them severely in the public. After all, in the future, judges will use today's trial as a reference for ruling. This seems to be not good news for all entertainment journalists. Ron, thank you. Lin Feng said thankfully. Ha ha, Lin, remember, please invite us. You will have the best judicial system, and you will be 100% innocent. Ron smiled and left. I will send the bill to your Houston Rockets office. Don't forget it's time to pay the bill. Lin Feng smiled. Avril, thank you this time, Lin Feng said, squeezing Avril's sullen nose. Hee hee, Lin. Have a good time this time, see who dares to scold me like this next time, Avril said with a snort. Okay, when can you take me to see Michael Jackson? Lin Feng couldn't wait to ask. His house will be held the day after tomorrow. I will take you there. However, Lin, before going, tell me what is your relationship with Jessica? Also, what is your relationship with her? Lin Fengshun looked at it, and Avril held a photo in his hand. It was a photo that Lisa threw into his arms after the judgment of the century. And Avril still has a photo of Lin Feng released on bail 3 days ago, and Avril pounces into Lin Feng's arms. The two photos are similar in the same way. Hee hee, this one. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Korean female anchor's private secret video was exposed. Cute and full! Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Exclamation mark. Chapter 428. Terrifying support group. Question mark. Lin Feng couldn't tell from Avril's face whether it was anger or resentment. But this matter must be explained, and it is time to explain it. From Avril's TV station, when more than 75 million American citizens confessed that they liked him, Lin Feng must give him an explanation. Avril, there is no ambiguous relationship between Jessica and I, Lin Feng said frankly. Although Lin Feng had fantasized about it, he never had a chance. Jessica is so beautiful and sexy, I don't believe you will not be tempted. Avril raised an eyebrow and said. Lin Feng was ashamed. Fortunately, Avril did not hold on to this issue. Because Avril is very smart, knows what is the point and what is the key. What about her? Avril pointed to Lisa's photo and said, showing a clearly jealous expression. She is my girlfriend, I love her very much. But, Avril, I also like you very very much. From the moment I saw you, I like you. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he felt a little shameless. Fish and bear paws are not all available, but people are always greedy. After hearing this, Avril frowned, her teeth bit her lip, looking at Lin Feng for a long time without a word. From time to time, a few traces of anger, a few hesitations, and a few grievances flashed across his face. When Lin Feng saw it, he felt distressed. He gently pressed Avril's shoulder with both hands, trying to explain, but Avril suddenly hooked his finger at him. Lin Feng was taken aback. Hold your head down, Avril said coldly. When Lin Feng heard this, he felt cold all over. Thinking of the 2 big slaps that Bill Gates was slapped on, he felt a burning pain on his face. Could it be that Avril also wanted to slap herself a few times? But the matter was caused by yourself, and you can't avoid it. Forget it, just treat yourself as being fair to Avril. 2 slaps are not too heavy. Lin Feng closed his eyes and lowered his head, waiting for the expectant slap in the face. It's just a gloomy heart. I'm afraid the 2 will be strangers from now on. Alas, that's all, that's all. Her 50% stake in Avril Records is forgotten. As a little apology for me, Avril, I'm really sorry. But actually, I really like you. While sighing, Lin Feng felt his neck hooked by a slender jade hand. Lin Feng was taken aback first, then surprised. Does she want to hook her neck and beat her to death? This is too cruel, but according to Avril's character, it is indeed done. In the mentality of waiting for death, Lin Feng suddenly felt that his lips were blocked by a pair of cold lips, and then a fragrant tongue stuck in. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, did not understand why Avril was, but instinctively responded to Avril's kiss. But here is the downtown of New York, the bustling streets. Is this girl crazy? The people around me were surprised. I didn't expect that the most recent figures would kiss on the street, and there was also the American pop queen Avril, which was so shocking. Never before has a star been so bold. There was a whistle on the scene, as well as the sound of flashing lights. Tomorrow, Lin Feng and Avril's kiss on the street will definitely make headlines again. For a long time, The lips are divided. Avril, you. Lin Feng was stunned as he looked at Avril, who had a blush on his face. Lin, listen, it was my first kiss just now. From now on, you are mine, Avril announced savagely. Lin Feng was stunned and wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Avril. HMPH, I don't care what your relationship is with other women. In short, you belong to me and I belong to you. Don't worry, I will not make it difficult for you. I will snatch you from them, Avril barbaric announced. Avril's voice was not small, and the people around him were in an uproar. Unexpectedly, there are other women who the pop queen Avril likes, and instead of slapping the man, Avril directly declared war on them and vowed to retake the man. This world is also incredible. Is this man so good? Does the American pop queen Soul himself? The passers-by were puzzled, and they felt wronged for Avril, but also secretly jealous of Lin Feng beside Avril. Damn it, why didn't you get struck to death by lightning? There was resentment among the young men all around. They are all big fans of Avril. The happy one is the reporter. This time, it was really violent news. This Avril has too much personality, and he was willing to steal his boyfriend. It is really shocking. I believe all American citizens will be interested. Lin Feng was truly shocked. Avril's declaration was completely beyond Lin Feng's imagination, and the kiss just now was really surprising. Lin, did she give this watch? Avril suddenly pointed to the Casio sapphire watch on Lin Feng's right wrist. There is a photo of Lisa on this, and Avril discovered it early, but it was delayed because of various things before, so I didn't say it. Lin Feng nodded. Give it to me. Avril took it off Lin Feng's hand and put it on her wrist. HMPH, if she still wants this watch, let her come to me by herself. After speaking, Avril walked forward. Wait, Avril, what do you want? Lin Feng was startled, not knowing what Avril meant, and quickly grabbed Avril. This is a battle between women, don't interfere. Avril grumbled. No, I don't allow you to hurt friends, Lin Feng warned. With Avril's personality and Lisa's personality, I'm afraid it must be Lisa who will suffer. Although Lin Feng made the mistakes all men would make, and liked a pop diva with personality like Avril, he would not hurt Lisa. Avril was silent for a while, bit her lip, trembling slightly. Avril, I'm sorry, my tone was a bit harder just now, but it has nothing to do with friends. It is my fault. Please don't hurt her, Lin Feng explained hurriedly. But didn't you hurt me? You care about her. Have you ever thought about how I feel? Avril turned her head and looked at Lin Feng, with a miserable expression on her face. Bifang bit his lip, looking at Lin Feng, with a grudge, unwillingness and reluctance on his face. Lin Feng's mind trembled for a while, and such a fragile Avril had never seen him before. Let go of me. I am going home. Avril broke free of Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng had no choice but to let go. Watching Avril leave without looking back, his heart is bitter. It seems that the blessing of the people is really not so easy. After returning home, closing the door gently, Avril immediately sat down on the ground, leaning against the door, hugging her legs tightly, curled up together, her eyes red. Avril felt sour in her heart and wanted to cry, but bit her lip, desperately telling herself, Avril, you are the best, don't cry, don't cry. On the streets of New York, Lin Feng looked up at the sky. After a long time, after a long sigh, he walked towards Avril's residence while the onlookers were pointing. Avril, it's me, can you let me in? Lin Feng stood in front of Avril's apartment, knocking gently on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Avril's thin body shook slightly, and a slight smile was squeezed out of his face, but the corners of his mouth murmured without speaking, wanting to hear what Lin Feng would say. After knocking twice, Lin Feng sighed slightly when there was no movement inside. I'm sorry, but I really love you, Lin Feng said softly. The Avril people stay for a while. After that, the tears could no longer be controlled, and they fell without interest, but the smile between the corners of the mouth was thicker, and the sadness on his face was swept away. He loves me, he really loves me. In the West, like is different from love. There is a big difference. Avril is a little sweet and a little happy, but seeing the photos of Lisa scattered on the ground, she feels bitter again. Avril, I'm leaving first, and I'll see you tomorrow," Lin Feng said softly. Avril responded instinctively, wanting to get up to open the door and plunge into the warm embrace, but at the moment she got up, she forcibly suppressed the impulse in her heart. Because she is Avril, even if she loves, she must love with dignity. Lin Feng sighed lightly, turned and left. After leaving Avril's community, Lin Feng thought for a while, and Lisa must be accounted for in this matter. After the first beep, Lisa answered the phone. Lin Feng was slightly surprised, because it should be 2 o'clock at night Beijing time. Lisa answered the phone at the first beep. Obviously, she had been waiting for her call. "Sorry, friend, I kept you waiting for a long time," Lin Feng said with inexplicable warmth in his heart. "It's okay, brother Lin. It's okay if you're okay." Lisa's slightly hoarse voice came out of the microphone, sometimes accompanied by a few coughs. "You, are you sick?" Lin Feng asked distressedly. "It's okay, just a little cold," Lisa said indifferently. "By the way, you, Avril and I." After Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, he was still ready to tell Lisa the truth. "Brother Lin, I'll talk about everything when you come back. I'm so worried about you. I just want you to be safe." Lisa interrupted Lin Feng, expressing concern. This warm feeling made Lin Feng feel a heart-wrenching pain. How could the love of the two girls make him feel uncomfortable? "You, take good care of yourself. I'll be back in a few days," Lin Feng said. Yep. 2 days later, Lin Feng and Avril appeared at the home of Michael Jackson, the king of pop. "Hi, Avril, you really admire me. You are the pride of all our artists." Michael Jackson walked up to him and gave Avril a hug. "Michael, introduce a friend to you. He is my future boyfriend Lin Feng, but he made a special trip to visit you." Avril smiled slightly and introduced Lin Feng to Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson was taken aback for a moment. The term future boyfriend was new enough, but Avril always did amazing things and didn't care about it. Lin Feng was helpless. Yesterday, Lin Feng had a long conversation with Avril, but it didn't work. Lin Feng herself didn't know how to say it, but Avril took out her own logic and called Lin Feng the boyfriend of the future. When she took Lin Feng back from Lisa, Lin Feng automatically upgraded to boyfriend. But at the same time, he also warned Lin Feng that if he doesn't treat himself a little better, his future boyfriend may become an ex-future boyfriend at any time. In this regard, Lin Feng was very helpless. This little girl is too eerie and weird. "Hi, Michael." Abandoning these thoughts, Lin Feng greeted the king of pop with a slight excitement. Michael Joseph Jackson, a famous American musician, dancer, outstanding humanitarian and entertainer, is known as the king of pop music, and is the greatest and most influential musician in the history of the pop music industry. Representative figures. His record sales are #1 in the world, especially the 1982 album Thriller, which sold a jaw-dropping 112 million copies. It can be said that Michael Jackson has been a man of miracles since his birth. "Hi, Lin." Michael Jackson greeted Lin Feng in a low voice, and then looked up and down with interest. "Lin, Avril is a good girl. Although she has a tough personality, don't let her down, otherwise none of our friends will let you go," Michael Jackson said with a smile. Avril took the opportunity to make a face at Lin Feng. "How dare I bully her? I'm terrible. She really slapped me twice," Lin Feng said in a gesture of covering his face. Michael Jackson chuckled, then introduced Lin Feng to the other people attending the banquet. Lin Feng looked around, slightly confused. The guests tonight are all superstars from all walks of life. For example, NBA basketball god Michael Jordan, pop star Beyoncé, Mariah Carey, etc., can be described as dazzling stars. Avril's first album sales of 15 million is amazing enough, but compared with these superstars, it is inevitable that the stars are bleak. "Avril, what day is it today? So many superstars are here." Lin Feng secretly pulled Avril and asked in a low voice. It was Michael who celebrated the birth of his second son, Prince Michael II, with the nickname Blanket. Avril said. "Then why didn't you tell me earlier, and I'll prepare some gifts too?" Lin Feng said slightly accusingly. "HMPH, Do you think Michael loves those? He donated $390 million to charity in his own name, Guinness Records. Would he still love these gifts? Didn't you see these people coming? Didn't you bring gifts? Don't use your nasty business tactics to treat Michael. You are tainting him, Avril said with a cold face suddenly. Lin Feng had nothing to say. Seeing the embarrassment on Lin Feng's face, Avril also knew that her tone of voice had been a little harder. But who would let him have a girlfriend, come to provoke himself, or make himself fall in love with him? Deserve it. But seeing Lin Feng Nana speechless, Avril also felt a little bit sad. Stepping on Lin Feng's lips and becked, HMPH, a big man, and I care about a little girl, stingy. Lin Feng could not laugh or cry. The girl's character is really speechless. But it gave Lin Feng a kind of excitement, because you never know what will happen to Avril next second. Lizu is quiet and soft, so Avril is dynamic and flexible. Two extremes, but both are so exciting. Later, under the introduction of Avril, Lin Feng and these superstars had a simple understanding, but it was only an acquaintance. Of course, for Michael Jordan, Lin Feng is extremely enthusiastic and close. Lin Feng could know that the basketball god in front of him returned to the NBA for the second time last season, and he returned to the NBA arena with the Wizards, but he was not happy. I now own the Houston Rockets, and the Rockets also have advantages that the Wizards did not have. If Jordan can come to the Houston Rockets by then, it will undoubtedly be a very pleasant thing. I am afraid that all Rockets fans, Chinese fans, will be excited about it. Jordan is also very curious about Lin Feng, a Chinese. I don't know what means this Chinese has to capture the heart of the little punk princess, Avril. After contact, everyone was stunned by Avril's character, which was too stab, but it was stab and made people like it from the heart. Moreover, Avril does not follow the trend, and his maverick personality is quite similar to that of Jordan. Therefore, for Avril, Jordan is a kind of elder love to take care of the younger generation. But this kind of care left Lin Feng speechless. Jordan is the god of basketball and the absolute ruler on the court. That momentum and majesty made Lin Feng feel a huge pressure. Although it is not gloomy, it gives Lin Feng a great sense of oppression. The lesson is also the tone of the elders to teach the younger generations. In short, like Michael Jackson, let Lin Feng not disappoint Avril, otherwise he will not be forgiving. Lin Feng was speechless. This gathering became a condemnation meeting of Avril's support group against himself. You know how good I am. If you dare to apologize to me in the future, you will be at your own risk. Avril did not avoid Jordan, and threatened Lin Feng in front of Jordan. Jordan smiled. This girl is so likable. Lin Feng was helpless. Fortunately, at this gathering, Michael Jackson gave Lin Feng a lot of face. No, it should be said to give Avril face. Of course, he was also very interested in Audition's all-star lineup. In line with Michael Jackson's worth, he signed a contract with Michael Jackson for 3 years at a price of $3 million per year. But what makes Lin Feng admire is that in the past 3 years, the $9 million compensation, Michael Jackson did not need a penny. Instead, he donated it to Lin Feng's Star Charity Education Fund to help poor Chinese students. Lin Feng sighed. The king of fashion is indeed the king of fashion. 3 days later, with the signing of the contract between Michael Jackson and O'Neal, as well as Avril's warning, Lin Feng embarked on the flight back to Shanghai. Of course, another possible surprise is that after the end of this season, Michael Jordan agreed to consider Lam Feng's proposal to invite him to the Houston Rockets, because Lin Feng promised that the Houston Rockets will definitely be exchanged for a larger one, and at the same time promised that if Jordan is willing to come to the Houston Rockets, Lin Feng is willing to sign the NBA star figure, Dennis Rodman. This worshipper expelled by the owners of the NBA teams, partnering with a larger one and rescuing Rodman, who is now in financial crisis, can also allow the Houston Rockets to rebuild their glory. This is Lin Feng's bargaining chip to tempt Michael Jordan. Of course, there is also the Chinese market. If Jordan can come to the Houston Rockets, it will undoubtedly be of absolute help to his own company. Will Michael Jordan come to the Houston Rockets in the summer? There is a chapter in the evening, a 5,000-word chapter. I wish all book friends a happy spring festival, happy family and happiness. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 429 The King of Fighters Online Asian Version. When Lin Feng left the Shanghai International Airport, reporters were already surrounded by reporters. Seeing Lin Feng leaving the customs, he immediately surrounded him and blocked the exit. Although Lin Feng has not left Shanghai Hongkou Airport where he usually goes, although it is now 2 o'clock in the evening, at least hundreds of reporters have appeared at Shanghai International Airport. The noise made Shanghai International Airport look like a vegetable market. Looking at the dark and crushing crowd in front of him, Lin Feng was stunned to himself. I don't know how these reporters learned that they were returning home from Shanghai International Airport. However, looking at the excited faces of these reporters, it is obvious that they are waiting here at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, not to interview Lin Feng's trip to the United States, nor to care about Lin Feng's malicious wounding case in the United States, but to care about Lin Feng. The relationship between Feng and Avril, as well as Li Zhu. Sure enough, many reporters are concerned about the love triangle between Lin Feng, Avril and Li Zhu. The richest man in mainland China, an American pop diva, and a second world spokesperson. The ambiguous relationship between the three excited all reporters. Donglin, what is your relationship with Avril? Is it a relationship? What about Li Zhu? Donglin, I heard that you and Miss Li Zhu have already lived together, and now there is another Avril. Have you always abandoned it? Have you changed your mind? Question after question. Many reporters were extremely excited. No one thought that Lin Feng's trip to the United States not only acquired the Houston Rockets and hit reporters who were maliciously spreading rumors, but also had an ambiguous relationship with the American pop star Avril. Avril even confessed to Lin Feng on TV in the face of more than 75 million viewers in the United States. This series of events is really exciting. In particular, the triangular relationship between Lin Feng, Avril and Li Zhu made reporters crazy. Everyone loves gossip. Lin Feng frowned again and again, trying to squeeze out, but how could many reporters let Lin Feng leave like this? In desperation, Lin Feng had to tell all reporters that a press conference would be held the day after tomorrow, and he would answer everyone collectively. The problem, after receiving Lin Feng's promise, many reporters barely flashed away and let Lin Feng leave. Back at the villa, the girls were already asleep, but just as they entered the room, a figure rushed over. Lin Feng was slightly startled, then loosened the travel bag in his hand and hugged the visitor tightly with his arms wide open. Brother Lin, I really want to think about you. Li Zhu seemed to want to fit himself into Lin Feng's body, holding him tightly, almost making Lin Feng breathless. I'm sorry. Lin Feng understood why Li Zhu was so emotionally out of control. He sighed in his heart and wanted to explain, but was stopped by Li Zhu. Brother Lin, don't need to explain. I don't want to know now. I just want Brother Lin to be by my side forever. Don't go anywhere, just by my side as it is now. Li Zhu said in a sad tone. Lin Feng sighed. Silent night. Li Zhu just held Lin Feng's hand tightly this night. Tightly. Lin Feng was not allowed to go anywhere until dawn. When the girls saw Lin Feng coming back the next day, they all looked bad. Obviously, the incident of Avril made several girls very dissatisfied with Lin Feng. But Li Zhu didn't say anything, and they didn't say much, but they often made insinuations, which made Lin Feng quite helpless. After a morning break, Lin Feng came to the company in the afternoon and summoned Kui Ming's, head of the first game development department, Takashi Nishiyama, head of the 7th game development department, and Wu Zhaopu, the vice president in charge of online games, into the office. Director Choi, how is the Asian version of Audition's all-star lineup going on? How is the response from players in Korea, Japan and Taiwan? Lin Feng asked. Before going out this time, Kui Ming was in charge of promoting the Asian version of Audition's all-star lineup. After signing the Japanese and Korean Emperor superstars after the Spring Festival, Lin Feng asked Kui Ming to start launching Audition in Japan, Korea, and Taiwan as soon as possible. Boss, it's better for me to answer this point. Audition's all-star lineup was launched in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, and it was also sought after by players in 3 regions. Although Japan was slightly affected, 3 regions plus players from mainland China, the highest online record reached a terrifying 7 million online records on weekends. Also, Japanese, Korean, and Taiwanese players are mostly generous. Although the total number of registered users in the 3 regions is only half of that of the mainland, the profit is but it is nearly double that of mainland China. Wusa or side. After all, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan are all economically developed regions. 12.8 yuan for a star doll and 8.8 yuan for a set of star costumes are not expensive for Japanese, Korean and Taiwanese players, or even cheap. Therefore, the players in these 3 regions are also extraordinarily generous. Boss, now the profit of Audition All-Stars in January has surpassed legend, becoming the most profitable game department. Wu Zhaopu said. Kui Ming was also faintly aside. Haha, Minister Kui, good job. By the way, this is the contract between NBA superstar Anil and the King of Pop Michael Jackson. They have become the signing stars of our campaign's Audition All-Star team. Lin Feng handed Anil and Michael Jackson the contract to Kui Ming's. Kui Ming was surprised at first, and then his eyes brightened. He was not interested in Lin Feng's signing of Anil, and he didn't understand why Lin Feng signed him. Think about Anil's height of 2.16 meters and his fat body. Although he is very popular, but the main customers of Audition's all-star lineup are female fans who are crazy about star chasing. They are not only crazy, but also willing to spend money. But for Lin Feng's ability to sign Michael Jackson, Kui Ming admired him deeply. No, he admired the 5-body cast. Michael Jackson is a real superstar and the king of pop. He did not expect Lin Fengnan to sign Michael Jackson. Although the annual signing fee of $3 million is high, Kui Ming believes that he can definitely make it back, and it is a big profit. Especially the second world can use Michael Jackson to let Audition All-Stars open up the Asian market. Kui Ming slammed his fist. Donglin, at what price is Michael Jackson's 3D simulation character model suitable for sale? RMB 12.8 is obviously not in line with his worth. We can sell it more expensive. Kui Ming expects to say. Lin Feng smiled. It's free. I decided that Michael Jackson's 3D simulation character model is completely free for players to sell. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. Kui Ming was taken aback and released it for free, which was too incredible and too stupid. Thinking of such a lucrative project, Lin Feng wanted to launch it for free, but Kui Ming was anxious. Kui, don't worry. Although I said it's free, it's not really free for all players. Seeing Kui Ming was anxious, Lin Feng quickly explained. When Kui Ming listened, he was even more touchy. I will launch a new plan. As long as players gather 12 stars of the Chinese zodiac, they can get a 3D simulation model of Michael Jackson for free. If players can gather the stars of 12 constellations, they can get Michael Jackson matching clothing. Of course, every star has zodiac attributes and constellation attributes. Players can discover the stars, zodiac attributes and constellation attributes by themselves, and how to get Michael Jackson at the cheapest price. Lin Feng said proudly. After listening to Kui Ming, with a slight aftertaste, he immediately slapped his legs and yelled, "This is a good idea." In this way, it is far more profitable than directly selling Michael Jackson's 3D simulation character model. A player can buy 12 stars to get a 3D character simulation model of Michael Jackson, so if a player wants to get a Michael Jackson model, it will cost at least 153.6 yuan, and the Michael Jackson model obviously cannot sell for as much as 153.6 yuan. What's more, if the player obtains the character model of Michael Jackson, he naturally has to obtain the matching costume, which is cool enough. In this way, players need to spend at least 12 constellations of money. Of course, players can find the most cost-effective mode, which in turn provides all players with the fun to explore. The fact is, as expected by Kui Ming, after the press conference announced that Audition's all-star lineup signed L and Michael Jackson, all players were excited. Michael Jackson's charm is unparalleled, cosmopolitan, and gender-neutral. The launch of Lin Feng's free access method caused an uproar in the industry. Guangming Daily, People's Daily, and Reference News all analyzed Lin Feng's free gift model, and the profit he might make was a bit staggering, thinking it was a new stimulus. But at the same time, he expressed doubts about Lin Feng's free gift model, because the price of obtaining Michael Jackson is too high. Are players willing to spend so much money to meet the free gift standard for Michael Jackson? As the opponent of the second world, Chen Xiaoai, the president of 9 Towns, jumped out directly and refuted Lin Feng's evil intentions, claiming that Lin Feng was exploiting players' money, squeezing players' hard-earned money, and frankly admitted that players would never. It would be so stupid that Lin Feng's plan was hit. Other game companies have also echoed, even ridiculing Lin Feng's free mode, such as it is absolutely difficult to achieve results. I am afraid it will become a joke. For these accusations, Lin Feng simply ignored them and said that grapes were sour if he couldn't eat grapes. Second world players also love and hate this free gift. Although Lin Feng is happy to sign Michael Jackson, the price for players to get Michael Jackson is too high. However, some criticized and some agreed. The netizen Hozad said Second World did not force any players to meet the conditions to obtain Michael Jackson, and only such conditions limit the proliferation of Michael Jackson. If there is only one man, how can it be worthy of Michael Jackson? Status. Netizens just smile and also agreed. Although the conditions set by the Second World are a bit too harsh, it undoubtedly makes the players who can eventually have them feel proud and proud. Those who have the capable live there. With some doubts and expectations, O'Neal and Michael Jackson's 3D simulation character models were launched. For the first time, the online number of Audition All-Stars hit a new high, reaching a terrifying 8 million. Players from China, Japan, and South Korea all began to search for the zodiac signs of the 71 superstars signed by Audition All-Stars attributes and constellation attributes. Find out the most cost-effective way. Players from the 3 countries have calculated the best way to save money. You only need to buy 15 superstars to own a Michael Jackson character model and costume. After conversion, the Audition player needs to spend 192 yuan to have it. Michael Jackson. Of course, this is only the best way. After all, there may be stars you don't like, and not all players are willing to buy stars they don't like. After all, playing games is to have fun. 192 yuan is all paid out, and I don't care about the extra money for 1 or 2 star character models. In just 1 week, to the surprise of all the media and Second World opponents, Michael Jackson's character models were exchanged for a total of 178,000 for players for free, which is at least 3,417.6 yuan, except for the celebrities that have been purchased. Players of Second World have made a profit of more than 26 million yuan through this Michael Jackson's free gift model. Among the players who exchanged 178,000, there were 25,000 players from mainland China, 35,000 players from South Korea, 18,000 players from Taiwan, and 100,000 players from Japan. The Audition All-Star lineup has just been launched in the Japanese branch, and it has set an amazing record with Michael Jackson's simulated character dolls. This record silenced all questioning media and ironic hostile companies, and Chen Xiaoai, the most vocal 9 cities, was even more slapped in the face. In particular, as the number of players who exchanged for Michael Jackson increased, the Second World launched special music and scenes for Michael Jackson of Audition's all-star lineup, which made other players who did not own Michael Jackson jealous. He also began to hesitate in whether to meet the minimum conditions for owning a Michael Jackson doll. Obviously, even if these players are not excited, Lin Feng will continue to introduce stimulus methods to stimulate players' desires. What is really surprising is that L's 3D simulation character model has sold more than 400,000 pieces, which is really shocking. Most of them are bought by male players. After all, Anil's shark step is really happy. Many beautiful players often laugh when they see Anil's clumsy shark step, which also allows many male players to attract female players. After all, the iron law of online games, a female player can attract 6 male players. With Audition's all-star lineup, the registration number of close to 4 million female players is enough to attract about 24 million male players. In order to be able to play games, or to attract the attention of female players, at least 2 to 3 star character models and several sets of clothes will be purchased. These are all major sources of economics for Audition's all-star lineup. It's just that no one thought that O'Neill's Shark Walk could one day be used to chase girls. It's really amazing. It's not that I don't understand, it's that the world is changing fast. Mr. Quee, how is the expansion of Audition all-star lineup going on? Now, as players have more and more celebrities, if the player is only able to control a celebrity, it will undoubtedly reduce the player's passion to continue buying celebrity dolls. And fun stars form a team to dance together, will be the key to stimulating players to continue to buy. Lin Feng continued. Boss, this is under development. It involves the player's control hand speed and the entire game system architecture. I am afraid there will be about 3 months before a new expansion is released. Kui Ming replied. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Takashi Nishiyama, the head of the 7th game development department. Xishan, how was the first season of the King of Fighters Online going on? Lin Feng asked. Boss, it's going well. After the second qualifying match, a total of 78 levels in the top, ground, and people list are divided into ranks. 2 weeks have been played, and there are still 2 weeks left in the King of Fighters Online. The season will be over, and the first relegation will be carried out at that time. Takashi Nishiyama said excitedly. He didn't expect Lin Feng to figure out this list of heaven, place, and people so popular with fighting game players. Although it was only 2 weeks, the profits created were beyond imagination. The average number of rounds per day exceeds 20 million, and each round has a revenue of 0.1 yuan. The gross profit for a week can be 14 million yuan, and the gross profit in January can be 56 million yuan. This is simply unimaginable. Takashi Nishiyama was deeply amazed by the madness of Chinese players for the King of Fighters Online. Of course, the most important thing is Lin Feng's loser pay system and the 78-level demotion system, which stimulates all fighting game players. Players who love fighting games have certain combative factors themselves, and they are more persistent and will not admit defeat. In Lin Feng's loser pay system and various lists such as longest winning streak, most fast co-list stimulated, no one easily admits defeat. I lost today, come tomorrow, lost tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. In short, we must win. I can accept failure, but I cannot accept giving up. This is what the basketball god Michael Jordan said, but it was quoted by Lin Feng on the homepage of the King of Fighters Online landing window, which is undoubtedly the best advertising slogan. By the way, boss, can we launch the King of Fighters Online in other countries in Asia, such as Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan? These are all countries where the KOF series is popular. I believe it will definitely create more surprising performance for the company. Takashi Nishiyama stood up excitedly, blushing. During this period of time, he also talked about the King of Fighters Online through the internet with friends in Japan and South Korea. He got a message that players in South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan are looking forward to the launch of the King of Fighters Online in their countries. The 3 regions are also the regions where the King of Fighters is popular. Moreover, Second World launched the Asian version of Counter-Strike Online, and I believe that the King of Fighters Online can also launch the Asian version, so that the King of Fighters players in these countries can connect through the internet and learn from players from other countries. Especially this loser pays system and the promotion and demotion system of Sky, Land, and People list are very attractive, especially for those masters. It is the best place to prove themselves to other fighting players. Boss, if the Asian version of the King of Fighters Online is launched, I believe that the number of online users will create an even more amazing online rate, and the league may have to be redivided again. 78 levels, I am afraid that is not enough. 178 may not be enough. Xishan Takashi looked at Lin Feng with bright eyes. Ha ha, Xishan. The Asian version of the King of Fighters Online will be launched. However, I am not going to allow players from all over the world to directly connect. I have a new idea. This will definitely be an idea to create a game era and create game history. Lin Feng was also excited. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 430 Champions League. New ideas. Takashi Nishiyama was taken aback, secretly horrified in his heart, wondering what earth-shattering plan this young chairman was about to come up with. The King of Fighters Online is enough to make him admire, and the profit generated is no less than the profit generated by the game development teams of their original SNK company. The game development team worked hard to develop the game, and the game they originally developed was only a one-time profit. This King of Fighters Online is a continuous income. There is a difference between the two. Boss, what are your ideas? Takashi Nishiyama looked forward with a trace of unwillingness. He is the big guy in the arcade game world, but he is always led by the nose by a young man like Lin Feng, and everything is robbed in front of him, which makes him very unwilling. Although Lin Feng is the boss, he is the chief designer of the game. The designer's dignity, under Lin Feng's ideas, has been repeatedly hit. Xishan, the Asian version of the King of Fighters Online, still adopts the same grading system and payment system as mainland China, and countries have also established 78 leagues with 3 rankings, top rankings, local rankings, and people rankings. Lin Feng explained with a smile, but was interrupted by the anxious Takashi Nishiyama. Boss, if you can't connect players from multiple countries and play on the internet through cloud computing, the excitement level will drop a lot, and the profits will probably drop accordingly. Takashi Nishiyama said anxiously. Ha ha, Xishan, don't worry, I'm not going online, but I don't allow Chinese, Japanese, and Korean players to join the same league directly. Seeing that Takashi Nishiyama was about to speak again, Lin Feng waved his hand to stop it. Takashi Nishiyama abruptly swallowed what he wanted to say, and waited for Lin Feng's explanation. In his opinion, only by providing the 3-nation player interconnection can the Asian version of the King of Fighters Online maximize profits. Xishan, the levels of players from China, Japan, and South Korea are not even. If players from the 3 countries are directly interconnected and enter the same league, under the influence of nationality, it is very likely that all levels of leagues will be dominated by players from one country in the short term. A monopoly will be formed. Although there is a relegation system, non-national players will be excluded in the case of a handicap. If this continues, it will not be conducive to the development of the league. Lin Feng said. Takashi Nishiyama frowned and thought for a while. What Lin Feng said was very likely. For example, the Chinese players unified the Tanban League, 10 Japanese or South Korean players from the Tanban League. Under the joint killing of the remaining 90 Chinese players, it is very likely that the entire army will be wiped out. After all, the league promotion system adopts a win rate elimination system. Except for the requirement that each player must participate in 200 games a month, there are no other requirements. Although the competition method adopts the system to automatically select the opponent, there is still a revenge challenge. As long as the player is willing to pay double points, the opponent can be designated. Although the limit is limited to 10 times per day, this is enough for cheating among players, and this is allowed within the rules. Even if the rules are modified, players can always find loopholes in the rules. There is no perfect rule in this world itself. Boss, what is your way? Takashi Nishiyama asked helplessly. I will adopt the European Championship football game mode, Lin Feng said with a clenched fist. Xishan Takashi and Wu Zhaopu pondered them carefully, and their eyes lit up. Xishan, in fact, even if there are no loopholes in these rules, players from the three countries often play in the same league. After a long time, there will be a certain degree of aesthetic fatigue. And imitating the European Football Champions League game will continue to stimulate the players of the three countries. Enthusiasm for the King of Fighters Online, Lin Feng said with a smile. Takashi Nishiyama nodded, having to admit that Lin Feng's suggestion is indeed very suitable for the current league. However, boss, what kind of game are you going to take? After all, there are now 3 rankings in 78 leagues. Takashi Nishiyama asked. Well, I plan to set up 3 levels of the Asian Champions League. The top, ground, and people list will each form a Champions League. Each Asian Champions League will send player representatives to participate in the 26 levels of its own list, so that all players of all levels can have the opportunity to participate in this Asian Champions League. Lin Feng said. For example, in the Danban, the A-Level League will send 3 representatives. The Bleeville League will send 2 representatives, the Cleeville League will send 1 representative, and the next 23 levels will send 1 representative in turn. A total of 29 representatives will be represented by Japan and South Korea. Representative matches of the same level. Of course, there are 4 regional players from Taiwan. The Asian Champions League matches will be played on Saturdays and Sundays and will be broadcast live. The total scores of 26 players will be scheduled. Ranking and rewards. For example, the champion team will be rewarded with 1,000 yuan each. The runner-up will be rewarded with 500 yuan each. The third place will be rewarded with 100 yuan, and the fourth place will be rewarded with 1 yuan. Lin Feng explained with a smile. After listening to them, Takashi Nishiyama and Wu Zhaopu clapped their hands again and again. In this way, I am afraid that all players will fight for honor. Of course, there is money. Xishan, today, April 2nd, you will launch the Asian version of the King of Fighters Online during this period of time, and strive to form a national league at all levels by the end of April. In addition, as many countries as possible will participate in the Asian version of the King of Fighters Online. Among them, Lin Feng exhorted. Takashi Nishiyama nodded. Later, when Second World announced that the King of Fighters Online will launch an Asian version, and the KOF Online Champions League will be launched accordingly. Players from various countries and league champions will participate in the league and conduct online park with other countries. No, to be precise, it should be the King of Fighters players in all of Southeast Asia. The King of Fighters is mainly popular in Southeast Asian countries with good economies. As a mainland Chinese player who has already started the first season of the King of Fighters Online, after hearing this news, he was excited about the game every day. The official set of 200 games per month, only in the past 2 weeks, most players have already the number of games exceeded this rigid requirement, and the enthusiasm for the championship is unprecedentedly high. After all, in addition to the 3 rankings of the sky, the ground, and the people list, the A-Level leagues are eligible to send 3 representatives to participate. The Bleeville can send 2 representatives to participate. The other leagues can only send 1 representative. This representative is naturally champions of all levels. For the championship, all players try their best to compete, just to improve the record. This also reflects the evil of the win rate elimination system and the vengeance challenge set by Lin Feng. For example, if 2 players are separated by a relatively large level, it does not mean that the player with a lower level will eventually be ranked lower. Players with poor levels can appoint opponents they are confident of winning through the revenge challenge limited to 10 times a day to improve their winning rate. Then you can struck luck through a large number of games, betting that the opponent selected by the system is not as strong as you. These 2 points are the weapon for low-level players who want to rank higher than high-level players. Of course, they are useless for players who are too stinky. However, in the same level of league, through the original qualifier and the division of 78 leagues in the 3 rankings, most of the players are of similar level, and almost everyone has a chance. Although the chance of winning the championship decreases as the league level decreases, it undoubtedly makes all players excited. After all, if you become a champion, You can challenge players from other countries on behalf of your country's players, win glory for your country, and make yourself famous. Not to mention that Second World also provides bonuses for winning players. Of course, there is also a loser pays system. As long as you can keep winning, you won't have to spend a penny in this game. Of course, the wool is on the sheep, and the Second World has made a profit this time. Compared with the hard-trained skills of Chinese players, they work day and night to sprint for the final goal of the first season. In other countries in Asia, such as Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand, which have relatively developed economies, players have called on the Second World to launch the Asian version of the King of Fighters Online in their home countries as soon as possible, allowing them to join the King of Fighters Online family. Regarding the King of Fighters Online Champions League launched by Second World, media from all over the world also lamented and marveled at the Second World plan repeatedly unexpectedly, but it has always achieved good results. In particular, after analysis by various media, they believe that the Second World is fully capable of allowing players from various Asian countries to join a server and directly play against each other. However, Lin Feng wants to make this the King of Fighters Online Champions League, so that every month only the champions of the top, ground, and top leagues of the King of Fighters Online can participate in this Champions League and represent the King of Fighters players from all over the world. For this, all the media give a secret thumbs up, because the more a few people can enjoy, the more people are attracted to it, and the more people are crazy. Obviously, Lin Feng deeply grasped the weakness of human nature. And this is why the King of Fighters players in Asian and Southeast Asian countries want to join the league so madly. At the same time, the media of various countries also expressed their views on the strength of their own King of Fighters. The Asahi Shimbun. Although SNK was acquired by China's Second World, Japan is still the top player in the King of Fighters. The King of Fighters Online Champions League will be the world of Japanese players. As for the Japanese game industry's ban on the Second World, under the impact of the Asian version of the King of Fighters Online, it is very weak. Although there is a slogan of Control China and Restrain the Forest Wind, the slogan of Japanese players to defeat the Chinese in the game and reflect the majesty of the Yamato nation, everything is so weak. In addition, Audition's all-star lineup successfully smashed the door of the Japanese online game market with the charm of Michael Jackson, and many Japanese game companies know that the wolf is coming. If we continue to stick to the video game market, I am afraid that Japan's online game market will be completely eroded by the Second World, especially when the official attitude is inexplicably ambiguous and does not adopt any hidden rules. Many Japanese game companies know that they are going to fight back. The Second World can no longer do whatever it wants. I wish you all a happy new year on the first day of the first lunar month, and happy Valentine's Day. If you don't have a lover to celebrate Valentine's Day, then read this book, because I also accompany you to live a Valentine's Day without a lover. Cry to be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. The author is supported, and the genuine reading is supported. To be continued. Chapter 431 1-1 Beach City? Time back to April 2nd. Mr. Wu, how is the Legend movie city built? This is something that Lin Feng pays great attention to. Lin Feng wants to build a Legend theme park, and then build other game theme parks, forming a huge-scale game movie tourism industry chain. Moreover, this can directly promote the development of Chu City. If you make money yourself, you can also give back to the society and drive the development of your hometown. It is both beneficial and famous. Why not do it? Wu Zhaopu sighed slightly. What's wrong? What's going on? Lin Feng asked with a slight surprise. Donglin, the trouble is indeed not small, but it is still one by one. First of all, the original 150 acres of land has been purchased, but now only one beach city, the main city of Legend, in Beach Province, has been built. There is not enough land, Wu Zhaopu said helplessly. What? The land is not enough? How could it be? 150 acres of land, which is 100,000 square meters, How could it not be enough to just build a beach city? Lin Feng exclaimed, with a face of disbelief. Wu Xiaopu also knew that Lin Feng would definitely not believe it. When he heard the news, he had an incredible face. He even flew to the city of Chu himself, but after he went, he realized that it was so. Donglin, first look at the video shot by helicopter. Wu Xiaopu took out a CD and put it in the DVD player. The picture went dark, and then the magnificent city appeared in the picture. Although it was taken from a helicopter, the magnificence of the city still shocked Lin Feng. For a square city, although the internal facilities have not yet started, only the scale of the city is compared with the ratio of surrounding trees and roads. Lin Feng initially estimated that 150 acres of land seems to have been used up. Then, the helicopter fell, and only then did we see the real magnificence of this beach city. The wall is at least 8 meters high, 2 meters thick, 100 meters long and 100 meters wide, which is exactly 150 acres of land. Mr. Wu, do you need such a big city? Lin Feng looked at and shook his head. Although such a city was built with grandeur and excites the players, the amount of money invested is probably too great. Although Lin Feng felt very excited when he saw it, he imagined that if he stood under such a city, he would be extremely excited. However, everything is inseparable from money. Donglin, this is also the suggestion of the 10 legend players hired. With their strong suggestions and the support of all legend players, I finally negotiated with the infrastructure department of the Yangtze River Group and decided to build such a magnificent building. The main city, Wu Xiaopu said rather helplessly. During Lin Feng's stay in the United States, Wu Xiaopu almost didn't get crazy by the suggestions of these 10 players. Of course, from the perspective of players and filming, such a beach city is absolutely necessary, but from the standpoint of the second world, this investment cost is too great. Wu Xiaopu constantly explained on the official website that the investment cost and the construction of a 1-to-1 ratio of beach city will seriously affect the capital operation of the second world, which is not a good thing for all second world players. But for all legend players, what they care about is whether this legend movie city can be as magnificent as in the game, giving the player the feeling of being in the game. As for the cost, it has never been considered by players. Besides, everyone knows that Second World is the most profitable game company in China. Will it not have this money? The player didn't believe it. For a while, the relationship between the Second World and the players was extremely tense, and many players even criticized Wu Xiaopu for his stinginess, saying that if the chairman of the Second World Lin Feng was here, he would definitely meet the players' requirements. In response to these criticisms from players and netizens, Wu Xiaopu's vomiting blood was speechless. If he really starts a fight with the players, it must be the company that suffers. The jokes must be the various game competitors. Moreover, when Lin Feng returns to the country, he will not be able to confess to Lin Feng. For example, domestic online game companies such as Ninetowns and Ziguan are watching this second world digging holes by themselves. At the beginning, what legend exams were obtained, and 10 legends were selected. The player's special advisor made all the companies feel uncomfortable, and now they finally have a bad report. Wu Xiaopu is in despair, and all the eyes of the industry are on him. Now Lin Feng is not in the country, he is the person in charge. It depends on how he handles it. In the end, Li Zikai, the company's second largest shareholder, came forward and gave advice to Wu Xiaopu. Since Lin Feng wants to establish an industrial chain of games movisterism, the accommodation and catering industry must exist. With regard to the catering and accommodation conditions in Chu City today, those who come to travel cannot feel comfortable. In this case, it is better to build a hotel in the beach city to take advantage of its huge space and create additional profits for the second world. Even if the second world has no intention of developing catering and hotel industries, it can still attract investment. As long as the development is good, Li Zikai believes that the world's major hotel industry giants will fight for the number of hotels here. Especially if you adopt the decoration that echoes the legend, it will make all the players who come to travel have a more immersive feeling. And it can also sell legend players to save face. and gain the loyalty of legend players. Li Zikai's inquiries made Wu Xiaopu suddenly realize, after discussing with the infrastructure department of the Yangtze River Group. The official website released a petition agreeing to all legend players to build a 1-to-1 ratio of Legend Beach City. This news also excites all legend players. The 1-to-1 simulation of Beach City makes me feel excited when thinking of the magnificent beach city that I saw. What's more, even such a large-scale beach city can be built, so the supporting buildings in the back are undoubtedly more exciting. All legend players believe that this legend movie will definitely be able to make the feeling of legend, and this legend theme park will definitely allow all legend players to find an immersive feeling. The most exciting thing is that the 10 special consultants for legend players hired, they feel that they do have the right to advise on the film City of Legend. They are not just decorations. They feel that they are valued by the second world. The legend player's special advisor is also more attentive to this job, and it is publicized and more enthusiastic, publishing daily progress in detail on the internet, and calling on players to support the second world. Taking this opportunity, Wu Xiaopu also told all legend players that in view of the increasing difficulty of building Beach City, the progress of Legend Movie City will be postponed. This extension will be under the 1-to-1 construction of Beach City. It was also accepted by all legend players, and said that the extension does not matter, all players must support it. The key is to build to satisfy all legend players. In particular, many legend players have exchanged multiple experience such as 3 times, 5 times, not only to make themselves upgrade faster, but also to make a little contribution to the second world. For all legend players, a company that is so considerate of players is really rare. Although the starting point is also to make money, at least all legend players feel that making the second world make money is very cool, and they are willing to do so. Also because of this, although Legends did not create another peak online population, its revenue has increased significantly compared with last month. However, for other competitors, they expressed disdain for the construction of a 1-to-1 simulation of the beach city for the second world to finally meet the requirements of the players. They believed that Wu Xiaopu's decision would be like the giant mansion of the year. The collapse of the giant group is the same as the collapse of the second world economic chain. Especially now that the second world is building a headquarters building, the world's largest skyscraper. Although Chung Kong Holdings has invested in it, the $1.5 billion of funds have been consumed. Companies in the industry don't believe that Chung Kong will replace the second world. Advance the infrastructure construction fee. Humphrey, I see when you cross. Many game company bosses sneered. Boss, although this city looks very magnificent, the investment is not huge, and the main city wall can be built in 1 month, mainly relying on the original city wall site in Chu City. Wu Xiaopu explained. Those who read the jokes may be disappointed this time. This 1-to-1 ratio of Beach City is by no means as expensive as outsiders think. Lin Feng was taken aback when he signed the contract, taking into account the airport and roads. The 150 acres of land he bought was a flat land without any old city walls. Boss, after negotiating with the Chu City government, we changed a piece of land. Although the location is more remote and there is no better road for the time being, it is a very suitable piece of land for our legend movie city. Wu Xiaopu then he took out a map of Chu City. Boss, our current legend movie city is here. It is the site of the original ancient city wall. The beach city was built on the site of the ancient city wall. This is why it can be completed in more than a month. Beach city's main structure. Wu Xiaopu sighed. Fortunately, the city of Chu is a battleground for ancient military strategists. It was also the capital of Chu during the spring and autumn period and warring states period. Therefore, there are many ancient sites, and they can be used as long as they are reasonable. In this way, money can be greatly saved. Lin Feng nodded. It couldn't be better. By the way, have you resigned a new land agreement? Since a beach city requires 150 acres of land, as well as the Menghong city, Warmer Temple, etc., Naturally it can't be too shabby. By the way, the company, how about the funds? Lin Feng asked, looking at the map. Boss, this time our company and the Chu City government signed an agreement again. We purchased 3,000 acres of land at a price of 30,000 yuan per acre. Departing from the city, the price dropped, and it was far away from the Yangtze River, enough to build Yuma Temple and other underground buildings. Although the traffic is not smooth for the time being, the Chu City government promised to build a road to the Legend Movie City and build a highway from the airport directly to the Legend Movie City. Wu Xiaopu marveled. He didn't understand the relationship between the Chu City government and Lin Feng. He actually took care of the second world in this way. Not only did he not make any difficulties in the purchase of land, he also took the initiative to commit to building roads, which is really puzzling. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 432 Underground Roundabout Structure. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75. Chapter 432 Underground Roundabout Structure. Zhaopu's relationship with Chu City government and Lin Feng. This book is reprinted on Shilla Literature Net. Although curious, but not memorable, I have to get to the bottom of my heart. After all, in China, businessmen and government officials are more or less related. This is China's national conditions. It has existed since ancient times, and it will continue forever. Otherwise, Lin Feng set aside the invitation letters from hundreds of second-tier cities across the country, and chose his hometown of Chu City to build the Legend Movie City in Chu City, investing hundreds of millions of dollars. If there is no policy preference, that's really unreasonable. Boss, in terms of funds, the estimated 100 million yuan of funds, after the acquisition of Wang Gongmu of land, plus this month's infrastructure costs, it has been exhausted. It is estimated that the total investment of the small Legend Movie City will be 100 million yuan. At this point, Wu Xiaopu said, slightly stunned. He did not expect that a Legend Movie City would consume about 100 million US dollars in funds. Putting aside these feelings, Wu Xiaopu continued, the company still has $2 in free funds, which is enough. The company supports the construction of the Legend Movie City and the company's daily operations, coupled with the popularity of Fist and Audition's all-star lineup. I believe that the financial report for the first quarter will definitely satisfy all shareholders, and enough to support any plan of the company. Wu Xiaopu said with a smile. The second world can be where it is today. It depends on the various whimsical ideas in the mind of Chairman and President Lin Feng, and the monthly profits from each game. It completely makes up for the huge expenditures of the second world. Lin Feng nodded. Then what's the problem now? Lin Feng saw from Wu Xiaopu's face that there was more trouble than this. In order to speed up the progress of the project, the infrastructure department of the Chung Kong Group plans to carry out a long-term project. And now it is divided into 3 engineering departments. The first engineering department mainly builds cities such as Beach City, Alliance City, Sabak City. The second engineering department is mainly responsible for the construction of the Wuma Temple's Yuma Temple, and other underground buildings. The third engineering department is responsible for the surrounding wilderness environment layout, such as planting forests, transplanting deserts and digging moats, etc. Wu Xiaopu showed the plan to Lin Feng. Lin Feng flipped through the plan carefully and was speechless. Jibun didn't think it was too complicated to build the Legend Movie City. Now, when I look at the case of Chung Kong, I realize that I thought it was too simple at the beginning. For example, the construction of the Legend Movie City, the 3 main cities of Beach League Heavy Shabak and Legend aiming at players' large-scale battles. The cities that are not within the scope of the construction must be carried out according to the geographical location of Chu City. Careful selection. After all, the real world cannot have an environment similar to the map of the Legend world, and the construction of other leveling locations and how to save money to the greatest extent have to be taken into account. All this has resulted in the construction of the Legend Movie City. Extremely troublesome. Only the terrain was explored at the beginning. Conceive the construction plan. The Chung Kong Industrial Group used more than a dozen engineers and hundreds of prospectors. It can be said that if Lin Feng commissioned the construction of the Legend Movie City this time with exceptionally rich experience in construction, and the Yangtze River Industrial Group, which is not doing everything, I am afraid that in the end, the Legend Movie City will not only spend a lot of money, funds, I am afraid that the final construction will also make people dumbfounded. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, and got rid of the data that was full of his mind. These things are still left to the professionals to handle, and he only needs to pay. By the way, what's the problem with this? Lin Feng asked. The problem is still in the construction of the building. I love Red, one of the 10-player special advisors. It is suggested that Beach City, all built on such a scale, Mengzhong, and Sheibak. Nor can it be too shabby. Especially Sheibak is the dream of all Legend players. If Sheibak, it is too shabby, even if it is built in front of it, it will lose its color overall. Wu Zhaopu said helplessly. For the Mengzhong City and Sheibak City, in Wu Zhaopu's view, it is not necessary to make it too realistic, so the investment is too huge, and the two cities themselves cannot be compared with the Beach City in scale, and it is also difficult to build hotels in them. What's more, there is also a palace in Sheibak. If it is to be realistic, then the construction difficulty will undoubtedly increase, and the capital investment will also increase. Lin Feng does not abandon Wu Zhaopu's thoughts, because Wu Zhaopu is not a Legend player. He is from the company's standpoint. Look at it from the standpoint of an investor. But as long as you are a Legend player, you will understand how lofty the city of Sheibak is in the hearts of all Legend players. It can be said that the reason why the players of Legend fight hard is to become the owner of Sheibak. Although only the guild leader can become the owner of Sheibak, it does not prevent all players from doing that. The Persia of Buck Poswow just deleted the concave and added 8 or 4 less, renewed the block, and became more members of the guild that owns the Sheibak city. It is the wish of all Legend players. Lin Feng was also a crazy Legend player. From killing chickens and deer, all the way through the half-orc forest, the Skull Cave, the Zombie Cave, the Centipede Cave, the Temple of Voma, the Pig Cave, the Zuma Heart, and finally, for the Sand Cocoon to start desperate fights. It is natural to understand the sand, the weight of a word. I also remember a song written by a player, Sabak Fu. The beacon burns in March, and the bones are on the walls. In the realm of Xishang Madama, the heroes competed in the Central Plains. Zan Wu Tairen Han, 3, each show their power and power. There is no definite state in the whole world, and the Iron Hoof is in the world. Chishing 10,000 arrows fight. Bloodbath Xuanyuan. In ancient times, the battle is hard. How can Li quiet be? There are still deep brown women who are waiting for their husbands to return. This Sabak Fu fully demonstrated the tragedy of the Sheibak siege and the players longing for Sheibak. Therefore, the Sheibak city must be built realistically, and it is best to make all the Legend players can stand in front of the Sheibak city, and they can immediately think of the price paid in the game for Sheibak and the fun in it. Boss, I am afraid that the investment will be relatively large, the cost-effectiveness is not high, and it is a relatively inefficient return on investment. Then Wu Zhaopu frowned. Ha ha, Mr. Wu, in the short term, it is a loss. But in the long term, it can reap the loyalty of players, and this will be an industry chain. Anyway, I have invested so much, and I don't care about investing a little more. Odd City. You can build a hotel, Sheibak. That's okay. Isn't there a palace? Just build it into a 7-star hotel similar to the Sailboat Hotel, to provide the wealthy people who come to enjoy the Emperor's enjoyment. I believe that it may also bring good benefits to the company. Lin Feng touched his chin and said. Wu Zhaopu thought for a while. Although Lin Feng's idea is good, it is not yet known whether it will take shape. After all, this is the Legend Movie City. It is difficult to guarantee that those super rich will come to visit Legend Movie City. However, Lin Feng has decided, and he has no right to object. What's more, Lin Feng said that he had invested so much anyway, and he didn't care about that. Boss, the rest is the construction of underground buildings. Regarding the construction of underground buildings, now there is a disagreement. Chung Kong Industrial Group plans to build a 4-story small 5-story building tourist center from the first floor to complete it. After the tour on the first floor, you enter the fully enclosed elevator. After the elevator is closed, it will rise slowly to the second and a half, and then descend slightly quickly, creating an obvious sense of descent. In fact, it is just letting the elevator go to the third floor and then descend to Lin. Then, as long as you work hard on the facilities in the elevator and the surrounding environment, you can also create an atmosphere of underground cave exploration, Wu Xiaopu explained. The advantage of this construction is that the construction speed is fast, the difficulty is low, and the investment is not large. The engineers of the Chung Kong Capital Group Infrastructure Department are more in agreement with this construction plan, Wu Xiaopu said. Oh, what about the other one? Lin Feng asked curiously. Lin Feng instinctively was not very satisfied with this proposal made by the engineers of the Chung Kong Industrial Group. In this way, there is no feeling of exploring in the crypt, although work can be done on the internal atmosphere. However, tourists have a preconceived impression, and it is inevitable that there will be resistance during the game. Therefore, Lin Feng would like to hear about other plans very much. This is one of the Legend Player special consultants hired to propose an underground circuitous structure. Wu Xiaopu sighed. Donglin, the 10 Legend Player special consultants hired this time are really talented. The player who proposed this underground circuitous structure, called name does not exist, he is actually a structural engineer. And what is even more unexpected is that this Jin, the name does not exist, actually gave up the high-stakes structural engineer. I don't get a salary, but I am willing to become a special consultant for 10 players of Legend and participate in the construction of Legend Movie City. The Robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added 84 less, and updated the block. Lin Feng listened to it and looked surprised. Obviously the charm of Legend is indeed amazing. First there was the giant group. The younger Shiyaza spent huge sums of money for Legend. And then the structural engineer gave up high-paying jobs for Legend, which is really amazing. But it also made Lin Feng full of confidence in the Legend Movie City, and very much looking forward to this structural engineer program. Boss, this underground circuitous structure, in simple terms, is similar to a swing ladder. But it is different from the swing ladder. The building as a whole is divided into a -1, a -1.5, and a -2, -2.5 floors, -3 floors. Some old-fashioned shopping malls still retain this unreasonable layout. This kind of construction is not very difficult, but it is extremely safe. As long as it is used properly, it can completely restore the Legend in-game map, especially for the Centipede Cave. The map and the Pig Cave, the map are connected. It can be achieved through this underground circuitous structure. And this is also above-ground construction, cannot be done. Wu Xiaopu sighed. What's the shortcoming? Lin Feng listened. His eyes lit up, and he had already determined the plan of the structural engineer with the name does not exist in his heart. As long as the price is not too high, Lin Feng is ready to make a decision. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. The mixed-race female anchor forgot to turn off the camera after the live broadcast. The video of her life was exposed. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 433 God Creation Movement? Question mark. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75. Chapter 433 God Creation Movement. Anything that has advantages has disadvantages. There is no such thing as Zongmai in this world. What are the disadvantages of the underground circuitous structure? Full text reading. All in point 1. 1. When Xwin at Lin Feng win. Boss, there are 2 shortcomings. First, the construction progress is relatively slow. If this underground circuitous structure is adopted, the progress will be greatly lagging behind the first plan. Because Chu City is located in the Jiangnan Plain, close to the Yangtze River, although the geology softness is better for construction, but it also brings certain troubles to the stability of the building structure. In this way, we must be cautious when constructing, and time is not as free as we want in the north, so the progress will inevitably be affected. Wu Xiaopu handed Lin Feng the evaluation of the pros and cons of the two options. The second point is capital investment, especially after adopting this underground circuitous structure. Others such as Warma Temple, Zuma Temple, Pig Cave, and other underground buildings. Players must also want to be able to simulate as much as possible, so the total investment will greatly exceed the budget. I am afraid that billions of dollars is only the most conservative estimate, Wu Xiaopu exclaimed. Players all want to be perfect. For the Legend Movie City, they naturally hope that the more perfect the better. It is best to completely imitate Legend, copy it to the real world. But this conflicted with the company's interests. The Roebuck Concave just deleted the concave and added 84 less, and updated the block. The two are actually opposites, especially after Lin Fengqing invited 10 special consultants for Legend players. Let the Legend players have a good idea about the construction of this movie city. A sense of identity, but also a lot of trouble. The first requirement of the player is met, and the second requirement must be met, and the cycle continues until the completion of the Legend Movie City. Lin Feng carefully looked at the comparison of the advantages and disadvantages of the two schemes. In the first scheme, each underground building, the small cost is about tens of thousands of yuan, and he chose underground circuitous structure. The amount of money consumed is more than that. It's really a decision that makes it difficult to make a decision. After hesitating again and again, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and decided on the underground circuitous structure. Now that a huge investment has been made, it will be perfected in one go. It would be a pity to avoid being free from jade. By the way, Mr. Wu, let this Jingxiao name doesn't exist. Please participate in the construction of the Legend Movie City, and let him participate in the construction of the company's headquarters. This is talent. Structural engineer. But the talented Lin Feng thought of prison break male lead Michael Schofield. Little is a structural engineer. This kind of person is a talent that people from all walks of life are vying to hire. Now he took the initiative to send it to the door, and still loves Legend so much. It is like a pie in the sky. Lin Feng believes that this name does not exist will definitely be of great help to the company. Wu Xiaopu nodded. Then, when these two news were announced through the official website, all Legend players and Second World players were in an uproar. To be precise, it should be both shocked and excited. Originally, during the period when Lin Feng went to the United States, in order to build the beach city, all the Legend players on the internet signed a petition and appealed to the whole people. In the end, he worked with Wu Xiaopu for a long time, and Wu Xiaopu nodded and agreed with the players' petition. At that time, Wu Xiaopu's nod was a great gift for all Second World players. After all, there has never been a game company that would sacrifice the company's interests so much because of players. As for the later Shayback and underground circuitous structure schemes, many players hope that the Second World can continue to meet the players' requirements. But there is not much hope in my heart. After all, these two things have been spread from the internet through the pens of 10 Legend player special advisors, and all players are paying close attention to these two things. As for the funds spent on the construction of the Shayback City and the underground circuitous structure, many players also used 10 Legend. The player's special advisor knows the approximate ratio, so there is not much help for whether the Second World will adopt a £2 plan. After all, the Second World network has compromised with players. The proportion of Beach City players is too demanding and a bit lacking in confidence. But people want to be perfect, at least close to perfection, longing for the perfect Legend. Players also brazenly launched the signature of 10,000 people again, help to cause the Second World again. Note, however, Most players sign the 10,000 people. They just do their best and don't have any hope. After all, players are not unreasonable. Compared with other game companies, Second World has done very well. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Feng came back, he successively decided on the plans for the construction of the Sheibak city and the underground securities structure that excited all Legend players. Lin Feng's decision and Wu Zhao's hesitation formed a sharp contrast, making all players unable to adapt for a while. One after another, the excitement was vented on the internet. Players said that Lin Feng is indeed the president of the Second World and the richest man in the country. His courage is great. Lin Feng, I support you, and always support the Second World. You are the god of the Second World. The Chen in the heart of the player said that compared with the spirit of the Second World, it may not be difficult to see the Second World. Why can they dominate in the online game industry, and other online game companies should really go to the Second World learn? No, you should learn from Lin Feng. Only such a president can create such a company. The player spinning wood said Lin Feng, the pride of the Chinese, the pride of Second China Game Company. Second World players. It is also the envy of the world's brother little family. All the media were amazed by the hype by netizens, and believed that Lin Feng would become the first person in the domestic game industry. I am afraid that for a long time in the future, no one will surpass Lin Feng's position and influence in the game world. The opponents of the Second World looked jealous, especially under Lin Feng's move. Various online game companies have lost many players. They have been thrown into the arms of the Second World. After all, in terms of player welfare, the Second World is the best in China, and even in the world. They have accused the players of blindly creating gods. In deified Lin Feng, this is not good for the entire game industry, and it is to deified Lin Feng. But for the accusations of these companies, no one player birded them. Players fancy benefits. Obviously, Second World can satisfy them. What's more, players are playing games, but more often, they are playing mood. In a good mood, all games are the same. Just be cool. Wu Zhaopu was also helpless to the player's god creation. Now he has completely become the endorsement of indecisive, 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 Bujiazaki in the eyes of players. Although I feel slightly wronged, after all, Lin Feng's brilliant image in the hearts of players is largely due to his sacrifice. After all, he is only the vice president of the company. To consider the interests of the company, he is naturally from the perspective of the company, that is, the players. Opposite. But Wu Zhaopu was not upset about this. On the contrary, I am very pleased. The deeper Lin Feng's brand of Second World is, the less he is afraid of being attacked by certain consortia with ulterior motives after the Second World is listed in the future. The Second World belongs to Lin Feng. It used to be, it is now, and it will be in the future, and forever. At least Wu Zhaopu hopes that in front of his own eyes, the Second World will always belong to Lin Feng, because only under the leadership of Lin Feng, the Second World can continue to be brilliant. While sighing, Wu Zhaopu invited Tom Wright, chief engineer of the Second World Infrastructure Department. After Lin Feng signaled, Wu Zhaodan launched an early offensive against Tom Wright, under the bait of the high salary and the chief engineer of the Second World Infrastructure Department, plus the promise that the Second World will build various game theme parks in the future. Tom Wright plunged into the embrace of the Second World. Boss, are you back? Tom Pitt was slightly surprised when he saw Lin Feng. During this period of time, he had been obsessed with the construction of the Second World headquarters building. Knowing that Lin Feng has returned from the United States, Tom, how is the headquarters in the Second World? Lin Feng asked with concern. Now the Second World has 7 game development departments, a production department, an infrastructure department, a technology research department, a security department, and high-level offices of various companies, as well as huge computer rooms, although they have been rented for 4 weeks. Office building, but it's barely enough. Moreover, this kind of decentralized management has certain loopholes in security. Now, except for the Technology Research Department of Cohen's Cloud Computing, which belongs to the core department of Absolute Secrets, and does not allow anyone who is not the department to enter. The confidentiality measures of other departments are also normal. This made Lin Feng extremely dissatisfied. Hence the Second World Headquarters building. Lin Feng hopes that it can be built as soon as possible. Boss, the foundation is now complete. The main steel frame structure is being cast. If the progress is accelerated, it will take up to 2 years to complete the work day and night, Tom Wright said. Lin Feng nodded. This is the best. Later, after Tom Wright left, Lin Feng looked towards Takashi Nishiyama, the head of the 7th Game Development Department in front of him, and Wu Zhaopu, the vice president. Mr. Wu, you should cooperate with Xishan in planning the Asian version of the King of Fighters Snake to consider whether to build a second world branch. Is it feasible? Lin Feng said. Wu Zhaopu and Xishan Takashi nodded, turned and left. At this time, Kui Ming, the head of the 1st Game Development Department, walked back and stood outside Lin Feng's office. A strange face, holding a document in his hand. Seeing Lin Feng hesitated for a while, it seemed that he had something to say, but it was inconvenient to say it. Okay, Minister Kui, just say something. Lin Feng called Kui Ming in. Pausch Wow just deleted the concave and added 84 young people, Xiax in block, Xia Duo. Boss, I want to ask about that line of small ones. Kui Ming stammered and didn't say a word for a long time. Lin Feng frowned. Director Kui, why do you hesitate? Just say if you have anything. Lin Feng frowned. Mr. Lin, I'm telling the truth. There is also a signing authorization letter for the Emperor Superstar. It authorizes Audition's all-star lineup to use its portrait rights. But I don't know whether we should use this Emperor Superstar today. Kui Ming said helplessly. Nonsense. Don't you need to sign the contract? Lin Feng scolded softly, and finally asked, right, who is it? Oval. Kui Ming glanced at Lin Feng secretly and said, thank you for your support. Finally, Happy Valentine's Day. Today's 4 chapters are over. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Thailand's busiest female anchor brand new exciting love video exposure fell to the male lead So Hungry Thirsty. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Exclamation mark. Chapter 434. Lisa's counterattack? Question mark. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 chapter 434. Lisa's counterattack. Boss. This book is reprinted on shiluliterature.com. It is Fen Y and Kui Ming said that Zong lowered his head and did not scratch it with a seven-hearted look to avoid embarrassment for his young boss. The relationship between Avril and Lin Feng was already known to the world when Avril confessed to an audience of more than 10,000 people in the United States. But the relationship between Lin Feng and Lisa, it is also something everyone knows. With the identities of Lin Feng, Avril, and Lisa, the relationship between the three has become a scandal among all the media. Many domestic gossip lovers have speculated about how Lin Feng will choose in the end, how people will end up in the end. Is it the love of Zuzan, Lisa who accompanied Lin Feng all the way? Or is it now the popular American Queen Avril? This makes all gossips talk about it. There are even a lot of good people who put the information of Lisa and Avril on the internet for overview to compare the advantages and disadvantages of the two one by one, and open a virtual betting market, letting many gossip netizens guess Lin Feng's final select appearance. Lisa has the soft beauty of an Oriental. Avril has the coldness of Westerners. The rate is divided. Body. Lisa was born in a sword centimeter height, and his perfect figure is the envy of all women. Although Avril inherited the advantages of Westerners and body proportions, her height was too short, and her height became a fatal injury to her. In terms of figure, Lisa Xing. Personality. All of Lisa's shows have a sweet smile on his face, which makes people want to take care of him. Avril has a strong personality. Only from the naked confession of 9 million American audiences on the TV station, he knows that it is a girl with a strong personality. In terms of personality, the two have their own swings. Fame. Lisa is a young Apao. Although it is famous for legend, It is limited to domestic and South Korea. Avril is already a popular queen in the world, and its popularity is unparalleled. Fame. Avril won an overwhelming victory. Vanves, Lizu's gentleness and tranquility make it possible to help Lin Feng stabilize the rear. Avril's unparalleled popularity, as well as being among young people, is enough to bring Lin Feng's career to the next level. Finally, the moderator named Say Goodbye After Dawn commented, "Fish and bear's paw are not all available. But Lin Feng is really good fortune. Two such excellent women make him run into it, which is jealous." With the emergence of this website, more than 1 million clicks were made in just 2 hours, and netizens who visited have expressed their opinions. For the time being, Lisa's approval rating for the two is dominant. After all, Lisa belongs to the wife of the Chaff and has received a lot of sympathy points. He thinks that if Lin Feng abandons Lisa, it would be too embarrassing. In particular, netizens who are not young girls take the opportunity to scold men for getting worse when they have money, and they are deeply embarrassed by Lisa. But Avril's approval rating is also quite high, although Avril belongs to the third party. However, the frankness and magnanimity won the favor of all netizens, and did not scold him at all, but thought it was frank and cute. No one scolded the two women, so it was Lin Feng who was scolded. Fortunately, the linfeng.com website decided on the simulation construction of the Legend Movie City building, which gained a lot of hearts. In addition, male netizens accounted for the majority of netizens. Most of Lin Feng's effects were envy and jealous, and occasionally a few. The verbal abuse also disappeared into the dust on the internet. Lin Feng was also quite helpless about the enthusiasm between netizens and Avril and Lisa. In all fairness, Lin Feng asked if he really wanted to choose between Lisa and Avril. Lin Feng gave up after thinking about it for an hour, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds. Can't choose. Looking at Avril's authorization agreement in his hand, Lin Feng frowned slightly. If Avril's Blade simulation figure doll is launched in Audition's all-star lineup, you don't need to think about it and know that it will be very popular. Avril's first album Random spreads its wings and is positioned as independent individual feminism as a female representative of the new era. Avril is not only liked by young men, but also by most young women. Avril's song sang the voices of all women, plus this love triangle with herself. It's hard to think about it or not. But once it is launched, Lin Feng can imagine how crazy the media will be. And how does Lisa feel? What will she think? Boss, do you want to launch Avril's concave simulation figure doll? Kui Ming has been standing for almost half an hour, but Lin Feng has not made up his mind, and Kui Ming has to ask questions. Lin Feng sighed. For the time being, put it here. You make it first, and I will inform you after I think about it. Lin Feng reluctantly took a compromise. Kui Ming knew this was the result, and nodded and said he was leaving. Look at the Avril authorization agreement in your hand. Lin Feng knew that no matter what, he had to give Lisa an account. In the evening, after dinner, Lin Feng called Lisa to the study alone. Brother Lin, I haven't washed the dishes yet. Shall I go to wash the dishes first? As soon as Lisa entered the study, he had already guessed what Lin Feng wanted to say to her, and the instinctive fear in her heart made her want to escape. Yu, sit down. I don't think we can escape between us anymore. Lin Feng gently pressed Lisa on the sofa. But seeing Lisa's face with a panic and a little bewildered look in his eyes, his heart was soft. But this matter can't be delayed any longer. It must be made clear today. Lin Feng held Lisa both hands in his hands. Squatting in front of Lisa, he looked up at Lisa, who was panicked and embarrassed. Yu, I like it very much. No, I am in love with Avril. Before Lin Feng's words were finished, Li Bei's tears had fallen. His face was absolutely essential. But I love you too. Li Ziya looked at Lin Feng while playing Pear Flower. I don't know what Lin Feng means. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Feng said shamelessly, What if I love both? The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added 8 or 4, and updated the block. After Lisa was taken aback for a while, Li Ziyuan understood Lin Feng's meaning. A trace of misery flashed across his face, and after a moment of indulgence, when Lin Feng thought that Lisa would compromise for him, Lisa stopped tears and looked at Lin Feng. Brother Lin, I treat you wholeheartedly. I also hope you can treat me wholeheartedly. I don't mind if you do something wrong occasionally, but I can't accept you like this, me and me. If Brother Lin insists on both, I would rather leave." At the end of Lisa's speech, he was crying, but his tone was extremely firm. Lin Feng felt cold and sighed secretly. Who said that both stallions and harems are so easy, and those corrupt officials raise mistresses in a scene of dozens of people, sleeping together, so happy? Why is it so hard for themselves? But Lisa was right. She has a heart for nature and hopes to shield herself from her own heart. This is nothing wrong, but she has made a mistake that all men in the world will make, and hopes that this mistake will continue to be wrong. Looking at her sad face, her lips trembled slightly. Lisa, whose 10 fingers seemed to clasp his palms, sighed inwardly. "This matter can only be said later. Yu, no matter what, I won't let you leave me in this life. I'll talk about this later." Holding Lisa's hand tightly, Lin Feng gently wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. "En Lisa's heart has a sweet burst of sweetness. At least now it proves that Lin Feng still loves her very much. In this way, she has the confidence to win this love defense battle. Although that Avril is so glamorous, she was so maverick, she was a little bit envious and jealous for her recklessness. But she must fight to the end this time. For love, carry on the struggle to the end." Lisa swears secretly. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added 8 or 4, updated the block, and more. By the way, Brother Lin, what about the Casio sapphire watch with my portrait I gave you? Lisa suddenly looked at Lin Feng's right wrist and asked. Lin Feng was immediately ashamed. This watch was forcibly taken by Avril. How does he explain it now? However, under Lisa's repeated questioning, Lin Feng deserves to confess the truth. "Yu, next time I will go to Avril to come back to Lin Feng to explain this watch." When Lisa gave it to himself, he repeatedly told him not to take it off anyway, "But I didn't expect it to be in Avril's hands." "No, Brother Lin, I had no money at the time. I could only give you a Casio. Now I have some savings, and I don't need that one. I will give you a Rolex again, so that I can be worthy of the identity of Brother Lin, the richest man in mainland China." Lisa stroking Lin Feng's right wrist and said. Lin Feng sighed softly. It seemed that a storm was approaching. "Brother Lin, what is this document?" Lisa asked, pointing to a document bag on the table. "This is the authorization agreement for Avril. I am considering whether to launch Avril's relaxed character simulation model in Audition's all-star lineup. Of course, if you feel bad, don't launch it for the time being. After all, if now that it is launched, it will give many reporters many excuses to make Lin Feng feel ashamed and want to make up for it," Lisa said after he pondered on the movie. "Brother Lin, let's launch it. With Avril's popularity, her dolls will definitely be very popular with everyone." Lin Feng was taken aback, but he didn't expect Lisa to be so generous. Lisa smiled slightly. Wang Kai has already wanted to understand, and now she has no retreat. If she is afraid of Avril's relaxation simulation character model, how can she win this love defense battle? "Yu, thank you." Lin Feng gratefully held Lisa's head and kissed lightly. "However, Brother Lin, the reporter at the press conference tomorrow will definitely ask about the relationship between you and Avril, so I have to attend too," Lisa said afterwards. Lin Feng was taken aback, not understanding what Lisa wanted to do, and her appearance would definitely be besieged by reporters. "Yu, you are attending the press conference. I'm afraid you will be besieged by reporters, and their problems will be very tricky. I think you better not attend." Lin Feng persuaded. "Brother Lin, I must be there." Lisa shook his head and insisted abnormally. Lin Feng reluctantly agreed under Lisa's edgio and persistence. "It's just that I have a foreboding that tomorrow's press conference will not be easy." The next morning, at the old point, many reporters were already waiting at the press conference site. In the past, when many rich people faced such scandals, most of them were afraid to avoid it. But Lin Feng faced it calmly. This calmness made many reporters admire Lin Feng's atmosphere in secret, and they also wondered what questions they would ask. How to ask to dig into topics that interest readers. Jin, April 3rd, 2nd in the morning old. about minutes. Lin Feng appeared at the press conference on time. The reporters at the conference were surprised, because the people attending the conference were not just the gossip hero Lin Feng and one of the heroines, Li Jiwu. Many reporters were slightly surprised at how high-profile Li Zhu was, and turned to a burst of excitement. With the male lead, and one of the female lead, today's Catty, the press conference will definitely be very lively. Welcome friends from the media, take the time to come to this press conference. First of all, I want to announce one thing here. Audition's all-star lineup will launch a simulation model of Avril. I hope all fans and players who like Avril will like it. Although this press conference is a clarification meeting on the relationship between himself, Avril and Li Zhu, Lin Feng will not give up this opportunity and take the opportunity to promote AI Val's Blade simulation character model. Lin Feng's voice fell to the ground, and the scene was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to launch Avril's simulation character model at such a sensitive time. Wouldn't Li Zhu be jealous or angry? Many reporters hurriedly looked at Li Zhu, but found that his face was calm and there was no expression. Okay, let's ask the reporters to ask questions now. But today there is only a minute's time, Lin Feng said with a smile. Many reporters buzzed slightly, and then raised their hands one after another, but this time they were not asking about Lin Feng, but one of the heroines of gossip, Li Zhu. It is very precious that Li Zhu can come forward. In the past, Li Zhu was usually very low except for the normal catwalks. This time, such a sensational scandal was so high profile and intriguing. Many reporters would naturally not let this small opportunity pass. Miss Li Zhu, I'm a reporter from Music Entertainment Weekly. What is the relationship between you and Lin Feng? Have you already lived together? Regarding Avril's confession to the Naiwan American audience on the US TV station, there is what's your opinion? The reporter of Music Entertainment Weekly stood up and said. The other reporters in the audience applauded. These questions all pointed to the key points. As an entertainment reporter, the angle of viewing the scandal is different. Lin Feng wrinkled slightly and wanted to answer for Li Zhu, but was stopped by Li Zhu. Hello, thank you for your question. Li Zhu smiled slightly, like a spring breeze. It's April now, and the spring flowers are blooming outside, but compared with Li Zhu's sweet smile, many reporters still feel that it's still cold winter outside, and only this press conference hall is the spring breeze and the green south bank of the river Jiangnan. It's a goddamn thing that such a good girl is still not satisfied with such a good girl by her side. Many reporters glanced at Li Zhu with jealousy. I and Brother Lin are boy and girl friends. And I also went to Chu City this spring festival to meet with Brother Lin's parents. Li Zhu said obediently, but in Lin Feng's ears, this is a declaration of war. Declare war on Avril. Lin Feng had expected Li Zhu's insistence on attending today's press conference last night. But when things really happened, Lin Feng felt bitter. Lin Feng also didn't expect that Li Zhu, who has always been submissive, would suddenly become so tough on love. I am very happy about Miss Avril's confession to Brother Lin, because it proves that the person I like is very good. But no matter how many people like Brother Lin, I believe that I will accompany Brother Lin all his life, Li Zhu said firmly. The scene was in an uproar. Is this Li Zhu's response to Avril's confession? Although the tone was weak, it was a naked declaration of war. The battle between the women began. Many reporters were excited. When asked questions later, Li Zhu stopped talking. Leave all questions to Lin Feng. The acre of land she came today has been reached. She just wants to take the opportunity to tell Avril that she will never retreat in this love defense battle. Avril, I will never give you Brother Lin, Li Zhu said silently in his heart. After the press conference, returned to the villa, several girls boasted that Li Zhu did the right thing. Zhu, don't be afraid, don't think she is a pop diva, the world's new idol. But we must support you behind the scenes. Lin Ziyue threw Avril's record into the trash can and said, Zhu, no matter who your opponent is, you have to be confident in yourself. A confident woman is the most attractive. Algra patted Li Zhu's brow lightly, encouraging. Zhu, come on. Huang Meixi looked at Li Zhu with a complex expression, and then sighed slightly in his heart, encouraging. As for Liu Yifei and Lin Yikan, Both of them participated in the actor training in Beijing. However, after learning the news, they called Lee Zhu as soon as possible to express support and encouragement, and frankly said that they must be a strong backing for Lee Zhu. As for Hara Siangalai, she is too young, and she, who has reached her old age this year, has no opinion on this. I just told Lee Zhu that women's rights must be won on their own. For this, Lin Feng was directly speechless. I don't know where Saori Hara learned it, but the education of Japanese children has always been relatively open, and it is not shocking to say this. But what really caused Lin Feng's headache was the phone call from his parents. They learned that his son hadn't explained the affairs of Huang Shuqi, Lee Zhu and Algra to them. An intense education. Fortunately, under Lin Feng's shame and coaxing, he finally managed to deal with it. At this time, Lee Zhu's declaration of war has been spread across the country through the reporter's pen. Except for the more serious newspapers such as Guangming Daily and Reference News that did not mention the matter, the rest of the newspapers had large-scale reports. Many media have speculated about who will be the final victor in this love war. But what disgusted Lin Feng was that Tao called the beast had been on the net for a few days, and the matter jumped out again. He accused Lin Feng of being a public figure, but did such an offensive thing, and called on the relevant departments to seize the second world so as not to teach students badly. It seems that the heart of blocking online games is not dead. However, all netizens only have two for their behavior. The only thing that was upset was the American media. They didn't think that their pop diva would actually compete with others for men, and it happened to be the pesky Chinese Lin Feng. This makes the American media feel very uncomfortable, and it feels disgusting like eating shit. The other heroine of the incident, Avril, faced Lee Zhu's declaration, but she was very high profile and did not flinch. When she participated in a music program on Fox TV, she showed her wrist in a high-profile manner. Avril engraved a large letter on her left wrist, and announced to all the audience in front of the TV that this Jin represents Lin Feng's surname. As for the declaration of war on Lee Zhu, Avril also faced it directly. She is a very cute girl, and very strong, but I love Lin Feng very much. Whether he has a girlfriend or not, I will definitely snatch him over. The American Lottery Group took this opportunity to launch a gambling game about Lin Feng, Avril, and Lee Zhu. Avril finally became Lin Feng's bride. Lee Zhu finally became Lin Feng's bride. Obviously, the American Color Group is very optimistic about their pop queen Avril's victory in this love war. After all, in terms of fame and popularity, Avril is completely overwhelmed. Of course, KI Group also made a sensational gimmick bet: if Lin Feng marries Avril and Lee Zhu at the same time, he will lose his old age. This is a gimmick, a hype that attracts the attention of gamblers. Unexpectedly, the group will be the next day received a check for the old $40,000, betting that Lin Feng could marry Avril and Lee Zhu at the same time. This made Enix, the president of the group, was shocked, but when I thought about the character of Avril and Lee Zhu, he was relieved. He didn't believe that Lin Feng had the ability to balance the two girls who had declared war at the same time. This character is so strong, and he acts rashly, a representative of women in the new era. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added 8 letters, updated the block, and more external soft internets. Facing love, an Oriental woman who swears to defend. How could two people get along peacefully? However, Enix did not know that when the old 40,000 bet lottery ticket was passed through the middleman, the final recipient was from China. Humphrey, look down on me. This time I will make you pay for it again. Lin Feng snorted while holding the lottery ticket. With the help of various media and the high-profile response of the two heroines, the war known as Love Normandy officially started. All gossips around the world focused on the three. But now it is said that Lee Zhu and Avril of the heroine are on separate sides, facing each other across the ocean. I want to see a good show of comet hitting the Earth, but I don't know when. Everyone can only hope that the two will get together soon. Amidst the noise, April 8th, Monday, Lin Feng held a regular shareholder meeting. However, before the regular shareholder meeting began, a person came in unclearly and broke in. Donglin, I don't know why I came here. how offended it is. Chen Xiaoi, the president of 9 towns, walked in with a spring breeze. Lin Feng frowned. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Korean female anchor's private secret video was exposed. Cute and full! Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 435 Swordsman Love Online? Question mark. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 Chapter 435 Swordsman Love Online. Mr. Chen. This book is reproduced on 1literature.net.6. I don't want to read 10 cities, headquarters, in a vegetable garden in the second world. Not just come in if you want to come in. Lin Feng said, very dissatisfied. Ha ha, Lin Dong, I'm sorry, I was a little too rash, but I don't think you will care about my little girl. Chen Xiaoi said sharply. Lin Feng didn't want to fight with Chen Xiaoi. Just ask, Mr. Chen, tell us what you are here. We are about to hold a general meeting of shareholders. I don't think you should be present at all. Chen Xiaoi smiled. Donglin, I think your company should have received the notice letter from Square Enix, and should also know that Square Enix has terminated the cooperation with your company and will operate Magic Baby. Quain has the right to sell it to us 9 towns, too, is it? Chen Xiaoi said with a sense of pride. This time she was able to grab food and snatched the right to operate Magic Baby from the second world, which made Chen Xiaoi let out a bad breath. Thinking of the scene where Lin Fengkai was crying in dumb China staring at the top 10 influential people, Chen Xiaoi regarded it as a great shame in her life. She has never been so embarrassed. As long as she humiliated people speechlessly, she had never been humiliated and fled in the end. The robe she wore just deleted the recess and added 84, Amoy, and Xia Duo. Therefore, after the rumor that Square Enix intends to change the operator of Geely Baby this time, Chen Xiaoi went to Japan in person, and the president of Square Enix and Yichi Tang communicated and tried their best to finally win the right to operate Magic Baby. This not only caused Chen Xiaoi to breathe out a sigh, but also brought a second profitable project to the 9 towns. Miracle and Magic Baby will be 9 cities against the second world, a dominant weapon, and these 2 games are also the weakness of second world. Donglin, when I came this time, I went to your company to ask for the player account information of Magic Baby. According to the agreement, you should cooperate with us and transfer the player information to us as soon as possible. We don't want Magic Baby players have waited too long. Chen Xiaoi said domineeringly. Originally, for this kind of thing, Chen Xiaoi didn't need to go out in person, just send a technical supervisor and a few technicians over. However, Chen Xiaoi personally led the team. Besides wanting to see Lin Feng's frustrated expression and venting the humiliation of the day, Chen Xiaoi had another purpose, which was to stimulate Lin Feng. Constantly stimulating Lin Feng, she wanted Lin Feng to be irritated by her. It's best to let Lin Feng be annoyed by deliberately making things difficult for 9 cities in transferring the Magic Baby data. In this way, Chen Xiaoi can take advantage of the topic, use the media to create public opinion pressure, criticize the stinginess of the second world and Lin Feng's despicableness, and use this to create misunderstandings between the second world and the players, so as to provoke the players and the second world. The intimate relationship between the world eventually allowed the 9 cities to take its place. Chen Xiaoi's plan is perfect. If everything can be implemented according to Chen Xiaoi's plan, the second world will have a very serious antagonism between the players of Magic Baby. If the second world deliberately makes things difficult for the 9 cities and causes the loss of Magic Baby players, it will undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble among the players. At that time, Chen Xiaoi took advantage of her former news person and pushed her back a little. This will be able to expand this matter, and then cause all players to hate the second world. At that time, the 9 cities will be able to take advantage of the vacancy. As for the second world deliberately make things difficult, Chen Xiaoai is not worried about the loss caused by delaying the transfer of Magic Baby player information. Originally, after the operation of the new WolfNet, the player level has reached the field level, and it is not far from the full knife level. Chen Xiaoai wanted to reopen a new area and let all the players of Magic Baby re-leveling. If Lin Feng delays, she will just take the opportunity to open a new area, so that all Magic Babes players can upgrade again and earn a lot of profits. And there is no need to worry about the complaints of Magic Babes players. It can be said that Chen Xiaoai came today with the idea of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, from the moment he came in, he put on an arrogant and domineering attitude. Unfortunately, Chen Xiaoai's plan is all are built on the premise of Lin Feng's Hong. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to Chen Xiaoai's provocation. This woman thought that she would be able to marry the second world with the rights to operate the 2 games Magic Baby and Miracle. It was a joke. Mr. Wu, you arrange for 2 technicians to take over with Mr. Chen. Remember to ask them to be careful and don't miss anything. Lin Feng waved his finger and said disdainfully. Wu Zhaopu nodded and immediately called the laming technician to handle the handover. Mr. Chen, please here. The 2 technicians said respectfully. Chen Xiaoai was silly. She didn't expect Lin Feng to face her provocation, and she wouldn't get angry at all. Isn't this Lin Feng always invincible, arrogant and domineering? How can he tolerate his temper today without making any pitfalls? It is true that Chen Xiaoai's actions today make people uncomfortable, but if she wants to make Lin Feng angry, she must be qualified. Lin Feng said without exaggeration. The current 9 towns has not yet allowed itself to make things difficult for its data transfer. 9 towns are not worthy. After Chen Xiaoai's expression changed, she left with the 2 technicians in frustration. She originally helped to be a hero but ended up playing a clown in the second world headquarters. Okay, the clown is gone, and the meeting begins. Lin Feng knocked on the table, calling everyone's ideas back. Boss, in the first quarter, the company made a total of $400 million in net profit. Among them, Legend made a profit of $10,000, Anti-Terrorism made an ugly profit of $10,000, and the King of Fighters made more than $10,000 in profit even though it only operated for a month in US dollars. Audition's All-Star lineup became the company's most profitable game, with a profit of $10,000. The Second World Club. The magazine's first quarter revenue was as high as $10,000. Wu Zhaopu exclaimed. There was a burst of exclamation in the conference room. No one thought that the first quarter's revenue could reach the company's record net profit of $400 million. This is really surprising. And with Fist Throw, with the promotion of the Asian version, this profit will reach another peak. What's more, games that have been developed for a long time are about to appear one after another, setting off a wave of game climax. Kui Ming, the head of the first game development department, continues to develop the new expansion of Audition, and does not have any new plans or suggestions. Today's protagonist is Kook Sin, the head of the second game development department. Boss, Jiangxia King Fan Jingzong Cheng is all developed, and it is undergoing a tight internal test. It is expected that a full public beta will be launched in the 7 days. The second game development director Kook Sin said very excitedly. Jiangxia Kingxi has been developed for a year, and it cost more than 100 million yuan. Although it is not worth mentioning compared with the Heart of the World War under development, the game development fee of 100 million yuan has created a domestic record of game development fees. Relying on the original comparison, the 3 engines of the game development team Counter-Strike, plus more than a year of painstaking production. Kook Sin believes that Swordsman Love will certainly be able to make up for the regret that China does not have its own online games. The launch of Swordsman Love will make up for the regrets of all domestic game makers and fill the gaps in the domestic game industry. Lin Feng's spirit also came upon hearing this. Although Wang Kai is very disdainful of Chen Xiaoai, It is undoubtedly a very ironic thing that the overlord of the Second World online game industry does not have a detailed role-playing game. The emergence of swordsman kneeling coincides with the declaration of Second World facing other domestic online game companies that Second World should become the Second World for all players. Are there any promotional videos? From now on, Swordsman Love will be promoted. Lin Feng asked expectantly. Yes, the % propaganda animation carefully produced by the Flute production department has been completed. Cooksin tremblingly took out a compact disc from his pocket with a slight trembling in his right hand, and put it into the projector. The light dimmed, and after a slightly dull wait, a bright light flashed on the big screen. The propaganda screen of Swordsman Love appeared in front of everyone. I have remembered when I embarked on the journey, I still remember when I look forward to it. Yangtze Road in the flames. I remembered when, on the battlefield, swaying blood, righteousness is thin. I remember when, returning from Song and Jin, I heard the sound of Xiangyan Jinj. The drums of war are thunderous. A string of tragic and energetic recitations sounded. Along with the tragic recitation, a tragic scene of the Jin dynasty iron cavalry and the Song dynasty infantry fighting appeared in the picture. There were golden iron horses, swords, guns and swords everywhere. The sky was dim, heavy rain was pouring, and blood was poured on the ground. It's sad. 10 martial arts followed. Shaolin, Yudang, Imai, Kunlun, Beggars, Tangman, Heavenly Kings, Q Ayanman, Tanran sect, and 5 poison sects. The majesty of Shaolin, the quietness of Yudang, and the beauty of Imai's 10 schools, 10 different sceneries, tightly grabbed people's attention. After that, the screen flashed. At this time on the battlefield, the Song dynasty infantry phalanx was under fire from the Jin dynasty's cavalry. In retreat, the soldiers were slaughtered and collapsed. At the critical moment, the Song dynasty commander looked tragic and stern, and roared, "Return to my rivers and mountains, and swear to die." The remaining soldiers roared and changed their round formation into a square formation, rushing towards the opposite Jinjiao cavalry with their determination to become a benevolence. But the infantry attacking the cavalry is stupid, although courageous. It is extremely sad. After a round of diffusion, Song dynasty soldiers landed one after another. At this time, the Yanmen gate closed in the distance, and the emperor of Song dynasty showed fear of the kiln on his face, and hugged the column tightly with his hands. Don't dare to look again. After Yanmen was closed, this force that had been almost wiped out was the last hope of the Song dynasty. Unfortunately, I still lost. Expelling the captives, return me rivers and mountains. The last general of the Song dynasty, with a long sword to the sky, rushed towards the Jin dynasty cavalry tragically. That's it. All the officials who watched the game at Yanmen Gate looked miserable, but the generals of the Jin dynasty looked like actors. At this moment, the picture flashed again, and countless disciples of the 10 major sects poured out from Yanmen Pass with light feet. In the face of horror on the face of the Jin dynasty generals, they used their own unique skills and killed the enemies one after another. At the same time, they screamed and rushed into the crown. Pinglan, Xiao Xiao Yuxi. Lift our sight, the sky and shouts, grand, vehement. 30 fame, dust and soil, 8,000 roads, clouds and moons. Don't wait any longer, the young man's head is white, empty and sad. Jinkang shame is still not snowing. When the courtiers hate, when will they die? After driving a long car, Helen Mountain is missing. Aspirations hungry for hulu meat, laughed and thirst for Xungnu blood. Be from scratch, clean up the old mountains and rivers, overturned K. At this time, the fascination of various schools and factions appeared on the battlefield. Shaolin 72 stunts, Yudang Ji sword. The beggar gang beats the dog and the people watching are dazzled, and the propaganda screen ends in the panic of the Jinjiao generals. After reading it, everyone was speechless for a long time. When Cooksin was uneasy, thinking that his design failed, applause broke out in the conference room. Minister Ku, This promotional film is really shocking. We all want to enter the game to avenge our enemies after watching it. I believe that the players must also watch it. Lin Feng applauded and said, "This Swordsman Love couple promotional video is extremely enthusiastic, and the people watching it are full of enthusiasm, and they want to be reborn in the Song dynasty, loyal to the country, and expel the prisoners." Especially at the end of the film, Phase Man River Red. Under the roar of thousands of people, the hearts of the people who listened to it were surging, and it was almost impossible to control the excitement in their hearts. Director Ku, congratulations. It seems that the second game development department will be able to take pride in this Jiangxia Love Mountain Heart. Wu Xiaopu also said in admiration. The second world adopts a clear distinction between rewards and penalties. The first game development department has always been the most profitable department of the second world. The first game development department also receives the most bonuses each month, making other game development departments jealous. The fourth game development department relies on anti-terrorism Jinxu. It also ranks as the second most profitable game department of the second world. Especially the world war that is being developed is also a bright future for the future masterpiece. The fifth game development department and the sixth game development department are both standalone games. They are developing Half-Rudder and Heroes Without Throwing, and the prospects are extremely bright. The King of Fighters, just developed by the seventh development department, has become a new gold spot for the company, and the strongest on Earth will come out within half a year. And the future is extremely bright. Pozhua just deleted the concave and added 84%. Amoy, Xia Duo only had the second game development department and the third game development department the most miserable, both of which were at zero income. Although the salary is the same as that of other gaming departments, the bonuses are much less. Now Swordsman Love has finally come out after thousands of calls. As the head of the second game development department, Ku Xin is naturally happy. By the way, Minister Ku, introduce the setting of Swordsman Love. Lin Feng asked. Yes, boss. This time I adopted a new bold setting, one that allows players to choose between justice or evil. Ku Xin said excitedly. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Alice Hip Goddess Changxin Hotting Word Pants Video Exposure! Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 436. A new architecture. Boss, I made a brand new setting for Swordsman Love Online, which has a different architecture from any existing online game. Ku Xin said. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. A brand new setting? Different settings for existing online games? Lin Feng was also taken aback. Swordsman Love Online. Lin Feng has never intervened. After all, Ku Xin has developed Swordsman Love 1 inch and Swordsman Love 2 inches, and he does not need to intervene in this regard. Seeing everyone was a little stunned, Ku Xin smiled slightly and quickly explained. First of all, in Swordsman Love Online, I cancelled all non-human monsters. The Swordsman Love series has always been a domestic boutique martial arts game. Although it is now adapted into an online game, I don't think we must follow Western role-playing. Similar to the online game mode, the old routines of killing monsters, upgrading, and fighting bosses. Ku Xin's tone was slightly contemptuous. After previous research by the marketing department of Jinshan Company, the most popular domestic games are still martial arts. Whether it is the Jiangxia King Yuan that I designed or the Jin Yong Kungxia biography and other martial arts games developed by companies such as Ziguan, there is a lot of popularity in China, and it is far more popular with players than those Western fantasy games. Because all Chinese have a martial arts complex in their hearts, they are eager to promote the good and eliminate the evil, and the road sees injustice. Ku Xin said one word. Although Gates, Min Wuli and others in the meeting room didn't quite understand, Lin Feng, Wu Xiaopu and others felt deeply. In the writings of masters such as Jin Yong, Gelong, Liang Yaxing, etc., All Chinese people have the word Xia in their hearts. All the Swordsman Love Online I designed will be different from any Western magical games. Martial arts are martial arts. If you have to learn like Western magical games, you will only learn 4 different things in the end. Kuxin said. Therefore, in Swordsman Love Online, I cancelled all non-human monsters. In addition to the common animals, there are only players and human NPCs in the game. And the common animals are not wild monsters, except wild boars, tigers, black bears and other large birds of prey will occasionally attack players, while others such as chickens and ducks will not attack players. Swordsman Love Online strives to restore a real martial arts world. Kuxin continued. Lin Feng nodded his head when he heard it, which was indeed very good. Otherwise, it is obvious that a martial arts online game, after entering, has to fight various monsters, no matter how uncomfortable. Moreover, in the upgrade system, I also boldly cancelled the inherent upgrade system. No longer use Arabic numerals to clearly identify the player's level, and will take the martial arts realm in martial arts to replace the traditional upgrade mode. Now it is divided into Jiangwu, Rookie, 9-rate low hand, Ordinary Master, 3rd-rate Master, 2nd-rate Master, 1st-rate Master, Extreme Master. 7 realms. Each realm has 10 grades, which is equivalent to traditional online the game's level 70. And, for the time being, the top of the martial arts realm will be 7 realms level 70. Kuxin explained in detail. Lin Feng nodded after hearing it. Although this is just a change of the shell, it is undoubtedly full of new ideas for players who are tired of Western magic upgrades, and it also gives the game a stronger atmosphere of martial arts. At the same time, I cancelled the experience value and switched to the proficiency value. All martial arts must be used to increase their proficiency, and the player does not necessarily need to kill monsters to increase the martial arts proficiency value and increase the martial arts proficiency value. There are 3 methods. 1. Practice in the practice room. Disadvantage, slow speed, advantage, safety. 2. Improve in battle, divided into ordinary battle and park with players. Disadvantage, easy to die, advantage, fast improvement. 3. Adventure, players by chance get rare treasures such as Millennium Polygonum Multiflorum, Dan and other rare treasures to enhance the martial arts realm. Kuxin elaborated one by one. As for the player's martial arts system, it is divided into 3 categories. The first category, internal strength, is also one of the main bases for the system to automatically assess the player's martial arts realm level. The internal strength is divided into 4 levels: basic internal strength, Jiangwu internal strength, Zenpai internal power, rare internal power. Each internal power is divided into 7 realms, which are divided into first glimpse of the doorway, slightly through 1 or 2, getting into the best state, integration through, coming with one hand, and inferences from one another. There are 7 realms of Zengu Shao Jin, and each realm is divided into 10 levels of mental methods. At the same time, the power of the 4 internal strengths is different. The power of Jiangwu internal power is 10% greater than the power of introduction internal strength. The power of Zenpai internal strength is 15% greater than that of Jiangwu internal strength, and the power of rare internal strength is greater than that of Xinghong. The power of the inner power is 20% greater. At the same time, the power of the 7 realms of the same level of inner power, the 10 layers of mental methods in each realm, and the power of each layer of mental methods are 2% higher than that of the previous layer. Of course, the more powerful the inner power, the more powerful it is, the higher the required proficiency. Kuxin explained. As for the 4 ways to obtain internal strength, each is different. Introduction to internal strength. Players can obtain it as long as they join the martial arts. Jiangwu internal strength must only apply to the martial arts master after the player's initial internal strength reaches a certain level. Town. In the case of sect internal skills, you must make a certain contribution to the sect before you can apply for learning from the head of the sect. As for the rare internal skills, you need to be lucky enough to obtain it by chance or completion of difficult tasks. At the same time, all internal skills are shared. There are 3 attributes: feminine, masculine, and yin and yang. If the player has learned the feminine Jianghu internal skills, and by chance obtains the masculine rare internal skills, he must remove all levels of the Jianghu internal skills he has cultivated. Repractice. Kuxin lamented that for this system, he and all the members of the game development department tracked their brains and pondered for several months before they came up with such a brand new martial arts system. Martial arts online games must have the structure of martial arts online games. Otherwise, it is better to make Western Magic online games, which is simpler and will not be scolded by players. Painting a tiger is not an anti-dog. Everyone was surprised when they heard that this division was indeed a brand new system architecture, as Kuxin said. And for players, this unique martial arts system is more novel and interesting, and for all gamers, it is no longer the fixed level that determines each other's strength. The realm of internal strength and the level of internal strength all make players' park have too many variables, especially as set by Kuxin. Internal strength is divided into 3 attributes, and apart from Yin and Yang, which can contain all things, the feminine internal strength and the masculine internal strength cannot be combined. For example, a cultivator who is a feminine frozen palm and then obtained the 18 palms of the dragon by chance, he must eliminate the original feminine internal power and change the masculine internal power. In this way, the player's realm level will fall. In fact, it is equivalent to the flying of the game, and after the transformation of internal strength, it must not be the opponent of other players in the early stage. In the initial stage, he must have been bullied, and he can only dominate the situation again after he finishes his training. And this undoubtedly brings more fun to the entire game, and also allows all players to experience the hardships of becoming a peerless master. At the same time, for those players who are lucky enough to obtain the rare inner strength, other players can ravage him in the early stage and wait for his magical skills to be successful, and then hide to find rare inner strength that can be matched with it. Second, martial arts moves. Like internal skills, they are divided into 4 types: introductory kung fu, Jianghui unique skills, Zenpai unique skills, rare skills, and power enhancement is the same as internal skills. There are a total of 7 realms, 10 levels of mental skills, and each level the mental method increases its power by 1% compared to the previous level. The combination of the state of inner strength and the state of martial arts is the player's state level. Similarly, different inner strengths combined with different martial arts moves will have different powers. Kuxin explained. Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu looked at each other and were deeply amazed. With such a setting, I am afraid that when players park, the outcome will be more variable. Players are vying, no longer like traditional online games. Players with good level and equipment can crush people. At the same time, it also weakened the RMB warriors bug to a certain extent. The third is light work. At present, the agility settings of all online games, except for the slightly different situation of FMS in the park, there is usually no essential difference. Players of Agility 100 and Agility 1 usually have no difference in running. This will be fundamentally changed in Swordsman Love Online. Kuxin shook his fist fiercely. King Gong is the same as internal skills and martial arts skills. It is also divided into 4 levels. Different levels of King Gong will have different effects to improve the player's speed when used, and the light skills will be cultivated to the top level. Online appears in the legendary Bodhidharma's mythology, such as one reed crossing the river. Of course, King Gong must be used in conjunction with internal skills. Without the support of internal skills, King Gong will not be able to play. Kuxin explanation. As for the magic weapon and the various elixirs, I won't explain them one by one. Otherwise I won't be able to finish talking about it for 3 days and 3 nights. At this point, Kuxin sighed and took a sip of tea. Lin Feng and others applauded after listening. Such a brand new and open martial arts system is sure to be sought after by all players who love martial arts. After all, in this brand new Swordsman Love Online, players want to improve their own realm, there are three ways. Do not have to consider the phenomenon of robbing monsters in traditional online games. Moreover, when players compete, it is no longer each other's level, realm and equipment martial arts that determine each other. The proficiency of each kind of martial arts and the matching martial arts are the key. Boss. What I just introduced was the general structure of Swordsman Love Online. As for its huge mission system, I also made a brand new setting. It is no longer like the current online games, which are just ordinary small tasks. Players will have the opportunity to participate in large-scale tasks that promote changes in the background of the entire game. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 437. Server Endurance. 75 Chapter 437 The Endurance of the Server. Boss. Reading full-text novels, all in point 1. 1. When? Xwinit. In fact, the technical model Swordsman Love Hand should be called Yuya Jingxing and Serve the Country, which is more appropriate. Kuxin said. Lin Feng frowned and waited for Kuxin to follow. Boss. The background of Lixia King Yuan Zizong serving the country is taken from the late Northern Song Dynasty and the early Southern Song Dynasty. In April of the second year of Jinking in the Sword Year, the Jin extinguished the Northern Song Dynasty and captured the Huizongzhou, Qinzong Zhao Huan and the royal family returning to the north. In May, Emperor Kangzhou, Emperor Gaozong of Song Dynasty, succeeded to the throne in Nanjing and started a large number of main battle generals. When Kuxin said this, there was a slight tremor in his voice. When reading the history of the southern and northern Song dynasties, every Chinese child is full of panting and consternation. That was a relatively gloomy period in the entire Chinese history. I thought I was a Chinese man, and the heaven went up to the country, but I was oppressed by several ethnic minorities for more than 100 years. The tribute and naive food being beaten every year are distressing. Of course, in this period of gloomy history. But there are still epic heroes appearing, such as the national hero. Any Chinese child who reads Fei's anti-gold deeds is always emotional, especially the sentence expelling several captives and returning me to the river. Every time I read it, it is always exciting. Chongzheng Iron Bones, rather than bending. Loyalty. The sun and the moon can be learned. It is a pity that such a heroic national hero was criticized by Qin Xuan as unnecessary. Isn't there such a thing? The crime of murder. Every time I read this, hundreds of millions of Chinese people are always gasping for it. It's a bad time in their lives. They can't help Qin Xuan and seek revenge for General Yi. As the main planner who designed Swordsman Love and Swordsman Love for Children, Kuxin has a good understanding of this period of history and often hopes that if one day he can have the beautiful dream of fighting against gold with General Yi. Therefore, when designing the background of the game this time, we set Swordsman Love, loyalty to serve the country in the early years of the Southern Song Dynasty, so that all players can participate in the game to protect their homes and the country together with the national hero. Boss, there are two missions in Swordsman Love, loyalty to the country. One Islander martial mission, which provides players with money for daily games, and allows players to quickly improve their martial arts proficiency. Tasks. The second type is large-scale tasks, which can promote the progress of the game and allow all players to participate in it. Kuxin said that the whole person was excited. In the game settings, all players will be able to participate in the Battle of General Yi against the Jin dynasty and regaining lost ground, and players will have the ability to change the course of history in the game and determine the fate of the Song dynasty, and the fate of the Jin dynasty. Destiny. Therefore, in large-scale battles, players can choose between good and evil. This is what I call the system of good and evil. Kuxin said, in Swordsman Love, loyalty and servicing the country, the 10 sects are divided into justice. There are two kinds of evil. Players will have the opportunity to choose any of these two camps. The player who assisted in fighting against gold is the righteous player, and the player who assisted the Jin dynasty in invading the Song dynasty is the evil player. The two different camps allow players to oppose each other and compare each other, and players from different camps on both sides will get merit points when they compare with each other. After accumulating a certain amount of military merit, you will be able to obtain a military post. Lead other players to participate in battles in large-scale missions, Kuxin said. When Lin Feng heard this, he nodded secretly. This is the same as the Alliance and Tribe in World of Warcraft. It avoids the situation where players in the online game market are randomly connected with each other. Kuxin just made this unique faction system ahead of time. Came out. But undoubtedly, it will make all players more engaged. However, Kuxin, for most players, I am afraid that he will assist F instead of assisting Jin Zhao. So I am afraid that the number of players will be out of balance in the choice of camp. Lin Feng frowned. Boss, we have considered this beforehand. Therefore, when the player logs into the game and chooses the 10 martial arts, they are divided into two camps. Shaolin, Yudang, Imai, Kunlun, and the Gang of Beggars are the righteous side, Tangman, and the King of Heaven. Gang, Q Yinman, Tanren Jiao, and Yudu Jiao are the evil side. As for the unequal number of players, this is inevitable. But I hope the boss can promote it to the Asian version for Asian interconnection. In this way, there is with the participation of a large number of foreign players, I believe that the number of players in the two camps will not be too far apart, and it will be more attractive to players. Kuxin said with a smile. Obviously, when he set up this game, he planned to launch Asia Internet. Lin Feng nodded. If the Asian version is released for Asian interconnection, I am afraid that in addition to mainland China, players in other places will choose the evil camp and their ambitions of the Wolf of China will never be shattered. Obviously, Kuxin had calculated this point a long time ago, perhaps when he set it this way at first. I want to use the hands of the game to complete a historical revenge. The rowbook is concave just. The concave is 84 less, the staff is new, the staff is more. In fact, even if there is no distinction between the righteous and evil camps, it is enough for players to participate in large-scale battles and change the course of history, of madness. Think about it. Starting Point has so many historical overhead categories, so popular, and Kuxin designed it like this. This swordsman love must be very popular. Haha, Minister Ku, this setting is good. I believe that all players will definitely devote themselves to this change of the key calendar. In the great cause of saving, Lin Feng gave a thumbs up. Only the sound of congratulations in the conference room. I have a question. But the Minister of Technology and Scientific Research Cohen frowned and interrupted everyone. Congratulations, and asked, Mr. Ku, how many servers are you planning to set up for Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Serve the Country? I think such a large-scale online game especially allows players to participate in history, change history. I am afraid that with fewer people, there will be no such magnificent war scenes. Well, not bad. So I only set up one server and let all players play on one server. Kuxin nodded and said. Cohen frowned even harder. Mr. Ku, but our campaign's server can't bear it at all. Cohen shook his head helplessly. He just heard Kuxin's intentions and had to remind him. Can't bear it? Cohen, anti-terrorist and auditions all-star lineup can withstand players from all over Asia. Why can't Jiangxia Love serve the country with loyalty? Isn't it your cloud computing, right? Kuxin was surprised and asked anxiously. Cohen laughed bitterly. Mr. Ku, as well as the boss, you take cloud computing too high. The current cloud computing, it's just the initial stage. Although you can use the player's computer and internet speed to reduce the server load, it's just to reduce the load. Is not a complete replacement. Also, although Counter-Strike Coffee and Audition All-Star lineup are played by all Asian players on the same server, in fact, they are not. Counter-Strike is a map only ugly players can be accommodated. One room in Audition's all-star lineup can only accommodate gull players. In fact, this is just for all players to be in the same server system, but not to play together. Cohen explained. It's like everyone is on the internet, but not all are logging on to the same website. If everyone on the internet logs on to the same website at the same time, no matter how advanced the server is, it will immediately crash. Cohen explained helplessly. Mr. Ku, your swordsman love, loyalty and serve the country is obviously like this. I hope all players will play on the same server. My cloud computing, no matter how powerful it is, it will not be able to fulfill such demanding and mysterious requirements. Cohen sighed. Then, what about my game? Cookson asked urgently. It can only be divided into servers, according to the current server capacity. Generally speaking, large-scale role-playing online games can be hosted at the same time. But my cloud computing, it can help you double it. 10,000 people online is the limit. No matter how high it is, the server must crash. Cohen cut off all Cookson's thoughts. People are online. This number is too far away from Cookson's requirements. Although 10,000 people online can be regarded as a record of online games, but it is still too far away from Cookson's ideals. He originally hoped that at least one server could be online at least 100,000 people at the same time. That kind of battle would be exciting. Well, Minister Ku, just as Cohen said, you modify the swordsman love, loyalty and serve the country a little. Anyway, it is just a simple effort. Besides, Minister Ku, even if our server can bear it, the old 10,000 people will fight at the same time. Players, can your computer withstand it now? Lin Feng reminded. When Cookson heard this, he struck a spirit. Indeed, since he heard about the idea of World War, his whole person seems to have been beaten up, and he also helps that his swordsman love, the essence of swordsman love, will serve the country faithfully. It can be perfect and become a boutique of blade role-playing online games, and it is evenly matched with the shooting online games of world warfare. But obviously, this goal is not achieved now. It's very satisfying that thousands of people are online at the same time on the server. But thinking of this, Cookson had a question. Boss, since my swordsman love, the essence of loyalty serve the country cannot be connected to Asia, so that all players can play on the same server, then can World War achieve global interconnection and allow global players to play on the same server? Cookson asked. If it can't reach global interconnection, World War does not have to be so huge and cost so much money. Lin Feng frowned. At the beginning of this question, he had been thinking about whether the player's computer could bear it, but he forgot whether his server could bear it. If it is designed at that time, the player's computer can withstand it, but the server can't afford it. When tens of thousands of people play games at the same time, it loses the meaning promoted by World War. Lin Feng looked at Minutes Wu Li, the head of the 4th Game Development Department, and Minutes Wu Li was also surprised. Like Lin Feng, he was considering whether the player's computer could bear it, and completely ignored the bearability of the server as an online game operator. Boss, so this is what I want to talk to you today, Cohen said cautiously. Our company needs to develop its own computer. It is to develop its own supercomputer. The audience was shocked. There is one more chapter, which will be updated later. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Cup actress Idol's First Avenue wins the championship. Watch online. Please follow the WeChat public account. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 438, Supercomputer. Supercomputer? Everyone was shocked, looking at Cohen with an incredible expression. Is he a desktop computer? As a supercomputer, can he buy it if he wants to buy it? Not to mention that others do not sell. Even if they sell, the second world has money and net profit has exceeded $100 million in a quarter, but it is incapable of buying a supercomputer. A supercomputer usually refers to a computer composed of hundreds, thousands or even more processors, computers that can calculate large and complex topics that ordinary PCs and servers cannot complete. If the calculation speed of an ordinary computer is compared to the walking speed of a human, then the supercomputer can reach the speed of a rocket. Under the premise of such computing speed, Numerical simulations can be used to predict and explain natural phenomena that were previously impossible to experiment. Today's top 10 supercomputers in the world. The first is Roadrunner, located at Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico, USA. It is also an IBM system computer, with a calculation speed of 1042 trillion operations per second. It is also the world's first supercomputer to break the speed of petaflops. More importantly, it also uses a series of technologies specifically aimed at games and commerce, which are usually mainly used for complex and secret assessments of US nuclear weapons. China's Dawn 3000 inches supercomputer did not rank on the list. Its peak system performance is 403.2 billion operations per second. Dawn 3000 inches is directly led by the National Science and Technology Commission and the 863 Intelligent Machine Expert Group. It is in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. With the strong support of the Institute of Computing Technology and other units, the National Intelligent Computer Research and Development Center has been developed after more than a year of hard work. Dawn 3000 inches is widely used in aerospace, exploration, meteorology, finance and many other fields, providing supercomputing at home and abroad service. And the worst of the world's top 100 supercomputers sells for hundreds of millions of dollars. And the second world is now not eligible to buy such a supercomputer. Boss, if we want to run World War Global Internet, or Jiangxia Love, loyalty to serve the country Asia Internet, our company must buy a supercomputer. And the core of my cloud computing can also be hosted in the computer. It will also play a greater role. Cohen exhorted. Cohen was also helpless. Now that cloud computing research has reached a bottleneck, if you want to break through the existing bottleneck, you must rely on more powerful computing capabilities to help him simulate the calculation of cloud computing. But today's computers simply cannot meet Cohen's requirements. After thinking about it, Cohen thought of supercomputers. What's more, the games under the Second World will use cloud computing to achieve cross-border interconnection, so that players from different countries around the world can play on the same game server, so supercomputers are even more indispensable. Cohen, let alone no one sells it now. Even if someone sells it, we may not buy it now. For a crazy scientific researcher like Cohen, Lin Feng can only tell the truth one by one. Cohen frowned, but without a supercomputer, his cloud computing would not be able to make a breakthrough. Even if he did, Lin Feng's online game would not be applied. Cohen pinched the bridge of his nose. For the first time, he felt the weakness of Lin Feng Company. This is the helplessness of small companies. And the foundation is too shallow. If it is a superlarge company like IBM, a supercomputer can be provided to Cohen at any time. Lin Feng sighed slightly. Hey, cousin, why are you so frustrated? I can do it with supercomputers. An authentic American English rang loudly. Everyone was shocked, and an American man wearing a hat and covering himself was full of vigor, walked in. After entering, he took off his hat and smiled at everyone. Cousin Cohen saw the visitor clearly, stood up excitedly, and walked over to give a warm hug. Kevin Mitnick, the world's #1 hacker. Lin Feng has already guessed who the arrival is, but Kevin Mitnick has appeared in the company so openly. Once it spreads out, it will inevitably attract the attention of the US government. Then he has tossed in the US before he will win. When Mitnick was completely in vain to get China, and I am afraid that he will face accusations from the US government, and Lin Feng has no answer to this accusation. Lin Feng looked at everyone in the conference room. His eyes flickered, hesitating about what to do. At this moment, Wang Meng walked in and patted Lin Feng's shoulder lightly. Everyone, Wang said in a low voice, pulling down all the curtains. When everyone saw Wang Meng's face serious, his heart was instinctively tight, and they didn't know what was going on. Everyone, this is Kevin Mitnick, the world's #1 hacker, Wang Meng said, pointing to Kevin Mitnick, who was chatting with Cohen. Everyone was surprised, especially Gates and Minwoo Lee, who were also quite familiar with Kevin Mitnick. Just now the two learned from their American friends that the world's #1 hacker Kevin Mitnick had disappeared, and they were still sighing about Kevin Mitnick's magical powers. Unexpectedly, In a blink of an eye, Kevin Mitnick would appear at the company. They thought about the mystery and understood it slightly. However, the people whom the US government values are brought to China by Lin Feng and to the second world. Once this is known to the US government, it will definitely cause an uproar. Thinking of this, Gates and Min Woo Lee had a wry smile. Because the two of them had already seen Kevin Mitnick appearing in the second world, it was obvious that Lin Feng would not let them tell this secret in order to keep it secret. If you want a person to keep a secret forever, there is only one way: dead. Only the dead will keep a secret forever. However, the two of them are very important to Lin Feng and to the second world, and Lin Feng obviously will not kill anyone. Otherwise, Kevin Mitnick will not be allowed to appear in the company so grandiosely. Obviously, Lin Feng has only one purpose, and that is to tie them to the chariot of the second world forever, so that they will not tell this secret. Gates and Min Woo Lee guessed right, but it was not Lin Feng's meaning, but Wang Meng's. Kevin Mitnick's identity is sensitive, and if he stays in China for a long time, he will sooner or later be noticed by important key personnel of the company such as Gates. Instead of taking risks, it is better to tie them to the chariot of the second world now. What's more, the second world does not want Gates, Min Woo Lee and others to switch to others in the future. It happens to take this opportunity to bind everyone to the chariot of the second world for their entire lives. I think all of you are smart people, and I don't have to say much. To protect your safety, there is a tracker here. No matter where you are, you can track it. Don't worry, this will never restrict any of you. Life is free, and you won't spy on your privacy. It's just for safety reasons. Wang Meng opened his hand, revealing the small tracker in his palm. Everyone frowned. Although they had guessed that it was the ending, they felt a little unhappy in their hearts. In any case, everyone's freedom is still restricted. At least, psychologically, yes. Cohen and Kevin Mitnick smiled. When everyone hesitated, they took the lead in taking a tracker, sticking it to the armpit. Artificial skin and microprocessing, and you couldn't see it if you didn't look closely. Yes, I don't feel anything, Cohen said with an activity. He had anticipated this result long ago, and he had this mental preparation when he asked Lin Feng to get Kevin Mitnick from the United States. Guys, I assure you with my personality that I am definitely not spying on any of your privacy. You can go anywhere. However, the company will send 2 additional bodyguards to protect you. Lin Feng hesitated when everyone saw that everyone was helpless, shrugged and pointed at Li Ru and others waiting outside the door and said, "Look, I still have 4 bodyguards around me at all times." Everyone smiled when they saw it. Thinking this way, everyone feels much better. What's more, Wang Meng's impression of them has always been extremely rigorous and indifferent, and he never speaks much. But what he said has always been a promise. He promised not to spy on everyone's privacy, and he would not. That being the case, everyone had no hesitation, and one after another took a tracker from Wang Meng and stuck it under his armpit. After posting it, move it around, and as expected, as Cohen and Kevin Mitnick said, there is almost no feeling at all. Boss, you continue to have the meeting? I will go out first. Wang Meng nodded to Lin Feng, turned and left. Then I will give a solemn introduction now. This is Kevin Mitnick, who will be the head of the company's newly established cybersecurity department. Lin Feng pointed to Kevin Mitnick and reintroduced. Everyone, please take care of me in the future. Kevin Mitnick smiled lightly. Being able to escape from the FBI surveillance in the United States, Kevin Mitnick's body was relieved. Although there are still surveillance cameras in China, this is not the same as the surveillance of the FBI in the United States. What's more, Lin Feng promised to build a hacking base for him and concentrate on researching hacking techniques. He was very satisfied. Kevin, you just said that you have a way for supercomputers. What can you do? Lin Feng returned to the question. Boss, I wonder if you have heard of Bruce Allen? Kevin Mitnick said sternly. Lin Feng shook his head blankly, and the others thought about it. Haha, it's no wonder you haven't heard of it. You all do software design, but Bruce Allen specializes in hardware and software. Kevin Mitnick explained with a smile. Boss, Bruce, like me, are crazy computer enthusiasts, but he is a crazy computer hardware enthusiast. I am a crazy network technology and radio enthusiast. Kevin Mitnick smiled to everyone explain. As early as 1998, Bruce made 3 supercomputers to calculate gravitational waves that have never been observed. His first supercomputer used a Linux cluster, using 48 alpha servers, each use a 300 MHz, 64-bit AXP processor. The server cluster is placed in a space slightly larger than a closet, and the server is not even a rack, because the price of a rack-mounted system is much more expensive. 3-com superstack is used to connect the server, and the speed is 100 megabits, while using an Ethernet switch. The total cost is $70,000. When everyone heard it, they were stunned. Only $70,000 for a supercomputer? This is incredible. His latest DIY supercomputer uses 6,720 Intel Pentium 4 processors. After its completion, it ranks 204th in the world supercomputer rankings. This cost him $2 million in total. Kevin Mitnick said with admiration. Lin Feng and others were even more shocked. $2 million can be made into a supercomputer ranked 204 in the world. This person is too awesome. Of course, Bruce Allen's supercomputer still uses an operating system commonly used in the industry. It is not the same as the supercomputer self-system designed by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and its purpose is also different. Bruce Allen's supercomputer has a relatively simple function, while the commonly referred to as a supercomputer is more versatile. Therefore, the price gap can be so large. Then where is he? Can he work for our company? Lin Feng asked with bright eyes. Boss, he has arrived. When I left the United States, I brought him. Kevin Mitnick smirked. At this time, an American who was about the same age as Kevin Mitnick walked in. Hey, you are Lin Feng. I have seen you in various newspapers and magazines in the United States, but you are really young. Bruce Allen came in and looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Allen. I didn't expect you to come to our company." I was really excited. Lin Feng stood up excitedly. Although the Second World is a game software company, if it can also rise in hardware, it will undoubtedly make the Second World waste straighter. Moreover, its games will also be able to realize their dreams. Global interconnection. Mr. Lin, before I joined the company, there was only one request. Bruce Allen said with a serious face. Let's go, Bruce. As long as I can help, I will definitely help. Lin Feng said, patting his chest. Great, Mr. Lin, if you can let Miss Avril personally sing a song for my 7-year-old daughter on her birthday, I will definitely do it for Mr. Lin. No, I will go through fire and water for the boss, Bruce Allen said excitedly. Lin Feng was taken aback. Boss, Bruce's daughter is a big fan of Avril. Depending on the relationship between the boss and Avril, this shouldn't be difficult. Kevin Mitnick explained with a smile on the side. It's not difficult, it's not difficult, it's simple. It's just that Avril is now in the United States. I'm afraid that in the short term. Lin Feng frowned and said, it's okay, as long as there is a promise from the boss. Besides, I heard that Avril seems to have prepared her first global concert tour. I heard that China is Miss Avril's key country. Bruce Allen touched the minibus and said. Lin Feng listened, with a cold sweat on his forehead. It seems that Avril this time, it's not that the Raptors are overpowering. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 439 Independent Research and Development. Boss, then my Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty and serve the country does not need to be revised. Kuxin shouted in surprise from the side. If the company can have its own supercomputer, it can completely replace the existing server group. Kuxin's design concept allows all players to participate in large-scale missions and battles, and the development of the game background will be realized. Bruce, how much money is needed to build a supercomputer and how much data flow can it carry? Lin Feng nodded and turned to look at Bruce Allen. Everyone in the conference room, especially Minutes Wu Li, who was responsible for the development of World War, looked at Bruce Allen in anticipation and anxiety. Bruce Allen took Cooksin's Swordsman Love, Loyalty to the Country design book from the desktop. After reading it carefully, he squeezed his chin and meditated, and said, "Boss, the best desktop CPU today is Intel Pentium 4 inches, coupled with the graphics processing chip of NVIDIA, using Linux cluster, about $10 million to build a supercomputer with more than 10 trillion floating point operations per second." After listening to the audience, they are already excited. The 10 trillion supercomputers per second has far exceeded the 403.2 billion calculations per second of the Dawn 3000 inches developed by the National Chinese Academy of Sciences. But can Bruce Allen's personally developed supercomputers exceed the number of supercomputers developed by the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Lin Feng couldn't believe it. Boss. There is a mistake in your concept. The supercomputer I personally developed and the Dawn series of supercomputers developed by the Chinese Academy of Sciences are not the same concept. My supercomputer is a manufacturer of existing CPUs and graphics processors. The Chinese Academy of Sciences supercomputers, although their computing power is currently far weaker in developed countries, are completely independently developed. Bruce Allen seemed to sense the doubts of Lin Feng and others, and explained with a smile. To put it simply, my supercomputer is subject to various computer hardware manufacturers, but the Chinese Academy of Sciences does not. They can continue to develop faster supercomputers, but it is difficult for me. Another point is that my supercomputer has security loopholes. It's huge. After all, it's all other companies' technology, and the operating system is the same. Fortunately, the company has Kevin. Bruce Allen patted Kevin Mitnick on the shoulder and said, "The supercomputer designed by Bruce Allen comes from other companies. He can't solve the vulnerabilities at all. These vulnerabilities are transparent in the industry and are familiar to all top hackers. These people can use these vulnerabilities. Attack on Bruce's supercomputer." This is why other super companies and countries are desperately researching their own supercomputer technology. Lin Feng was relieved after hearing this. One uses the technology of others, and the other develops independently. The foundation itself is different. As for the possible attack, Lin Feng is not too worried. Otherwise, why did he spend so much money to dig out Kevin Mitnick, the world's #1 hacker? How much data traffic can it carry? Lin Feng then asked. This is the key. I am a game software company and I only need a supercomputer to use it. It doesn't matter whether I develop it independently or not. It is initially estimated to be able to load 1 million players online at the same time. Of course, all this depends on the actual computing situation. Bruce Allen said conservatively. Cooksin. Then you don't need to modify it for the time being, and there is still only one zone in Jiangxia King Yuan, Loyalty to the Country. If there is system blockage and other situations, then the zone will be divided. Lin Feng confirmed. Yes, boss. Cooksin looked excited, so that his design concept could be fully realized. Let all players participate in the game, to change history in the game, change the world, and gain the greatest degree of freedom. By the way, boss, there is one more question to trouble you. Cooksin thought for a while and said, "What's the matter?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. When I set up Swordsman Love Online, I designed a total of 3 backgrounds, that is, 3 expansions. The first expansion is today's Swordsman Love, Loyalty to Serve the Country, based on the deeds of General If. Let the players participate in it, to re-experience General If's tragic and heroic deeds of swallowing mountains and rivers and fighting against the Golden Army. Cooksin explained. Lin Feng nodded. The second expansion will start in 1230, which is the rise of Mongolia. Players will participate in the Three Kingdoms War in the Southern Song, Jin Dynasty, and Mongolia. I call it Swordsman Love, the rise of Mongolia. As for the third, the expansion piece, on the other hand, was the siege of Xiangyang by Mongolia in 1264, the third most tragic war of Xiangyang in history. I call it the Battle of Xiangyang of Swordsman Love. Cooksin said in his tone. excitement. These three expansions are all the sorrows in Chinese history. Kuxin designed them. One is a little personal wish, and the other is to let players revisit history and even change history. The three expansion pieces themselves are separated by decades, and the player's actions will not destroy the entire game structure. Boss. Among the three expansions, the second expansion Swordsman Love, The Rise of Mongolia, and the third expansion Swordsman Love, The Battle of Xiangyang involve the contents of Mr. Jin Yong's The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and The Legend of Condor Heroes have been written heavily and are familiar to most players. Therefore, I wonder if I can ask Mr. Jin Yong to buy the copyright and add some of the deeds to the game, especially the martial arts in the book. Characters. I believe it will definitely attract players' interest more. Kuxin only confided his intentions at this time. Lin Feng nodded. Swordsman Love itself belongs to the semi-overhead historical category, and adding a little more martial arts elements to it is not a good idea, not to mention the added elements are familiar to players, and I believe it will also resonate with players. Mr. Wu, you are responsible for this matter. Lin Feng ordered. Wu Zhaopu nodded. He was also quite interested in this idea, and believed that good results could also be achieved. Finally, after the other departments reported their work, the meeting adjourned. However, Lin Feng came to his office with Kevin Mitnick, Cohen, and Bruce Allen. Boss, thank you very much for saving me from the FBI. When he arrived at Lin Feng's office, Kevin Mitnick thanked him cautiously. Ha ha, Kevin, polite. The company also needs your ability. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Boss, I didn't finish talking at the meeting just now. Although the supercomputer I personally developed is far superior to other supercomputers in terms of price and speed, it is far inferior to other supercomputers in terms of network security and follow-up development. And some countries, although there is Kevin's help, there are many talents in the computer hacker industry. It is difficult to guarantee that no one will break the company's network defenses in the future. Once the player data is destroyed, the blow to the company will be fatal, especially the player data. It's all on a supercomputer. Bruce Allen said worriedly. Bruce, just speak up if you have something. Lin Feng heard the meaning of Bruce Allen's words. Boss, I think we still have to independently develop our own supercomputer. Bruce Allen said with extreme caution. Bruce, but our company is only a game software development company, and does not have any hardware development capabilities. Even if we acquire, I am afraid that not only will the investment be huge, but I am afraid that it will not be able to compete with Intel and AMD in a short time. Lin Feng frowned. Say, I know, boss, but I don't want to launch its desktop CPU, but the CPU architecture applied to terminals such as servers. In this way, we can avoid the edge of Intel and only need to dig a few from major CPU companies. Individuals can come here. If the company has money, it can also acquire CPU manufacturers such as IDT, Arm International Technology, etc., which can be acquired for about $1.5 billion US. If there is no money, you can still rely on Kevin for technology. Bruce Allen smiled and looked at Kevin Mitnick. Boss, there is not a big technical problem. I can hack into companies such as ARM, Intel, and AMD to steal information. Although I may not have access to their core information, I can dig a few more if I cooperate with Bruce's technology. Key talents can start to develop our own supercomputer. Kevin Mitnick said excitedly. For a long time, the computers he used were personal desktops, and occasionally he could get a workstation-style server, but compared with supercomputers, it was not the same. It was a world of difference. Yes, boss, coupled with my cloud computing, I believe it is not difficult to independently develop our own supercomputer. On the contrary, once the development is successful, the benefits to the company will be huge. Especially the large-scale online games designed by the company. They are all a bit advanced, and the computer requirements for players are a bit too harsh. For example, War of the Army. I am afraid that if you want to fully enjoy Minwu Li games, you must have a micro supercomputer. Cohen also suggested on the side. Well, boss, My theoretical security comes from DIY. Therefore, it is not impossible to change the supercomputer's capabilities into a micro supercomputer. And the price is not much more expensive than ordinary desktop computers. It's just a lot simpler in terms of functions. Bruce Allen rubbed his palms with excitement. Okay, how much budget do you need? Lin Feng was also moved. If this is true, not only will our company make great progress in business, it will also have more prospects and value for the country. According to the game rules, the government is not allowed to make great efforts to support competing technologies like CPUs. In terms of market orientation, the government can only support the research and development of pre-competitive technologies. If one's own company has the ability to develop supercomputers, there is no doubt that the state will support its own company more strongly. Probably the initial investment of $100 million will do. But Imho, the company's headquarters is ... Too bad, and it is not convenient for us to do research. Bruce Allen frowned. Haha, the company's headquarters building is under construction, and it will be completed within 2 years. Lin Feng explained helplessly with a smile. However, Lin Feng called and discussed with Wu Xiaopu for the $100 million in R&D funding requested by Bruce Allen, and agreed. Bruce, Kevin, and Cohen, I will temporarily rent you a set of closed factories in the suburbs of Shanghai for your own research. But Bruce, I hope I can build a supercomputer within a month. Lin Feng say, haha, boss. This is not a big problem. My first DIY supercomputer took about 5 days, and the second one was a DIY supercomputer that cost $2 million last year. It took 2 weeks. But the boss, let me explain one point first. My DIY supercomputer has a relatively single function, and I am afraid it will only be used in a few areas such as game server terminals. It cannot be used in multiple fields like the supercomputers of other super companies. Bruce Allen said. Lin Feng nodded. As long as it can be used in the game field, it is enough. My company is not a scientific research unit. It has to simulate nuclear explosions, calculate the trajectory of celestial bodies, and measure geomagnetic changes and other complex high-tech fields. Boss, that's okay. Don't worry, wait for our good news. Bruce Allen stood up excitedly and said. After the 3 people left, Lin Feng walked around the office excitedly, thinking of the launch of Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty to the country and the research and development of supercomputers, and he was inexplicably excited. After calming down for a while, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that Bruce Allen had just said that Avril was going to have a concert, and the focus was on China. But Avril hadn't told himself. The implications of this were self-evident. If Avril came to China in such a naked kill, it would be no less powerful than the 2 nuclear bombs detonated by the United States in Japan. Thinking of this, Lin Feng called Avril, hoping to confirm the matter. However, after a blind tone on the phone, it was not Avril who answered the call, but his music producer and marketing manager, and Avril's uncle Sam. Hey, Sam, why did you answer the call? Avril? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Lin, you and Avril and the relationship issue between Lizu and Lizu. As an outsider, I shouldn't have talked much, but her father and I have been good friends for more than 20 years. And I watched Avril's growth since childhood. I've always regarded her as my own daughter, so I'm sorry today. I want to have a good talk with you. Sam's tone was filled with reproach and dissatisfaction. Sam, Lin Feng wanted to explain, but didn't know how to explain it. This is my own fault. Who told me to make a mistake that all men in the world would make? But I hope to continue to make mistakes. Lin, do you know how much Avril suffered for you? Sam asked reproachfully. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 440. Don't do your charity. Sam's words surprised Lin Feng. What's wrong with Avril, Sam? Tell me quickly. Lin Feng asked angrily. Finally, you still have a little conscience. Sam grunted. Lin, Do you know that Avril wants to hold a global concert? Sam's tone was full of worry. I just heard someone say. Lin Feng nodded and said, why did she hold global concerts? I believe you should guess the reason, but although she is very popular now, the first album Let Go has sold 12 million copies, but she wants to open global concerts are very reluctant. And no singer has ever held a concert after releasing an album. Sam's tone was anxious. Avril wants to have a global concert, but only one album has been released, and there are only 12 songs. It is impossible to support a concert even if you count a few singles. So, she was preparing her second album during this time, and she has locked herself in the studio for a week. But you have to know that music is based on inspiration, and sometimes eagerness for success may not have good results. And she with such a desperate effort, I am worried that she will exhaust her body. You must know that her body is not very good. Sam's tone reveals the infinite love of his father to his daughter. Sam, you have to persuade her. Lin Feng said with a hint of reproach. Avril has a strong personality since she was a child. How can she listen to my advice? What she decides will never change. Except for you. She has changed. For example, she always wears a watch on her right wrist, but now the watch is always worn on the left wrist, and you have to know that she hates men who are bothered the most, but you are like that, but she is like this, alas. Sam sighed and sighed. Lin Feng was so dizzy by Sam Yu, but she knew that Avril had shut herself in the recording studio and her condition was not very good. Sam, in this way, I will fly to New York immediately, and I will persuade her. Lin Feng said with determination. Although this may make Li Zhu unhappy, but now he can't care about so much. Don't. If you fly over, Avril will be even more sad. Her personality never admits defeat, and she never needs sympathy. This time she decided to hold a global concert for her love. In order to prove that she is the best. You fly like this will make her sad. Also, she said, her love war does not need any help. She has to win it by herself. Sam sighed and helpless. Lin Feng sighed after hearing this. Avril's character is too strong, but the more so, the more distressing it is. Also, when she meets Li Zhu, the world will fall apart even more. With a headache, Lin Feng rubbed his temples, and now he is a little confused about what to do. But now that it's hard to ride a tiger, Lin Feng can only sigh and commit crimes, and can't live anymore. By the way, Sam, I have a few songs here. I will pass them to you. You can find a chance to give Avril. Lin Feng felt distressed when he thought of Avril creating new songs in the studio every day and racking his brains. For the sake of Avril, plagiarizing the songs of later generations should not be considered a serious sin. Do you know how to write words and music? Sam was taken aback, but then he sighed. Even if you have a good song, I am afraid that Avril will not accept it. She doesn't want to rely on you, at least not on you now. Lin Feng frowned, and he understood what Sam said. Sam, you can tell her this is your friend's song. Don't need to mention me. Lin Feng thought for a while, said compromise. There are some things that can't be hidden. Besides, Avril's personality will never accept this kind of charity, especially yours. It will make her crazy. I understand your intentions, but if you really like Avril, I advise you to make a decision as soon as possible. Sam politely declined Lin Feng's proposal. He knew Avril's personality too well. If Avril knew that some of the songs he gave her were given by Lin Feng in the future, he didn't know what Avril would do. Lin Feng sighed, and could only ask Sam to help him take care of Avril. Now Lin Feng can only wait for Avril to retreat, but I am afraid that it will be a meeting to greet him. Thunderstorm. Back at the villa, Lin Feng worried about the Mars hitting the Earth when Avril and Li Zhu arrived, but he didn't know what to do for the time being. Brother Lin, what's the matter? Are you thinking? At the table, Li Zhu saw Lin Feng's thoughts on his face and asked, Zhu, don't worry about this kind of person. Now the pop queen stabbed his name on her hand for her, but it's beautiful, Algra said sarcastically. Unable to answer Lin Feng, Algra was naturally angry about this. Her innocence was lost for no reason. Lin Feng thought that it hadn't happened because he just liked her and didn't love her. Forget it. Algra originally had a good impression of Lin Feng. However, It didn't take long for Lin Feng to provoke a pop queen, Avril, who was known to all. This made Algra think so much. Lisa pulled Algra lightly. Although Lisa felt wronged, she didn't want to cry and hang herself like other girls. She had her own way. Brother Lin, let's eat. Lisa brought the meal to Lin Feng, smiling slightly, without any complaints, no dissatisfaction, although a trace of melancholy flashed in his eyes. Most of the time it was as clear as the sun. Lin Feng sighed slightly. About Avril's upcoming global concert. It's better not to tell Lisa about the news about Avril's coming to China for the time being, at least when Lin Feng thinks of a better way. He was speechless all night, but Lin Feng clearly felt that Lisa's sleep was not as sweet as before. He always frowned in his dreams, and held his hand tightly all night, and refused to let go. The next day, when he arrived at the company, while Lin Feng was calculating his next work schedule, Kook Sin, the head of the second game development department, and Bruce Allen jointly held a press conference. For the Second World Press Conference, many reporters have always been accustomed to Lin Feng presiding, seeing Kook Sin, who had never seen him before, and an even stranger Bruce Allen. They booed on the spot and wanted to force Lin Feng to come out. However, Lin Feng is not that stupid. It is clear that the ambiguous relationship between himself, Avril, and Lisa is a topic that all reporters pursue. If you want to attend, you will definitely be overwhelmed. Therefore, Lin Feng is honestly prepared in the office. My schedule for April. After a lot of noise, many reporters saw no results and stopped making trouble. Moreover, Kook Sin's announcement of the upcoming public beta game Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong Baogo has indeed attracted the interest of all media. A domestically developed large-scale 3D role-playing online game, which is different from the upgrade mode of traditional online games, and players will be able to participate in large-scale tasks together to promote the background of the game. Of course, the most surprising thing for all media is that it is actually all players play on the same server. When it was learned from Kook Sin that all players would play on the same server, all reporters were stunned. All players play games on the same server. The reporters attending the press conference naturally understand the implications. This means that one server will accommodate millions of players playing games at the same time. Usually a 2D role-playing online game, a server can carry tens of thousands of people online at the same time. It is already a great thing. Now the Second World 3D role-playing online game Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong Baogo has to carry millions people are online at the same time, which is crazy. Can the servers of the Second World be able to load it? Regardless of whether the Second World server can be loaded, many reporters were just excited to announce the news for the first time, causing a global uproar. Hearing of such an astonishing act by the Second World, they were shocked for a long time and couldn't speak. The first time they pinched their face to see if they were dreaming. The so-called Asian internet in the previous Counter-Strike Online and Audition All-Star lineup, in the eyes of many game companies and industry experts, is just a gimmick, which is equivalent to Battle.net. It only has some changes, but the essence is not change. Nowadays, swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country only has one server, and all players will play on one server. This is no trick. This is for the servers of the Second World. No, for the servers of global online game companies, it is an impossible task. How can a group of servers bear the data throughput of millions of players online at the same time? Major online game companies have refuted this one after another, believing that the Second World is also fooling people and releasing satellites, and it is because of Lin Feng's failure to attend the press conference. Chen Xiaoai, the beauty president of Nine Towns, in an interview with a news reporter, angrily denounced Second World is another gimmick, an eye-catching gimmick. Our Nine Towns has been operating a large-scale 3D role-playing online game Miracle for more than half a year. The best servers we have purchased have a maximum load of only about 3,000 simultaneous online players, even the cloud computing of the Second World. It's incredibly magical, but it's absolutely impossible to withstand millions of people online at the same time, unless the Second World server is a supercomputer. or the best one. Therefore, the second world is definitely broadcasting satellites. Otherwise, why didn't Lin Feng, who had always attended the press conference announcing the news, appear at the press conference site? Wang Junbo, president of Ziguan operating the Legend of Jin Yong's Heroes Online, shook his head again and again. This is incredible. Millions of people are playing on the same server. I really thought it was something in a science fiction movie. It can be achieved, I would be very happy to see it. But I think this is really just a gimmick, as Ms. Chen Xiaoi, the president of Nine Towns, said. But I hope you can play The Legend of Jin Yong's Heroes Online for more players in mainland China. Although it is impossible for 1 million people to be online at the same time, at least 8,000 people can be guaranteed to be online. Various experts in the IT industry have also refuted, all threatening that today's computer hardware technology is far from being able to meet the demanding task of millions of people online at the same time, which is undoubtedly an impossible task for today's servers. Unless it is a supercomputer. In the midst of doubts in the industry, Bruce Allen announced that he would join the second world and develop supercomputers for the second world. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 441 Bad Graphics Card? Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75. Chapter 441 The graphics card is bad. Quen Qian's Swordsman Love Point, Loyalty and Servicing the Country was launched. All players clapped their hands. 6 traditional upgrades were cancelled and the martial arts master level in the martial arts was adopted. This in itself feels novel and fresh. And a brand new upgrade system is also adopted. The new attack and defense determination system, especially players will be able to participate in the task of pushing the background of the game, which makes players more excited. This book is reproduced from Shilu Literature.net. Of course, the most exciting thing for players is that all players play on the same server. It is exciting to think about the scenario where millions of people are online. However, before many players are happy for long, the overwhelming criticism from various online game companies and industry experts is like a basin of ice water, which instantly drenches all players to the heart. The second world server cannot host millions of players online at the same time. Many players who are extremely excited and cool also noticed this problem that cannot be ignored. What's more, even if the servers of the second world can be loaded, the computers of their players cannot load the amazing image processing data of millions of people online. Usually hundreds of people appear at the same time in the same place. It is enough to get stuck. If 1 million people are online at the same time like this, in a large-scale battle, at least 100,000 people on a map, how can the player's computer process such a huge amount of image data? The graphics card can't carry it. In the midst of doubts and voices, Bruce Allen made a speech and announced that he had joined the Second World. He became the head of the Hardware Development Department of the Second World Technology Research Department, responsible for the research and development of supercomputers and at the same time researching micro-supercomputers. This news, like a thunder on the ground, shakes the entire Xinji trembling. Does the Second World want to independently develop supercomputers? Oh my! This is not a joke. Fourth, all companies and various experts in the world seemed to have heard the most ridiculous jokes of this century, and they sneered, thinking that the Second World. This is not self-reliant, this is the absurdity of the world. 1 million people on the internet have been online. It's ridiculous enough. But now I still want to develop a supercomputer. Isn't it ridiculous? Pausch Wow just deleted the recess and added 8 or 4, Amoy, and Xia Duo was only 2 years old, and it was a company that mainly developed game software. Suddenly, it said that it would develop a supercomputer. This is simply a dream, thinking that a supercomputer is a supercomputer. Cabbage and radish, as long as you want to grow it. But amidst the sneer, when the identity of Bruce Allen gradually emerged in front of everyone, Everyone was shocked. Peng Nian used $70,000 to make a supercomputer. Last year, he helped an entertainment company to develop a supercomputer at a cost of $2 million. Moreover, it was ranked secretly in the world supercomputer rankings. This result is really impressive. Had to stand in awe. Although Bruce Allen has not worked in any computer hardware production company, he does. His spirit and technology are worthy of everyone's admiration. It's just why such a person, abandoning many super companies and not joining them, just wants to join a GIN, a company mainly designing game software, which is really intriguing. According to some unconfirmed gossip rumors, the Big Blue Four gangs once hired Bruce Allen with $1 million in annual salary plus the terms of the General Counsel of the Scientific Research Department, but was rejected. Then what kind of terms did Lin Feng impress Bruce? What about Allen? Many people are curious, and many companies that have invited Bruce Allen's company but were rejected are more interested. Because my daughter is a crazy fan of Miss Avril. She has a wish that Miss Avril can personally sing her birthday greetings on her birthday this year. I think I want to fulfill my daughter's wish. Join the second world is the wisest choice, Bruce Allen said slyly. Reporters who did not know the inside story and many companies heard it and were in an uproar. Obviously, no one expected that a birthday song could buy such a great guy to play for the second world, and they were jealous of Lin Feng's good fortune. Of course, at the same time, I also called a vigil wrong. Why do I like this Chinese? And it's still Lin Feng with two boats. Bruce Allen ignored everyone's dumbness. Here is Cohen's cloud computing. There is also Kevin Mitnick's world's first hacking technology, plus his supercomputer, which will form the sharpest weapon in the future network industry. He, like Kevin Mitnick, and Cohen, are lunatics, but the areas of madness are different. But the three of them have a dream, suggesting a network empire, a super empire that controls all the resources of the network, where they are kings. And Lin Feng undoubtedly gave them a chance. Compared with the US government, the three of them prefer Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng is a businessman, he will not force them to do many things they don't want to do like the government. However, after confirming that Bruce Allen is the craziest and most technologically advanced home in the industry, and capable of manufacturing supercomputers, it is by no means good news for all domestic online game companies. The second world has always had two weaknesses. One is thread online games, and the other is concave turn-based online games. This is also the space where many online game companies are temporarily proud to survive. Unexpectedly, before so many companies could catch their breath, the second world has already stepped into the world of large-scale role-playing online games, and it has come so extremely vicious. It has come so aggressively. Brand new upgrade system, brand new attack, the brand new mission system, the brand new faction system, and any of these millions of people are a fatal blow to other online game companies, and they have no power to fight back. Among all online game companies, the most annoying is undoubtedly that Ninetowns originally wanted to use Miracle and Magic Baby to open up a new situation in the domestic online game market and break the situation of Chapter 2 world. Unexpectedly, Magic Baby has just recovered the information and is about to reopen the server. The second world has become the root of 9 cities. Ninetowns headquarters. Everyone, now, second world, finally launched its role-playing online games. What should our company do? Zijun said with a grim expression. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, but they don't have any ideas. Dongzu, I don't think it is necessary to be so alarmed for the time being, President Chen Xiaoi said after a moment of thought. Oh, what do you say? Zijun looked at the beautiful president he had invited. Zudong, swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country belongs to the martial arts type persuasive online game, and Miracle belongs to the Western magical fantasy. The two do not conflict. Chen Xiaoi said slowly and rationally. Zijun disagrees with Chen Xiaoi's reason. Although China's online game market has grown ahead of schedule, the total number of online players major games can have an average of more than 10,000 online players. but the 4 games of the Second World account for nearly 10,000 online players, and all other online games. The total amount of the game is less than 10,000 users who have not been counted as Tencent game users. If the Second World starts Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty to the country, I am afraid that the remaining strength will not be the player. It will be snatched by the Second World. This is not good news for all game companies. Just to say that the 2 games are of different types does not make Zhejun feel at ease. Pozhua just deleted the concave and added 8 or 4, Amoy block, Xia Duo Xudong, and the most important point, even if Second World developed a supercomputer that can load millions of players online at the same time. Traffic, but the player's computer cannot withstand such amazing image processing data. In our miracle, if there are more players than strong players in one screen, the graphics card of the player's computer will be at full capacity, not to mention the millions of players that swordsmen love, loyalty and serve the country boasted. Chen Xiaoi calmly analyzed. Zhejun listened, and nodded again and again. This was indeed a key, a fatal blow that prevented Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty and servicing the country from achieving the expected results. If the Second World diverts players, then the so-called large-scale battle, allowing players to advance the historical background, is undoubtedly a joke. Once the players are divided, a few hundred players, or thousands of players, can this be called a large-scale battle? Lin Feng, I will see how your cowhide breaks this time. Zhejun and Chen Xiaoi sneered. Although all players have heard that the Second World is about to develop a supercomputer independently, they are excited, so that millions of people online at the same time will no longer be a dream. But at the same time all players are paying close attention to one point: can their computers bear it? Players said that I hope swordsmen love, loyalty and serve the country can be online with millions of people, but if the Second World server can be loaded, but our players' computers cannot run, that is undoubtedly the saddest thing. The player Rilongzhu also commented on the hope that the Second World will not turn into a standalone game like Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Serve the Country. The computer configuration of mainstream players will never run, so whether it is for the Second World it is still a disaster for our players. In view of this, Kook Sin, the Minister of the 4th Game Development Department, Bruce Allen, the Minister of the Hardware Development Department of the Technical Research Department, and Cohen, the Minister of the Technical Research Department, led their respective working groups to come up with 2 sets of plans after 3 days of research. It is to design a set of screening system, which automatically screens all player data outside the visible range of the player in the same map. In large-scale battles, it can more screen all player data outside the player's attack range. Second, that is using the cloud computing supercomputer developed by the Second World to replace the player's computer for some image calculations, but this will inevitably cause the load of the supercomputer to rise, and I am afraid that the load of millions of players in the theory will be greatly reduced. However, these 2 points are now practicable methods. Whoever makes computer hardware equipped can no longer keep up with the demand for game software. In the end, the 3 people have always decided to give priority to using the screen shading system. When the screen shading system loses its effectiveness, a supercomputer will use cloud computing to take over the image calculations of some of the players' computers. When everyone was having headaches for the stable and smooth operation of Swordsman Love, Loyalty to Serve the Country, Lin Feng rushed to the Shanghai Oriental Club to finalize Yao Ming's contract first. Although this is a bit against Zhou's rules, this is China, not Zhou, and Stern can't control it. Of course, this is also a rogue. Lin Feng must finalize Yao Ming's contract in advance, otherwise Yao Ming will be severely beaten by the Shanghai East and the Basketball Association. A bamboo pole that will allow Yao Ming to become a superstar forever if he can't become a superstar. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Korean female anchor's private or secret video was exposed. Cute and full! Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 442 Crossing Mercedes-Benz? Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75. Chapter 442 Crossing Benz. The Seven Seas Oriental K-Ball Club organizes the movement of Gyeonunianayuxia City Sports, Zeding, and Shanghai Oriental TV station cooperated to establish the Shanghai Oriental Basketball Club. Read the full text, all in point 1. 1. When Xuyang. There are 4 teams under the Shanghai Oriental Sharks men's basketball, Shanghai Octopus women's basketball and youth men's and women's basketball teams. However, although nominally it is a commercial team, and in fact it is still under the jurisdiction of the Shanghai Sports Committee. The Shanghai Basketball Association is also one of its subsidiaries. Lin Feng drove to Shanghai Pudong Luan Stadium, home of Shanghai Oriental Sharks. However, when Lin Feng rushed to the arena, he was stopped by the security guard of Shanghai Oriental Shark. 3 days later, it will be the first match of the Bei team, the old champion team of Shanghai Oriental Sharks, and BB. Yao Ming will definitely leave Shanghai Oriental Sharks to play in Zhou this year, so this year may be the last chance for Shanghai Oriental Sharks to win the championship. In order to prepare for the game, head coach Li Kiping declared martial law after the semi-finals. Sir, I'm sorry, the Shugwan is temporarily closed to the public. So I'm really sorry. 2 security guards stopped Lin Feng. I want to find your general manager Lu Hao. Please tell me about it. Lin Feng thought for a while and decided to see Lu Hao, the general manager of Shanghai Oriental Shark. Originally, Lin Feng planned to see Yao Ming first, and talk to him privately about the contract for vomiting. Of course, he also finalized Yao Ming's endorsement issue. By the way, this kind of superstar can never let go. Yes, sir, please wait a moment, a security guard said respectfully. Lin Feng, a group of people, came in a Mercedes-Benz Forge. A few people got out of the car, and the security guards did not dare to neglect. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked by and glanced at Lin Feng. After passing, as if thinking of something, he turned his head, looked at Lin Feng a few more times, hesitated for a moment, and walked over. Are you Lin Dong, owner of the Houston Rockets? The visitor asked cautiously. Lin Feng nodded. Excuse me, are you? Ha, you are really Lin Dong. I am lucky enough to meet. I am Yuxiao Miao, the leader of the Shanghai Oriental Shark Club. The middle-aged man greeted warmly. Leader, you lead the meeting. I am here today to visit your club. By the way, I also want to get in touch with Yao Ming. Lin Feng said with a smile. Haha, we wanted to visit Lin Dong a long time ago. It's just because the team is hitting the championship, so there has been no chance. Lin Dong is here today. It's just right. Yuxiao Miao laughed and led Lin Feng to walk inward. Go with. Since Lin Feng acquired the Houston Rockets, the Shanghai Oriental Sharks had to let the little giant Yao Ming go to Zhou under pressure from all parties. After participating in this year's draft, the Chinese Basketball Association and the Shanghai Oriental Sharks have conducted a review of which team Yao Ming Peng will join. After careful discussion, I finally decided that it is more appropriate to go to the Houston Rockets led by the Chinese owner. Here, everyone is Chinese. If Yao Ming goes to the Houston Rockets, he can have a guarantee of playing time, whether it is the leaders of the Basketball Association or the Shanghai Oriental Sharks. Lin Feng will definitely give it enough regardless of whether Yao Ming has enough strength. Playing time. RoboShuwa just deleted the recess and added 84, Amoy, Xiaoduo, Zhao. Regarding the transfer compensation of other teams, the maximum amount of $10 million, and in terms of Yao Ming's status and worth in China, it is definitely not limited to $1. Lin Feng is Chinese, so the two parties can negotiate, even if Lin Feng, as the Houston boss, cannot make a huge compensation. At least Lin Feng can make compensation or investment in other names. After several calculations, The leaders of the Basketball Association and the Shanghai Oriental Sharks have determined that the Houston Rockets are Yao Ming's best landing point. But now the Shanghai Oriental Sharks are playing in the finals and are very likely to win the first championship in club history. In addition, the Houston Rockets may not necessarily win the number 1 lottery, and Yao Ming was selected. Therefore, the Chinese Basketball Association and the Shanghai Oriental Sharks have never contacted Lin Feng. Prepare to wait for the end of the domestic playoffs finals, and then discuss with Lin Feng about Yao Ming's contract. After entering the Shanghai Pudong Luan Gymnasium, Li Qiping's loud shouts and the players' panting came from inside. I glanced at it. There was a tall man on the court who was doing his shooting and rebounding exercises, so high. It is undoubtedly Yao Ming. It's just that Yao Ming is really thin, so thin now. Donglin, please here. Yu Xiaomiao respectfully invited Lin Feng to the general manager's office. Ha! I didn't expect Lin Dong to visit today. It's really brilliant. Welcome, welcome. Lu Hao, general manager of Shanghai Oriental Shark, welcome. I am not clear today, but I hope General Manager Lu will not blame Lin Feng for his polite greetings. After the courtesy, everyone entered the theme. General Manager Lu, judging by Yao Ming's current ability and worth, in this year's draft, either the first or second place. Although the Houston Rockets have a poor record in the lottery this year, there will be a good pick. But the worst record this year is the Chicago Bulls and the Golden State Warriors. The two teams have the same wins and losses. My Houston Rockets flies and loses. According to the Zhao lottery rules, in theory, my team can win the number 1 lottery. The odds are concave. Lin Feng first made some analysis. Although Lin Feng knows that this year the Houston Rockets will be extremely lucky to win the number 1 lottery with a concave chance. But now Lin Feng does not guarantee that his Rockets will get the number 1 lottery. This time, I'm going to explore the bottom to see how the Shanghai Oriental Sharks will open their mouths. Yao Ming paid tens of millions of dollars to redeem himself as his husband. The Houston Rockets, which is just 1 by 1, which is breathtaking. If my Houston Rockets get the number 1 lottery by chance, they will definitely win Yao Ming. Therefore, Jin Yao would like to come to communicate and see how our two sides can cooperate. Lin Feng said with a smile. Lu Hao smiled first. Donglin, Yao Ming's strength does not need to be questioned. He will definitely become the chief center of Asia in the future. This year, his dominance in the game is well known. With his height, I believe that Zhai Zhao will also be able to gain a foothold. I believe Lin Dong must also know what it means to the Shanghai Oriental Shark to lose Yao Ming. Lu Hao said a lot of words. For a while, Yao Ming will be the world's first center, and for a while, he will mournfully describe how miserable the Shanghai Oriental Shark will be if he loses Yao Ming. In short, Lu Hao is simply adding to Yao Ming's weight. Donglin, everyone is Chinese. If Yao Ming can go to Houston, it will be good for you, for Yao Ming, for our club, and even for Chinese basketball. I think starting from the club, Yao Ming will never be embarrassed. Yes. However, I also hope that Lin Dong understands that after the loss of Yao Ming, the Shanghai Oriental Shark Club has lost a major pillar. Lu Hao, continue to say, I know this, so I just came to consult today to see if we can work together. Lin Feng's disdain. Yao Ming entered the club from sports school all the way, but the family paid for it. It's free, but keeps a smile on his face. I also know Zhao's regulations, so in terms of transfer fees, the Houston Rockets can compensate the Shanghai Oriental Sharks as required. However, I hope that the Shanghai Oriental Sharks and the Houston Rockets can form a brother club. Here is a copy of our club and Shanghai. The Basketball Association drafted a compensation agreement for Yao Ming's transfer. Lin Dong can take it and see if there are any comments. We can discuss it again. Lu Hao handed Lin Feng a thick contract. Lin Feng nodded and accepted the contract. Today's goal has been achieved. By the way, General Manager Lu, can I meet Yao Ming? You know, I am also his fan. Lin Feng asked with a smile. Yes, yes. You leader, you take Lin Dong down and let Yao Ming pause for a few minutes. Seeing the future, His boss Luigi called Yuxio Miao loudly. Lindsay, please here. Yuxio Miao led Lin Feng down. After Yuxio Miao and head coach Li Qiping discussed a few words, Yao Ming walked over to Lin Feng. Donglin, hello. Yao Ming said slightly cautiously. Yao Ming, who is still in China, is not as funny and humorous as he will be in Zhao, but now he is mostly shy. Ha ha, Yao Ming, I am your fan. I really hope you go to Zonin to play in my team. Lin Feng was slightly excited, but Yao Ming is Lin Feng's idol. It's exciting to think about seeing my idol today and playing on my team in the future. After a sigh in his heart, Lin Feng smiled and walked to Yao Ming, measuring with his hands, barely touching the top of Yao Ming's head, but standing with Yao Ming. It really felt like returning to elementary school. But I am afraid it will be difficult. Although I also want to play for the Houston Rockets, I am afraid that the signing of the Houston Rockets. By the way, the Rockets used to be a hero. The big dream. Olajuwon is my idol. Unfortunately, he is no longer in the Houston Rockets. Yao Ming looked regretful and suddenly patted Lin Feng with his hand. By the way, I heard that the Rockets will definitely switch back to Olajuwon this year, right? Yao Ming's eyes gleamed. His idol is Olajuwon. If the Houston Rockets can exchange for Olajuwon, he can go to the Houston Rockets again. Then he can play with the idols of the past. Thinking of this, Yao Ming looks excited. Ha ha, Yao Ming, yes, my team will definitely switch back to Olajuwon this summer. Kafing smiled and said, but then he said, Yao Ming, your body is too thin. The palm of your net player made me stagger. You know, the Houston Rockets have a young guard named Francis. He almost missed me with a casual palm. You will need to increase your upper limb training and full body strength training in the future. Zhao is a world where muscles are rampant. You are a center forward, and your body is weak and you can't play the ball. Yao Ming frowned. This physical strength training is very torturous. The domestic focus is on flexibility and fast movement. Therefore, most domestic players rarely perform this kind of training. Even if they practice, they mostly deal with it. Diego Yao Ming wanted to take Wang Zigo as an example, but Lin Feng Glixuan interrupted his robe. Xihua just deleted the concave and added 84%, updated the block, and more. Don't say Wang Zigo, he is because of his body resistance. I can't hold the opposing player, so I have to float to the outside to shoot. But a 6 centimeters tall person who floats to the outside to shoot is a waste of talent. Look, he's not a mixed player and can't even make a rotation. Lin Feng exhorted. In history, Yao Ming is also the second season. After Van Gunn forced the Houston Rockets, he began to strengthen his physical training. It was only in the third season that he began to slowly show his power. Lin Feng didn't want Yao to waste the first 2 seasons in vain. Yao Ming nodded thoughtfully. At this time, Yuxio Miao on the side saw that Lin Feng and Yao Ming had been discussing some catties, people's interests, hobbies and other issues. They no longer pay attention to the two, but instead focus on the players on the court. Originally, Yuxi was here because he was afraid that Lin Feng and Yao Ming would reach an agreement in private, and then let the club put pressure on it. Seeing Yuxio Miao focusing on the court, Lin Feng deliberately approached and squeezed Yao Ming's muscles. When he lamented that the muscles were not enough, he whispered, Yao Ming, you should understand the root cause of Wang Zina's fallout with the Basketball Association. The reason is money. I'm afraid you're going to play in Zhao this time, and the Individual Salary Layup Association requires you, according to the shit Chinese players' salary issues in overseas commercial leagues agreement, you must pay 10%. Personal income is given to the Basketball Association. I hope you will be mentally prepared and let your economic man help you figure out a solution in advance. Yao Ming frowned. He also heard about this problem from some national team mates. Wang Zige's return problem is because Wang Zigeo's salary in the United States has been spent. He can't compensate for Tan's shortfall, but the Basketball Association wants it. Wang Zigeo handed in Tan's salary. But Wang Zigo bought a house and got married. Could it be that he sold his house in the United States to make such a shortfall? Isn't that a joke? So it has not been able to return. Later, under the sign of some departments. After some criticism from the media, he became a person who had forgotten his ancestors after he went abroad. Be scolded. Haha, okay, Yao Ming, I'm here to see you today. By the way, I wish you a full league championship this year. By the way, this is my business card. After you get the league championship, call me. I'll give you a celebration. As he said, Lin Feng gave Yao Ming a look. Yao Ming's business is not low. The heart leader will nod his head, then collect his business card and ran to the court to continue participating in the Yuan exercise. Leader Yu, I have something to do, so I will leave first. After I finish reading the contract, I will contact General Manager Lu. Lin Feng smiled and said goodbye to the leader Yuxiao Miao. Back to the Mercedes-Benz as a car. Lin Feng asked Li Rui to drive back to the company. In the car, Lin Feng opened the compensation contract made by Shanghai Oriental Shark and the Shanghai Basketball Association. In a rough sweep, in addition to the $10,000 compensation, the Shanghai Oriental Sharks helped to reach a brotherhood with the Houston Rockets. In the future, the Houston Rockets can introduce players who can stand in the Shanghai Oriental Sharks to play. At the same time, I also hope that the two clubs can communicate more and exchange daily management experience. At the same time, I also hope that the Houston Rockets can help the young coach of Shanghai Oriental Shark Pei Ren. After all, Li Keeping is already old. It is impossible to continue to serve as the head coach. Lin Feng has no opinion on these points. After all, Lin Feng is also more willing to help the Shanghai Oriental Sharks, so it is also the team of the motherland. But for the last one, Lin Feng couldn't agree to it anyway. Shanghai Oriental Shark is willing to sell its stadium to Lin Feng's second world at a price of 40,000 yuan a year, and the contract period is 5 years. Lin Feng was angry when he saw this. Isn't this just letting Lin Feng compensate in disguise? But the price is too bullying. That price is worth 10,000 yuan? Thinking of this, Lin Feng patted his thigh fiercely. Boss, what's the matter? Li Rui was startled and looked back. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added 8 or 4, and renewed the block. Lin Feng shook his head, and suddenly saw a person rushing over in front of him. Be careful, there is someone in front. Lin Feng was shocked. Li Rui hurriedly stepped on the brakes, but I'm afraid it was too late. Seeing that he was about to run into someone, the person suddenly jumped up and jumped over the Mercedes-Benz, but when he crossed, he stepped hard on the Benz wrinkles and suddenly a 4-hole. After the car stopped steadily, Li Rui hurriedly opened the door and ran off. Comrade, are you all right? Li Rui didn't look at the 4 holes, and repeatedly apologized to the other party, blaming himself for his carelessness, and was distracted while driving. The visitor was taken aback. Originally he thought that the other party would make trouble for himself because he deliberately stepped on a 4-hole. Unexpectedly, the other party not only didn't make trouble because of this, but didn't even look at it, but just apologized, which made the visitor's heart a lot of relief. I ran well, but suddenly this Mercedes-Benz ran into it. Fortunately, he was good at it. Stepped over. However, out of anger, he retaliated and stepped on the Mercedes-Benz. Originally, how can anyone drive like this? You have a Mercedes-Benz Zero. Great. However, seeing Li Rui repeatedly apologized and did not deceive others at all, I felt a little embarrassed when I thought about it. Okay, I'm fine. But you need to be careful when you drive like this. You can't do this next time. Fortunately, I met me today, and I'm still agile. Otherwise, if it's an old woman or a child, if you bump into it, you have money to accompany you. Sorry. The visitor patted his sportswear and persuaded. Yes, thanks for the mention. Li Rui nodded repeatedly, but he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Then these 4 holes? The visitor frowned and pointed to the 4 holes made by Mercedes-Benz and said, walking out of anger just now. But looking back now, the other party really wanted him to compensate. He has no money to pay. Haha, it's okay, this is our problem, we will fix it. Li Rui naturally saw that the other party had stepped on the front cover deliberately, but was not angry. After all, he was wrong on his side, and he almost ran into someone else. It is also excusable to take revenge on people's injustice. But this young man has such a character, he really appreciates it. Lin Feng got out of the car and took a look, but he was stunned when he saw someone coming. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. The clothes of the most female anchor in Thailand are almost out of pocket. Watch the video online. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 443 The Light of Asia? Question mark. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75. Chapter 443 The Light of Asia. When giving time, Lin Feng got out of the car. See finishing anyway. The pill almost hit someone. The funeral. The driver has already apologized, but Li Rui almost hit someone because of his emotional excitement. It is only natural that he came out and said humility. Of course, Lin Feng also wanted to see who this person is, with such a good skill that he can traverse the Mercedes-Benz. This is similar to the Aston Martin sports car in which Kobe flew over in memory. When the visitor saw Lin Feng, he was surprised. He didn't expect the owner of this car to be so young. Lin Feng was also taken aback. Unexpectedly it was him. It was him. 9 did not wait for Lin Feng to say hello. After the visitor curled his lips helplessly, he ran away. Li Rui, get in the car and catch up with him. Lin Feng wanted to catch him personally, but looking at his running speed, Lin Feng knew that he would not be able to catch up with this person in his life. So he quickly got in the car and let Li Rui drive to chase him. After a daze, Li Rui got in the car. Boss, Wang Kai, I just misunderstood. He didn't step on the Mercedes-Benz site. We can go to the garage for a little repair. Don't ask him for compensation. Besides, he is not rich either. Li Rui was right. The netizen had a good impression. Seeing that Lin Feng was going to chase him, he was afraid that Lin Feng would make trouble for him. Li Rui, you are my driver and bodyguard, so helping people talk. Okay, I don't want him to pay compensation. I want him to have something else. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Li Rui took a closer look at Lin Feng and saw that there was no discomfort in him. He sighed in relief, and hurriedly drove to the net to chase him. If Lin Feng really wanted to pursue the crime of trampling on the Mercedes-Benz Helix, he really didn't know how to do it well. Fortunately, this boss does not bully others like other rich men. This also made Li Rui and others more fortunate that the boss he worked for was worthy of his service. With Mercedes-Benz, drove forward. There was a smile on Lin Feng's face. I didn't expect to meet him when I came out today. How could this person keep forgetting? No way. Must sign him. Must. Lin Feng clenched his fists and urged Li Rui to chase him with excitement. Although people run fast, they can't be as fast as cars. Before long, Li Rui drove to catch up with the man. The man heard the car horn blaring behind him, and when he looked back, it was the net that almost hit his Mercedes-Benz. Frowned and stopped. Although he has no money to pay, he will not choose to escape. As the car stopped, Lin Feng walked out of the car with a look of excitement. This, sir, I admit that I stepped on the car deliberately. If you want me to compensate, I will confess, but now I have no money, but I must have money to compensate you in the future. The man frowned and did not hide his intentional intentions. The motivation for revenge is very straightforward. Lin Feng smiled. I think you may have misunderstood. I will catch up, but I didn't come to you for compensation. Lin Feng shrugged and said with a smile. The man heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this stepped out a 4-hole. No matter how to repair it, it would cost a few thousand yuan. His family is really not rich. If I guessed correctly, you should be Liu Xiang. I wonder if I can buy you a cup of coffee and have a chat. By the way, Lin Feng excitedly said this person's name. He is Wazu Xiang. Speaking of Liu Xiang, Lin Feng believes in all Chinese people. Even Asians know it. He tied the Olympic record, broke the world record, and became the men's old rice hurdle Grand Slam winner, integrating the Olympic champion, the World Championship champion and the world record holder. More importantly, His appearance alone broke the situation where white players and black players dominated the heart race hurdles, and he was called the Light of Asia by the media of various countries in Yaoyuan. Lin Feng also didn't expect to accidentally crash Liu Xiang here, a young man who will dominate the old rice field in Asia from now on and compete with the best players from all over the world. Of course, Liu Xiang is still not well known. He just won the World University Games Championship and the National Games Championship. The real start to shine is still 3 months later, 4 of them at the AF Grand Prix in Lausanne, Switzerland on July 2nd. In seconds, it refreshed the old rice hurdle world youth record that has been maintained for many years, and broke the Asian record at the same time. Of course, Liu Xiang was completely popular in the Athens Olympics 2 years later. Liu Xiang cited Miao and tied the world record set by British player Colin Jacknian and broke Miao's Olympic record. The gold medal he won was also the first track and field gold medal won by a Chinese male athlete in the Olympics. Now that he ran into Liu Xiang, Lin Feng would naturally not let him go. Thinking about his future popularity in Asia, Lin Feng has no reason to let Liu Xiang go. Not to mention, Lin Feng personally admires Liu Xiang very much. At the award ceremony of the Chinese sports figures held in Shanghai in 1999, Liu Xiang did not thank you for that, and said a lot of false words of thanks. His first words were exciting. Today, I am standing here to win this award. First of all, I want to thank myself. Because of my own efforts, I can stand here today. This speech is indeed a bit arrogant, but Lin Feng appreciates it. Indeed, coaching is very important. But China's track and field has always had so many coaches. So, there are only a few athletes who can win the Olympic gold medal, and the only man who has won the Olympic gold medal in track and field is Liu Xiang. This is the strength he has earned through his own efforts. Sir, do you know me? Liu Xiang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this year's light and shameless owner of Mercedes-Benz would actually know him. Haha, I forgot to introduce myself, I tweeted, said Lin Feng. The president of Second World. Oh, you are Lin Feng, I know you. Liu Xiang, the Chinese owner of the Houston Rockets, suddenly realized and exclaimed. Although he is a track and field athlete, in addition to track and field, his favorite is basketball, and he can also slam dunk. Naturally, he also loves to read Zhao Zhao. How could he not know the news that Lin Feng acquired the Houston Rockets? Shih, Liu Xiang, get in the car and find a place to talk. Lin Feng invited. Okay, Lin Dong invited. I don't feel it. Liu Xiang smiled and pulled the car door and sat on it. During a casual chat with Liu Xiang, Lin Feng and others went to an open-air cafe on the Bund in Shanghai. Liu Xiang, you are a refreshing person, and I won't go in circles with you anymore. I want to invite you to be the spokesperson of our company. I don't know what you want, Lin Feng said straightforwardly. Don't go around in circles when you talk to someone with a personality like Liu Xiang. Otherwise it will arouse him resentment. It's unnecessary. Look for me. I'm just someone who crosses the old rice fence, and I don't have any reputation. Liu Xiang was taken aback. Pointing to himself, I couldn't believe it. He'll do it if I say it. What's more, I don't care about the present, but your future. I believe you will succeed in the future and become the number one in the country, number one in Asia, and number one in the world. Lin Feng said with a smile. Liu Xiang was slightly confused, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to be so optimistic about him. But my brokerage team is the China Athletics Association. I'm afraid I won't be in charge of these aspects. Liu Xiang said. Don't worry, as long as you personally want to, I will solve the problem with the Taxi Association. By the way, this is a simple contract. Look, if there are no problems, we will first reach an oral agreement, and then I will go to the Taxi Association and talk to you. Sign the contract officially. Lin Feng took out an initial agreement for Yao Ming from his briefcase. Liu Xiang opened it and looked at it, shocked. Each endorsement fee given to him by the contract is as high as 100,000 yuan. And signed a muscle. This really surprised Liu Xiang. He didn't expect Lin Feng to offer him such a generous contract. Donglin, this is too generous. Am I really worth the price? Liu Xiang was not hypocritical and asked directly. You are definitely not worth it now, but the future may be more than this price. I am going to renew your contract in advance. If you are afraid of being ashamed, you should work hard and try to get better results even if you return it to me. Lin Feng said with a smile. After listening, Liu Xiang nodded and raised his head again, his eyes gleaming. Sheik Sin, Lin Dong, I will never let you down. In the future, Liu Xiang will definitely make your contract worth the money. Liu Xiang vowed. Lin Feng nodded. This couldn't be better. By the way, I will also hire a nutritionist, a masseur, and a doctor who specializes in athlete injuries to ensure your health. Lin Feng remembered that Liu Xiang retired due to injury at the Beijing Olympics and was helpless. The deprivation of love just breathed for a while. The reason why Liu Xiang was injured was because of the injury caused during the game in the United States in May, but the root cause was that the corresponding nutrition, physiotherapy and medical care failed to keep up with the lack of reputation in the early days. Before Liu Xiang, no one in the country had ever run into a squat. His coach, Sun Haiping, studied how to practice, but the domestic medical level has not kept up with how to ensure his health. The robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added 84 minors. Xia Xinsi, Xia Duo. This time, Lin Feng will never let Liu Xiang repeat the same mistakes. Liu Xiang must not fall on the court because of injuries, who will only have one in Asia. Liu Xiang. Donglin, thank you so much for this. Liu Xiang is also welcome. He knows the medical level of the track team best, which is a shameless project. It is inevitable that China does not pay much attention to it. Moreover, the level of protection of athletes abroad is indeed higher than that of China. Of course, the kindness of talent and style was recorded in my heart, but the repayment is not with the mouth, but with the performance and the action. After bidding farewell to Liu Xiang, Lin Feng contacted the UADA Association to discuss about Liu Xiang's signing to become the endorsement of the Second World. Now Liu Xiang is not well known, and Tangxi is really surprised that Lin Feng signed a contract with Liu Xiang at a price of 10,000 yuan per year. In the commercial promotion of athletics, according to the regulations, athletes take the field, coaches are old, and the local sports bureau that trains the athletes is in the dark. Chinese Athletics Association keep gills. Do it this way. The Athletics Association can also get RMB 10,000 per year, which is a lot of income for the Athletics Association. And what made Lin Feng laugh or cry was that the Tangxi Association unexpectedly proposed to sign for a few more years. After consulting Liu Xiang, Lin Feng signed Liu Xiang's endorsement contract for the next 10 years at a price of RMB 10,000 per year. Of course, it stipulates that if you win the national championship, the Asian championship will have another reward. As for the Olympic champion, the Tangxi Association didn't fill in it, because I dare not think about it. After the signing of Liu Xiang was settled, Shanghai Oriental Sharks also relied on Yao Ming's dominance performance, got the championship as they wished, and officially started negotiations with Lin Feng about Yao Ming's transfer. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that the Houston Rockets can sign Yao Ming. For this negotiation, Lin Feng called Dawson directly from the Houston Rockets. Although Peng is forbidden to contact players before the draft, whoever makes this is China, not the United States. Stern is also beyond reach. Not to mention he still hopes to develop Chinese market. However, this negotiation was extremely unsuccessful. Since the Shanghai Oriental Shark, I don't know where to get the news. Knowing that Lin Feng signed a contract with a track and field athlete at a price of 10,000 yuan per year, the asking price suddenly rose. The original 5-year contract of 100 million yuan suddenly rose to 200 million yuan in 5 years. Regarding Lin Feng as one of the 7 heads, he is desperately recording and cutting. Of course, Lin Feng knows through contact that this does not reflect the intention of the general manager of Shanghai Oriental Shark Club. He does not want to be too popular. The 100 million yuan contract is enough for Shanghai Oriental Shark's operation in the next 5 years. There are other income. However, the ownership of the Shanghai Oriental Sharks belongs to the Shanghai Basketball Association of the Shanghai Sports Committee, facing Yao Ming's big cake. If these administrative officials take a bite, I really feel sorry for their conscience. Therefore, it is necessary to negotiate with these officials. Unable to bear their cheeks, and they just fell apart, Lin Feng entrusted Dawson to take charge of the negotiation. Inside the box of a restaurant in Shanghai. Donglin, sorry, my contract has caused you trouble. Yao Ming frowned. Hee, there is no way, these basketball association officials are like this. Of course, this is only the Shanghai Basketball Association officials. No matter how much they want, it will not be much. The real trouble is the Chinese Basketball Association. About Chinese players playing overseas, the approval agreement stipulates that the percentage of salary must be turned over to the Basketball Association. This is not a small amount. You must be the champion this year. According to the Zhao champion contract, the contract period is tame. The last year the team has the priority to choose. There are a total of young people. $20,000 to choose 10,000, for olds 10,000, solution 30,000, fierce 10,000. Lin Feng is really upset about the Basketball Association's need to divide it. Although the field was handed over by Yao Ming, Lin Feng didn't learn that the Chinese Basketball Association would be divided into fields. And as long as you are still a player of the Chinese Basketball Association, even to participate in the national team, all the salaries of the overseas playing league must be handed in. This makes Lin Feng angry. How can Lin Feng help Yao Ming save this money this time? For nothing else. It's just uncomfortable that these official masters record and cut people like this. Yao Ming sighed and cursed secretly. As a player, he is understandable for the compensation that the Shanghai Oriental Shark requires. After all, he has been drained. Although his family also pays training fees every year, but in any case, the Shanghai Oriental Shark has made him famous. But for the Basketball Association's salary dividends, I really don't understand. Okay, don't think too much. By the way, I have a contract here. I invite you to be the spokesperson of our company. Come and see if you are dissatisfied. Lin Feng handed Yao Ming a contract. This contract is much higher than Liu Xiang's. After all, Yao Ming now has the championship. He is about to go to Goose, and it is very likely that he entered Zhao with the identity of the former foreign champion. And his worth has also risen. Lin Feng's contract is 10,000 yuan per year, signed for 3 years. This contract is more in line with Yao Ming's current worth, but once he becomes the first foreign national champion, and after he has achieved his own results, he is worth more than that. Jump up several times at least, but now Yao Ming is not the champion after all, and he hasn't proved himself yet. Especially he and the Shanghai Oriental Shark, and the contract between the Basketball Association has not yet been settled. No one knows the future. Of course, except for Lin Feng. After taking a closer look, Yao Ming nodded. Donglin, I'm looking for an economic team these days, and I will sign with you when it is finalized. However, I personally have a request. I hope you can be more generous regarding the compensation of the Shanghai Oriental Shark Club. If the budget is exceeded, I can personally compensate Yao Ming in the future and sincerely say. Lin Feng nodded. Unexpectedly, Yao Ming was really the same as before. He would rather lose money to compensate the Shanghai Oriental Shark. Don't worry, I know this in my mind. On the Basketball Association's side, you have to think of ways to do it yourself. If it doesn't work, I will help you expose this contract. I believe that the Basketball Association will not risk offending the people and athletes of the country. But before that, you should also go to Zhao early. I want you to appear in this year's draft. and it is better to appear early in the Zoji training camp. This will be of great benefit to your Zhao career, Lin Feng said. But there will be the Asian Games this year. Yao Ming frowned. If you don't participate in the Asian Games, you are also a champion if you don't participate in China. Besides, is your goal to be the Asian Games champion? Is there only one Asian Games champion? Lin Feng stimulated. But Yao Ming still hesitated. Don't worry, starting from tomorrow, you will be injured. I will let Shanghai Oriental Shark cooperate with you. Lin Feng smiled weirdly. Seeing Yao Ming still not petitioning, Lin Feng explained, you have to believe me. I'm not unpatriotic, and I don't want China to achieve good results. But my goal is not in Asia, but in the world. I hope that China can win a championship among the 3 major men's ball games. There is definitely no hope for men's volleyball. Football is even more hopeless than men's volleyball. Only basketball has hope. And this little hope lies in you. The stronger you are, the higher the level of Chinese basketball. And I will definitely focus on it. You train a group of helpers to win the World Championships and the Olympic champions. After Yao Ming listened, the whole person stayed. He didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a big ambition, but this wish was really good, and he was full of enthusiasm. Okay, Lin Dong, just listen to you. I fraud. Once, for a better future, I frauded, once. Yao Ming said with a fist. The robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added the 8 for young masters. Xiexin decided, and Xia Duo. Lin Feng smiled. This catty, fraud injury. It is not only for the future of Chinese basketball, but the significance is great. No more today, thank you for your support. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Alice Hip Goddess Jangxin Hotting Word Pants Video Exposure! Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 444, Crazy Basketball Association? Question mark. In 2002, on April 23, Yao Ming was injured. Before he was about to participate in the NBA draft, the news came out and the whole country was shocked. All basketball fans can't believe this fact. China's Yao Ming, the top pick this year, was actually injured. All the media immediately rushed to the Shanghai Oriental Sharks club to interview head coach Li Qiping and general manager Lu Hao, asking Yao Ming's injury, whether it would affect his NBA draft situation and whether it would threaten his career. In the face of reporters' questions, both Li Qiping, the head coach of Shanghai Oriental Sharks, and Lu Hao, the general manager, were vague. They only said that Yao Ming had a minor fracture in his left ankle during a routine inspection after the CBA finals, which was an old injury. It only takes a period of training. It will not affect Yao Ming's future in the NBA, let alone his career. But I am afraid this Asian Games will be choking. After hearing that it will not affect Yao Ming's career, all fans are relieved. As for this Asian Games, it is really nothing in the eyes of domestic fans. In Asia, it is boring to bully teams that are generally less popular. It is boring to win more. If you want to win, you will win a strong European team. However, the fans breathed a sigh of relief, but the Chinese Basketball Association was nervous to death. At this point, Yao Ming was actually injured, which affected all the plans prepared by the Basketball Association. Judging from Yao Ming's current popularity and market value, it is definitely a hen who only lays golden eggs, and is preparing to start a series of commercial operations around it. Unexpectedly, Yao Ming was injured at this time. And the most important thing is that the Asian Games are about to begin. This time there is no Wang Zizi. If there is no Yao Ming, if they lose the men's basketball championship, the faces of these officials will not look good, and it is also related to the political future. In desperation, the Chinese Basketball Association sent officials to Shanghai and asked Li Qiping and Lu Hao why Yao Ming was injured, and also came to do Yao Ming's ideological work, hoping that Yao Ming can put the national honor as the most important thing, as long as the injury is not too important. he will go to South Korea. Busan wins glory for the country. Faced with this impassioned lobbying by basketball officials, Yao Ming, who originally felt ashamed, felt angry after hearing this. The two officials who came to lobby, except for a hypocritical question about Yao Ming's foot injury, the rest of the time was just talking about national honor and so on. They asked Yao Ming to carry forward the fine tradition of revolutionary martyrs not getting under the line of fire, and not just because of a little injury. Not going to Busan to participate in the Asian Games, this made Yao Ming extremely cold. National honor is naturally important, but there is no need to always use the righteousness of the country to suppress others. It seems that if you don't go to Busan, South Korea to participate in the Asian Games because of a little bit of injury, you will be treason. For the unimportant Asian Games, is it worth the cost of the entire career? Chairman Mao has said that it is necessary to judge the situation and learn to shift strategically. This time he was injured to be able to integrate into the NBA faster, to prove that the Chinese can also gain a foothold in the NBA, and to lead Chinese basketball to go further in the future. In contrast, is an Asian Games really so important? Finally, under the noisy lobbying of the Basketball Association officials, Yao Ming directly rejected the mobilization of the two Basketball Association officials with a foot injury. Seeing Yao Ming's refusal so resolutely, the two Basketball Association officials left with a gloomy look. Yao Ming, you are not so good. Yao Ming's father Yao Ziyuan said with a frown. In his heart, he does not approve of Yao Ming's fraudulent injury behavior. Although his personal future is important, national honor is more important, even if it is just an Asian Games champion who has little weight in the world. Okay, you old man, you left me when I gave birth to Yao Ming for a game. Do you know how uncomfortable I was at the time? How much do you want you to be with me? This time is not a national life or death. Men's basketball I have won for more than 10 years, and even if I lose once, I am afraid of nothing. Yao Ming's future is the most important. Yao Ming's mother Fang Fengdai glared at Yao Ziyuan and said. Yao Ming smiled when he saw his parents bickering. However, Lin Feng's foresight in his heart was very admired. When Lin Feng asked Yao Ming to swindle, he told Yao Ming that the Basketball Association officials would not give up and let him not waver easily, as expected. At this time, the officials of the Basketball Association who could not lobby Yao Ming, angrily cast all their anger on Shanghai Oriental Sharks coaches Li Quping and Lu Hao, scolding them for harming the top star of the Chinese national team Yao Ming for a domestic CBA championship, scolded the two for not knowing the priority of things, scolded them for not knowing the severity, and scolded the two of them bloody. Li Quping and Lu Hao were also helpless. Yao Ming was injured because they conspired with Lin Feng. When Lin Feng approached them and told them to let Yao Ming go to the United States for training camp ahead of schedule, the two were shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to ask them to conspire to deceive the leaders of the Basketball Association, especially when I heard that Yao Ming agreed to do so, let alone how wonderful the expressions of the two were. They couldn't believe that a patriotic person like Yao Ming would listen to Lin Feng and cheat when the Asian Games is about to open. On the spot, the two threatened that they would never deceive the leaders of the Basketball Association in this way, and advised Lin Feng not to mess around and teach Yao Ming not to be bad. But when they heard that Lin Feng's wish was for the Chinese men's basketball team to win the Olympic gold medal, the two were completely moved. For the future of Yao Ming and the future of the Chinese basketball team, it is nothing to sacrifice an Asian Games. Moreover, the strength of the Chinese men's basketball team lies here. Without Yao Ming, the Chinese men's basketball team is still the top Asian team. Moreover, Lin Feng's analysis is correct. Basketball Association officials care about their immediate interests. They only value their achievements during their tenure in order to promote them in the future, so any championship they can win must be won. As for the injuries of the players, as long as they can't die. If Yao Ming participates in all national team games, sooner or later, he will be exhausted. But there is only one talent like Yao Ming in the Chinese basketball world, and this loss cannot be afforded. After repeated weighing, the two agreed to play the scene with Lin Feng. Of course, what can make the two people nod and agree is the compensation agreement. The agreement stipulates, if the Houston Rockets successfully pick Yao Ming, Lin Feng will purchase the Shanghai Oriental Sharks home stadium advertisement at a price of 300 million yuan in 10 years in his own name. With this 300 million capital guarantee, plus other income, Shanghai Oriental can at least operate normally in the next 10 years. As the club's coach and general manager, this compensation agreement is really important. The two basketball association officials were still in the office of the general manager of the Shanghai Oriental Sharks Club, Akimbo. Li Qiping looked at the time and found that it had been 1 hour and 45 minutes, but the two officials still cursed. And they didn't. A repetitive sentence is really admirable. Director Yang, in fact, the strength of the Chinese men's basketball team is the only one in Asia. This time Yao Ming was injured, just to exercise Tang Zhengdong and other young people, and if you are worried about losing the championship, you can call Wang Zizi back. He is here, and the champion has nothing to worry about, Li Qiping said. Some senior coaches in the basketball world are aware of Wang Zizi and the Basketball Association's bad things. This is why when Wang Zizi and the Basketball Association are so uncomfortable, Bei's coaching team is still in contact with Wang Zizi to help him through. The reason, Li Qiping also wanted to take this opportunity to help Wang Zizi. However, if Wang Zizi's personal salary is 50% short, it will be difficult to return to China if he does not make up for it. What? You actually mentioned Wang Zizi, that traitor, to me? Even if this kind of person begs for mercy in a low voice, don't even think about returning to the national team. His behavior of forgetting his ancestors is absolutely not to be taken lightly. The two basketball association officials seemed to have been stepped on. Like a dog's tail, he jumped up and shouted. Li Qiping sneered in his heart, and stopped talking. Yao Ming will definitely not be able to go to the Asian Games anyway. You have to scold him. Even if you scold him, he is used to it anyway. In the face of facts, no matter how much scolding, apart from venting the anger in the heart, there can be no change to the facts. In the end, the Basketball Association officials had to return to Beijing, and soon a press conference was held to announce the fact that Yao Ming would be absent from the 2002 Asian Games in Busan, South Korea. At the press conference, he always criticized certain domestic coaches for a bit of personal honor. The narrow mindset of disregarding national interests and calling on other CBA coaches to put the overall situation first when facing major international competitions. These words provoke a while of contempt by the domestic CBA coaches. If this is the case, how can the league be played every 4 years in the Asian Games, the Olympic Games every 4 years? The World Basketball Championship is also every 4 years. The Asian Basketball Championship is even every 2 years. And what other Stankovic Cups are there? Afterwards, they will stop playing in CBA teams, and rest at home and wait for international matches. Lin Feng looked at the madness of the Basketball Association officials for a while. He had already seen that these basketball officials were not pleasing to the eye, and they were all in the eyes of money. For his own political achievements, he treated the players improperly and took the country's righteousness at every turn. Come to press people, damn. What? However, Lin Feng's fraudulent injury to Yao Ming this time is not only beneficial to him, but also has an immeasurable impact on his future NBA career. Yao Ming can now have plenty of time to rest and train. His foot injuries and back injuries can be alleviated. His injuries will probably be greatly eased in the future. Moreover, the improvement of his personal strength will definitely help the Chinese national basketball team in the long run. Has an immeasurable effect. From Lin Feng's point of view, although he has invested 300 million yuan in the next 10 years, it has been exchanged for Yao Ming's friendship. After the end of the CBA finals, after Yao Ming finalized his agent Team Yao Zi, he first signed a contract with Lin Feng, and to Lin Feng's surprise, Yao Ming took the initiative to lower the endorsement fee and increase it. The contract period. The annual endorsement fee is 3 million, the contract period is 10 years, and there is no price increase during the period. This contract, from the perspective of Jiang Mingjai, who has just become the main agent in charge of Yao Ming's agent team, is an incredible behavior, which is too stupid. Regarding Jiang Mingjai's doubts, he even offered to help him sign a new contract that was more in line with his worth, but Yao Ming directly rejected it. Brother Jiang, I am willing to compensate Lin Dong for this contract. Originally, according to NBA rules, Lin Dong could not compensate the Shanghai Oriental Shark with 300 million yuan. This is what I owe him, Yao Ming said with gratitude. For the Basketball Association, Yao Ming is very upset. But for the Shanghai Oriental Shark Club, Yao Ming is full of affection. This time, Lin Fengnen used 300 million yuan to sponsor it. Yao Ming believes that after he leaves the Shanghai Oriental Sharks, the first basketball team he played for will not collapse. You don't have to sign for 10 years. It's too long. Once you play in the NBA in the future, your worth will increase more than 10 times. Jiang Mingjai felt that the most exaggerated contract was the 10-year period. If I only sign for 3 years, it would also show that I am too insincere, and I will feel guilty. 10 years of signing, maybe longer. But what if I can't make a deal in the future? Yao Ming explained with a smile. Of course, this is just what Yao Ming said casually. 10 years of signing the contract is also a pressure on Yao Ming. He definitely wants to make a name in the NBA and return Lin Feng's respect. Jiang Mingjai saw that he could not persuade Yao Ming, but fortunately this was only a contract, and signing the Second World was not a loss. At least behind the Second World was Lin Feng, the richest man in the country, and Yao Ming had a good relationship with him. It will always be good for the future. Lin Feng smiled knowingly for Yao Ming's generosity. Yao Ming is the same as Liu Xiang. Although the personality is more reserved and the other is more public, they are both very loyal people. These two people are worthy of friendship. What's more, the future glory of China depends on the two of them. During this period of time, Lin Feng also took the opportunity to dig a professional nutritionist, a professional physiotherapist, and an autocratic sports injury physician from the United States. Those who have served by the champion, such as Alan Johnson and Trammell, are all famous players in the 110-meter hurdles. With the experience of serving by their side, Lin Feng believes that the 3 professional doctors will better serve Liu Xiang. Let the light of Asia shine forever. Boss, the first supercomputer has been assembled. Bruce Allen called Lin Feng excitedly. With sufficient funds and full authorization, Bruce Allen gave full play to his expertise during this time and assembled a personal DIY supercomputer that has been the strongest. Although the function is limited by the operating system, it is relatively single, but for the Second World, it is completely enough. 6720 Pentium 4 processors with hyper-threading technology. For the application of Second World online games, Bruce Arent is specially equipped with 10,320 ATI image processing units equivalent to the graphics card of a normal computer, with a second 12 trillion operations speed. Bruce Allen, I believe that in the next supercomputer ranking, he will make this supercomputer named Mowu #1 inch and he will definitely be on the list. Of course, it's just purely in terms of speed. Lin Feng secretly praised that the first season of The King of Fighters Online in mainland China has just ended, and under the promotion of Takashi Nishiyama and Wu Zhaopu, Asian and Southeast Asian countries have also joined The King of Fighters Online, taking this opportunity to test the power of supercomputers. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 445 Mowu #1. Boss, how about it? This is our company's first supercomputer. I named it Mowu 1. Bruce Allen looked at the rows of cabinets as if looking at his own child. Face happiness and contentment. Lin Feng was slightly speechless. Although I knew the size of the supercomputer was appalling, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I was terribly frightened. Mao U number 1 inch is composed of 78 cabinets. Each cabinet covers an area of 1.44 square meters, is 2 meters high, and weighs 1.5 tons. The total weight of the system is equivalent to 13 Shenzhou spacecraft, and ventilation and other conditions are taken into consideration. Mao Yuan needs a room of nearly 1,000 square meters. In order to install this Mao U number 1 inch, Lin Feng had to temporarily rent a large warehouse near the Second World headquarters, so as not to overwhelm the building due to the weight of the Mao U number 1 inch. However, this also reminded Lin Feng when Tom Wright, chief engineer of the Second World Infrastructure Department, was taking the time to cast the reinforced concrete of the Second World headquarters. Lin Feng asked him to pay attention to the future Second World super for the placement of computers. Don't be able to place supercomputers because the headquarters building does not have enough weight. That would be a real joke. After Tom Wright carefully calculated the total amount of Mao U number 1 inch and asked Wu Xiaopu to evaluate the number of supercomputers that the Second World might have in the future, he forcibly revised the drawings and changed the future Second World headquarters. The load-bearing capacity of the building has increased by a full 3 times. But due to restrictions such as the already laid foundation, the height of the Second World headquarters building will drop slightly. I am afraid that after completion, it may not exceed the 508 designed for the 101 building in Taiwan meter. In this regard, Lin Feng didn't care too much. The so-called world's number 1 skyscraper is just a gimmick. As long as it can become a symbolic building in Shanghai, it does not have to be the number 1 skyscraper in the world. Boss. The only regret is that the current operating system software is a supercomputer system software that I programmed myself. It has a single function. It can only be used as a game server for the time being, and it cannot fully utilize its performance. Bruce Allen regretted. There is no other way. Mao U number 1 inch has 6,720 Pentium 4 processors with hyper-threading technology and 10,320 ATI image processing units. I want to design a system that can optimally play its full performance. Software. The program line alone needs to exceed 500,000 codes. According to the standard rate of writing 20 lines of code per programmer per hour, one person needs to write 25,000 hours, and 100 programmers need 250 hours. Moreover, this is not considered midway revision, discussion, final review, testing and other time. Therefore, Bruce Allen can only temporarily use a simple supercomputer operating system he designed before. Although it is still unable to fully utilize its performance, it can only be so at present. Lin Feng frowned. This was a problem. My company's supercomputer is not the only one. If it is like this, it's not good. This is too wasteful. Boss, don't worry. I have already looked into the computer of a manager of the production and development department of IBM. I have already obtained some of the peripheral data of the supercomputer developed by IBM. Although the core data is not available for the time being, I believe that sooner or later can steal data from it without revealing a trace. Kevin Mitnick said confidently. Yes, when we dig out a few senior programmers from Microsoft, we can develop what we call a supercomputer operating system. Bruce Allen said with a fist. Cooperating with our cloud computing to interconnect the company's supercomputers, I believe that our company will have the world's best supercomputer network terminal. Cohen said yearning. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. With these 3 people, the company's technical strength will not be weak, especially the existence of Kevin Mitnick. As long as he is no longer as pretentious and careless as before, Lin Feng believes that there is nothing in this world a cybersecurity expert can catch him. Previously caught by Japanese internet expert Shimomura, it was Kevin Mitnick who was too arrogant and deliberately lured Shimomura to catch him, playing a cat-play-mouse trick. Unexpectedly, with the cooperation of the FBI, he was single-handedly. The thin Kevin Mitnick was eventually captured. Now with his own company as the back office, Kevin Mitnick will be able to truly fly online. By the way, How much did this Maoyu 1 cost? Lin Feng asked. A total of $9.2 million was spent before and after. Bruce Allen said. Lin Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect the configuration to be close to 20% higher than before, but the price was $800,000 less than the budget. Ha, boss, don't you know, if you walk into companies such as IBM, Dell, Intel, etc., tell them that you have a budget of $10 million, how much processor they can sell you, and if you go to a few more, you will find shop around for the truth. Bruce Allen said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. Bruce, you assemble 3 more supercomputers. I'm afraid this time Swordman love, loyalty and servicing the country needs multiple supercomputers to make the player's computer run smoothly. Lin Feng gave the order after thinking about it. No problem, boss. Bruce Allen nodded. Then Bruce Allen held a press conference to announce the birth of the first supercomputer in the second world. The computing speed of 12 trillion operations and the price of $9.2 million shocked all reporters, especially those competitors who had previously accused the second world of setting smoke bombs. They were shocked to speak at the news. But for all players, it can't be better. The more powerful the supercomputers of the second world are, the more smooth the operating environment will be enjoyed as a player. Netizen Hozad said this is really exciting. Second world can have its own supercomputer, which is the pride of all Chinese people and the happiness of all players. When netizens all over the country discussed what kind of speed the second world supercomputer will bring, Takashi Nishiyama also returned with good news. Boss, the first season of the King of Fighters Online League in mainland China has ended. Masters of all levels have been decided, and all players have been awarded the Medal of Honor and bonuses for the top 10 players on the major lists, the Sky List, the Ground List. The rankings also determined 29 players each to represent mainland China to participate in the first King of Fighters Online Champions League. Takashi Nishiyama said with a bright face. After the launch of the King of Fighters Online League system and the Champions League across Asia, player interest has risen unprecedentedly. The fixed 200 games per month have been broken by players early. On average, each player has participated in 275 games in April, and the limited number of registered players has exceeded 4.5 million. Of course, there are also happiness worries. The increased number of players has exceeded the total number of players that can be supported by the previously established Sky, Ground, and Human lists. Takashi Nishiyama's temporary commode has 26 levels in the Human list, and each level is expanded. 5,000 people, it can be regarded as stuffing these people in. Although this made the players' promotion and relegation more intense to a certain extent, it undoubtedly made the game more fun. Well, by the way, how many countries in Asia and Southeast Asia can launch our King of Fighters Online League? Lin Feng is most concerned about this. Haha, boss. In addition to mainland China, Taiwan, China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, a total of 2 regions and 5 countries can launch our King of Fighters Online League. Takashi Nishiyama introduced excitedly. Well, boss, we have already established branches in Taiwan, South Korea and Japan in our second world, but I did not build branches in Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, and Hong Kong, said Wu Zhaopu. Lin Feng was taken aback, but knowing that Wu Zhaopu must have his own idea, so he waited for the following. In the 3 countries of Hong Kong and Singapore, although the King of Fighters series is very popular, the overall population and market are too small, so it is not cost-effective to establish a branch there. In particular, the political situation in Thailand has always been unstable. I am afraid that when the political situation is turbulent, the campaigner's core secrets will be stolen by someone who is interested, Wu Zhaopu explained. Lin Feng nodded. Therefore, for more than a month, I only set up a simple and small company in 4 regions to transfer data midway, mainly relying on servers in Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and headquarters for data processing. Previously, Japan, During the qualifying test for players in South Korea and other countries, it was also proved that servers in the 4 regions can handle the data traffic processing of players in all countries in Asia and Southeast Asia. Although it was a bit stuck at the peak of the launch, I believe that with the introduction of supercomputers, the assistance of cloud computing and the additional burden of data traffic in Singapore and other countries will not have any impact on the company, Wu Xiaopu said confidently. Lin Feng praised. Although the second world seems to be making money fast, it seems like printing money, but there are many places to spend money. The Legend Movie City, the second world headquarters building, supercomputers, game development, etc., almost emptied the second world, minus the budgets that have been approved so far. The second world account. The remaining liquidity is only about $100 million. Although $100 million is sufficient for most game companies, it is too little for the second world. Wu Xiaopu was able to save the company everywhere in this way, and Lin Feng had to sigh that he had dug people from Shanda right. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 440. It's time to fight back. Also, given that the base of the player base in various countries is relatively small, is it possible to merge the regions with fewer people? Otherwise, I am afraid that the number of league-level players will not be reached at all. For example, in Hong Kong, it is only necessary to exceed the 35,100 players required by the top players. Not bad. Singapore is similar. Thailand and Malaysia are slightly more. Wu Xiaopu reluctantly proposed. No, this will lose the pleasure of multinational players competing, and putting 2 players from different regions in the same league will also weaken the impact of the Champions League to a certain extent. If the number of people is small, the number of people will be small. Sky list, ground list, people list level. You can appropriately reduce the league level, such as Hong Kong players. The Sky list can only be set to 9 levels. Then if you participate in the Champions League, the Sky list A level shot 4 players. Send 3 players from each of the other 8 levels. Lin Feng said after a moment of thought. Wu Xiaopu thought for a while and nodded. After all, the attraction of the Champions League lies in the confrontation between players from multiple countries. Letting players from different countries or regions fight in the same league in advance will indeed affect the attraction of the Champions League. Moreover, the reduction in the number of participating countries makes it too boring for major gaming countries such as China, Japan, and South Korea. China, Japan, and South Korea cannot compete in all competitions. It is always a bit aesthetic fatigue to watch too much. Subsequently, Takashi Nishiyama and Wu Xiaopu held a press conference to announce that the Second World officially launched the plan of the King of Fighters Online Asian League. During this period of time, many reporters have become accustomed to Lin Feng not attending company press conferences. Although they feel a lot less fun and a protagonist who often makes news, a series of actions in the Second World have allowed them to write news. When you get soft, you don't care about it anymore. What's more, many reporters have also received faint news that Avril is about to hold a global concert, and the third stop is Shanghai, China. As soon as Avril arrives, many reporters are still afraid that Lin Feng will not be on the road and there will be no news. Avril, come on, all reporters shouted in their hearts. Dear friends from the press, after more than a month of public testing, the King of Fighters Online developed by our company will officially launch the Asian League program in May. It will be launched in Asian and Southeast Asian countries. Hong Kong, China, Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore have launched the King of Fighters Online leagues in various countries. The system will be the same as the Chinese Mainland League. The promotion system will be adopted. At the end of each season, all players will be awarded medals of honor, and the players in the game will be rewarded. Takashi Nishiyama talked freely. Many reporters were amazed. They did not expect this Asian League to be launched so soon. Compared with the lengthy procedures and time required for other domestic game companies to investigate, research, develop, etc., The second world is really fast enough. In terms of speed, the second world is ahead of all game companies by numbers. However, what surprised the reporters is still to come. Because of the King of Fighters Online Asian League, there will be a total of 5 countries, as well as Hong Kong and Taiwan, and a total of 7 players from different regions will join. In order to promote exchanges between players from various countries and regions, and to improve the level of players, our company will also launch the Champions League, allowing top players from all over the world to compete on the same field and decide who is the strongest player in the King of Fighters Online. Takashi Nishiyama said with a punch. At the same time, in order to encourage all players to participate, this time the second world will adopt a brand new reward system. A total of players from China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, Thailand, Singapore, and Malaysia will participate in the competition. Each member of the first-placed representative team will receive a prize of RMB 1000. Each member of the second-placed team will receive a prize of RMB 700. Each of the third-placed team will receive a prize of RMB 500, and the fourth-placed team will receive a prize of RMB 300. As for the RMB bonus, the fifth place will each receive 100 yuan. The sixth place will receive 50 yuan, and the seventh will each receive 1 yuan. Wu Zhaopu announced later. This news was previously announced by the Second World, but when the Champions League was actually launched with the Asian League, it still shocked all reporters, especially for the many competitors of the Second World and the online game companies. What they see in their eyes is that the Second World will earn a lot of money, and countless yuan and yen will flood in Second World pocket. But what can they do? There is nothing but admiration. Of course, what worries them even more is that the Second World already has its own supercomputer, with a calculation speed of 12 trillion times, which is shocking to think about. 20 faster than the state's latest research and development Dawn 3000 inches times. This makes everyone's online game company CEOs dumbfounded. Such a supercomputer as a server terminal, it is enviable to think about it. And the cost of such a supercomputer is only $9.2 million, which is too cheap. Of course, what makes many online game company bosses sleepless is the upcoming public beta of Swordsman Love. Loyalty to the country. If once the player's computer and the Second World supercomputer can load this online game with a bit advanced design, I'm afraid, for all online game companies, it will be another horrible and ruthless shuffle. I don't know how many companies will be kicked out in this shuffle. Of course, for players, the King of Fighters Online Asian League, which has been waiting for more than a month, is finally launched, and the most anticipated Champions League has finally come out. Players from various Asian countries will be able to meet in the game on a large scale for the first time, contest who is the strongest player in the King of Fighters game, and compete for the supreme number 1. Players chanted "Tears of No Desire, come on, masters of the King of Fighters from all over the world. We Chinese players have been waiting for you for a long time." The player Crazy V Wolf laughed wildly. "I want to tear up all my opponents like a wolf king. Those who follow me prosper, those who rebel against me perish." The player Naive Layman laughed. "You are too naive. There is only one champion, which is my Chinese team." Is China with the largest number of players? Or the originator of the game, Japan? Or is it South Korea, the representative of modern Asian competitive games, or some other country? However, when players from all over the world were eager to hone their skills, waiting for the start of the national leagues, and waiting for the start of the Champions League, the heart-wrenching Tauji jumped out again and reprimanded the so-called King of Fighters Online Asian League. And the Champions League not only harms domestic students, but also all Asian students. It calls on the Asian Education Association to jointly block the Second World and let this cancer disappear from this world. Otherwise, the future of all Asian students is worrying, and the future of all Asian countries is worrying. Tao called a beast and even threatened that if the Second World is not eliminated for a day, students will not be able to study at ease, teachers will not be able to concentrate on teaching, and parents will not be able to work wholeheartedly. For the sake of students, for parents, for the country, Second World, it must be eliminated, and online games must be blocked. Facing Toe's calling beast clamor, all players were indignant. They had never thought that someone would be so disgusting and shameless. Suddenly, there were tens of millions of posts cursing Tao calling the beast. But any post with the title Tao calling the beast, each it would get tens of thousands of clicks, and the reply rate reached a rare 100%. But all the players' remarks are really nothing to the thick-skinned Tao called the beast, who can't even penetrate the Scud missile. He doesn't hear things outside the window, and just wants to count the bills. For Tao called beast, he only cares about how many parents of students send students to his internet addiction cessation camp. Each student is 4,800 yuan, 10 students is 48, and 100 students is 480,000. Faced with Toe's repeated provocations by calling the beast, Lin Feng was furious. For this kind of clown to bear, it will only make him feel like a bully. Lin Feng punched a hole in his office desk and snorted coldly, "Mr. Wu, prepare a press conference for me. I want to teach this Tao called a beast a lesson. Say that my game has nothing to do except earning players' parents' hard-earned money, making them addicted to the game, and letting them waste their studies. Humphrey, I want you to see what my game can bring to players." May 1, 2002. Labor Day, is also the first day of the official start of the KOF Online Asian League. Although the KOF Online will be available to Asian and Southeast Asian countries at 8 AM, the KOF Online is available on the domestic server, but there are not many players. All the players are waiting in front of the computer, on the tomato, waiting for a press conference at 9:30 in the morning. The malignant tumor theory of two worlds is a counterattack against the evil theory of online games. All players are looking forward to how Lin Feng will fight back against this disgusting Tao called beast, how to help all players vent their ill, so that this brazen Tao called beast will get out, and let them be proud of it. In front of the parents, play the game with confidence. Many reporters came to the press conference room early, and the earliest reporter stayed here at 8 o'clock just to get a good position. This is Lin Feng's first press conference in more than a month. The opportunity is really rare, especially the counterattack meeting against Toe's call the beast remarks. This will undoubtedly be very exciting, very, very exciting. At 9:30 in the morning, Lin Feng appeared at the press conference on time, a relaxed face and a smile on his face. But the smile makes people feel a deep chill. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 447, Bill Gates also loves games. Reeks, 75. Chapter 447, Bill Gates also loves games. Hearing that in the silence of the event, all the reporters were quietly looking at the potato with a faint smile on his face, but Lin Feng, whose brows contained evil spirits, was expectant and uneasy in his heart. This book was reproduced on 91do.com during this period. Toe's calling beast online game commentator is well known as the most representative company among domestic and even global online game companies. The Second World naturally bears the brunt, especially negging the launch of the King of Fighters Heart Asian League. As the most representative arcade fighting game of the generation in Asia and Southeast Asia, it provokes the deepest memories in the memories of all players and Danhu players. Among these players, the players are working hard for their careers. Most of them are studying in school after the rush, but because of the launch of Fist, these queens and the madly active in the game caused dissatisfaction with the family and the school. In addition, Tao excess remarks of calling the beast naturally make 20 the Second World on the cusp of the storm. Under this circumstance, Lin Feng came out to call out the target of this news conference, and all reporters were naturally clear. From the past, Lin Feng Yin and Tao called a beast broke out like this. Before the news conference, the editor-in-chief of the media ordered the opening of a temporary evening paper to report Lin Feng Jianyao's remarks as soon as possible. However, while looking forward to Lin Feng's remarks, many reporters had to worry about whether Lin Feng's remarks would be too out of control. The game has always passed the street mouse in Fengo, although it has improved slightly in recent years. However, in the eyes of many teachers and parents, it is still a monster, especially the emergence of online games, the growing up of teachers, parents' dissatisfaction and some disputes caused by online games. It even made the schools and families across the country dissatisfied. This is why people like Tao called beasts appeared. But if Lin Feng's counterattack is once excessive, or the inflammatory speech may not be a good thing for Lin Feng to the second world. Even if he wins, Tao X called a beast. But it angered the entire society of teachers and parents' joint appeal. Provoking a blow from the Ministry of Education is a devastating blow to the Chinese online game market that has finally formed a climate. But if you don't fight back, letting Tao call the beast continue to shout like this is not only annoying, and it will give teachers and parents more excuses to criticize the game against students and minors. Even adults poisoning Lin Feng is fighting an impossible war. And this is also Tao called a beast. Dare to criticize the reasons for re-traveling and attacking the second world unscrupulously. Tao is called a beast. He is watching the live broadcast of TomatoNet in front of the computer. The Shanghai Oriental TV station was planning to broadcast the live broadcast. After all, the ratings are extremely high. The Shanghai municipal government also agreed, but suddenly received a notice from Beijing to order this news release. Will not be allowed to live broadcast. Shanghai Oriental TV station can only give up as to the reason. I am afraid that Lin Feng's words are too sharp and everyone will not be able to end the live broadcast. It is very leisurely to see how Lin Feng fights back. In fact, it is already doomed for the victory or defeat. There are hundreds of millions of teachers and parents behind him. They are his strong backing and indestructible. Lin Feng cleared his throat, smiled slightly. There are more reporters present today than I thought. I also heard that many reporters waited here at 8 o'clock in the morning. After waiting for so long, I wonder if you are hungry? Do you want to eat something first? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Many reporters shook their heads and they were not here to eat. Even if I'm hungry, I endure it now, let alone eat anything. First, here is Professor To's attack on our company's launch of Fist Heart. Say that we are letting minors indulge in online games. I apologize to parents across the country for the wasteful studies. When Lin Feng said this, he paused slightly. There was an uproar all around. But Lin Feng would actually apologize. Many netizens who watched the live broadcast in front of the computer were also angry. They did not expect Lin Feng to apologize. Do they deserve to die for playing games? There were tens of thousands of posts on Baidu Post Bar that criticized Lin Feng for being too weak and cursed Lin Feng for giving in to these irresponsible remarks. Isn't Lin Feng going to run the second world game in the future? At the same time, they are also watching Tomato. The CEOs of many game companies that broadcast live are also shocked. They are extremely entangled at this moment. Although To's calling beast remarks are aimed at the second world, but the impact is that the entire online game market will collapse this time if the second world collapses. They also don't want to have a good life. But if the second world survives this time and then confronts To's calling beast censure, I am afraid that in the future, players will recommend a higher status in the hearts of players. In the future, the lives of these online game companies will not look good. But the entanglement boils down to entanglement. Most online game company bosses still support Lin Feng in this matter. At least X second world, no matter how powerful they are, they can still have food. Second world. It is impossible to occupy all the online game market. If Tao is called a beast, if Tao gains the power to make online games a cancer in the eyes of all schools and parents, it may be the root of the online game market that the Ministry of Education and other relevant departments will take action. The two powers harm the lesser one. Many Yizi teachers are paying attention to this matter, and Lin Feng is willing to apologize. LV Zongdu is so comfortable as to be afraid of the second world. The leader of the online game company is willing to apologize and reduce the number of online game works. Then these students will not indulge in online games. Naturally, The most exciting thing is Do's soft clothes called Linfeng. It represents the real existence of internet addiction. Then he will quit the concentration camp of internet addiction in the future. There will be more parents who send students to concentration camps. Xia Liuan is a student. If there are X million students, there will be 10,000 students. But there are 10,000 students in Heshan in China who suffer from internet addiction. Lin Feng continued to say in horror at the recommendation, "I apologize to parents across the country for providing students with one of the ways to escape the almost overwhelming academic work. I am really sorry here." Lin Feng smiled slyly. After a moment at the scene, all the reporters laughed. This is an apology. It is clearly taking the opportunity to satirize the fact that the students' addiction to online games is not at all in the game but in the heavy academic pressure. But is Lin Feng wrong? Nowadays, the heavy academic work of students is a fact recognized by the society. No one can deny this point or refute Lin Feng. Lin Feng's words came out. All netizens and players clapped their hands to celebrate that there were tens of thousands of insulting Lin Feng's weak posts compared to net talents. This time there were hundreds of thousands of posts praising Lin Feng's wisdom. A piece of praise. The CEOs of many online game companies are even more jealous. It is not only for Lin Feng's wit, but also for Lin Feng's support from many netizens. Teachers and parents of various universities were made to laugh or cry by Lin Feng's words, although they did not want to admit it. But the reality is that the children are too burdened. But the burden is lighter and the children have more time. "I am afraid I will be more addicted to online games," the teachers and parents said to themselves. Tao called a beast was stunned for a moment. These remarks did not cause a real blow to him. Back to the news conference scene. Everyone who refutes Professor To's theory of the evils of online games that Europe and the United States have reached the world. The reason is that students can spend all their time studying instead of being tempted by games. Professor Tao also said that no one in the United States plays games. "I am here." Collected some information. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and motioned to a staff member to put a CD into the projector. "You guys, according to a recent survey published by the Internet of the Mouth and American Life Project, show that almost half of American adults are playing video games. American adults over the age of 1 play games on certain platforms, including personal computers, home game consoles and handheld devices. In addition, American adults play games almost every day, and almost all American teenagers play games, which accounts for a significant percentage. As for other countries in Europe, I don't think you need to talk more about checking the information." Lin Feng pointed to the data on the screen and said. Many reporters were surprised but didn't expect Lin Feng to collect these materials. Many netizens even applauded that the United States, the world's most advanced youth, is playing games. Do they deserve to die if they play games? The teachers and parents frowned slightly but did not say whether the United States is the United States and China is China. Can the United States have a population of 100 million people in China? Is China competitive? The most embarrassing thing is Tao called a beast. At the beginning, he confided that no one in the United States played games. Now Lin Feng used tangible data to fight back, which made To's calling the beast a hot pain. So the game is not the cancer that Professor Tao said that will affect the future of the country, but it can promote the intellectual education and logical thinking ability of students. For example, the 2 sons of fortune Bill Gates in the world are game enthusiasts, but Bill Gates does not restricted his 2 sons to play. Instead, he encouraged his children to find different clearance methods in the game. Lin Feng produced another piece of evidence. The picture shows Bill Gates playing with his 2 sons in Sonosquen. If you want to block online games, then I think it is China's game industry that will ultimately suffer. Because even if there is no game industry in its own country, game companies from other countries will enter China. For example, Microsoft is opening a bad-linked game console connection. A software empire like Microsoft. Isn't it ridiculous that we have to open game consoles but we have to block online games and block the newly rejuvenated domestic game industry? The great philosopher Hegel said that existence is reasonable. Doesn't Professor Tao, as a professor, even understand this?" Lin Feng said sarcastically. Lin Feng's voice landed and there was applause at the scene. After attending the scene, these fancy people became the mainstream. Many people are also game enthusiasts, but they often make their family members not understand Lin Feng because of the game. Of course, I don't agree with what Professor Tao said about internet addiction. The temptation of online games to players is by no means as indispensable as drugs. If I have to compare it, I would like to use e-tobacco to describe it more appropriately. Lin Feng continued. Addiction? I am going to tear down your internet addiction cessation camp today, Lin Feng said secretly. The mixed-race female anchor forgot to turn off the camera after the live broadcast. The video of her life was exposed. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Chapter 448. Tao called the beast to shut up! 75 Chapter 448. Tao called the beast to shut up! Tobacco dry grain is a new term. Many reporters were slightly stunned when the 1.1.0 text version was first released. The obituary said, Before I comment on what is internet addiction, I want to refute Professor To's previous claim that according to statistics from local juvenile control offices, courts and public security bureaus, juvenile offenders are degraded to prisoners due to internet addiction. Remarks. Here, I once consulted a person in charge of the Ministry of Public Security, and he gave us a relatively objective and accurate data fact. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pressed the remote control, and a video appeared on the screen, in which a man was Mr. Wu Heping, the official spokesperson of the Ministry of Public Security. According to statistics in the past year, the number of juvenile delinquents from old to long live accounted for 7, which was an increase of 10,000 over the same period last year. A high percentage of juvenile delinquents who are old and younger than old are vomiting 5-4 crimes involving theft, robbery and injury are involved. The key to preventing juvenile delinquency lies in family education. We have found that children whose parents are divorced or who have suffered domestic violence are more likely to commit crimes, and there is currently no evidence that juvenile delinquency originates from the internet. Wu Heping said the violence in the game extremely seriously. The ancients said that it's the father's fault. If you don't teach well, the teacher is lazy. Online games lead to an increase in the rate of juvenile delinquency. This is a typical middle-aged and elderly people who shirk their own responsibilities on others. The behavior of the rebellious generation, Lin Feng said extremely cautiously. This remark has been appreciated by the bosses of all online game companies. The society always pushes juvenile delinquency and student wasteful studies to games. This really makes all game industry practitioners too unfair. Lin Feng's remarks are what all game practitioners say. The teachers, parents and students in front of Yan Shiping all thought deeply after listening to Lin Feng's words. Students avoid learning. Whose responsibility is it for indulging in games? Where is the root cause? But no matter what, it is an indisputable fact that online games make students addicted. There are no games. Students will not avoid learning. All teachers and parents said definitely. Tao is called a beast. There is an old face in front of the screen. He did not expect that Lin Feng would attack him with the arguments he once confessed, but Lin Feng would be able to come up with definite evidence. Although these arguments cannot change the attitude of parents and teachers towards the game, but it will change the attitude of parents towards him. Once he is questioned, then his internet addiction cessation camp will probably be at the door. This is Tao calling the beast never want to see it thing. Okay, let's talk about internet addiction now. Professor Tao compares online games to drugs, which is too sensational. When it comes to drugs, everyone naturally thinks of destroying themselves, harming their families, and endangering society. In other words, you can play online games for a while and suddenly become a public enemy of society, which is too exaggerated. Also, Tao is called a beast. Don't you think it is inappropriate to use the word drugs on these minor children? If playing online games is considered drug taking, then I am afraid that most countries in the world are taking drugs. Japan and the United States are the most, but the economies of these two countries are the top two in the world. It is ironic that Lin Feng sneered at the fact that drug use can suck out the world's two strongest economies. All netizens applauded. Therefore, I think that online games are at best only a kind of electronic tobacco that will make people form a certain degree of dependence, but they will not make people do anything that destroy themselves, harm their families, and endanger society. And also, if you say that you are addicted to watching football games, will people be addicted? Will you be addicted to movies? Will not be addicted to the concert? All of these may make people addicted. According to Tao's calling beasts, as Tao said, all games that are addictive to minors should be banned. So can these things also make minors addicted? Lin Feng knocked on Tao every word. Call the beast heart. Of course. Perhaps Tao Jia would say that a football match is no more than a minute, a movie is no more than 2 or 3 hours, but online games are endless, which will make minors unable to control their behavior. So here, I still have to say, where are the guardians of these minors? All games under our company are marked as suitable for players of the age level before they log in, and players will be reminded to take a proper rest and not to indulge in games for more than 3 hours. At this time, where is the guardian? What's more, there is more than one football match in these circles every day, and more than one movie is produced every day. Of course, this also involves the issue of who is responsible for minors who are addicted to games. More to say, but the game itself is not guilty. It is not wrong for minors to play games appropriately for entertainment. Lin Feng said firmly. All netizens cheered for a while. What they were waiting for was Lin Feng's words. Usually playing a game seems like a thief, which makes all minors extremely dissatisfied, but also makes adult players dissatisfied. Playing a game is always nagged by parents. And everyone has a rebellious psychology, especially teenagers. And they are in a rebellious period. The more you don't let me play, the more I want to play, and this forms a vicious circle. Also, I would like to ask Professor Tao. He has always advertised that his starting point is for the parents and for the children, but why does his internet addiction cessation camp charge a fee for each student? I think that for most students across the country, for the parents, this lockup is by no means a small number. Why can't Professor Tao continue to think of greatness and ideals for the motherland's tomorrow, without this lockup yuan? Lin Feng sneered. Of course, perhaps Professor Tao would say that he also needs to eat. All kinds of equipment need to spend money, and collect money. No, Lin Feng smiled coldly on his face. Everyone, we second world. It is not a company without social ethics. If all parents and teachers have to believe that students' avoidance of school work is caused by games, I don't want to argue too much. Our company will hold a catty in the summer vacation, Internet Addiction Resolution Summer Camp, to provide help for all students who cannot control their games. Of course, here, with a monthly salary of 20,000 RMB, Professor Cheng Tao came to our company to mentor these students. I think that Professor Tao, who has noble sentiments, will not reject my proposal. Lin Feng laughed disdainfully. The reporters at the scene applauded, but Lin Feng vehemently helped Tao call the Beast Army. Hasn't he been advocating that this internet addiction cessation camp is not for money? Lin Feng now gives him a chance to show his love. Tao call the Beast for you, or not? In front of the display screen, Tao called Beast almost fainted. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so despicable. He actually used this to hit him. Lin Feng said these words. What is he going to do with this abstaining internet addiction concentration camp? He traveled so hard all over the country, in big cities, in front of towns, and screamed, why isn't that so-called noble sentiment? Isn't that bullshit? With that sentiment, he might as well grow flowers and grass at home to be more comfortable. At this moment, Tao called the Beast knew that his internet addiction was really dead. Of course, as a young man, as far as I am concerned, If a student's life is in addition to studying or studying, I can't do it by myself. Even if there is no game, I will find other ways to escape the heavy academic burden. For example, taking stickers. I think many of you in this room should be deeply touched by playing Monopoly. Lin Feng laughed. And my previous experience can play these ordinary games for a day, and play them every day. Lin Feng laughed. Say. Many people in the audience remembered the sound of response, and most of the players who were present were deeply touched by photographing and playing Monopoly, and they really could play for a summer vacation. But what many people are curious about is what Lin Feng will say next. Therefore, in order to enrich the interclass life of primary and secondary school students across the country, so as to prevent them from indulging in video games, our company has reached an agreement with the Chu City government and the Chinese Basketball Association to jointly promote the basketball championships in primary and secondary schools. For exclusive sponsorship, the Chu City government prevented the establishment of a national basketball tournament for primary and secondary school students, Lin Feng said with a smile. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the audience was shocked. I didn't expect Lin Feng to promote the National Basketball Championship for primary and secondary school students. This is certainly a good idea and an event that can improve the level of Chinese basketball. But will the major schools agree? Also, how does this benefit Lin Feng and the second world? Lin Feng smiled confidently. The benefits of this basketball tournament in elementary and middle schools are many. All the teachers and parents were taken aback after listening. After thinking about it, the teacher was extremely disdainful of this basketball tournament. He thought it was a total nonsense. If all the students were to play basketball, what would happen to school? What if you delay your studies because of playing basketball? What should I do if I can't graduate? However, in contrast to the teacher's objection, most of the families strongly agree with Lin Feng's opinion. After all, Lin Feng was right before. Even if there is no game, his children may not be able to concentrate on learning. If there is this basketball tournament, at least his children will have a way to vent their energy. And it is also within the school's jurisdiction. Don't worry about your child slipping out to play games, and you can also enhance your child's physique. Besides, what if your child is the next Yao Ming? Isn't studying for money? Once Yao Ming becomes the Zhao champion, his annual salary will be several $1,000,000. Which is far more money than the hard work of studying and graduating to find a job. The different ideas of teachers and parents are one of the results that Lin Feng wants. To divide, we must gradually divide the game industry's biggest enemy, teachers and parents in China. What's more, Lin Feng is also sincere for the future of Chinese basketball in hosting this national basketball tournament for primary and secondary school students. Of course, Lin Feng has also thought about football, but the requirements for football venues are too great, and most schools cannot have such conditions. Basketball is good and it occupies a small area. Besides, basketball still is a very good role model. Here, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Yao Ming, the spokesperson of the upcoming Chinese primary and secondary school basketball championships. Lin Feng stood up and clapped in welcome. In the surprise of all the reporters, Yao Ming smiled and walked out. Everyone, as a Chinese basketball player Feng, I hope that all major players in the country, the school can support this basketball tournament. Personally, I will spend 40,000 RMB each year to support this basketball tournament. I hope all elementary and middle school students can enjoy the fun of basketball while studying and enrich their after-school life, Yao Ming said with a smile. For this league, he can't admire it anymore. This is of great help to the development of China's basketball level. If this basketball tournament can be held forever, in the near future, China's basketball can really take off. The world's best teams are not far away. My company Second World Coin RMB will also be given out every year to reward all teams that eventually score in the national arena. Next, I would like to ask Mr. Yao Ming to briefly introduce this Jin, the rules of the primary and secondary school basketball tournament. Lin Feng said, "This national basketball tournament for primary and secondary schools will adopt a tiered elimination system. The elimination tournaments will be held in units of primary and secondary schools in counties, cities, and cities. The team talks to the whole country." 2. The final championship in Chu City, Yao Ming explained. "Later, I called again. I hope that all schools and parents of students can give their children more free time. At least playing basketball can enhance their physical fitness and increase their children. The ability to communicate with others and strengthen the spirit of teamwork among children are beyond the reach of books. It is also very important." There was a round of applause from the audience. In front of the display screen, many netizens also applauded in unison. For the second world can launch this plan that is sufficient to revitalize China's basketball level. Especially for Yao Ming's last mention of teamwork spirit and communication skills, etc. I very much agree. The current education makes children study hard. Reading is pedantic. If you don't have the ability to communicate with others, and the spirit of teamwork, no matter how good you study, it's useless. Only those teachers who were worried about their rate of enrollment were dissatisfied with this, and secretly thought about how to stop this trick. However, most of the parents agree, and many people are also awakened by Yao Ming. This society is a diversified society. No matter what you do, you have to get in touch with people. It is not a good thing to concentrate on reading books. Everyone, here, I want to announce one more thing. Yao Ming has become the spokesperson of the second world, and he is also a loyal player of legend, Lin Feng announced in due course. This news came out, both in the reporter's expectation, but also beyond the reporter's expectation. After all, Lin Feng is the owner of the Houston Rockets, and Yao Ming is very likely to go to the Houston Rockets this year. However, what shocked all reporters was that Yao Ming signed a 10-year contract with the second world. The discerning person saw this contract as second world taking advantage of the vastness of the sky. Thinking about Yao Ming's future popularity, you can say number 2 worlds. Earnings turned over, and this made all competing companies angry. Yao Ming's popularity is now rising as the Zhou draft is approaching. Lin Feng has signed Yao Ming as the spokesperson. Think about how Yao Ming will become the champion once he enters Zhou. How can that popularity be the enemy? Damn second world, damn Lin Feng. Many game company bosses secretly cursed. Subsequently, Lin Feng announced the end of the press conference. After this press conference was over, it was undoubtedly that Tao's Call the Beast. Lin Feng's invitation was recited by everyone, especially some non-governmental media newspapers and magazines. Even with Professor Tao, with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, would you go? As the title, they asked Tao Jiao Beast whether he would agree to go to the Internet Addiction Relief Tool Camp organized by Lin Feng in the summer. Acting as a lecturer. Many netizens ridiculed this one after another. Netizens fall on self and ridicule Tao's Call the Beast. Don't they always boast of loving people? This time the second world has a high salary of 20,000 yuan a month. If Tao Call the Beast does not go, then his motivation may be problem. No matter how friends, Yu Longzhu also said that Tao is called a beast and Tao is called a beast. Your internet addiction quit the concentration camp, so it's better to shut it down. In the end, under pressure from many sources, Tao Called the Beast publicly announced that he was suffering from hypertension and other diseases and was not prone to fatigue. He declined Lin Feng's invitation and closed the Internet Addiction Abduction concentration camp, temporarily disappearing. What is really controversial is that Lin Feng's basketball tournament for primary and secondary school students has been widely discussed by all walks of life. For a while, it overshadows the remarks about minors indulging in online games. Many students, teachers, and parents. There was a heated discussion about this basketball tournament for primary and middle school students, and the whole society participated in it. Students think that this is a very good way to increase their extracurricular activities so that they don't have to think about escaping from heavy studies all day. Parents believe that proper physical activity is necessary to prevent children from playing games all day. The teacher believes that this will affect the students' enrollment rate. No way. Netizens believe that although entering a higher school is important, students are not machines and need to rest. A basketball game is a good leisure activity. Basketball players believe that this is of great benefit to improving the level of Chinese basketball and should be promoted. All sectors of society are harassing one after another, and experts from all walks of life have emerged in front of the stage to express their views on this matter. And this is what Lin Feng wants. Diverting attention can not only help Chinese basketball improve its level, help children increase their after-school activities, but also earn fame, and it can also add a political bargaining chip to their company. You can also take the opportunity to play. Why not do it? For the Chu City government, the establishment of this basketball tournament for primary and middle school students in Chu City will undoubtedly promote the economic development of Chu City. Once it becomes a large-scale one, it can be held every year. This will greatly benefit the entire Chu City government. In other words, it is a face-saving project, and it can even become the business card of Chu City. Therefore, the Chu City government has long directly issued an administrative order, forcing all primary and secondary schools in Chu City to form their own basketball teams. As for the Chinese Basketball Association, this is even more a political achievement. The incumbent leaders also strongly support this plan. If this can really promote the development of Chinese basketball, this leader of the Basketball Association will naturally have a bright face, and it will also benefit them in the future. Promotion. Of course, this is also another purpose of Lin Feng, to have a good relationship with the Basketball Association, at least between Yao Ming and Houston, which he said, should not be stalemate with the Basketball Association. In the national debate on the basketball tournament for elementary and middle school students, Lin Feng introduced a brand new Boxing Champions League rewards system. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Korean female anchor's private secret video was exposed. Cute and full! Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Exclamation mark. Chapter 449. Professional players. Question mark. The King of Fighters Online Champions League reward issue. After the Tao Call the Beast incident broke out, Lin Feng decided to modify the rewards. They said that playing video games is fun. I will let you see what tricks can be played by playing games. Of course, it is also to stimulate the investment of players in the game of the King of Fighters Online from various countries, so that it can form a long-term esports league. However, due to the environment and atmosphere at the time, it was not the best time to launch, so Lin Feng delayed a little bit. When the National Basketball Championship for primary and middle school students was discussed throughout the country, the new King of Fighters Online Champions League rewards system was launched. With the brand's new King of Fighters Online Champions League rewards system, Lam Feng has greatly increased the amount of rewards at all levels, reaching a jaw-dropping level. For all the representative teams participating in the Champions League, each player will be rewarded with a $100 appearance fee, and then will receive different rewards based on the performance of each representative team. For the champion of the Sky List, each member of the representative team will receive a reward of $1,000. Each team member will receive an additional $100 for each higher league level. For example, a player in the Zul Evil League of the Sky List is rewarded with $1,000. And a player in the Evil League of the Sky List is awarded $1,100. By analogy, the player in the Evil League on the Sky List can receive an astonishing $3,900 reward, including attendance. With an appearance fee of $100 in the Champions League, the top Evil League player on the top list can get a reward of $4,000. which is equivalent to more than 30,000 yuan. For the runner-up in the top rankings, each member of the representative team will receive an award of $800 each, and each team member will receive an additional $80 award for each higher league level, and so on. For the third place in the top rankings, each member of the representative team will receive a reward of $500, and each team member of the league will receive a reward of $50 for each higher level, and so on. Ranked fourth in the top rankings, each member of the representative team will each receive a $400 award, and each team member will receive an additional $40 award for each higher league level, and so on. The fifth place in the top ranking, each member of the representative team will receive a reward of $300 each, and each team member will receive an additional $30 for each higher league level, and so on. Ranked sixth in the top rankings, each member of the representative team will each receive a reward of $200, and each team member will receive an additional $20 award for each higher league level, and so on. Seventh place on the day list, each member of the representative team will each receive a $100 award, and each team member will receive an additional $10 award for each higher league level, and so on. As for the local champions, on the basis of the rewards for the champions of the sky charts, the prize money is reduced by half, and the rest of the reward methods are the same. The champion of the ranking is based on the award of the champion of the local ranking, with half the prize money, and the rest of the reward methods are the same. Finally, every year, players from various countries who win the monthly championship will attend the Second World Players' annual meeting at the end of the year, show off their respective styles in front of hundreds of millions of players, and conduct the annual Fighting the Gods and the annual Fighting the Gods. The champion will be awarded the world number 1-inch medal by the Second World and a huge reward of $100,000. The launch of the new King of Fighters Online Champions League reward system has caused a shock in the entire Asian game industry, and all the media, players, and many game companies are in an uproar. This time the Second World rewards for the King of Fighters Online Champions League are bleeding, and no online game company has ever given so much money to reward players. The total number of players participating in the 3 lists and 7 countries is 609, including all the rewards, and the Second World will pay $420,061.25 per month for this, which is equivalent to more than 3.5 million yuan RMB. This is definitely a big deal. Of course, compared to the distribution of monthly bonuses for the Second World, both the media and players are more concerned about how many bonuses individuals who participate in the Champions League can get. Based on the calculations of many media and enthusiastic King of Fighters Online players, calculates the bonuses that individuals can get. If a player wins the top of the Sky List, even players in the lowest level Z League in the Sky List can get a reward of $1,100, which is equivalent to about 9,000 yuan. This is definitely a high salary in mainland China, and it can be guaranteed in other Asian countries. Basic livelihood. And if you get the top of the Sky List and you are a player in the Sky List A League, you will be able to get a reward of $4,000, which is a very good salary in Asian countries. Of course, if you get a lower ranking in the Champions League, the prize money will naturally be lower. However, only this gap in the amount of bonuses can stimulate the investment of all players and make the King of Fighters Online thrive. No competition, no progress. After the calculation, everyone was surprised that the monthly bonus of the Second World has exceeded the bonus of the first CG World Electronic Sports competition held in South Korea last year. Although the individual bonus is not as much as the CG bonus, CG champion $30,000, the second runner-up is $20,000, and the third runner-up is $10,000. But Lamfeng's King of Fighters Online Champions League is rewarded for everyone as long as he can attend the Champions League, and Lamfeng's King of Fighters Online Champion the League is held once a month, 12 months a year. The media have calculated that if someone can win the championship in December and be a player in the top A-level league, the UNI bonus will reach $48,000, which has exceeded the CG bonus held in South Korea. And if it can be in the major rankings every month, the ranking will have additional bonuses. What's more, for all participating players, only 200 matches are required per month, and a King of Fighters online match usually ends the battle in about 3 minutes. In other words, it only takes 10 hours of entertainment a month to compete in this prize-giving league. The so-called investment is even more pitiful. The loser pays system allows the winner to enjoy the game without spending money at all, and to enjoy generous bonuses. This is almost a pie in the sky. All media predict that Lin Feng will create a real esports league. Although this esports league currently only has the King of Fighters online game, who can say it in the future? Moreover, the launch of the King of Fighters Online Champions League will truly form a new professional esports players. With the rewards scheme of the King of Fighters Online Champions League, it is very promising to become a professional esports player. At least for the 3 countries of China, Thailand, and Malaysia, this bonus is still very generous, especially if you become the top 3 players in the A-level league on the Sky List, and earn $4,000 a month. It is really enviable. Of course, there is also the Fighting the Gods at the end of the year. The champion will be rewarded with a reward of $100,000 and won the title of world number 1 inch. No one can resist these allures. Global uproar. All players who love fighting games are crazy, and all those who aspire to become esports players are even crazy. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. 450th chapter, $4,000 temptation? Reeks. 75 450th chapter, $400 temptation? A small salary of $44. Are you tempted? Major Asian media have adopted this extremely tempting title to introduce the new rewards of the Fist Champions League. Many newspapers and magazines have analyzed in detail the amount of rewards of each level of the Fist Heart Champions League from the 7th in the list of people. An analysis of a total of $X million in prize money received by a representative of the lowest level league player of the chicane level to a total of $4 in the gold medal of a representative of the top level league player will list 5 countries and 2 regions. The level of living prices everywhere. After careful analysis, the conclusion is finally reached. The rewards for the champion, runner-up and third runner-up of the top rankings are suitable for Hong Kong, Taiwan, Japan, Singapore and other economic regions, but for the 3 economies of China, Thailand, and Malaysia, even the 7th place in the rankings is Leon Can. The representatives of the league players can live with a monthly bonus of $X million. This detailed report from the media made the already crazy players even more mad. For the vast majority of players, especially those who like esports, and the Fist Champions League high reward system launched by Lin Feng, a player with ambitions in esport, is undoubtedly a catalyst. Originally, these players were still worried about their parents' censure and the embarrassment of the reality of life. They could not realize the ideal of joining the game industry, but Lin Feng's Fist Champions League rewards system gave these players the confidence to challenge their parents. The confidence to resist life, especially for players who do not reach the country. The worst $X million bonus is enough to guarantee a month of free food and clothing. What's more, you only need to invest the minimum old hours of game time every month to work hard for your ideals. It is worth trying. What's more, most game players are young people around the age of power. For young people, failure is not terrible. The terrible thing is that they lose the courage to pursue their ideals. Netizen Xuan Mu said that the terrible esports frenzy is coming soon. Are you ready? The netizen Hushan Divine Emperor sighed that every player who was obsessed with the game took action. Fight for your dreams. The madness of the players also wakes up people from all walks of life who are arguing about the National Basketball Championship for primary and middle school students. While they are still arguing about whether basketball tournaments should be held in primary and secondary schools, The influence of the Second World game has become so great that almost all gamers are crazy about it. But this time, both the school teacher and the parents were a bit speechless and didn't know how to oppose it. The game time during the January Heart Divination made them unable to refuse. The maximum monthly salary of $44 and their minimum bonus of X million made these teachers and parents have the courage to oppose it. In case your child really has the talent for games, he can win the top league championship. And to win the Champions League, the US dollar for the $4 bonus is more than 30,000 yuan, which is far more than the average wage level in all parts of China. Isn't studying to find a good job and make more money? It's just that many parents are also worried that this is a new professional sports professional player. Is it too fresh to last? And the contention is too intense. Only spending time playing games every month can have such an opportunity to compete, so that many parents cannot completely refuse their children's requests for games. Parents are very entangled and children are very happy, and this is what Lin Feng wants to slowly change the people's attitude towards the game. Many European and American game companies were also deeply shocked by the news. Esports originally took a year to gradually form a climate. Although there are various competitions of large and small in the world, most of them are only temporary. Many games exist this year and may disappear next year. There are only two relatively stable sports competitions. One is Weigo Samsung, sponsored out the World Computer Game Challenge and the Professional Esports League organized by the Total Entertainment Network company in the United States. However, although Lin Feng's Boxing Heart Champions League has only one esports event for the time being, its number of players, the size of the game, and the prize money are far greater than other competitions, especially compared to the comparison and one time a year. Lam Feng's Boxing Champions League. The frequency of one season per month is much higher than this, and Second World can completely rely on the proceeds of boxing to pay for this high bonus. This event can completely become a long-term event. However, European and American game companies have also raised certain doubts about the Fisting Champions League. Now Fisting Champions League is supported by the income of the Fisting Heart Multinational League, and only players from 5 countries and 2 regions in Asia and Southeast Asia participate. If you want to develop it into a long-term event, Second World, you must expand its influence. After all, the player's enthusiasm for a game is limited. Once the player's enthusiasm decreases, how to cash out the high bonus of the Fisting Crown League? Although online battles have broken the domain restrictions, it is precisely because online battles do not have a lot of income and ticket income like Flute, and do not have a large amount of income and ticket income, and TV broadcasts can support birth and operation for a long time, and this is also Boxing Champions League currently lacks, compared with the affirmation and doubt of European and American game companies. 3 major game magazines in the world. Fan is also known as Gaming and Famicom. Yoshiki's Japanese video game magazine is regarded as the most respected video game news magazine in Japan, and it is well known worldwide for its very strict scoring of video games. 4 experts, 3 of them give King of Fighters. The other one gave a full score. It should be noted that a score above which is considered to be an ugly score above the Platinum Palace, which means a score above the Golden Palace, and a blade point above is considered to be Silver Palace. Therefore, games above which points are basically classic games. 3 experts commented that the King of Fighters was adapted from the Feng Wang series, but combined with the Feng Wang 2 times and blades into the 3 games to form a very gorgeous nirvana. The refreshing sense of fighting and the almost perfect balance combined with the convenience of online connection make the already degraded competitive fighting games shine again. Especially the launch of the Champions League and the high bonuses will make fighting games once again become a bright spot in the game industry. Pearl, the only expert who did not score a full score, said that he was very sorry that he did not score a full score in an interview with a Japanese reporter. This Japanese fighting national game was actually created by a Chinese game company. Female Miscellaneous Drugs is a world-renowned professional game information site under the world's 4 information media giants international group. There is no comprehensive professional game website in the game industry that can match it. Its reviews of games have always been able to dominate a game. The future direction of the game, known for fairness and objectivity. His comment: Fist Champions League. The launch of the esports game market is undoubtedly a new milestone in the esports game market, breaking through the geographical restrictions of previous esports competitions, and the high reward system provided by its company Second World and time-consuming the game time is commendable. Unfortunately, for the time being, there is only the King of Fighters fighting game, and the King of Fighters is not popular in Europe and the United States. It is a pity. It's a multimedia and review website whose main target is video games. Like Japanese suo, the review of one game is extremely harsh. So far, only 6 games have been given full marks. This time, King of Fighters Heart has become the 7th full score game and the only online game to get full scores. His comment that Second World has an array-scraping network battle concept that makes this already excellent concave horizontal fighting game more perfect, especially modeled on the European Football Champions League. Launch of the Champions League multinational player battle, and that huge reward has become the only choice for all fighting game players and for all aspirations to become professional video game players. The perfect score is impeccable. It seems to echo the comments of the world's 3 major game magazines. The Fist Multinational League has repeatedly set new highs since its official launch on May X. It reached its peak on Saturday, March 20. The number of online users reached the horrible number of martyrs. There are tens of thousands of people in mainland China. Japan has a terrifying online rate of tens of thousands of players is staggering. The profit created is also jaw-dropping. The total number of games played on this day has reached a record-breaking gross profit of 100 million yuan per game. The gross profit is RMB 10,000. Originally, Wu Xiaopu and others proposed to formulate different charging standards according to the economic level of each country, but Lin Feng rejected it. Under the premise of the same bonus, if the charging standard of an online game is unbalanced, it is very easy to cause dissatisfaction with players in other regions with high fees, especially the 7 regions where boxing participates, except for Thailand, which is not as economical as China. Other regions are stronger than mainland China. Once the imbalanced charging standard is adopted, players in other regions will be lost, which will affect the King of Fighters. The final impact on the fierceness of the confrontation is fisting hope. As long as a large number of players are involved in the game, no matter how cheap it is, Lin Feng doesn't worry about losing money. The success of Quainpan also made other domestic online game companies jealous. Chen Xiaoi, president of Nine Towns, commented that the monthly bonus investment of more than $10,000 is indeed amazing and very attractive to players. But the wool comes out of the sheep. Once the enthusiasm of a large number of low-level game players decreases, the monthly investment of players in the game decreases as Fist. Will this high bonus be released when the income is not enough to make ends meet? The upsurge of professional video game players during this period of time has attracted players from all over the country to go crazy for it, determined to become a professional esports player. If these professional esports players in the future, what is the future of these players when the esports professional league bonus is cancelled or cannot meet the needs of life? Chen Xiao's words are mostly jealous of the Second World. Successful companies agree that they have criticized Lin Feng's high rewards and seductive publicity for misleading the game. What if these players really invest in the game and become professional esports game players in the future? Of course, while slandering the Second World, domestic online game companies such as Ninetown's Perfect World are also racking their brains thinking that they have also come up with an esports game similar to Fist and Kiss to compete with the Second World. Catch this train of esports games, which is intensifying, but after reading carefully, I realized that the games in their hands are all role-playing and esports games are mainly based on first-person shooting. as well as sports and fighting games. Their games. It is not suitable and they are unable to continue to invest such high bonuses to attract esports players. There is no esports league based on revenue. The so-called esports competition bonus is castle in the sky. Moon in the water cannot be realized. Companies such as Ninetowns are also shocked to discover that Second World also has a first-person shooting network. Counter-Terrorist and Counter-Strike has always been the main competition item of Mountain Percent and Second World. If it is also promoted as an esports league, it will be even more unstoppable. Where is their future? The boss of a domestic online game, male and female, is confused. However, Chen Xiaoai, president of Ninetowns, reminded some fanatical players who aspired to become professional players in esports. If they really have no hesitation to devote themselves to when Lin Feng's Boxing Champions League awards are cancelled for various reasons, then what should they do? Many parents also use the words of Ninetowns President Chen Xiaoai to persuade their children to let them dispel the idea of becoming professional esports players. After all, this emerging profession is too unreliable. It is too new and no one knows whether it will be in the future. What is the lifespan of such a profession, and the competition is so fierce? Lin Feng has already had countermeasures for these blames. Cup actress Idol's First Avenue wins the championship. Watch online. Please follow the WeChat public account, /mainvmy222 long press for 3 seconds to copy.